Chapter 1: The richest man's fiancée descends from the sky, activating the rebate system. My God, does the customer who placed the order live in Hades' palace? The navigation is so confusing. On a hot summer day, the sun at 2 o'clock in the afternoon seems to be melting the earth. Chen Mo rode his second-hand electric bike, which made all kinds of noise except the bell, through the maze-like high-end villa area. His blue delivery work clothes were already soaked with sweat, his face under the helmet was sunburned red, and he was cursing all the time. Today is the 30th day of his part-time delivery job. Just when he was about to save enough money for this month's living expenses, he failed on his last order. An hour ago, he received an order with the note urgent: if you are overdue I will give you a bad review and complain, and the address was Building A01, Hentang Highlands. Hentang Highlands is the legendary top wealthy area in Lingqing. It is said that the residents there are either rich or noble, and you can't even enter the door without a net worth of 10 figures. Chen Mo felt fortunate at the time, thinking that such a wealthy person might be generous and give more rewards. Who would have thought that Hentang Highlands had so many twists and turns and the navigation was so complicated that even he, a veteran who called himself a living map of Lingqing, got lost? Seeing that there were only 3 minutes left for the order delivery, Chen Mo was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and he wished he could install wings on the electric car. A01 found it. Finally, in front of a single-family villa surrounded by lush greenery and a large area, Chen Mo saw the gold-plated house number A01. This villa is more like a small manor than a villa. The majestic Roman columns, grand fountains and carefully trimmed lawns all demonstrate the wealth and taste of the owner. Chen Mo swallowed, parked the electric bike outside the gilded carved gate, and carefully pressed the doorbell. Click. The heavy metal door opened, and a middle-aged butler in a black suit, white gloves, and a meticulous face appeared at the door. He looked him up and down with sharp eyes, with a hint of subtle contempt. Take out? The butler's voice was flat and calm. Yes, please sign for the order with the last digit 6688. Chen Mo quickly took out the exquisitely packaged lunchbox from the takeout box and forced a professional smile on his face. 1 minute overtime means a bad review, which means most of today's hard work may be wasted. The butler did not take it immediately, but glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist and said coldly, "It has exceeded the time limit by 7 minutes and 23 seconds. My lady does not like to wait for others." Chen Mo's anger suddenly rose. He worked so hard to deliver the food under the scorching sun, but just because this damn place was hard to find and he was a few minutes late, he had to be treated like this? Hey uncle, your Yunding Mountain Resort is like a maze. The navigation can't figure it out. I rushed to find it. There's nothing I can do about the delay. Can't you be understanding? Chen Mo's tone also hardened. After all, it was already overtime, and the worst that could happen was a bad review. He was not really afraid. The butler frowned slightly, as if he didn't expect a delivery man to dare to speak to him like that. He was about to open his mouth to scold when a female voice as cold as an icy spring came from the villa. Uncle Fu, let him in. The voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable majesty. The butler immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, Mississippi." Then he turned sideways and made a pleased gesture to Chen Mo, his expression still distant. Chen Mo curled his lips and walked into the palace-like villa with the takeaway. There was a mirror-clear marble floor under his feet and a dazzling crystal chandelier above his head. Any one of the decorations and ornaments around him looked 100 times more valuable than his second-hand electric car. He followed the butler through the wide entrance hall and came to a luxurious living room with a ceiling at least 7 or 8 meters high. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows are the carefully maintained gardens and swimming pools. The sunlight shines through the glass, making the entire living room look magnificent. A woman was sitting on the leather sofa in the middle of the living room. Just a silhouette is enough to make people's hearts sway. She was wearing a well-tailored white silk home dress, her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders, revealing a slender, snow-white neck. She was holding a glass of red wine in her hand, with an elegant posture and a cool temperament, like a fairy who was not of this world, and with a sense of alienation that kept strangers away. Hearing footsteps, the woman slowly turned her head. The moment Chen Mo saw her face, his breathing couldn't help but stop. It was a face that was perfect and impeccable, with a delicate nose, cherry lips, skin whiter than snow, and a pair of phoenix eyes that were cold and deep, as if they could see through people's hearts. Her beauty is extremely aggressive, yet she seems unattainable because of her icy temperament. The world's richest man, president of Ling Group, Lingqing. Although Chen Mo is just an ordinary college student who earns a living by delivering takeout, he has heard of this legendary woman who has dominated the covers of financial magazines for many years and is known as the Queen of Business. But he never dreamed that he would meet the real person in this way. Are you Chen Mo? Lingqing put down the wineglass and cast a cold gaze on Chen Mo. Her tone was flat, but it carried the scrutiny unique to a superior. Yes, yes. Chen Mo stuttered a little, mainly because he was intimidated by the other party's aura. Your takeaway. Lingqing didn't look at the takeaway, but picked up a document from the coffee table beside her and threw it over. Take a look at this. The document fell lightly at Chen Mo's feet. He was stunned for a moment, then bent down to pick it up. On the cover were 3 big words written: prenuptial agreement. Prenuptial agreement? Chen Mo was completely confused. He wondered if he was too hot and had hallucinations. Ms. Ling, what are you doing? Sign it. Lingqing's tone remained cold. From today on, you are my fiancée. As compensation, I will give you 100 million pocket money every month. If you behave well after marriage, I can also consider giving you a share of the shares of Ling Group. Boom! Chen Mo felt as if his head was struck by thunder and was buzzing. Fiancé? 100 million pocket money? Ling Group shares? What kind of fantasy is this? He is a poor delivery boy. How could he deserve the world's richest man to marry him and give him so much money? Is this some new type of scam? Or does this icy female president have some special hobby that makes her like to find an ordinary person to experience life with? Ms. Ling, you are not kidding, right? Chen Mo swallowed hard. The prenuptial agreement in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Lingqing frowned slightly, seeming a little impatient. I never joke. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. Either sign it, or take your takeaway and leave, and don't show up in front of me again. Her tone was unquestionable and carried a sense of dominance. Chen Mo's heart was pounding and his brain was working rapidly. He thought of countless possibilities: being set up, being used as a shield, or even being plotted against by a hidden enemy. But no matter which possibility it was, it could not explain the outrageous situation before him. 100 million pocket money. He could never earn even a fraction of this amount even if he worked as a delivery boy for his entire life. Although living off a gigolo has a bad reputation, if you can live off a gigolo and become a winner in life, what does that reputation matter? Just as Chen Mo was hesitating and struggling, a cold mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Bite. It is detected that the host is facing a top-level gigolo opportunity, and has the potential to be the chosen gigolo king. The tenfold rebate system is being activated. Activation successful. System function: any items or money consumed or given by the host to the designated target Lingqing can receive a random rebate of at least 10 times and up to 10,000 times. For example, the host gives the target a rose worth 10 yuan, and the system will randomly return items or cash with an equivalent value ranging from 100 yuan to 100,000 yuan. Newbie gift pack has been distributed. Bind target favorability detector primary, current favorability, 10 impatient. Chen Mo. System? 10 times rebate? Can I get rebates if I spend money on Lingqing? He suddenly looked up at Lingqing, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Could this be the legendary golden finger? Is it because I have the top-level gigolo talent that I activated it? Looking at Lingqing's icy face again, Chen Mo suddenly felt that she was not so cold and frosty anymore. Instead, she looked like the goddess of wealth who had descended to earth, emitting a golden glow all over her body. Favorability 10? Impatient? It's okay, you can brush it. With this system, let alone 100 million pocket money every month, even if he doesn't have it, he has to find a way to hold on to this golden thigh. You can spend money on the richest man and get a tenfold return. What kind of a wonderful life is this? Time's up. Lingqing's cold voice interrupted Chen Mo's ecstasy. Your choice? Chen Mo took a deep breath, an unprecedented bright smile appeared on his face. He picked up the pen on the coffee table and quickly signed his name at the end of the prenuptial agreement. I'll sign. Anyone who doesn't sign is a fool. He is sure to get this gigolo. Even Jesus couldn't stop him, he said. Lingqing looked at Chen Mo's expression as if he had found a treasure, and a barely perceptible strange color flashed in her cold phoenix eyes, but she quickly returned to her calm. She took the agreement, glanced at the signature, and said calmly, "Very good. From now on, you are my fiancée." Uncle Fu, take Chen Mo to the guest room and explain the rules to him clearly. Yes, ma'am. Butler Fu Bo responded, still looking at Chen Mo with a scrutinizing look, but with a hint of complexity. Chen Mo was in a very good mood at the moment, and smiled at Lingqing. Don't worry, my dear wife, I will definitely be a qualified fiancée. Lingqing raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she was a little surprised by the title wife, but she didn't say much, just waved her hand, indicating that they could leave. Following Uncle Fu out of the living room, Chen Mo looked back at the cold and beautiful figure on the sofa, feeling filled with pride. The world's richest person is my fiancé? Is there a tenfold rebate system? This life is simply about to take off. He has already started thinking about what to buy for his wife first when the 100 million pocket money arrives next month. Buy something from a small company and get a tenfold rebate. Hiss, I dare not think about it, I dare not think about it. Looking at the lonely 10 favorability in the system panel, Chen Mo grinned. So what if she is an iceberg female president? So what if the favorability is negative? As long as you use the hoe well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. What's more, he also has the super plugin called the system. Madam, which listed company do you want to bankrupt today? This sentence may become his catchphrase in the near future. At this moment, Chen Mo is happily following Uncle Fu towards a new chapter in his life. The legend of a top giant rice king is about to begin. At the same time, in the living room, Lingqing picked up the signed prenuptial agreement with a complicated look in her eyes. I hope my choice is not wrong. She murmured to herself, her eyes looking out the window, deep and distant. A seemingly absurd marriage by agreement, a quietly awakening heaven-defying system, the gears of fate, quietly turn at this moment. Chapter 2, Try your luck for the first time and get a 100-fold return. Uncle Fu led Chen Mo through several long corridors, each of which looked like an exhibition hall in an art gallery. The famous paintings hanging on the walls and the antiques placed casually in the corners all exuded the fragrance of money. Finally, Uncle Fu stopped in front of a heavy solid wooden door. Mr. Chen, this will be your room from now on. Miss has instructed that you can move freely in the villa, but please do not enter the study, Mrs. Bedroom, and the top floor area without her permission. Uncle Fu's tone was still businesslike, but there was a barely perceptible scrutiny in his eyes, as if he was evaluating the worth of this fiancée who had suddenly appeared. After pushing open the door, even though Chen Mo was mentally prepared, he was still a little shocked by the scene in front of him. This is not a guest room, it is clearly an ultra-luxurious presidential suite. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is a neatly trimmed private garden. The indoor area is at least 100 square meters, with a living room, bedroom, separate dressing room, and even a luxurious bathroom with a jacuzzi. The decoration style is low-key and luxurious, and every piece of furniture exudes the word expensive. The lady doesn't want her private life to be disturbed too much. Here is your access card and an attached bank card with 500,000 in it for your daily expenses this month. I will send you the lady's private phone number later, but please try to contact me unless it is necessary. Uncle Fu handed over a black card and a thin metal bank card. In addition, regarding your relationship with the young lady, we will have a unified statement to the outside world. I will have someone send the relevant information to you later. Please make sure to memorize it. Chen Mo took the card, 500,000. He works hard as a delivery boy for a month, and after deducting the cost of food, drink, and toileting, he can only save a few thousand yuan. Now, the pocket money alone is 500,000, and from what Uncle Fu said, this is just the daily expenses. The 100 million per month pocket money seems to be real. Got it, Uncle Fu. Thanks for the reminder. Chen Mo suppressed the excitement in his heart and tried to keep a calm face. He knew that the most important thing for him now was to stay calm and not behave like a bumpkin who had never seen the world. Uncle Fu nodded, gave a few instructions such as meal times and that the servants could be called at any time if they needed anything, then he turned and left. The door closed with a click, and Chen Mo was the only one left in the huge suite. Fuck! Chen Mo couldn't hold back any longer. He jumped onto the soft big bed like a hungry tiger and rolled around twice in excitement. 500,000 pocket money. Top luxury home. And a fiancé who is the richest man in the world. If it weren't for the clear system prompt sound in his mind, he would really doubt whether he was dreaming. He quickly calmed down, and with a thought, he called up the system panel. 10 times rebate system. Host, Chen Mo. Bound target, Lingqing. Current favorability, 10 impatient. System function, you can get 10,000 times random rebate by spending or giving to Lingqing. System wallet, 0 yuan. System space, 1 cubic meter can be upgraded as favorability increases. Negative 10 points of favorability, there is still a long way to go. Chen Mo touched his chin. However, impatience is better than disgust. The most urgent thing is to try out how amazing this rebate system is. Spend money on Lingqing. What should I spend? He looked at the bank card in his hand, which contained $500,000. This amount of money was a huge sum for him in the past, but for a big shot of Lingqing's level, giving him something worth hundreds of thousands would probably not even make a splash. Moreover, he knew nothing about Lingqing's preferences. Got it. Chen Mo's eyes lit up and he came up with an idea. He remembered that there seemed to be a high-end flower shop not far outside the villa area. As a girl, there should be no one who doesn't like flowers, right? Moreover, flowers are not very valuable, so he doesn't feel bad even if the rebate multiple is low. The most important thing is that I can use the opportunity of sending flowers to have more contact with Lingqing and see if I can improve that pitiful negative favorability. Having made up his mind, Chen Mo changed out of his sweaty takeout clothes. A new batch of high-end casual clothes had been prepared in the cloakroom, and the size fit him perfectly, and he didn't know when they were prepared. He straightened his appearance a bit, took the bank card he had just received, and walked out of the room. In the living room downstairs, he did not see Lingqing, only a few maids cleaning quietly. Chen Mo asked one of the maids about Lingqing's whereabouts and learned that she was reading a book in the glass greenhouse in the back garden. Good opportunity. Chen Mo left the villa quietly without saying a word, and found the flower shop near the entrance of the villa area based on his memory. The flower shop is decorated elegantly and exquisitely, and the flowers inside are of various varieties and are vying for beauty. Although Chen Mo was temporarily rich in his pocket, he kept in mind that he was just testing the system, so he picked out the most beautiful red rose, grade A quality, and priced it at 99 yuan. That's it. After paying the money and holding the carefully packaged roses, Chen Mo took a deep breath, returned to the villa, and walked straight to the glass greenhouse in the back garden. In the transparent glass greenhouse, warm sunlight pours down, and all kinds of exotic flowers and plants thrive under careful care. Lingqing was sitting on a white rattan chair. On the small round table in front of her was a cup of steaming scented tea and an open book. She wore a plain cotton and linen long dress, with her long hair loosely tied up with a simple hairpin. She looked less fierce in the business world and more gentle, like the peaceful days of old age. At this moment, she was incredibly beautiful, like a carefully painted painting. Chen Mo looked a little dazed, but quickly adjusted himself and coughed lightly. Lingqing looked up when she heard the voice and saw that it was him. A hint of barely perceptible surprise flashed across her cold phoenix eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Chen Mo raised the rose in his hand and forced out a smile that he thought was the most handsome. Miss Ling, I saw that this flower is blooming beautifully, so I bought one for you. I hope you like it." He felt a little nervous, wondering if this cold-blooded CEO would throw the flowers directly in his face. Lingqing's gaze stayed on the red rose for a moment, then she looked at Chen Mo with a complicated and incomprehensible look in her eyes. She didn't reach out to take it immediately, but she didn't refuse it either. Just when Chen Mo thought the conversation was going to get awkward, Lingqing said calmly, "Is Uncle Fu not here? Just let the servants do this kind of trivial matter." Although the tone was still cold, Chen Mo keenly felt that there didn't seem to be the distant feeling that they had when they first met. He quickly said, "This is a small gift from me. How can I let someone else do it for me? Just consider it as the beginning of our happy future cooperation." Lingqing was silent for a few seconds, but finally stretched out her slender hand and took the rose. Her fingertips accidentally touched Chen Mo's fingers, and the cold and soft touch made Chen Mo's heart slightly moved. "Thanks." Lingqing's voice remained flat, but Chen Mo noticed that her favorability had quietly changed on the system panel. Lingqing's favorability, 10-8, slightly improved. There's hope. Chen Mo was delighted. And just as Lingqing took the rose, the long-awaited system prompt sound finally rang in Chen Mo's mind. Bite. The host successfully gave Lingqing an A-grade red rose, worth 99 yuan. The host's first sincere gift is detected, triggering a special bond, and 100 times critical hit rebate is activated. Congratulations to the host for winning an Imperial Green Glass Jade Peace Buckle worth about 2.88 million yuan. It has been automatically stored in the system space. Please check it. Chen Mo. He froze, his eyes widened, and he could hardly believe what he heard. A rose worth 99 yuan, with a rebate, an imperial green jadeite buckle worth 2.88 million yuan? 100 times the critical strike. This is too exaggerated. He resisted the urge to jump up on the spot and sank his mind into the system space. I saw a peace locket lying quietly in a small grid. It was emerald green, full of water and emitting a lustrous luster. It was obvious that it was worth a lot of money. It's coming. It's really coming this time. Chen Mo roared in his heart. Seeing him suddenly freeze with a strange expression, Lingqing couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with you? No, nothing. Chen Mo came back to his senses and waved his hands quickly, his face flushed with excitement. It's just. I'm a little happy to see Miss Ling like this flower. Lingqing played with the rose in her hand, her eyes deep, and said lightly, the flower is okay. Your taste is also okay. She paused and added, from now on, call me Qingxian. Chen Mo's heart was filled with joy again. Does this mean their relationship has become closer? Okay, Qingxian. He followed suit and smiled so well that his teeth were showing. Looking at Chen Mo's silly smile, the corners of Lingqing's mouth seemed to curl up slightly, but soon returned to its cold expression. She gently placed the rose on the table and picked up the book again, as if she didn't intend to talk to him anymore. Chen Mo was tactful enough not to disturb her any further. He said, Qingxian, take your time reading. I won't disturb you anymore, and left the greenhouse contentedly. As soon as he left Lingqing's sight, Chen Mo could no longer hold back. He sprinted back to his room almost 100 meters, closed the door, and immediately checked the system space again for the priceless jade pendant. 2,880,000. I have never seen so much money in my life. Chen Mo's hands were shaking with excitement. This system is awesome. It's so awesome. With this successful experience, Chen Mo is full of infinite imagination about the future. As long as you keep sending gifts to Lingqing and improve her favor, you can get huge rebates. By then, let alone buying a satellite, even buying a Galaxy 1T be a dream. Madam, which listed company do you want to bankrupt today? This sentence seems to be a big step closer to reality. And it all started with just a rose worth $99. Chen Mo took a deep breath and his eyes became firm. In this marriage of agreement, he not only has to act well, but also has to become a winner in life. An icy female CEO? Negative favorability? Just wait, it won't be long before I make you call me husband willingly. Chapter 3, The Inside Story of the Sky-Dropped Engagement and Dinner. Chen Mo stayed in the room and stared at the imperial green jadeite locket for a full half hour before he gradually came back to his senses from the great joy of having received a gift from the sky. 2,880,000. If this money had been used in the past, it would have been enough for him to buy a nice house in his hometown, a small county, and live comfortably for the rest of his life. Calm down, calm down. This is just the beginning. Chen Mo took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Although this jade is valuable, it will easily attract attention if you sell it rashly. For the time being, put it in the system space and wait for the opportunity to deal with it later. What he is more concerned about now is how to fleece Lingqing in a continuous and stable manner, how to get rebates. 100-fold critical hit is great, but steady progress is the way to go. Moreover, we have to find a way to raise the 8 favorability level. After all, the system description mentions that the system space size is linked to favorability. Who knows if there will be other functions related to this in the future? Just as Chen Mo was thinking about his next plan, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Chen, it's me, Uncle Fu. Chen Mo quickly got up and opened the door. Uncle Fu was still in his meticulous butler uniform, holding a thin folder in his hand. Mr. Chen, this is the information that the young lady asked me to give you. It is about the unified statement of your and the young lady's external relations. Please make sure to memorize it before tonight. Uncle Fu handed the folder to Chen Mo, his tone still calm, but Chen Mo always felt that there seemed to be a hint of inquiry and sympathy in the look in his eyes when he looked at him. Okay, thank you, Uncle Fu. Chen Mo took the folder. Uncle Fu nodded slightly. Dinner time is 7 o'clock in the main restaurant. Miss usually eats on time. If you have no other instructions, I will take my leave first. After seeing Uncle Fu off, Chen Mo opened the folder with a hint of curiosity. The title was Background Statement on the Engagement Relationship between Ms. Lingqing and Mr. Chen Mo, an External Standard Questions and Answers Manual Confidential. He turned the pages one by one, and his expression became more and more strange. According to this background description, Chen Mo is not a takeaway boy, but a recluse artist, main focus, abstract soul painter whose family has fallen on hard times but is talented and unwilling to be mediocre. He and Ms. Lingqing are childhood sweethearts and have known each other since childhood, but due to some force majeure reasons, for example, Chen Mo's parents died and he went far away to pursue his artistic dream, and they lost contact during that time. They have not seen each other for many years. This reunion was purely fate's arrangement. The two quickly rekindled their love, and when their love reached its peak, they decided to fulfill their childhood joke-like marriage agreement. The manual also includes standard questions and answers for various scenarios, such as: Question: Mr. Chen, how did you win the heart of Mr. Ling? Standard answer: sincere feelings never need to be deliberately impressed, everything is destined. My love for Qin Xian is like my pursuit of art, pure and passionate. Chen Mo, you. Question: Mr. Ling, people outside say that Mr. Chen is marrying above his station. What do you think? Standard answer used by Lingqing: love has nothing to do with status. I admire Mr. Chen Mo's talent and character. In my eyes, he is the best. Chen Mo, can she really say this? Question: Mr. Chen, what are your future career plans? Will you join the Ling group? Standard answer: art is my life. I have no plans to enter the business world for now, but if Qin Xian needs me, I will be her strongest support. Chen Mo's mouth twitched as he watched. This script was too outrageous. Childhood sweethearts? Still a reclusive artist? He has barely touched a brush before, and I guess even a dog would shake his head when seeing the things he draws. However, this also indirectly shows that Lingqing has taken great pains to deal with the outside world. It seems that this icy CEO is not so out of touch with the world. At least he knows how to make up a decent story. Chen Mo closed the folder, and his understanding of Lingqing deepened. She suddenly came to him and signed this agreement. I'm afraid there must be some unknown difficulties and pressures behind it. He read the script carefully several times, trying hard to memorize the corny lines. After all, if you take money from others and do things for them, you still need to have professional qualities. At 6:50 in the evening, Chen Mo changed into a brand new high-end casual suit in the dressing room. He himself didn't even know there was such a suit. After putting it on, his whole temperament improved a lot, and the young man in the mirror looked tall and handsome. He practiced his affectionate look in front of the mirror several times. Although he felt embarrassed, he still gritted his teeth and prepared to deal with his nominal fiancée. The main dining room was as luxurious as any he had ever seen. The long mahogany dining table was covered with a white tablecloth, and the exquisite silver tableware sparkled under the crystal chandelier. Lingqing was already sitting in the main seat. She had changed into a black silk dress, which made her skin look even whiter. Her expression was still cold, but with an indescribable dignity and elegance. When she saw Chen Mo come in, she just glanced at him calmly without saying anything. Chen Mo followed Uncle Fu's instructions and sat down opposite her. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little depressing. Qin Xian, thank you for the flowers today. These are flowers I gave you. Chen. Mo tried to break the awkwardness, but he almost bit his tongue when he opened his mouth and said, the flowers I gave you instead of the flowers you gave me. Lingqing raised her eyes, and a very faint smile seemed to flash across her phoenix eyes, but it was so quick that it was impossible to catch. She just responded softly. Soon, the servants began to serve the dishes one after another. The dishes are exquisite and sophisticated, a combination of Chinese and Western cuisine, and each one is like a work of art. It was also Chen Mo's first time to have a dinner of this size. Although he was a little nervous, he still enjoyed the meal with gusto, adhering to the principle of no waste. Have you read that document? Lingqing put down her knife and fork, wiped the corners of her mouth gently with a napkin, and asked. I saw it. I saw it. Chen Mo nodded quickly. It's well written, and very touching. I almost believe that we are childhood sweethearts, he said half-jokingly. Lingqing's cold eyes fell on his face. You must remember the contents inside. I don't want to make mistakes in some unnecessary details. I understand. I understand. It's the self-cultivation of a professional actor. I understand. Chen Mo made an okay gesture but was muttering in his heart that this lady really had no sense of humor at all. Lingqing didn't seem to want to talk more about this topic, so she asked, what job did you do before? Here we go. Are we going to start acting? Or are you really just asking casually? Chen Mo quickly went through the standard answer in his mind, but when he spoke, he told the truth. I'm a delivery man, part-time. I study at Lingqing University, and I'm a junior in the Department of Architecture. He felt a little regretful after saying it, which was not in line with the character of a reclusive artist. Hearing this, Lingqing paused holding the wineglass, and looked at him with a look of scrutiny in her eyes. Department of Architecture? Chen Mo nodded reluctantly. Although I'm not very good at painting, but I'm still somewhat interested in building houses. He tried to salvage a little artistic vibe. Lingqing was silent for a moment, then said, Ling's group has a real estate company. If you are interested, you can come after graduation. No. Chen Mo waved his hands quickly. I am aware of my own professional level, so I won't cause trouble for you, Qingxian. I still prefer a freer life. He almost said again, delivering food is quite freeing. Lingqing looked at him deeply and did not continue the topic. The meal ended in a slightly subtle atmosphere. Chen Mo discovered that although this icy CEO was a man of few words and had a strong aura, he did not seem as difficult to get along with as he had imagined. At least she didn't get mad at herself for not answering according to the script. After dinner, Lingqing went straight to the study, apparently having some work to do. Chen Mo returned to his presidential suite and began to think about how to use the 500,000 yuan of pocket money on hand to give Lingqing something so that he could continue to test the system's rebate mechanism and improve his favorability. The effect of the rose is quite good. It directly increases the favorability by 2 points and also triggers 100 times critical strike. What should I give next time? Chen Mo stroked his chin and thought. She was drinking tea in the greenhouse just now. She seems to be a bit particular about tea? Or, she likes reading books. Why did you give her a rare book? Considering Lingqing's status and taste, anything too ordinary would definitely not work. But he couldn't afford anything too expensive now, and with a limit of 500,000, it was a bit stretched to buy anything top-notch. Got it. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. Uncle Fu said before that he would send me the young lady's personal phone number. I can ask Uncle Fu indirectly later if the young lady has anything she particularly likes or needs recently. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Giving gifts that touch the heart can increase favorability faster and may also bring more generous rebates. Chen Mo praised his own wit. Chapter 4: Late Night Warm Porridge and Unexpected Gains. Just as Chen Mo's plan took shape in his mind, his cell phone vibrated slightly. It was a text message from Uncle Fu. It contained only a string of numbers and a short sentence. Miss, please keep your number. Chen Mo looked at the string of numbers but didn't dial it immediately. He thought that calling Lingqing directly to ask her what she liked would seem too deliberate and abrupt. If this icy president was in a bad mood, he might even get rebuked. It would be better to find out from Uncle Fu first. After all, Uncle Fu has been in the Ling family for many years and must know Lingqing much better than herself, the airborne fiancée. He found Uncle Fu's number and dialed it. The phone rang a few times before it was connected, and Uncle Fu's calm and steady voice came through. Good evening, Mr. Chen. Good evening, Uncle Fu. I hope I didn't disturb your rest? Chen Mo asked politely. Mr. Chen, you are too polite. I usually don't rest at this time. What do you want? That's right, Uncle Fu. Chen Mo organized his words. I'm new here, and I don't know the rules for many things. I saw Qingxian, she seems to be very busy and under a lot of work pressure. I was thinking, can I do something for her to relax her, or if there is something she particularly likes, I can show my appreciation. He spoke somewhat implicitly, trying not to appear like a bootlicker who only knew how to give gifts. Uncle Fu on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds before he slowly spoke. Mr. Chen is very thoughtful. Miss. Actually, she doesn't need anything. She may not take an ordinary gift seriously. Chen Mo understood in his heart that this was pretty much as he had expected. It seemed that it would be unlikely to get the gift list directly from Uncle Fu. Just as he was about to say a few polite words to end the call, Uncle Fu added, however, the young lady has been very busy recently for an overseas merger and acquisition case. She often works in the study until late at night and has irregular meals. Sometimes she even just eats a simple meal in the study. Her stomach has never been very good. This sentence was like lighting up a light bulb in Chen Mo's mind. Working late at night, irregular meals, bad stomach, these keywords are quickly combined. She may not care about expensive gifts, but a thoughtful care, especially when she is tired, may have a surprisingly good effect.
I understand. Thank you, Uncle Fu, for the reminder. Chen Mo said sincerely. You're welcome, Mr. Chen. If there's nothing else, I won't bother you.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo paced around the room for a few steps. Fu Bo's words are undoubtedly an important clue. Instead of spending a lot of time and effort to choose those flashy luxury goods, it is better to make something practical that can make her feel warm. He recalled that when he was a child, he was sick and had no appetite, and his mother would always cook a pot of fragrant millet porridge. After eating a bowl of warm rice porridge, he felt comfortable all over.
Millet porridge nourishes the stomach and is easy to make. That's it. Chen Mo made up his mind.
Although his cooking skills are not very good, making porridge should not be a problem for him.
I glanced at the time and it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. He guessed that Lingqing should still be busy in the study. Relying on his memory, Chen Mo tiptoed to the kitchen on the first floor.
The kitchen in the villa is extremely large, and is fully equipped with all kinds of kitchen utensils, which are so shiny that they can reflect light. A young man in chef's uniform was tidying the table. He seemed to be the night chef of the villa. When he saw Chen Mo coming in, he showed a surprised expression.
Mr. Chen? Is there anything you need? If you want a midnight snack, I can prepare it for you right away.
The chef asked somewhat reservedly.
Don't bother, I want to make something myself. Chen Mo waved his hand and said with a smile. Excuse me, are there millet and red dates in the kitchen?
Although the chef was puzzled, he quickly found millet and a bag of high-quality red dates from the storage cabinet.
Chen Mo thanked him and started making his loving midnight snack.
Wash the rice, add water, and cut a few red dates.
Although the process was simple, Chen Mo did it very seriously.
He had no talent for cooking and could only rely on his memory of his mother's methods, carefully controlling the heat and stirring with a spoon from time to time to prevent the pot from burning. About half an hour later, a faint aroma of rice mixed with the sweetness of red dates filled the kitchen.
A pot of millet and red date porridge with golden color and tempting aroma is finally ready.
Chen Mo filled a small bowl, looked at the porridge with just the right thickness and rice grains, and nodded with satisfaction. Although the appearance may not be as good as that of a chef, the thought behind it is valuable.
He carried the tray and came to the door of the study on the second floor.
A soft light shone through the crack of the study door. It was quiet inside, with only the occasional sound of light typing on a keyboard.
Chen Mo took a deep breath and knocked on the door nervously.
Enter. Lingqing's voice came from inside, still cold but with a hint of fatigue. Chen Mo pushed open the door and saw Lingqing sitting behind a large desk, wearing a pair of rimless glasses and looking intently at the computer screen.
Hearing the noise, she looked up and saw Chen Mo holding a tray.
A hint of obvious surprise flashed in her cold phoenix eyes.
It's so late, is there something wrong?
She frowned slightly, as if she was not used to being disturbed at this time.
Xingxian, I saw that you were working very hard, so I just made some porridge. I thought you must be hungry, and it would be good for your stomach.
Chen Mo said somewhat unnaturally, placing the tray gently on the corner of her desk. Lingqing's gaze moved from the computer screen to the bowl of steaming millet porridge, and then looked at Chen Mo's slightly embarrassed expression with a complicated look in her eyes.
How long had it been since someone brought her a bowl of homemade hot porridge when she was working late at night?
It seemed like a long time ago, so long ago that she almost forgot the feeling. She didn't speak immediately, and for a while, only the faint aroma of rice porridge was floating in the study. Just when Chen Mo thought she would refuse, or say a few polite words to get rid of him, Lingqing slowly took off her glasses, rubbed her tired brows, and then reached out to take the bowl of porridge.
Thanks.
Her voice was still light, but it seemed to be slightly softer than usual.
Chen Mo felt relieved. It seemed that his bet was right.
Lingqing picked up the spoon, gently scooped a spoonful of porridge, blew on it, and put it into her mouth. The softness of millet, the slight sweetness of red dates, and the perfect temperature slide down the esophagus into the stomach, bringing a long-lost warmth and comfort. She ate slowly without saying a word, but her frown seemed to relax a little. And at the moment when Lingqing took the first mouthful of porridge, the system prompt sound rang happily again in Chen Mo's mind.
Bite.
The host successfully prepared a loving midnight snack of red date millet porridge for Lingqing, which effectively relieved her physical fatigue and had a beneficial conditioning effect on her gastrointestinal function. The host's behavior is detected to be full of care and sincerity, triggering a special reward. Health recipe collection elementary. The host's cooking skills are slightly improved current level, entry level.
Lingqing favorability, 8-3 approval.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold rebate, a cash reward of 1 million yuan.
It has been automatically deposited into the system wallet. Chen Mo. 1 million. Another million.
And the favorability level soared by 5 points. From slightly improved to recognized. It also comes with a health recipe book and cooking skills.
This is simply a huge profit. He suppressed his inner ecstasy and tried to keep a calm face.
Watching Lingqing finish a bowl of porridge in small sips, her face seemed to be a little rosier than before.
It tastes not bad.
Lingqing put down the empty bowl, wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin, and looked at Chen Mo with eyes that were no longer as cold and distant as before, but with a hint of inquiry.
What made you think of making porridge?
I heard from Uncle Fu that you've been busy with work recently, and your meals have been irregular, so your stomach isn't very good.
Millet porridge is good for the stomach, so I tried making it. Chen Mo spoke the truth with a sincere smile. Lingqing looked at him quietly for a few seconds and nodded. You are thoughtful.
It's getting late, you should go to bed early.
Okay, then don't stay too late and take care of yourself. Chen Mo put away the tray and prepared to leave tactfully. When he reached the door, Lingqing's voice came again, Chen Mo. Chen Mo turned around,
The porridge is delicious. After Lingqing finished speaking, she put on her glasses again and turned her attention back to the computer screen. However, the very faint, almost invisible curve at the corner of her mouth did not escape Chen Mo's eyes. Chen Mo felt warm in his heart, nodded with a smile, and gently closed the door of the study. Back in his room, Chen Mo could no longer suppress his inner excitement and waved his fist fiercely. 1 million cash was deposited, and the system wallet balance reached 1.5 million. His favorability also increased to 3. More importantly, he seemed to have found the right way to get along peacefully with this icy CEO, and even improve their relationship sincerity for sincerity. It seems that this marriage by arrangement is not so difficult to endure.
Chen Mo looked at the night outside the window, full of expectations for the future. Chapter 5: The feeding plan and the surprise in the early morning.
After calming down from his excitement, the first thing Chen Mo did was to open the system interface and carefully study the health recipe book elementary that he had accidentally obtained. The recipe was imprinted directly in his mind, like a virtual book that he could flip through with just a thought. It records dozens of recipes for home-cooked health-preserving porridge, soups, and medicinal foods, with pictures and texts, clear steps, and even the nutritional value of each ingredient and the people it is suitable for.
What a good thing! Chen Mo's eyes lit up.
This is simply a strategy to conquer Lingqing's secret book tailor-made for him. Since this icy president has a bad stomach and is busy with work, I can make various healthy meals for her in the future and continue to feed her.
Wouldn't her favorability increase rapidly?
Moreover, the system prompted that his cooking skills had been upgraded to entry level, which meant that at least he would not make a mess in the kitchen anymore. Although it's just an introduction, it should be no problem to make something simple with this recipe.
Have a good night's sleep.
Perhaps because there was a huge sum of 1.5 million in his account, or perhaps because he had a clearer plan for the future, Chen Mo slept particularly soundly.
The next morning, Chen Mo woke up at daybreak. He glanced at the time. It was only 6 in the morning. Lingqing's usual breakfast time is 7:30, Uncle Fu mentioned it before. If you have enough time, you can try making breakfast.
Chen Mo got up from the bed, washed up simply, and then sneaked into the kitchen of the villa again with great interest. The kitchen was exceptionally quiet in the early morning, with only the slight hum of the food storage cabinet. The night chef last night had already gone off work, and a female chef who looked to be around 50 years old, slightly plump and with a kind face was preparing something. Seeing Chen Mo coming in, the female chef was obviously a little surprised, but she soon showed a professional smile. Good morning, Mr. Chen.
Do you need breakfast?
Today's breakfast includes shrimp porridge, sandwiches and...
Good morning, Aunt Wang. Chen Mo interrupted her with a smile. He had roughly learned the names of the main servants in the villa from Uncle Fu. I want to make some breakfast myself. Is that convenient?
Aunt Wang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Of course it's convenient.
What do you want to cook, Mr. Chen? What ingredients do you need? Just tell me.
She was obviously more knowledgeable than the young chef last night and was more accepting of the special behavior of this son-in-law.
Thank you, Aunt Wang.
I want to make some yam and poria cake, and a bowl of lily and lotus seed porridge.
Do you have the ingredients?
In his mind, Chen Mo quickly selected 2 breakfasts from the healthy food recipe collection that looked not too complicated and were relatively light and good for the stomach.
Yam and poria cocos cake? Lily and lotus seed porridge?
A hint of surprise flashed in Aunt Wang's eyes. These 2 things were not what ordinary people would make for breakfast, especially the former, which was quite particular. We have all the materials, all fresh.
Mr. Chen, have you learned this before?
Well, a little bit. Chen Mo said vaguely. It's impossible to say that he learned and applied the recipes given by the system immediately. Aunt Wang didn't ask any questions and quickly helped Chen Mo find all the ingredients including yam, poria powder, glutinous rice flour, lily, lotus seeds, etc. She also considerately helped him remove the lotus seed cores. With the experience of making porridge last night, coupled with entry-level cooking skills and detailed recipe instructions, Chen Mo seemed much more organized this time. Peel the yam, steam it and mash it into paste. Mix poria powder and glutinous rice flour in proportion. Add yam paste and appropriate amount of sugar. Although the movements are still a little unfamiliar, every step is done very carefully. The porridge was simmered slowly over low heat, and the fragrance of the lily gradually emanated. Aunt Wang was watching from the side, and the more she watched, the more frightened she became. Although Mr. Chen's movements were a bit clumsy, his steps were not messy at all and he handled the ingredients in a methodical manner. He did not look like a novice at all. She couldn't help but nod secretly. It seemed that the young lady's vision was indeed unique. More than an hour later, when Chen Mo placed a few neatly cut pieces of yam and poria cocos cake with a faint fragrance on an exquisite white porcelain plate, and served it with a small bowl of crystal clear lily and lotus seed porridge, even he himself could hardly believe that this was made by his own hands.
Looks not bad? Chen Mo asked Aunt Wang beside him with some uncertainty.
More than good, Mr. Chen, your craftsmanship is even better than those made in other pastry shops.
Aunt Wang praised sincerely. She really thought the pastry was well made, refreshing and elegant, and very appetizing at first glance.
With the recognition from professionals, Chen Mo's confidence increased greatly. He put breakfast on the tray and prepared to send it to Lingqing. At 7:30, Lingqing appeared in the restaurant on time. She changed into a neat light gray professional suit today, with her long hair neatly tied behind her head.
She still had that cold and aloof look that kept strangers away.
But when she saw that in addition to the Western breakfast prepared by Uncle Fu, there was also a plate of exquisite Chinese pastries and a bowl of steaming porridge on the dining table, she paused slightly.
Chen Mo was standing beside the dining table, looking a little nervous. "Morning, Qingxian."
He took the initiative to say hello, trying to make his smile look natural. "I just made some Chinese breakfast, you can try it and see if it suits your taste." Lingqing's gaze lingered on the yam and poria cocos cake and the lily and lotus seed porridge for a few seconds, and a barely perceptible strangeness flashed across her cold phoenix eyes. She did not sit down immediately, but looked at Uncle Fu beside her.
Uncle Fu nodded slightly to her, indicating that it was indeed Chen Mo who did it.
She then walked to the dining table and sat down, picked up the chopsticks, picked up a small piece of yam and poria cocos cake, and tasted it in a small bite. The pastry is soft and glutinous, with moderate sweetness, and has the unique fragrance of yam and poria cocos, and a very delicate taste.
Chen Mo held his breath, waiting for her comment.
Lingqing didn't say anything, picked up the spoon again and tasted the lily and lotus seed porridge. The porridge was cooked to perfect temperature, the lilies were soft and rotten, the lotus seeds were glutinous, and it had a light sweetness that slid into the stomach warmly, feeling very comfortable. She remained silent, but then she put down her usual toast and coffee and slowly finished the small plate of yam and poria cocos cake and the bowl of lily and lotus seed porridge.
Chen Mo finally felt relieved.
It seemed that his feeding plan had achieved another small success. At this moment, the system prompt sounded as expected. Bite. The host successfully prepared a loving breakfast of yam and tukaho cake and lily and lotus seed porridge for Lingqing, which effectively improved her morning appetite and had a gentle nourishing effect on the spleen and stomach.
Lingqing's favorability, 3-1 initial acceptance.
Congratulations to the host for receiving double rebates, a cash reward of 200,000 yuan.
It has been automatically deposited into the system wallet.
Although the rebate amount this time is not as high as the $1 million sum last night, it is only 200,000, and it is a double rebate instead of 10 times, but the favorability has increased by 2 points again, becoming 1 initial acceptance. This means that Lingqing's attitude towards him has risen from simply approving some of his behaviors to a certain degree of acceptance of him as a person. This is a huge improvement.
Chen Mo was secretly delighted.
It seemed that his continued care and food offensive had a significant effect.
Good craftsmanship.
Lingqing put down her bowl and chopsticks, wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin, and finally spoke her comment. Her tone was still flat, but compared to her previous thriftiness with words, this was already a rare compliment.
As long as you like it. Chen Mo responded with a smile. You won't have to bother with that in the future.
Lingqing paused and added, there's a chef at home. Chen Mo knew that she was being polite, or that she was not used to receiving such care from others, so he smiled and said, it's okay. I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll just cultivate some interest in life.
Lingqing glanced at him, said nothing more, and stood up to go to the company.
By the way, she suddenly stopped at the door of the restaurant and turned back to say to Chen Mo, there is a charity dinner tomorrow night.
You will accompany me. Uncle Fu will prepare a dress for you. He will explain the details to you.
After saying that, she left the villa in her high heels, surrounded by a group of bodyguards.
Chen Mo stood there, raising his eyebrows slightly. Charity dinner? They were going to start fulfilling their engagement obligations and play the role of a loving engaged couple so soon?
This is both a challenge and an opportunity for him.
I wonder what kind of surprises the system will bring him in that situation.
Chapter 6, First Time in Vanity Fair, Tailor-Made Suits and the Prelude to a Dinner Party. After Lingqing left, Chen Mo stood in the restaurant for a while, digesting the sudden arrangement of the charity dinner. For him, this was undoubtedly a new field. When delivering food in the past, let alone attending this level of dinner, even passing by the entrance of those 5-star hotels, he would subconsciously speed up his pace. It seems that this top-level gigolo is not so good, and I have to work part-time as a flower protector and social face. Chen Mo muttered in his heart, but the corners of his mouth raised involuntarily. Challenges are challenges, but he will not miss this opportunity to observe the upper class up close and get system rewards. While he was thinking, Uncle Fu had already taken care of sending Lingqing away. He walked over slowly with his usual gentle smile on his face. Mr. Chen, the lady has already instructed that you should accompany her to the charity dinner tomorrow night.
Yes, Uncle Fu.
It's just that. I'm not very familiar with these occasions.
Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Chen Mo asked frankly. Instead of pretending to know something, it's better to directly ask this experienced old butler.
Uncle Fu nodded approvingly. Mr. Chen, you asked this question, which shows that you attach great importance to it. The dinner party tomorrow night is an annual fundraising party hosted by the Shanghai Charity Foundation.
It will be held at the Hyatt Hotel in the city center.
By then, the city's business celebrities, politicians and some stars in the entertainment industry will attend. As the president of Ling's group, Miss is naturally an important invited guest.
Chen Mo listened and roughly understood the significance of this dinner.
This was not just an ordinary social event, but also a stage to showcase the image of the Ling group and his and Lingqing's engaged couple relationship. You and the young lady are here together to represent the reputation of the Ling family, so you need to dress formally. Uncle Fu continued, I have contacted the chief tailor of Hanhua, the best custom suit shop in the city. They will send someone to your home this afternoon to measure your body and make sure that the suit for tomorrow night fits you properly.
Hanhua?
Chen Mo had no idea about this name, but it sounded very advanced.
Yes, Hanhua is a top men's clothing brand with a century-old history. Many politicians and businessmen are their customers.
Uncle Fu explained, and then added, in addition, I will compile a brief explanation for you later on some basic etiquette at the dinner party, such as toasts, conversation taboos, etc.
You don't have to be too nervous. With your intelligence, I believe you will be able to adapt quickly.
Thank you so much, Uncle Fu, you really helped me a lot.
Chen Mo said sincerely.
With such a thoughtful military advisor like Uncle Fu, he really felt at ease. At 2 p.m., Hanno's chief tailor arrived at the villa with 2 assistants. The leader was an Italian gentleman in his 50s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with a refined temperament. According to Fu Bo, his name was Mario, and he was the soul of Hanno. Under the guidance of Uncle Fu, Chen Mo stood in front of the floor-length mirror and let Mario and his assistants gesture and measure him. Various professional terms flowed out of Mario's mouth, and the assistants quickly recorded the data.
Although Chen Mo didn't understand much, he could feel the other party's professionalism and meticulousness.
Mr. Chen has very good body proportions, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, a very standard clothes rack. Mario praised in Chinese with a slight accent, it is a pleasure to design a dress for a guest like you.
Chen Mo smiled embarrassedly, Mr. Mario, you're too kind. He thought to himself, he used to deliver food in the wind and sun, and he had a good figure, but he didn't expect there was such added value. After the measurements were taken, Mario took out several thick fabric and style books for Chen Mo to choose from. Faced with the dazzling array of top-quality fabrics in various classic and fashionable dress styles, Chen Mo was a little dazzled. He subconsciously looked at Uncle Fu, who smiled and indicated that he could make his own decision, but also gave some timely suggestions, such as choosing a dark color that was steady but stylish according to the nature of the dinner and Lingqing's identity, and the style was preferably a classic one. Finally, Chen Mo chose a midnight blue single-breasted classic dress made of top-grade wool blended silk with a faint sheen. Mario said they would expedite the production and ensure it was delivered before tomorrow night. After seeing off the tailor and his group, Chen Mo returned to his room. The dinner notes sent by Uncle Fu were already on the desk. He read them carefully and had a preliminary understanding of the process and some social etiquette for tomorrow night. By the way, Uncle Fu, Chen Mo suddenly thought of a question, and chased downstairs to stop Uncle Fu who was about to leave. For an occasion like this tomorrow night, should I prepare something for Qingxian? For example, flowers or something? He remembered his system. In such a public occasion, if he could give some appropriate gifts, maybe he could trigger rebates and favorability. Hearing this, Uncle Fu's eyes flashed with relief. It is very rare that Mr. Chen can think of this. However, it is not convenient to carry a large bouquet of flowers for a dinner party. If you are interested, you can prepare an exquisite brooch or a small wrist flower as an embellishment. The young lady actually doesn't care too much about these material things, as long as the thought is there. A brooch or a wrist flower? I see. Chen Mo nodded, thinking that this was a good idea that could express one's feelings without appearing too ostentatious. Nothing happened that night. The next evening, Chen Mo's long-awaited custom-made dress was delivered on time. When he put on the well-tailored, first-class midnight blue dress and stood in front of the mirror, he was surprised. The person in the mirror had an upright posture and a calm temperament, which was completely different from the former delivery-man. It is true that clothes make the man. System, is there any recommendation for small accessories suitable for giving to Lingqing at the dinner party that can both express my feelings and trigger a high rebate? Chen Mo asked silently in his heart. Ding! The host's needs have been detected. The newbie recommendation area of the system mall has been updated. The recommended item is the Star and Moon Series Sapphire Brooch, which is worth 58,888 yuan. It is expected to increase the favorability by 1-3 points and has a high probability of triggering a 5-10 times rebate. Chen Mo took a look at the price and took a deep breath. 58,888. This was more than his previous annual income as a food delivery man. However, thinking of the 1.7 million balance in the system wallet, as well as the potential high rebate and favorability, he gritted his teeth. Buy! The Star and Moon Shine Together Sapphire Brooch has been purchased successfully, costing 58,888 yuan, and has been stored in the system inventory. The host can take it out at any time. Chen Mo's mind moved, and an exquisite velvet box appeared in his hand. When he opened it, he saw an elegantly designed star moon brooch with a deep sapphire surrounded by diamonds lying quietly inside, flickering faintly, which was quite consistent with the color of his dress tonight. Not bad, I hope Qingxian will like it. Chen Mo put away the brooch, took a deep breath, adjusted his bow tie, and walked out of the room. When she came to the living room downstairs, Lingqing was already waiting there. She chose an ice blue off-shoulder dress tonight, with tiny silver sequins dotted on the hem, as if she was wearing the stars on her body. The exquisite makeup made her already beautiful features even more bright and charming. Her long hair, which was usually tied up, was softly draped over her shoulders, which made her look less fierce than a career woman and more noble and cold. Even though Chen Mo was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but hold his breath when he saw Lingqing in her gorgeous attire. This cold female CEO, when she dressed up seriously, was so beautiful that she could bring disaster to the country and the people. Lingqing's eyes also fell on Chen Mo. When she saw the brand new Chen Mo, a rare and barely perceptible surprise and admiration flashed across her cold phoenix eyes. This dress really made Chen Mo look majestic, and standing next to her, they were a perfect match. Are you ready? Lingqing's voice was still light, but it seemed to be less cold than before. Yeah. Chen Mo nodded, walked up to her, took out the velvet box from his pocket, and gently opened it. This is for you. I think it goes well with your dress tonight. Lingqing was slightly startled when she saw the exquisite sapphire brooch. The design and color of the brooch really matched her dress. You are so thoughtful. She did not refuse,
but stretched out her hand, indicating that Chen Mo could put it on for her. Chen Mo carefully picked up the brooch and pinned it on the left shoulder of her dress. The two were very close, and he could smell a faint, cool fragrance coming from her, like the first clear day after the snow. Bite. The host successfully gave Lingqing the star and moonshine together sapphire brooch, and Lingqing's mood improved slightly. Lingqing favorability, 1-0 neutral. Congratulations to the host for triggering the 8-fold rebate. Reward cash of 471,104 yuan. Automatically deposited into the system wallet. Chen Mo was delighted. His favorability finally changed from negative to 0. He reached the neutral state. He also triggered an 8-fold rebate, making a net profit of more than 400,000. This wave was not a loss. It looks very beautiful. Lingqing looked at the unique brooch on her chest, and the corners of her mouth seemed to raise a slight arc. Although it was fleeting, it was still captured by Chen Mo. It's getting late, let's go, she said, heading for the door first. Chen Mo smiled and followed. Tonight's charity dinner seemed to be more interesting than he had imagined. Chapter 7, Spotlight and Undercurrents. Night falls and the lights come on. A black extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped smoothly in front of the gilded gate of the Hyatt Hotel. A long red carpet had already been laid outside the hotel, and both sides were crowded with reporters holding cameras and some fans who had come after hearing the news. The flashlights illuminated the entrance as bright as day. The car door was respectfully opened by the waiter, and Lingqing walked out first. The ice blue dress sparkled under the spotlight, and the stars and moon sapphire brooch on her chest was the finishing touch, attracting countless cameras. She had a cold look and an aura that kept strangers away, but she was breathtakingly beautiful. As soon as she appeared, she attracted a burst of low exclamations and more frequent shudder sounds. It's Mr. Ling from Ling Group. Oh my god, Lingqing is even more beautiful in person than in the photo. Who's that man next to her? I've never seen him before. Following closely, Chen Mo walked out from the other door. The midnight blue custom-made suit made him look tall and straight, and although his face still showed a trace of nervousness as he was new to such an occasion, his eyes were calm and he was not frightened by the scene before him. He naturally stretched out his hand, and Lingqing also tacitly placed her slender hand in a silk glove on his arm. This intimate gesture undoubtedly dropped like a bombshell into the crowd. The reporters were like sharks that had smelled blood. Their cameras were all aimed at Chen Mo, trying to capture any information from his face. Boss Ling, is this gentleman next to you your new assistant? Ms. Ling, there are rumors that you are engaged. Is that true? Is this gentleman your fiancé? Sharp questions came one after another, and the flashlights made it difficult for Chen Mo to open his eyes. He subconsciously wanted to block it, but Lingqing just looked straight at him, maintained an elegant pace, and led him calmly across the red carpet, ignoring all the questions. Chen Mo also quickly calmed down, imitating Lingqing's behavior, putting on a decent smile on his face, trying his best to make himself look less like a bumpkin. He could feel that Lingqing was holding his arm, seemingly casually, but in fact giving him an invisible support. Entering the banquet hall, the scene before our eyes is even more luxurious. The huge crystal chandelier emits brilliant light, and melodious classical music flows in the air. The hall was filled with fragrant women and clinking glasses, and everywhere were men and women dressed in fancy clothes. They behaved elegantly, talked and laughed cheerfully, and their every move revealed an aura of wealth and nobility. This is the so-called upper class. Chen Mo sighed secretly in his heart. He noticed that almost the moment they stepped into the banquet hall, countless eyes were cast at them, some curious, some probing, and some not so friendly. As one of the youngest, most beautiful and richest female CEOs in the city, Lingqing has always been the focus of various banquets. And today, there was suddenly a strange male companion beside her, which naturally attracted more attention and speculation. Xingxian, you are finally here. Everyone is waiting for you. A hearty voice came, and a handsome man in his 30s, wearing a burgundy velvet suit and with neatly combed hair, came up with a glass of wine and a smile on his face. The man walked straight to Lingqing, glanced at Chen Mo inconspicuously, with a hint of imperceptible provocation, and then said to Lingqing, "Who is this?" Su Mingzhi, one of the directors of the Shanghai Charity Foundation, is also the young master of the Su Group. Lingqing introduced it to Chen Mo in a low voice. Her tone was flat and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. Then she turned to Su Mingzhi and said calmly, "Director Su, this is my friend, Chen Mo." Friend? Su Mingzhi's smile froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. He stretched out his hand and smiled at Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, I've heard a lot about you.
I'm Su Mingzhi, Xingxuan's friend, and my friend as well.
Hello, Mr. Su. Chen Mo also stretched out his hand and shook it gently. He could feel the strength coming from the other person's hand, as well as the scrutiny and a hint of hostility hidden behind that smile. It seems that this young Master Su was more than just a friend to Lingqing.
Mr. Chen looks unfamiliar. I wonder where he works.
Su Mingzhi kept asking, as if he wanted to find out something from Chen Mo's background.
Chen Mo hasn't figured out how to answer yet. He can't just say that he's a delivery man, right?
At this moment, Lingqing suddenly spoke, her tone still cold, but with an unquestionable meaning. Director Su, I'm a little thirsty, can you help me get a glass of champagne?
The smile on Su Mingzhi's face froze again.
He didn't expect Lingqing to interrupt him so directly and send him away. But he still maintained his composure and said with a smile, of course, I'm happy to help.
Xingxian, please wait a moment.
After saying that, he turned and walked towards the waiter.
Thanks. Chen Mo whispered to Lingqing.
He knew that she was helping him out.
No need. There are always a lot of flies at this kind of occasion.
Lingqing said this lightly, her eyes sweeping across the banquet hall, as if hinting at something.
Chen Mo understood. It seems that this icy president has many suitors, or coveters. And his suddenly appearing fiancée will undoubtedly become the target of public criticism. Just as I was thinking about it, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding!
It is detected that the potential rival Su Mingzhi is hostile to the host and is trying to find out the host's background. Temporary mission released, deter the love rival. Task requirements, in this dinner, use a reasonable method to show the close relationship between the host and Lingqing, or show the host's own value, so that Su Mingzhi and other potential rivals will retreat. Task rewards, rewards of favorability, cash and random items depending on the degree of completion. Chen Mo was slightly stunned, then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Deter a love rival? This mission sounds interesting. It seems that tonight's banquet will not be very peaceful. He glanced at Su Mingzhi, who was walking back with a glass of champagne not far away, and then glanced at Lingqing, who was as cold as the moon beside him. He thought to himself, since the system has issued the task, don't blame me for borrowing the power of others and using the name of my fiancée to give a good performance. Su Mingzhi walked back with 2 glasses of clear yellow champagne in his hands, an impeccable smile still on his face. He first handed one of the glasses to Lingqing. Xingxian, your champagne. However, before Lingqing could reach out, a hand reached out from the side and naturally took the glass of champagne. Chen Mo took the wineglass, and with his other hand gently supported Lingqing's arm, and said softly, be careful, there are many people in the banquet hall. After saying that, he handed the champagne to Lingqing. Lingqing's gaze stayed on Chen Mo's face for a moment, then she took the champagne and nodded slightly. There was a tacit understanding between her movements that was imperceptible to others. She didn't look at Su Mingzhi, but just took a sip of champagne. The smile on Su Mingzhi's face froze almost instantly. Although he adjusted himself quickly, the displeasure deep in his eyes was clearly visible. Chen Mo's series of smooth movements were so natural that it seemed as if they had been together for a long time. That kind of intimacy and familiarity was something Su Mingzhi had never seen in Lingqing or other men.
Mr. Chen is so considerate to Xingxian.
Su Mingzhi said this with a forced smile, his tone carrying a hint of sourness and temptation. Chen Mo turned to look at him with a perfect smile on his face. Mr. Su, you are too polite. It is my duty to take good care of Xingxian. He deliberately emphasized the words take good care of Xingxian. His tone was flat, but with an unquestionable sense of belonging. As soon as these words came out, not only did Su Mingzhi's face change slightly, but some of the guests around who were paying close attention to the side could not help but exchange a few meaningful glances. The meaning of this sentence is more than just friend. Lingqing seemed not to hear the undercurrent between them. She turned her gaze to the other side of the banquet hall, where several older business seniors seemed to be signaling to her. Chen Mo, accompany me to say hello to some elders. Lingqing spoke, her voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by Chen Mo and Su Mingzhi. Good. Chen Mo responded and naturally bent his empty arm slightly, motioning Lingqing to take it. Lingqing also put her hand on his without hesitation, and the two of them walked towards the crowd in an intimate manner. Su Mingzhi stood there, holding his untouched glass of champagne, watching the two people walk away together. For the first time, his handsome face couldn't hold back his professional smile, and his eyes were so gloomy that water almost dripped out of them. Chen Mo. He whispered the name, as if to engrave it in his heart.
Mr. Su, who is the person next to Mr. Ling? I've never seen him before.
A rich second-generation man who was familiar with Su Mingzhi came over and asked curiously. Su Mingzhi took a deep breath and returned to his usual gentle and elegant self. I'm not sure, but it is said that he is a friend of President Ling. He would not easily express his speculation and dissatisfaction, but in his heart he had already listed Chen Mo as the #1 target of vigilance. On the other side, Chen Mo accompanied Lingqing as they shuttled among the guests. Lingqing obviously has a wide network of contacts. People keep coming up to her to talk to her, including business tycoons, political dignitaries, and some well-known artists. Whenever someone curiously asked about Chen Mo's identity, Lingqing would introduce him as my fiancé, Chen Mo, in a calm but unquestionable tone.
As soon as the word fiancé comes out, almost everyone's expression will become very interesting. There was surprise, disbelief, and sudden enlightenment.
The look cast at Chen Mo was even more complicated, full of inquiry, scrutiny, and even some subtle jealousy.
Chen Mo always maintained a decent smile, didn't talk much, and wasn't rude.
He knew that at this moment he represented not only himself, but also Lingqing's choice and the reputation of the Ling family. Faced with those overt or covert scrutiny, he remained calm and composed. Occasionally, when someone asked about his occupation or family background, Lingqing would always change the subject appropriately or give some ambiguous answers, not giving the other party a chance to delve deeper.
Chapter 8, Part of the Deep Sea, Auction Game and Favorability Advancement. Ding!
The host successfully maintained the image of an engaged couple with Lingqing in public, creating a preliminary psychological deterrent to Su Mingzhi. Completion rate of temporary mission, deter the love rival, 20%.
Reward, 200,000 yuan in cash. Lingqing's favorability plus 1 current favorability, 1. The system prompt sound made Chen Mo happy.
Not only did the mission progress and the cash reward come in, but more importantly, Lingqing's favorability increased a little. Although it was only a little, it meant that his performance was recognized by her.
He secretly glanced at Lingqing beside him. She still looked cool and indifferent.
But Chen Mo felt that the frost in her eyes seemed to have melted a little. At least, when standing side by side with him, the initial alienation and resistance were gone. After a round of socializing, Lingqing took Chen Mo to a relatively quiet corner to rest.
How do you feel? Are you used to it?
Lingqing picked up the juice brought by the waiter, took a sip, and rarely took the initiative to ask Chen Mo.
Okay, it's a little more complicated than I thought. Chen Mo told the truth.
But with you here, it doesn't feel so hard to handle. His words were half compliment and half sincerity. If it weren't for Lingqing's aura and clever protection, he would have been exposed long ago. Lingqing raised the corner of her mouth slightly. You performed well, better than I expected.
Chen Mo felt very happy to receive the praise from the cold-hearted president.
It seems that this top-notch free food is not that hard to swallow.
That's right.
Chen Mo suddenly remembered something and lowered his voice and said, the way Su Mingzhi looked at me just now was not very friendly.
He should be considered your pursuer, right?
Lingqing frowned slightly, seeming a little impatient with this topic. The Su family and the Ling family have business dealings, and his father and my father are old acquaintances.
He himself is considered a difficult one. Difficult? Chen Mo raised his eyebrows. It seems that my identity as a fiancé will come in handy tonight.
There was a hint of teasing in his tone, as well as a hint of eagerness to try.
Since the system's mission is to intimidate the love rival, then of course Su Mingzhi cannot be let go.
At this moment, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly dimmed, and the spotlight shone on the small stage in the center. The host walked onto the stage gracefully and announced that the charity auction was about to begin. Lingqing put down the juice cup and said to Chen Mo, the highlight is about to begin. The Shanghai Foundation's charity auction has some very important items every year, and it is also a good opportunity for all parties to show their strength and love.
Chen Mo nodded and looked towards the stage.
He knew that such occasions were often when undercurrents were most intense. And he, as Lingqing's nominal fiancé, is probably bound to be dragged into this war without the smoke of gunpowder. He took a look at the 200,000 yuan that had just been added to the system account. Adding the more than 400,000 yuan in rebates from the brooch and the original balance, his small treasury was now of considerable size.
Perhaps he can also show his strength tonight?
The charity auction officially kicked off. The host spoke wittily and displayed the carefully selected items to the public. From famous paintings and calligraphy to antiques, from limited edition luxury goods to unique experience projects, each item aroused considerable interest among the guests on site. Most of the first few items were bought by some familiar entrepreneurs or celebrities, and the atmosphere was warm and orderly. Lingqing would occasionally exchange a few words with Chen Mo in a low voice, commenting on the value of the items or the background of the donors, allowing Chen Mo to have a more intuitive understanding of this circle. The following lot is a pair of sapphire earrings from the European royal family in the 19th century, named Heart of the Deep Sea. The host spoke in a high voice, and the details of the earrings were clearly displayed on the large screen behind him. They were a pair of earrings with elegant design and inlaid with deep blue sapphires the size of pigeon eggs, shining charmingly under the light. This pair of earrings is not only exquisitely crafted, but also carries a romantic love story. Starting price, 500,000. Chen Mo noticed that when the pair of earrings appeared, Lingqing's eyes lingered on them for a few seconds. Although she quickly looked away, Chen Mo still caught the slight pause. Like? Chen Mo moved closer to her and asked in a low voice. Lingqing was slightly startled, then shook her head. I just think the design is very unique. Her tone was flat, and no particular emotion could be heard. Chen Mo smiled, as he remembered the system's description: the gift you give her will depreciate, and the roses you gave her will turn into millions of emeralds. This pair of earrings is valuable in itself. If he buys them and gives them to Lingqing, he can make a small profit with a tenfold rebate and complete the system task at the same time. Why not do it? 600,000. Someone in the audience started bidding. 700,000, another voice followed closely. Suminger also raised his number plate at this time, with a confident smile on his face, 800,000. After he called the price, he deliberately glanced in Lingqing's direction, with a hint of anticipation and boasting in his eyes. Lingqing didn't even glance at him, still looking at the stage, as if Suminger's bidding had nothing to do with her. Chen Mo saw it and laughed in his heart. He cleared his throat, and under Suminger's smug gaze, he raised the number plate in his hand for the first time, 1 million. When the price was announced, there was a moment of silence in the venue. Many people looked towards Chen Mo, their eyes full of surprise and curiosity. After all, for a young man who was previously unknown and was introduced as Lingqing's friend or fiancé, it was indeed somewhat unexpected that he opened his mouth and asked for a million-level sum. Suminger's smile froze on his face. He obviously didn't expect Chen Mo to suddenly make a move, and the total amount was 200,000. He looked at Chen Mo with a hint of disdain and provocation in his eyes. 1,100,000. 1.5 million. Chen Mo raised the price again without hesitation, his tone calm, as if what he quoted was not a huge sum of money but an insignificant number. Lingqing finally turned her head and glanced at Chen Mo, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect Chen Mo to be so determined, and he didn't seem to care about the price. Suminger's face darkened completely. 1.5 million is already far more than the normal estimated value of this pair of earrings. He originally wanted to take a picture and give it to Lingqing, which would not only make the beautiful woman smile, but also show off his financial resources and his feelings for Lingqing. However, he did not expect that Chen Mo would appear halfway and repeatedly ruin his plans. Master Su, this. Someone nearby whispered to him, telling him not to act on impulse. Suminger took a deep breath. He knew that Chen Mo was deliberately targeting him. He sneered and raised the sign again, 1,600,000. He just didn't believe that a poor boy who came out of nowhere would have the confidence to challenge him. 2 million. Chen Mo's voice was still calm, but it was like a huge rock thrown into a lake, causing even greater waves in the whole place. Wow! There was a low exclamation of surprise from the guests. 2 million to buy a pair of earrings, although it is not a sky-high price for many wealthy people present, but it still seems a bit unusual to spend so much money on a friend or a fiancé with whom one has just established a relationship. Especially Chen Mo's nonchalant attitude made people look at him with admiration and become more curious about his true identity. Suminger's face turned pale and blue. 2 million was not something he could not afford, but it would be a bit stupid to pay such a high premium just to show his anger. More importantly, Chen Mo's confident look made him feel deeply frustrated and humiliated. 2 million once. 2 million twice. The host also became a little excited, looking back and forth between Chen Mo and Suminger. Suminger held the license plate tightly, but ultimately did not raise it again. He couldn't afford to lose face, but there was no need to spend so much money just to vent his anger. He could only glare at Chen Mo fiercely, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. 2 million 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to this gentleman. As the auction hammer fell, the pair of Heart of the Deep Sea sapphire earrings officially belonged to Chen Mo. Ding. The host successfully spent 2 million yuan to purchase the auction item Heart of the Deep Sea sapphire earrings, and designated it as a gift to the recipient Lingqing, triggering 10 times rebate. Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 million yuan in rebate. Deposited into the system account. Ding. The host beat his rival Su Mingzhi in the charity auction and successfully won the item that Lingqing might like, which greatly shocked his rival and demonstrated his financial resources and determination. Completion rate of temporary mission, deter the love rival, 60%. Reward, 1 million yuan in cash. Lingqing's favorability plus 3 current favorability, 4, a random item treasure box primary. A series of system prompts put Chen Mo in a good mood. Not only did he get his money back instantly, but he also made a net profit of 18 million. The progress of the mission was greatly improved, and Lingqing's favorability also increased by 3 points. This operation was a huge profit. He turned to look at Lingqing, only to see that she was looking at him quietly. There seemed to be some complex emotions in her cold eyes, including surprise, inquiry, and a hint of indescribable fluctuation. For you. Chen Mo smiled slightly and handed her the auction confirmation form he had just signed. I hope you like it. Lingqing was silent for a few seconds before she said softly, thank you. But, this is too expensive. She was not a materialistic woman, and the 2 million gift made her feel a little surprised and a little pressured. For you, it's worth it. Chen Mo stared into her eyes, his tone gentle but unquestionable. At this moment, he seemed to have really transformed into that affectionate young man from a wealthy family. Lingqing's heartstrings seemed to be gently plucked. She avoided Chen Mo's burning gaze and whispered, the auction is not over yet. Chen Mo knew that she didn't want to dwell on this issue too much, so he didn't say anything more. But he could feel that the atmosphere between the two seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. On the other side, Su Mingzhi's face had become extremely ugly. The few friends around him looked at each other, not daring to say anything more. Chen Mo's move was undoubtedly a slap in the face, making him lose all face. The auction continued, but many people's attention was focused on Chen Mo and Lingqing, and they were full of speculations about this Mr. Chen who suddenly appeared. Chapter 9, Title Auction, Double Victory of Financial Power and Love. The atmosphere of the auction reached a small climax because of Chen Mo's lavish spending just now. Everyone's eyes drifted towards Chen Mo and Lingqing from time to time, and they whispered about who this Mr. Chen who suddenly appeared was. Chen Mo appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart he was delighted by the huge rebate of 20 million and the surge in his popularity. Just then, he remembered that there was also a random item treasure box primary in the system rewards. System, open that random item treasure chest. Chen Mo muttered to himself. Ding. The primary random item treasure box has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill, Eye of Insight Primary. Eye of Insight Primary, the host can sense the target person's brief emotional states such as joy, anger, tension, curiosity, and interest levels such as interest, boredom, hostility towards the host, or the current event within a 10-meter range. The skill is automatically activated and does not require the host to actively cast it. Chen Mo's heart moved. This skill came at the right time. In such an environment where everyone is mixed and people's minds are unpredictable, being able to understand other people's emotions and interests is undoubtedly a huge help. He subconsciously directed the Eye of Insight towards Lingqing beside him. A few faint labels seemed to appear above Lingqing's head: emotion, calm with a hint of curiosity. Interest, Chen Mo's behavior medium, auction items low. Chen Mo understood. It seemed that his action just now had indeed aroused some interest of this cold-blooded president. And she didn't seem to be particularly interested in the auction items themselves. He glanced at Su Mingzhi not far away again. Su Mingzhi's label is emotions, anger, resentment, jealousy. Interests, towards Chen Mo highly hostile, towards Lingqing highly concerned. Oh, it really is a potential trouble. Chen Mo sneered in his heart and became more wary of Su Mingzhi. The auction continues. Although the next few items were also valuable, they did not cause as fierce competition as the Heart of the Deep Sea. Until the host introduced a special item, partial naming rights and groundbreaking guest qualification for the Xingguang Mountain Primary School Aid Project. Dear guests, Xinguang Mountain Primary School is one of the key support projects of our Xinghai Charity Foundation this year, aiming to provide better educational resources for children in remote mountainous areas. This auction is for part of the naming rights of the new teaching building of the primary school, as well as the precious qualification to serve as the ribbon-cutting guest at the groundbreaking ceremony of the teaching building. This is not only a loving contribution, but also a heavy social responsibility.
The starting price is 1 million.
As soon as this item was put on the market, many entrepreneurs in the venue showed interest. This kind of charity project can not only do public welfare, but also enhance the corporate image, killing two birds with one stone. Lingqing's eyes also condensed slightly, and Chen Mo sensed her label at the moment through that eye of insight, emotion, focus, approval. Interest to the project advanced. It seems that she cares a lot about this charity project.
Su Mingzhi obviously noticed Lingqing's reaction.
A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately raised the number plate, 1,200,000. He seemed to want to take this opportunity to save some face in front of Lingqing and show his love and social responsibility.
Mr. Su from the Su Group offered 1.2 million.
The Su Group has always been enthusiastic about charity, which is admirable. The host praised at the right time. Immediately, several other companies began bidding.
1,300,000. 1.5 million.
The price kept rising and soon broke through the 3 million mark.
Su Mingzhi never gave up.
Whenever someone made a bid, he would follow up without hesitation and increase the price by a large margin, looking like he was determined to win.
Chen Mo did not rush to take action. He observed Lingqing's expression.
Although she was interested in the project, she had no intention of bidding in person.
Perhaps, the Ling Group itself has other charitable channels and arrangements.
Finally, after Su Mingzhi shouted out the high price of 5 million, the venue became temporarily quiet. This price is quite high for the partial naming rights of an elementary school. Su Mingzhi showed a smug smile on his face. He looked at Lingqing with anticipation in his eyes, as if to say, Xing, look, I am the one who is truly capable, loving, and worthy of you. Chen Mo used that eye of insight to observe Lingqing and found that her label was emotion, calm.
Interest, behavior towards Su Mingzhi neutral, slightly positive.
Well, Su Mingzhi's performance did win him a little bit of positive reviews, but it was far from enough to surprise him.
5 million for once. Is there a higher price? The host began the countdown. Just when Su Mingzhi thought he had won the game and was ready to enjoy everyone's admiring gazes, a calm voice sounded again. 5.5 million. It's Chen Mo again. Everyone's attention was focused on Chen Mo again. If the previous bid for the Heart of the Deep Sea earrings was to make the beauty smile, then what is the purpose of bidding for the charity project this time? The smile on Su Mingzhi's face froze instantly.
He turned his head abruptly and looked at Chen Mo, his eyes full of disbelief and anger.
Is this guy deliberately going against him?
Chen Mo met Su Mingzhi's gaze, smiled slightly, and remained calm. Lingqing also looked at Chen Mo with some surprise. She didn't expect that Chen Mo would also be interested in this project. Her label became emotion, surprise, curiosity.
Interest, Chen Mo's behavior high. Mr. Chen has offered another 5.5 million.
It seems that Mr. Chen is also a philanthropist with great love and social responsibility.
The host also became a little excited.
It was a rare sight to see two young talents spending a huge amount of money on charity projects and perhaps beautiful women.
Su Mingzhi's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. 6 million.
He could never admit defeat in front of Chen Mo, especially when it came to things that Lingqing was concerned about.
6.5 million. Chen Mo raised the price calmly as always.
Veins on Su Mingzhi's forehead popped out, and he almost yelled, 7 million. The guests around sensed the tension and began to discuss among themselves in low voices.
Who is this Mr. Chen? Why is he so arrogant? Young Master Su is getting serious. It's going to be a good show.
Chen Mo did not immediately bid, but turned to look at Lingqing and asked softly, Xing, what do you think of this project?
If Ling's is interested in participating, I can bid for them. It will be a gift from me to Ling's and the children in the mountainous area.
When he said this, the whole audience was in an uproar.
Take a picture and send it to Ling's? What a big deal.
This is no longer a simple pursuit, it is simply using money to build a smooth road to Lingqing's heart. Lingqing was also slightly stunned by Chen Mo's words. She looked at Chen Mo deeply with a complicated look in her eyes. At this moment, Chen Mo's label in her eyes is emotion, touched, appreciated, a little confused. Interest, favorability towards Chen Mo significantly improved.
Ding. The host has shown extraordinary courage and sincerity towards Lingqing. Lingqing's favorability +5. Current favorability, 9.
Completion rate of temporary mission, deter the love rival, 80%.
The favorability increased by another 5 points. Chen Mo was overjoyed.
His trick of borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha was extremely effective. Lingqing was silent for a few seconds before she said softly, Ling's has its own charity plan. However, if you donate in your personal name, the children will receive your kindness. She did not directly accept this gift, but she did not reject Chen Mo's kindness either. Chen Mo understood what she meant, nodded, turned back to the stage, and said loudly to the host, 8 million.
I donated it in my personal name.
I hope the children can use the new teaching building as soon as possible.
8 million.
Su Mingzhi was completely dumbfounded. He originally thought that 7 million was the limit, but he didn't expect that Chen Mo not only followed suit, but also directly increased it to 8 million.
More importantly, he did it in his personal capacity.
This means that the money was paid out of Chen Mo's own pocket, rather than representing the Su Group's image project to a large extent as he did. Su Mingzhi opened his mouth, but no words came out. If he continues to follow, he will really become a sucker, and the meaning of this will be completely different.
8 million once. 8 million twice. 8 million 3 times. Deal. Congratulations, Mr. Chen Mo. The auction gavel fell heavily. Ding.
The host successfully spent 8 million yuan to bid for part of the naming rights and groundbreaking guest qualifications for the Xinguang Mountain Primary School Aid Project and announced that he would donate it in his personal name, triggering 10 times rebate. Congratulations to the host for receiving 80 million yuan in rebate,
deposited into the system account. Ding.
The host once again outshined his rival Su Mingzhi in the charity auction and made a huge donation in his own name, demonstrating his strong financial resources and noble character, which greatly improved his image in the hearts of Lingqing and the guests present.
Completion rate of temporary mission, deter the love rival, 100%. Mission completed. Task reward, 5 million yuan in cash. Lingqing's favorability +10, current favorability, 19. Skill, photographic memory elementary. Photographic memory elementary, the host's memory efficiency and accuracy are greatly improved when reading text or observing things. A series of system notification sounds almost made Chen Mo faint with joy. 80 million rebate. 5 million cash prize. The favorability level soared directly to 19 points. I also gained a practical skill of photographic memory. This wave of operations is simply amazing. The whole audience burst into thunderous applause. This time, they sincerely applauded Chen Mo's kindness and courage. Su Mingzhi sat aside with a gloomy face, completely reduced to a background board. Lingqing looked at Chen Mo, who was radiantly shining beside her. There was an unprecedented brilliance flashing in her eyes, and a gentle smile that was almost imperceptible but real appeared at the corner of her mouth. This man always seems to bring her unexpected surprises. Chapter 10, Aftermath and Late Night Trials. The auction came to an end, but the storm created by Chen Mo had just begun to ferment. When the host announced the end, almost all the guests stood up and applauded. The focus of the applause was undoubtedly the mysterious young man Chen Mo, who donated 8 million in his personal name and another 2 million to win the smile of a beauty. The chairman of the Shanghai Charity Foundation, a respected elder, personally walked up to Chen Mo and shook his hand tightly. Mr. Chen, on behalf of all the children in Xinguang Mountain area, thank you for your generosity and kindness. Your kindness will change the fate of many children. You're welcome. It's my honor to do my part.
Chen Mo responded modestly, with a neither humble nor arrogant attitude, winning more approving glances from the people around him. Lingqing stood quietly beside him, watching Chen Mo calmly respond to congratulations and inquiries from all sides, with a gleam in her cold eyes. She discovered that this man seemed born to stand under the spotlight. He had a strange sense of calmness, as if no matter how big the scene was, it could not move him in the slightest.
Just then, a gloomy voice sounded at an inopportune time. Mr. Chen is really generous.
He spent tens of millions in one night. If you don't know him, you would think he is the heir of some hidden wealthy family. Su Mingzhi walked over, trying to maintain his demeanor, but the jealousy and resentment in his eyes could not be concealed.
I just don't know if Mr. Chen's money comes from an honest source like the one tonight. These words were full of obvious provocation and slander, and the atmosphere around them instantly became a little subtle. Everyone knew that Su Mingjie had lost face tonight, and he wanted to get it back in public. Before Chen Mo could speak, Ling Qingxuan's cold voice sounded first. Su Mingjie, what's your words? It is not your turn to comment on anything about my fiancée. She defended him mercilessly, causing Su Mingjie's face to turn pale instantly. This is more powerful than any rebuttal and directly puts him in the category of outsider. Chen Mo's heart warmed up. He took a step forward and stood in front of Ling Qingxian. He looked at Su Mingjie with the eyes of a clown and smiled calmly. Don't worry about whether my money is clean or not. However, if you have time to question others here, you might as well pay more attention to the stock price of Su Group. I heard that Su's overseas investment project seems to have encountered some trouble recently? Ding! The host uses the photographic memory skill to recall the information that he had glanced at in the financial news before, and successfully applies it. Su Mingjie's pupils suddenly shrank. The fact that Su Group's overseas projects had encountered obstacles was a top secret of the company, and only a few core senior executives knew about it. In order to stabilize the stock price, the news was strictly blocked. This Chen Mo, how did he know? In an instant, cold sweat oozed from Su Mingjie's forehead. He looked at Chen Mo's half-smile, and an inexplicable fear surged in his heart. This man is not only rich, but also seems to have an unfathomable intelligence network. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Mingjie's voice trembled unconsciously. Whether it's nonsense or not, young Master Su knows it best. Chen Mo stopped looking at him and said softly to Ling Qingxian, it's getting late, let's go home. Okay. Ling Qingxian nodded and naturally took Chen Mo's arm. The two turned and left under the awe-filled gazes of the crowd, leaving Su Mingjie alone standing there stiffly, his face pale, as if all his strength had been drained. On the return trip, the cabin of the Rolls-Royce Phantom was silent. The driver drove steadily, and through the rearview mirror he could feel that the atmosphere between the two owners in the back seat was completely different from when he came. Ling Qingxian didn't look out the window, but turned her head and focused her eyes on Chen Mo's face. He gave her too many surprises and shocks tonight. You spent a total of 10 million tonight. She finally spoke, her voice soft, as if she was stating a fact. Chen Mo responded and took out an exquisite velvet box from his pocket, which was the pair of heart of the deep-sea earrings. To be precise, 8 million is a donation and 2 million is for buying gifts. He opened the box, and under the soft light inside the car, the pair of deep sapphires emitted a quiet and charming glow, as if the entire starry sky was condensed into it. Where did the money come from? Ling Qingxian didn't look at the earrings, but stared into Chen Mo's eyes and asked the biggest question in her mind. Although Su Mingjie's words are unpleasant to hear, he is right about one thing, this is not a small amount of money. Chen Mo met her inquiring gaze and smiled calmly. If I say that I was lucky some time ago and invested a few virtual coins and multiplied hundreds of times, would you believe it? This reason was half true and half false. It explained the suddenness of the funds and also seemed quite legendary, which was in line with the mysterious image he created tonight. Ling Qingxian looked at him quietly for a few seconds, as if judging the truthfulness of his words. As the helmsman of a business empire, she naturally knows what kind of wealth myth the virtual currency market can create. Although this explanation sounds incredible, it is not impossible. You're lucky. In the end, she didn't ask any more questions, and accepted the statement. But in the future, don't spend money on me like this again. I'm happy to spend money on you. Chen Mo handed the box to her, his tone gentle but firm. Besides, I think it suits you very well. Want to try it? Ling Qingxian looked at the pair of earrings, then looked at Chen Mo's sincere eyes, and finally did not refuse. She stretched out her hand, but due to the space in the car and the inconvenience of the dress, it was a little difficult to put it on. I'll help you. Chen Mo came over. The space in the car suddenly became small and ambiguous. His warm fingertips gently brushed away the hair by her ear, accidentally touching her slightly cool earlobe. Ling Qingxuan's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, and a faint fragrance penetrated Chen Mo's nose, making his heart slightly flutter. He held his breath and carefully put an earring on her. The deep blue gemstone hanging on her fair neck complements her cool temperament and is incredibly beautiful. It's beautiful. Chen Mo praised sincerely, his voice a little low. Ling Qingxian saw her own reflection in the car window, and also saw Chen Mo who was close to her. There was no greed or desire in his eyes, only pure appreciation. Her heart skipped a beat for no reason and her cheeks flushed slightly. Ding! The host has close contact with Ling Qingxian and successfully gave her a gift. Lingqing favorability increased by +5. Current favorability, 24. The system's prompt sound made Chen Mo happy. He put the other earring on her and then returned to his seat, keeping a polite distance. Lingqing subconsciously touched the earring, and the cool touch calmed her troubled mood a little. She didn't say anything else, but just quietly watched the night scene rapidly receding outside the window, but the slightly pursed corners of her mouth revealed that her heart was not at peace at the moment. This man was breaking into her world in a way she could neither predict nor resist, breaking all her rules and defenses. The night was as dark as ink, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom slid smoothly into the gate of Hentang Highlands like a silent beast. The atmosphere in the car was completely different from when we came. When I left, I felt a polite distance and a hint of embarrassment. When I returned, there was a subtle, tacit ambiguity in the air. Lingqing did not look out the window as usual, but sat quietly, her eyes fixed on her folded hands, as if thinking about something. The pair of deep-sea hearts on her earlobes still glowed quietly in the dim light, contrasting beautifully with her ice-blue dress. Chen Mo leaned on the other side, closed his eyes and rested, but in fact he was counting the amazing gains of the night in his mind. System wallet balance, 106,612,216 yuan. More than 100 million. This number makes Chen Mo's heart still pounding. In just one night, he went from being a college student with only a few hundred yuan in his pocket for living expenses to a wealthy man with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. This feeling is more exciting than riding a roller coaster. More importantly, Lingqing favorability has soared from the initial 10 to the current 24. Although it is still far from the goal of 100, this is undoubtedly a huge breakthrough. Su Mingjie is a man who will never let go of any grudge. Just as the car stopped in front of the main building of the villa, Lingqing cold voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence in the car. You humiliated him tonight, and he won't let it go. Next, he will most likely investigate your background. She turned her head and looked at Chen Mo with her phoenix eyes as clear as a cold pond, with a barely perceptible concern in her eyes. Chen Mo opened his eyes, met her gaze, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. Don't worry, it's just a fly. Although the buzzing is annoying, it can be killed with a slap. Since I dare to do it, I am not afraid of him investigating. His tone was relaxed and comfortable, as if Su Mingjie, the young master of the Su group, was just a fly that was not to be feared in his eyes. This calmness and composure made Lingqing slightly stunned. She found that she seemed to be increasingly unable to see through this man. There seemed to be a mist around him, and every time she thought she saw something clearly, he would show a completely different side. Just be sensible. Lingqing said nothing more, pushed open the car door, and got out slowly. Uncle Fu was already waiting at the door and took their coats. He keenly felt that the aura between the young lady and Mr. Chen seemed to be much more harmonious. Mr. Chen, the midnight snack is ready. No need, Uncle Fu, I'm a little tired, I'll go upstairs and rest first. Lingqing said, but paused for a moment, turned back and said to Chen Mo, you should also rest early. After saying that, she stepped on her high heels and disappeared around the corner of the spiral staircase. Chen Mo looked at her back and returned to his room in a happy mood. Chapter 11 Ripples of the Dark Night and a New Game. At the same time, in a private room of a top private club in the center of Jiangqing City. Bang! A priceless crystal glass was smashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Su Mingjie's face turned pale and his chest heaved violently. The humiliation at the dinner party was like a series of sharp thorns that pierced deeply into his heart. Especially Chen Mo's calm and nonchalant look and Lingqing's gradually softening gaze when she looked at him, made him jealous and crazy. A bastard who came out of nowhere dares to snatch things and women from me. He growled, his handsome face distorted with anger. Right now. Immediately. Check it out for me. Su Mingjie picked up the phone and dialed a number. His voice was as cold as ice. A man named Chen Mo. I want all the information about his ancestors. What is his background, where did his money come from, and what is his relationship with Lingqing? I want to see the results within 3 days. After hanging up the phone, he slammed his fist on the mahogany table with a resentful look in his eyes. Chen Mo. I want to see what you are after I peel off your skin. Lingqing, you will be mine sooner or later. Late at night, Chen Mo lay on the soft big bed, but he couldn't sleep at all. The huge sum of more than 100 million yuan and the skyrocketing popularity made him excited. He called up the system panel and carefully studied his newly acquired skills. Eye of Insight Basic, perceive emotions and judge interests. Photographic memory basic, greatly improves memory efficiency and accuracy. This is simply a magical skill. Chen Mo sighed inwardly. With these two skills, he will have a huge advantage whether in social situations or in study or work. He is no longer just a lucky guy who got rich by rebates, but has truly begun to possess the abilities to match his wealth. Just as he was excited, he felt a dry mouth. He stood up and prepared to go to the kitchen to get some water. Unexpectedly, as soon as I walked to the open kitchen on the first floor, I saw a slender figure standing in front of the bar. She was only wearing a silk white nightgown, and her long black hair was draped over her shoulders like a waterfall. It's Lingqing. She seemed unable to sleep either and was pouring herself a glass of warm water. The soft moonlight shone on her through the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining her graceful curves. It was less cold and sharp than in the daytime, and more hazy and breathtakingly beautiful. Hearing the footsteps, Lingqing turned around and saw that it was Chen Mo. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes and a faint blush seemed to appear on her cheeks. This was the first time they met in such a private setting late at night. You also can't sleep? She spoke first, her voice a little softer than usual. Yeah, a little excited. Chen Mo walked to her side calmly and poured himself a glass of water. What we gained tonight was beyond our imagination. The two stood side by side in front of the bar. The atmosphere was a little quiet for a moment, but not awkward. Lingqing was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke in a very soft voice. Is the 8 million really just for charity? Chen Mo knew what she wanted to ask. He turned his head and looked at her seriously. Part of it is for charity, and the other part is for you. His eyes were so fervent and sincere that Lingqing's heart skipped a beat. Chen Mo smiled slightly and took the initiative to point out her doubts. Are you still wondering where all this money came from? For example, the 2 million earrings, plus the 8 million donations, a total of 10 million, is it really earned by luck and investing a few virtual coins? Lingqing didn't answer, but her tightly pursed lips showed that Chen Mo had hit the nail on the head. Actually, does the origin matter? Chen Mo stared into her eyes, his voice low and magnetic. The important thing is that this money is clean now. It can help you avoid troubles like Su Mingzhi, it allows you to do charity without using company funds, and it can make you happy because of a gift you like. I think that's enough. These words, like a warm current, quietly flowed through Lingqing's heart. She has always been accustomed to measuring everything with business logic and cold numbers, but has ignored the softest part of the human heart. Chen Mo did not directly answer the question about the source of the money, but gave an answer that she could not refute and even felt a little moved. Ding! The host had a heart-to-heart talk with Lingqing late at night, successfully touching her heart. Lingqing's favorability +2. Current favorability, 26. Lingqing avoided his gaze, picked up the water cup and took a sip to cover up her gaffe. Wrong logic. She said it softly, but there was no blame in her tone. Instead there was a hint of coquettishness that she herself was not even aware of. She turned around and was about to go upstairs, but then stopped, as if she remembered something. By the way, regarding the donation to Xingguang Primary School, the subsequent docking and groundbreaking ceremony, the charity department of Ling's group will follow up. However, since it is a donation in your personal name, they will contact you directly. She took out a business card from a small drawer next to the bar and handed it to Chen Mo. This is the contact information of Mr. Lin, the head of our group's charity foundation. You will be in charge of all follow-up matters. Chen Mo took the business card. It was slightly cool to the touch, but it still carried the faint warmth of her fingertips. He knew that this was another test from Lingqing and also a new challenge for him. She wanted to see if he was really capable of handling these things and not just a fiancé who would spend money. No problem, leave it to me. Chen Mo smiled confidently. Seeing him calmly accept the task, Lingqing's eyes softened a little. She nodded and whispered, "Good night." "Good night." Watching Lingqing's figure disappear at the stairs again, Chen Mo looked down at the business card in his hand, then looked at the long string of astonishing numbers in the system account, and a determined smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A new game of cards has begun. And the cards in his hand are getting better and better. The early morning sun shines through the gaps in the blinds, casting mottled shadows in the room. Chen Mo woke up from the soft big bed. He didn't feel tired at all from a hangover. Instead, he felt energetic and refreshed. Last night's battle in the world of fame and fortune, far from exhausting him, was like a shot of adrenaline, filling every cell in his body with fighting spirit. He glanced at the simple yet high-quality business card on the bedside table. Ling's Group Charity Foundation, head, Mr. Lin.
This is not just a business card, it is a touchstone thrown to him by Lingqing, and it is also the first threshold for him to step into this new world.
A new game of cards always requires something new to play with. Chen Mo talked to himself, a confident smile on his lips. He is no longer the college student who only knows how to deliver takeout.
More than 100 million in cash, 2 god-level skills, and a fiancée who is the richest man and is beginning to look at him differently. These are the trump cards in his hand. He didn't rush to call. He was very clear that his current persona was that of an airdropped fiancé with a mysterious background. If he called rashly and knew nothing about the project, he would be looked down upon and thought to be a useless man who relied on women to get ahead. Not only would he lose face, but he would also lose Lingqing's face. Professionalism is the best disguise. Chen Mo opened the laptop in the room, took a deep breath, and began the first professional study in his life in order to live off a gigolo. The skill, photographic memory basic, played an amazing role at this moment. He searched for all relevant information using Xinguang Mountain Primary School as the keyword. From the official website announcements of the charity foundation, to the local government's poverty alleviation policies, to some scattered posts about the Xinguang Mountain area in some travel forums, he quickly browsed through all the information he could find. Words, pictures, and data flooded into his brain like a tide, and were then systematically categorized and clearly imprinted deep in his memory. An hour later, he had a general understanding of the geographical location of the Starlight Mountain area, its climatic conditions, the general situation of local schoolchildren, and even the history of the dilapidated primary school. But that's not enough. He also began to cram on professional knowledge such as charity project management, school building standards in remote areas, and the relationship between child psychology and educational facilities. Those professional papers and reports that seemed boring and incomprehensible in the past now became well organized and easy to understand in his eyes. He even found several well-known public welfare school building design cases at home and abroad, and wrote down their design concepts, material selection, and functional layout one by one. When the time pointed to 9 o'clock in the morning, Chen Mo closed his computer. Although he doesn't dare to say that he has become an expert at this moment, at least on the specific issue of the Xinguang Primary School Aid Project, he has his own set of ideas and opinions. He picked up the business card and dialed the number on it. "Hello, Ling's Charity Foundation." A capable and polite female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, my name is Chen Mo. I would like to make an appointment to meet with Mr. Lin to discuss the Xinguang Mountain Primary School project." Chen Mo's tone was calm and steady. The assistant on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, but quickly responded, "Hello, Mr. Chen. President Lin has told you that you can come over at any time. Is 2 o'clock this afternoon convenient for you? We will be waiting for you at the headquarters of Ling's group building." "Okay, 2 p.m., be there on time." At the same time, in the office of the president of Su Group. Su Mingzhi had not slept all night, his eyes were bloodshot, and his handsome face looked haggard and sinister. On the desk, there was an investigation report that had just been delivered. He flipped through the pages one by one, and the expression on his face changed from initial confusion, to shock, and then to extreme anger and disdain. Chen Mo, male, 21 years old, a junior student in the Department of Architecture at Jiangcheng University. An orphan, he grew up in an orphanage and went to school on government loans and scholarships. He has simple social connections and does not have any prominent background. He works part-time for a long time after school. His last job was a delivery man for Hummingbird Express? After seeing the last line, Su Mingzhi could no longer control himself and slammed the report hard on the table. A delivery man. He felt humiliated like never before. The man who stepped on him and humiliated him at the charity dinner last night and spent tens of millions of dollars was actually just a poor student with nothing and a delivery man? How is this possible? Where did those 2 million earrings and the 8 million donation come from? Check. Keep checking his cash flow. I don't believe he can make money out of thin air. Su Mingzhi growled at the air, his eyes crazed. He must be someone's kept gigolo. He is a shield pushed out by Lingqing. A tool. He would rather believe that there was a huge conspiracy behind Chen Mo than accept that he lost to a delivery man. Lingqing, you are awesome. In order to reject me, you actually found such a loser to act. Su Mingzhi's eyes were cold. Since you like playing so much, I will play with you to the end. I want to skin this guy named Chen Mo and let everyone see what kind of person your fiancé is. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Please help me with something. Jiangcheng University, Department of Architecture, a student named Chen Mo.
A conspiracy against Chen Mo is brewing in secret. Chapter 12: Homecoming and Gossip.
At 1:45 in the afternoon, Chen Mo stood downstairs of the Ling Group's headquarters building. This skyscraper standing in the center of Lingqing CBD is covered with blue glass curtain walls, shining brightly in the sun, like a modern crystal palace, full of a sense of technology and oppression.
This is Lingqing's business empire.
Chen Mo took a deep breath, adjusted the high-end casual suit that Uncle Fu had prepared for him, and walked in. The grand lobby is at least 20 meters high, with a marble floor so bright that you can see through it.
The professional elites coming and going are all in a hurry, with a strong sense of confidence and aura. Chen Mo's arrival did not attract much attention. He walked straight to the front desk and explained his purpose. After confirming his appointment, the receptionist immediately smiled professionally and respectfully and personally guided him to the VIP elevator.
We had a smooth journey all the way to the Charity Foundation office on the top floor of the building. A capable female assistant in her 30s wearing gold-rimmed glasses had already been waiting at the elevator entrance.
"Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Mr. Lin's assistant. My name is Zhang Cheng. Mr. Lin is waiting for you."
Under the guidance of Zhang Qing, Chen Mo walked into a spacious and bright office. The owner of the office is a lady who looks to be around 40 years old. She was wearing a well-cut gray business suit, her hair was combed meticulously, and her temperament was calm and sharp. She was the head of the foundation, Lin Wan.
"Mr. Chen, please take a seat."
Lin Wan stood up, smiled and stretched out his hand, but there was a hint of calm scrutiny in his eyes. She was full of curiosity about this Mr. Chen who suddenly appeared.
Overnight, he donated 8 million in his personal name and became Mr. Ling's fiancée. There must be something complicated behind this.
She didn't know what Mr. Ling was thinking, but her duty was to ensure that every penny of the foundation's money was spent wisely and that no mistakes were made because of anyone's relationship.
"Hello, Mr. Lin."
Chen Mo shook hands with her and sat down calmly on the sofa. Eye of Insight is activated, and the label above Lin Wan's head appears: emotion, scrutiny, curiosity.
Interest, purpose for Chen Mo high.
Chen Mo understood in his heart that it seemed that this Mr. Lin was not as easy to deal with as her smile suggested. "Mr. Chen, first of all, thank you again for your generous donation to the education cause of Xinguang Mountain area."
Lin Wan got straight to the point.
"The main reason I invited you here today is to discuss with you the specific use plan of this donation and listen to your ideas." She pushed a project plan in front of Chen Mo, obviously wanting to see how capable Chen Mo was. If he just waved his hand and said, "You guys can do whatever you want," then Lin Wan would have made up his mind.
Chen Mo did not look at the plan immediately, but smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, you are too polite.
Before coming here, I did some research myself. Regarding the construction of Xinguang Primary School, I do have a few immature ideas that I would like to discuss with you." A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Wan's eyes, and he made a pleased gesture.
"First of all, I think the construction of school buildings should not just be about building a solid teaching building." Chen Mo spoke in a slow and steady tone.
"I have checked the meteorological data of Xinguang Mountain area.
The temperature difference between winter and summer is large, and winter is cold and humid.
So when choosing building materials, I hope that in addition to structural safety, the thermal insulation and moisture-proof performance can be considered. For example, double-layer insulating glass can be used, and an insulation layer can be added to the exterior wall. This may increase some costs, but it is crucial to the health of children." Lin Wan's eyes changed. She didn't expect that what Chen Mo talked about was not the naming or the publicity, but such specific and humanized architectural details.
"These contents have not even been detailed in their preliminary plan." Chen Mo continued without pausing. "Secondly, it is the division of functional areas.
In addition to classrooms, I hope the new school building can have a real library, not just a book corner full of old books. There must also be an electronic education classroom equipped with at least 20 computers, so that children in mountainous areas can also access the internet and see the outside world. Even if space permits, I hope there will be a small indoor activity room so that they can have a place to play on rainy and snowy days." He looked at Lin Wan and said sincerely, "Boss Lin, I know this will greatly exceed the budget for the regular construction of primary schools. If the foundation has difficulty with the funds, I am willing to personally add another 5 million to be used specifically for the construction of the library, audiovisual classrooms and indoor activity rooms, as well as the subsequent maintenance and updates."
An additional 5 million. Lin Wan and his assistant Zhang Qing were completely shocked.
They have seen too many wealthy people who treat charity as a business, who are very stingy when donating, and would like to spend every penny carefully, in order to gain the greatest fame. It is unheard of to find a donor like Chen Mo, who not only considers things so carefully and meticulously, but also proactively proposes additional investment just to provide better conditions for the children. The label on Lin Wan's head changed drastically at this moment: emotion, shock, appreciation, admiration.
Interest, Chen Mo himself high. Ding. The host showed a foresight and sincerity beyond ordinary people, and successfully convinced Lin Wan, the head of the Ling Group Charity Foundation. Lingqing Xuan's favorability +4. Current favorability, 30. Congratulations to the host for triggering a special rebate event, additional investment. Additional investment of 5 million yuan will earn you a tenfold rebate, a cash reward of 50 million yuan. Already deposited into the system wallet. A series of system prompts made Chen Mo ecstatic, but he still maintained a calm smile on his face. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. Lin Wan's voice was a little excited. Your ideas are so precious. This is exactly what we have always wanted to do but have not been able to achieve due to funding and various factors. On behalf of the foundation and the children in the mountainous areas, thank you. Please rest assured that we will definitely make Xinguang Primary School a truly model project in accordance with your ideas. Her attitude changed from the initial polite scrutiny to heartfelt respect. The follow-up of the meeting went very smoothly. Lin Wan accepted almost all of Chen Mo's suggestions and said that he would immediately organize a team to refine the plan and budget. At the end of the meeting, Lin Wan personally escorted Chen Mo to the elevator. His attitude was respectful and proper, and he was completely different from when he first came. Mr. Chen, I sincerely admire your foresight and kindness. I will immediately report the results of today's meeting to President Ling, and I believe she will be very pleased. Chen Mo smiled and nodded, then walked into the elevator. As the elevator door slowly closed, Chen Mo could no longer suppress the smile on his face. He looked at his system wallet balance, which had exceeded 160 million. His favorability had also reached 30 points. He had a great start in this game. Just as he walked out of Ling's building and basked in the afternoon sun, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was a text message from an unknown number. I know who you are, a food delivery man. I'll give you 1 day to leave Lingqing, otherwise, I will make you lose your reputation in Jiangcheng University and leave you with nothing. Looking at the text message full of childish threats on the mobile phone screen, Chen Mo was not angry, but found it a little funny. Su Mingzhi, the young master of the Su group, actually used methods that were still at the level of campus bullying. This made Chen Mo's evaluation of this love rival lower by a few points. Ruined? With nothing? Chen Mo muttered softly and deleted the text message. His current state of having nothing is probably a height that Su Mingzhi would never be able to reach even if he struggles for his entire life. He opened the system wallet, and the long string of glaring numbers lay there quietly, as if mocking Su Mingzhi's arrogance. System wallet balance, 161,122,160 yuan. Since you want to play in my home turf, I will play with you. A cold smile flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Jiangcheng University is indeed his home court. The next day, Chen Mo did not study the recipe in the villa like he did in the previous few days. Instead, he picked out a clean and neat casual outfit in the cloakroom. After having the healthy breakfast he made with Lingqing, he said goodbye to her and took a bus to Jiangcheng University. This was his first time returning to campus after moving into Hentang Highlands. When Chen Mo appeared in the teaching building of the Department of Architecture of Jiangcheng University, he immediately felt an atmosphere that was completely different from before. Along the way, countless eyes were cast towards him, full of inquiry, contempt, and gloating. The students gathered in twos and threes, pointing at him and whispering, "Look, it's him! Chen Mo. I heard that he is being kept by a rich woman, the female president of Ling Group. Is this true? Isn't he an orphan? He went to school with student loans, how could he possibly hook up with someone like that? Who knows, maybe he has some special talent. Look at the school forum, the photo went viral. He wore a tuxedo to accompany the female president to the dinner, and it really looked like the real deal. TSK, he doesn't look like a prince even when he's wearing a dragon robe. Aren't you still a poor student and a delivery boy at heart? I heard that he's about to fail several of his major courses. People like him are a disgrace to our Department of Architecture." The discussions were neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to float into Chen Mo's ears. Eye of insight automatically turns on, and the labels on the heads of the surrounding students are varied: emotions, jealousy, disdain, curiosity. Interests, gossip about Chen Mo being kept advanced.
Chen Mo sneered in his heart, Su Mingzhi was really quick. Overnight, the news of him being kept in his identity as a delivery man spread across the campus in an attempt to completely discredit him through public opinion.
Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Chapter 13, Counterattack.
Crushing from the campus. Chen Mo paid no attention to the rumors and walked straight to the classroom.
This morning there was a professional course called Building Structural Mechanics, taught by the department's famous iron-faced judge, Professor Zhang Jianguo.
He had just sat down in the back row of the classroom when the bell rang.
Professor Zhang Jianguo walked into the classroom on time, holding the lesson plan.
He was in his 50s, with gray hair, wearing a pair of reading glasses, and had a serious expression and was unsmiling. The failure rate of his classes was always the highest in the department.
Attend class.
Zhang Jianguo adjusted his glasses, and his eyes swept across the entire audience like an eagle, finally, accurately fixing on Chen Mo in the back row.
Chen Mo.
He spoke suddenly, his voice loud and clear. The eyes of the whole class were suddenly focused on Chen Mo, and many of them had expressions of watching a good show on their faces. They all knew that Chen Mo's attendance rate was always low due to his part-time job, and he would definitely not suffer any consequences if he was singled out by Professor Zhang.
Arrive. Chen Mo stood up calmly.
Zhang Jianguo snorted coldly and pushed up his glasses. I heard that you have been very busy recently?
Busy with work-study programs? Busy with making friends?
There was obvious sarcasm in his words.
As your professional course teacher, I am very concerned about your studies.
I wonder how much professional knowledge you have left after you put all your attention on these messy things.
Now, you will answer what is the statically indeterminate number of a structure? And explain its calculation and verification methods in the design of arch bridge structures.
As soon as this question was asked, the classroom fell silent. This is one of the most complicated knowledge points in this course. Not to mention someone like Chen Mo who doesn't come to class often, even a top student would need to look up the book to give a complete answer.
Professor Zhang is obviously trying to make things difficult on purpose.
Everyone was waiting to see Chen Mo make a fool of himself. However, there was no trace of panic on Chen Mo's face.
He activated his photographic memory skill.
Last night, in his spare time, he had already gone through several textbooks of core professional courses. Those densely packed formulas and definitions now emerged clearly in his mind.
Report to Professor Zhang.
Chen Mo's voice was steady and clear. The degree of static indeterminacy of a structure refers to the number of redundant constraints that exceed the statically determinate state of the structure. Its calculation formula is R equals M plus R3J, where R is the degree of static indeterminacy, M is the number of members, R is the number of support constraints, and J is the number of nodes. He paused and continued, in the design of arch bridge structures, especially for statically determinate structures such as three-hinged arches, the calculations are relatively simple. However, for statically indeterminate structures such as hingeless arches or two-hinged arches, it is necessary to consider the secondary internal forces caused by factors such as temperature changes and support movement.
When checking, the force method or displacement method is usually used for calculation.
For example, when using the force method, it is necessary to first remove the redundant constraints and replace them with redundant unknown forces, establish the basic system of the force method, and then list the force method equations according to the deformation coordination conditions, solve the redundant unknown forces, and finally obtain the internal forces of the original structure through the superposition principle. Chen Mo spoke eloquently, not only accurately stating the definitions and formulas, but also explaining in depth their applications and calculation methods in engineering practice. His speech was clear and logical, and he even cited several classic bridge design cases as evidence. The whole classroom was silent.
All the classmates looked at him in amazement, as if they didn't know this person. Is this still the same Chen Mo who was so careless and about to fail the exam? This guy is simply possessed by the professor.
Professor Zhang Jianguo was also stunned. He held his glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses were full of disbelief. The questions he asked were so thorough that even he himself needed to prepare for the lesson, but Chen Mo answered them fluently without even thinking, and his answers were even more detailed and in-depth than the standard answers. In summary, the accurate calculation and verification of the statically indeterminate number is the key to ensuring the safety and economy of long-span arch bridge structures.
The answer is complete.
After Chen Mo finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Jianguo calmly.
Zhang Jianguo opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time.
He originally wanted to embarrass Chen Mo in public, but unexpectedly, he was the one who was frightened instead. His face turned pale and blue, and finally he could only wave his hand dryly. Sit down.
Chen Mo sat down calmly.
The looks from his classmates around him changed from contempt and watching a show to shock and admiration.
The class ended quickly.
After class, Professor Zhang Jianguo did not leave immediately for the first time.
Instead, he walked to Chen Mo's seat and asked in a complicated tone, "Student Chen Mo, where did you learn all this? Some of the cases are not even in the textbooks."
"Professor, I like to read some foreign architecture journals and papers."
Chen Mo made up a reason.
With a photographic memory, he is now a walking library.
Zhang Jianguo looked at him deeply and nodded, "Very good, very good.
To study, you need this kind of research spirit.
Don't be affected by the rumors from the outside world.
Keep it up. You will definitely achieve great success in architecture in the future." After saying that, he patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, turned and left. The seriousness on his face was replaced by a hint of admiration. The crisis was resolved so easily.
But Chen Mo knew that this was just an appetizer. Sure enough, new troubles arose in the afternoon's architectural design class.
The final assignment for this course is to work in groups to design a small cultural center and create a physical model.
And today is the deadline for submitting models.
When the members of Chen Mo's team saw him, they all looked embarrassed. Team leader Wang Hao pulled him aside and said with a sad face, "Chen Mo, you're finally here. Our team's design drawings have been completed a long time ago, and we just need to print the final model."
But the old 3D printer in the department suddenly broke down yesterday. They said the motherboard was burned and couldn't be repaired.
Now dozens of groups in the department are waiting to hand in their homework, and there is no way to complete it. The counselor said that this is a hardware problem.
There is nothing we can do if we can't complete it, but the grades will definitely be affected.
Chen Mo glanced at Wang Hao with his eye of insight, emotion, anxiety, helplessness. After taking a quick look at the other students who were sighing in the classroom, he immediately understood.
This is another of Su Mingzhi's methods.
I'm afraid that printer broke down at just the right time. This move cut off the source of the problem, affecting everyone, and no one could blame him, but it accurately hit Chen Mo, who needed this assignment to get credits.
What a great trick! Chen Mo sneered in his heart.
At this moment, several students who were obviously Su Mingzhi's spies spoke in a sarcastic tone.
"Oh, what should we do? Without the model, won't all our efforts be in vain? Who said it wasn't true? I heard that some big shots know rich women, right? Why don't they ask them to think of a way to create a new printer for us?"
"Ah, that's right. She spent tens of millions in one night, so buying a printer is not a big deal."
"Oh, I forgot, that money belongs to the rich woman. How could she be willing to spend money on the school?"
These words caused a burst of laughter, and the criticism was directed at Chen Mo. Chen Mo ignored these clowns. He took out his cell phone, walked aside, and directly dialed Lin Wan's number at the Ling Group Charity Foundation.
"Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Chen Mo. Mr. Chen. Hello? Hello?
I was just about to report to you on the progress of the Xingguang Primary School project."
Lin Wan answered the call with a very enthusiastic tone. "There's no rush for the project, Mr. Lin. I want to trouble you with something."
Chen Mo got straight to the point. "I want to donate a batch of teaching equipment to my alma mater, Jiangcheng University, Department of Architecture, in the name of Qing Xian and me. Please help me contact the school and tell them that we are donating 5 million to purchase the most advanced 3D printing matrix, laser cutting machine and CNC model processing center, as well as to set up a student innovation practice fund. There is only one requirement: all the procedures must be completed within today, and tomorrow, I want to see the new equipment appear in the department's laboratory." Lin Wan on the other end of the phone was so shocked by Chen Mo's words that he was speechless for a long time.
5 million. Donate as soon as you say so. And demand such swift and resolute action.
This courage is simply unheard of.
No problem. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I'll do it right away. I guarantee it will be done properly."
Lin Wan came back to his senses and assured excitedly. After hanging up the phone, the system's voice sounded in Chen Mo's mind.
Ding.
The host has decided to donate 5 million yuan to Jiangcheng University in the name of himself and Lingqing. This behavior effectively improves the social reputation and positive image of the host and Lingqing, and strongly counterattacks the conspiracy of the love rival. The system determines it as an effective investment in Lingqing, triggering 10 times rebate. Congratulations to the host for receiving a rebate of 50 million yuan.
Deposited into the system wallet. Lingqing Xuan's favorability +5. Current favorability, 31. Chen Mo looked at the balance in the system account that skyrocketed again, and a cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned and walked back to the classroom. Amid the mocking and sympathetic looks from the crowd, he said calmly to the team leader Wang Hao, "Don't worry about the model. Tomorrow, the department will have brand new equipment. Let's refine the design today." No one believed what he said. "You're bragging, right? Brand new equipment?" I think he has gone crazy. However, in less than an hour, the dean of the Department of Architecture, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, rushed into the classroom with a rosy face, followed by the counselor and several teachers from the department. "Classmates, I have great news for you all." The department head's voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Our department has received a joint donation from Ms. Lingqing, the president of Ling's Group, and Chen Mo, an outstanding student in our department. A full 5 million. It will be used to fully upgrade our department's laboratory equipment. The most advanced industrial-grade 3D printers and laser cutting machines will all be in place tomorrow morning. In addition, a 500,000 yuan innovation fund will be established to encourage everyone's design practice. Let us give the warmest applause to thank Chen Mo and Ms. Lingqing, who cares about education." Boom! The entire lecture hall exploded instantly. Everyone looked at Chen Mo as if he were a god, with shock, disbelief, ecstasy, all kinds of emotions intertwined together. The students who had mocked him before looked as pale as death, and they wished they could find a hole to crawl into. 5 million. Donate now. This can no longer be explained by being kept. This is clearly the super rich Ben Hao. Not only are they rich, they are also willing to spend money on the school and their classmates. Su Mingzhi's conspiracy was crushed in the face of Chen Mo's overwhelming financial power, and even became a stepping stone for Chen Mo to build up his reputation and win people's hearts. At this moment, the rumors about Chen Mo on the campus forum were instantly drowned out by countless posts such as "Thank God Chen is awesome breaking voice," and "I declare that senior Chen Mo is my only male god." Chen Mo stood in the center of the crowd, enjoying the heroic cheers, but still had the nonchalant smile on his face. He raised his head, his eyes seemed to penetrate the windows of the teaching building, and looked towards the direction of the Su Group building in the city center. "Su Mingzhi, I'll take your first move. The game has just begun." Chapter 14, Cutting Off the Firewood from Under the Cauldron. Su's Conspiracy. Su Group, President's Office. The exquisite bone china coffee cup was thrown hard to the ground, the broken pieces flew everywhere, and the brown liquid spread an ugly stain on the carpet. Trash. A bunch of trash. Su Mingzhi's chest heaved violently, his handsome face was distorted with anger, his eyes were red, and he looked like a mad tiger. On the desk, the tablet screen was still on, it was the campus forum of Jiangqing University. The overwhelming posts of "Thank you Mr. Chen" and "Mr. Chen is awesome," as well as the photo of the department head and Chen Mo shaking hands cordially, were like red-hot steel needles, piercing his eyes fiercely. He originally wanted to make Chen Mo lose his reputation on campus and become a rat crossing the street that everyone would shout and beat. But what is the result? His carefully planned conspiracy not only failed to hurt Chen Mo in the slightest, but instead became a stepping stone for him, allowing Chen Mo to become a celebrity in the entire Jiangqing University, a campus male god with both talent and wealth. 5 million. That damn delivery man, that orphan with nothing, donated 5 million without blinking an eye. Where on earth did he get the money? Su Mingzhi growled. He couldn't understand, let alone accept. He paid people to spread rumors and secretly instructed someone to break the printer. He thought his plan was perfect and could cause Chen Mo to collapse both professionally and in his interpersonal relationships. But the opponent's counterattack was so simple and crude, yet extremely effective. In the face of absolute financial power, his little tricks that are not worthy of being shown on the stage seem so ridiculous and childish. "Boss Su, calm down." The assistant at the side nervously handed over a glass of water. "According to our investigation, this donation was indeed transferred from the Ling Group's charity foundation account, and it was donated jointly by President Lingqing and Mr. Chen Mo." Lingqing. As Su Mingzhi read the name, the madness in his eyes was slowly replaced by a cold resentment. "It's you again. You're willing to do this for this pretty boy. Very good, very good." He thought that Lingqing was supporting Chen Mo behind the scenes and was demonstrating to him. This humiliation was more unbearable for him than losing to Chen Mo himself. "I lost for a while, but the game is not over yet." Su Mingzhi slowly sat back in the leather seat,
his eyes becoming cold and dangerous again. It seems that those little fights on campus are not enough to defeat him. In that case, let's try a different strategy. He picked up his phone and dialed another number. "Hello, it's me." His voice was low and suppressed. "I don't care what method you use, go check a construction project called Xinguang Mountain Primary School, which is under the charge of Ling's charity foundation. I want to know everything about this project, the land, approval, construction party, all the links. Then, find me a few smart locals, I want this project to be built." If the attack on campus was an open conspiracy, then this time, Su Mingzhi chose the more sinister and vicious, cutting off the source of the trouble. What he wanted to attack was no longer Chen Mo himself, but the charity that Chen Mo and Lingqing had poured their efforts and money into. He wanted to turn their kindness into a complete mess and a joke. Hentang Highlands, Villa Number 1. Night falls and the lights come on. Chen Mo was in the open kitchen, skillfully preparing several top-quality ingredients. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of food. Lingqing came back earlier than usual today. She took off her high heels and put on comfortable home slippers, and the sharp aura of the icy female president also softened a lot. She did not go to the study, but walked to the kitchen bar for the first time, pulled out a high stool and sat down, quietly watching Chen Mo's busy back. "Today, you were very impressive in school." After a long time, Lingqing's cold voice sounded, and no emotion could be heard. Chen Mo pushed a plate of cut wincy tofu into the steamer, turned around and leaned on the cooking table, wiped his hands, and looked at her with a smile. "Madam also knows? It seems that Mr. Lin is very efficient. The principal called me personally to thank me and your generosity." Lingqing picked up a glass of lemonade on the table and took a sip. 5 million to buy the title of campus male god, and give Su Mingzhi a slap in the face. "You won't lose out on this deal." Chen Mo raised his eyebrows. "Madam, don't you think I'm wasting money?" Lingqing put down the water cup, and for the first time, her glass-like eyes looked at Chen Mo so seriously. "Money is just a number to me. I give you 100 million pocket money every month for you to spend. But I didn't expect that you would spend it in this way." She paused, and her tone was filled with a hint of appreciation that she herself had not noticed. "You did not use the money to buy sports cars, famous watches, or do other meaningless showing off. You used it in the most critical place, not only solving your own difficulties, but also improving the social reputation of me and the Ling Group. This is an investment, not an expense. Your performance has exceeded my expectations." Ding! The host's behavior was highly recognized by Lingqing and was evaluated as an investment behavior with strategic vision. Lingqing's favorability +4. Current favorability, 35. When your favorability exceeds 35, you will unlock new permissions. Your daily concern for Lingqing will have a small chance of triggering random rewards. Chen Mo was delighted. The favorability has increased again, and new features have been unlocked. The smile on his face grew brighter. "It is my duty as a fiancé to share my wife's worries and maintain our common image. After all, I also have to maintain my professional ethics." Professional training? Lingqing was amused by his twisted logic and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. That momentary smile was like the beginning of melting ice and snow, making the whole kitchen seem 3 points brighter. She found that getting along with Chen Mo was not as boring as she had imagined. This man always brings her some unexpected surprises. The atmosphere of this dinner was more harmonious than ever before. The next day, the Department of Architecture at Jiangcheng University was in a state of excitement. Overnight, the department's laboratories underwent a radical change. The old 3D printer with a body covered in tape disappeared, replaced by a matrix of 10 brand new, shiny industrial-grade 3D printers. They are neatly arranged, full of a sense of technology, making only a slight buzzing sound when in operation, and their efficiency is dozens of times that of the old machine in the past. Next door, a large laser cutting machine and a 5-axis CNC model processing center were added. These devices were previously only seen in the top architectural design institutes. Oh my God! Am I dreaming? Is this the laboratory of our department? Industrial-grade FDM printing matrix. An SLA-like curing printer. With this precision, the models made are like works of art. Look at that CNC. It can process wood and acrylic directly. We don't have to use handsaws anymore. The students gathered around the brand new equipment, exclaiming and cheering. The creator of all this, Chen Mo, was now surrounded by members of his team. God Chen. You are simply my god. Team leader Wang Hao excitedly shook Chen Mo's hand.
Our design is so complicated that we were worried that we wouldn't be able to make the model. Now that we have these devices, we can build a model of the bird's nest, let alone a cultural center. Chen Mo smiled and patted his shoulder. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. Time is running out. Under Chen Mo's command, the team had a clear division of labor and immediately began intensive model production. Chen Mo did not become a hands-off boss just because he donated money. On the contrary, he demonstrated amazing professional ability. He used his photographic memory skill to integrate the countless excellent architectural examples stored in his mind, and made several finishing touches to the team's original design drawings. He transformed an originally ordinary entrance design into a parametric surface structure with a sense of fluidity and light and shadow changes, instantly elevating the entire design to a higher level. In the model-making process, he once again demonstrated the terrifying fine operating ability and spatial imagination brought by his god-level cooking skills. Whether he is splicing tiny components or manipulating complex curved surfaces, his hands are as steady as a rock and extremely precise. One day later, when an exquisite, detailed and futuristic model of the cultural center was placed in front of everyone, all the team members were stunned. Is this what we did? One team member asked in disbelief. Wan Hao looked at Chen Mo with admiration on his face. No, this is mainly thanks to God Chen. I declare that from today on, I am God Chen's #1 crazy fan. At the final review meeting for the end-of-term assignments, when Chen Mo's group's work was displayed, the whole audience was shocked. Be it the design concept full of creativity and humanistic care, or the physical model that can be called a work of art, made with the help of brand new equipment, Professor Zhang Jianguo and the department head and others on the judging panel were full of praise. Genius! This is definitely a genius design. Professor Zhang Jianguo stood up excitedly. Chen Mo, you not only have a spirit of research, but also an unparalleled talent for design. This work is the best student work I have ever seen in my 30 years of teaching, bar none. The result was no surprise. Chen Mo's team won the highest score in this course design with an overwhelming advantage. At this point, all the chess pieces that Su Mingzhi had deployed on the campus battlefield were uprooted by Chen Mo, who even took this opportunity to complete a stunning reversal from a bad student to a genius student and from a giant rice man to a campus hero. When Chen Mo walked out of the classroom amid cheers and congratulations, the smile on his face remained calm. He knew that Su Mingzhi's counterattack would never stop. The real battlefield had just begun. Just then, his cell phone vibrated. The caller ID showed Lin Wan. Chen Mo walked to a quiet corner and answered the phone. Mr. Chen. On the other end of the phone, Lin Wan's tone was uncharacteristically solemn and anxious. Boss Lin, what's wrong? Chen Mo's heart moved, and he had a bad feeling. Something happened. Lin Wan's voice was a little hurried. The Xingguang Mountain Primary School project has run into big trouble. The staff we sent to negotiate land acquisition with the local village committee were beaten. What? Chen Mo's eyes turned cold instantly. Not only that, Lin Wan continued, a company called Hongfa Real Estate suddenly appeared in the local area. It signed land lease contracts with most of the villagers at 3 times the price, saying that it would develop a tourist resort there. Now the site we selected for our project has been occupied by them. Our construction team and equipment cannot enter the site at all. The local departments also started to pass the buck, and various approval processes were stuck. I checked and found that this Hongfa Real Estate has the shadow of the Su Group behind it. After hearing this, Chen Mo understood everything. Su Mingzhi finally showed his true fangs. He gave up his petty actions on campus and launched a precise attack on his charity project directly from a business perspective, using the most despicable means. Cut off your foundation and remove the fuel from under your feet. This move is cruel and vicious. Mr. Chen, the situation is very tricky now. The local customs are complicated, and the villagers only care about money. The Su family is using money to block our way. What do you think, should we suspend this project first? Lin Wan's tone was full of helplessness. Pause? Chen Mo sneered, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Su Mingzhi, wants me to stop, but I won't let him do that. Then, what should we do? Chen Mo looked out the window, in the direction of the Su Group building, and said word by word, Boss Lin, please prepare a car for me to go to Xingguang Mountain area. Also, please prepare 10 million in cash for me. 10 million in cash? Lin Wan thought she had heard wrongly. Right. Chen Mo's tone was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable power. Doesn't Su Mingzhi like to use money to hit people?
Then I'll show him what it means to really use money to hit someone.
Chapter 15. What does it mean to use money to attack people?
The night is as dark as ink, and the lights of Hentaying Highlands are on the top of the mountain, like a dazzling island overlooking the city. In the living room of Villa Number 1, Lingqing was rarely handling official business. Instead, she sat quietly on the sofa with a cup of warm water. Her eyes fell on the window, as if waiting for something. When she heard Chen Mo's decision to go to the Xinguang mountain area, her first reaction was to stop him. Since Su Mingzhi dared to take action there, it means he has made all the preparations.
It's too dangerous for you to go alone.
These are her exact words. In her opinion, although Chen Mo performed unexpectedly on campus, he was still a student after all, while Su Mingzhi mobilized the power of business in gray areas, and the two were not at the same level at all.
However, Chen Mo just looked at her calmly and said, "Madam, your enemy is also my enemy. Leave this matter to me."
At that moment, what Lingqing saw in his eyes was not impulsiveness and recklessness, but a kind of calmness and confidence that was unfamiliar to her. In the end, she did not insist any longer, but instructed the security department to send out the most capable driver and vehicle, and reminded them to be careful. At this moment, she couldn't help feeling a little worried. She was worried that Chen Mo would suffer a loss and that Su Mingzhi's methods would hurt him. This emotion was a completely new experience for Lingqing, who was used to being in control of everything.
Ding!
It is detected that Lingqing is worried about you. Your safety has become the focus of her concern at the moment. Trigger random reward. The host obtains the skill, Combat Mastery, Elementary. Your body coordination, reaction speed, and strength will be slightly improved, and you will automatically master basic combat and grappling skills. Chen Mo, who was about to go out, felt a warm current and countless fighting skills flooding into his mind. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This newly unlocked feature comes at the perfect time.
The next morning, after several hours of driving, a black bulletproof Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle left the flat highway and turned into a rugged and bumpy mountain road.
The scenery outside the car window gradually changed from a modern city with tall buildings to rolling lush hills.
We had arrived at the Xinguang mountain area. This is one of the most remote and impoverished areas in Jiangcheng. The mountain road is winding, transportation is extremely inconvenient, and the economy is very backward.
Chen Mo could see scattered villages on the roadside through the car window. Most of the houses were old brick and tile houses, and some even had adobe walls. Children wearing ill-fitting clothes were chasing and playing on the dusty road, with innocent smiles on their faces that were out of place in this barren land. This made him more determined to build the best primary school here.
The car finally stopped at the entrance of Xinguang village. This is the school site selected by the Ling Foundation.
As soon as he got off the car, Chen Mo felt the tense and depressing atmosphere on the scene. The staff and construction team of the Ling Foundation were stopped outside the village. They all looked dejected. One of the young men had gauze wrapped around his arm. He was obviously the one who was beaten yesterday. At the entrance of the village, a newly erected sign is particularly eye-catching: Homfa Tourism Resort Project Department. Under the sign, a dozen local youths with ruffians' looks are gathered together smoking and playing cards. They were wearing gaudy clothes and had dragon and tiger tattoos on their arms. Leading them was a burly, bald man with a face full of flesh. Seeing Chen Mo and his group get off the car, the bald strong man stood up and walked over unsteadily, followed by a group of thugs with bad intentions.
"Hey, someone from the Ling group has come again? What's going on? Wasn't the fight yesterday enough?"
The bald burly man squinted his eyes and looked Chen Mo up and down with contempt, his tone full of provocation.
"Look at your delicate skin and tender flesh, you must be a college student from the city, right?
Listen to my advice, this is not the place for you to do charity and playhouse. Get out of here quickly and don't make yourself unhappy." His name is Li Biao, and he is a well-known local tyrant in this area. Now he has been hired by Hongfa Real Estate, that is, Su Mingzhi, at a high price, and is specifically responsible for clearing the area. Lin Wan, the head of the foundation, had already been waiting here.
She walked quickly to Chen Mo and said in a low and anxious voice, "Mr. Chen, he is Li Biao, the rogue leader of the village.
The villagers have been bewitched by him and the Hongfa Real Estate behind him.
We can't communicate at all." Chen Mo ignored Li Biao's shouting.
He turned on his eye of insight and glanced at Li Biao and the surrounding villagers.
Character, Li Biao. Emotions, arrogant, greedy. Core demand, money. Watching villagers.
Emotions, waiting, hesitating, greedy, worried.
Core demands, money, children's future hidden. Chen Mo understood.
Su Mingzhi's method is very simple, which is to use money and violence to create confrontation. But this alliance based on short-term interests is fragile. He turned around and said to Lin Wan calmly, "Open the trunk." Lin Wan was stunned, but immediately did as he was told. The trunk of the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle slowly rose up, revealing 5 large black suitcases neatly stacked inside. Chen Mo walked over personally, picked up one of the boxes, and threw it on the dusty ground. There was a muffled bang sound. He opened the buckle of the box in front of everyone. Wow! For a moment, everyone's breathing stopped. A whole box, filled to the brim, full of brand new $100 bills neatly tied with red straps. In the sunshine of the barren mountain village, the dazzling red color created an indescribable visual impact, which struck hard into the hearts of everyone present. The air around seemed to freeze. Be it the arrogant Li Biao, the onlookers, or even the staff of the Ling Foundation, they were all stunned, staring at the box of money, their Adam's apples rolling up and down unconsciously. Most of them have never seen so much cash in their lives. What do you mean? Li Biao was also stunned by the scene and even stuttered for a moment. Chen Mo didn't look at him, but picked up the box and walked in front of the villagers. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the venue. "Dear fellow villagers, my name is Chen Mo. I was sent by the Ling Group to donate and build Xinguang Primary School here." He looked around with a sincere look. "I know that Hongfa Real Estate gave you money and rented your land. They said they wanted to build a resort and make everyone rich. But think about it, after the resort is built, the waiters must be young and beautiful, and the managers must be professional and educated. What can you do? Be a security guard? Cleaning? Or rent out the land and take the insignificant rent, and then watch your children repeat your fate because there is no good school and they can't get out of this mountain?" These words, like a hammer, hit the villagers' hearts hard. The greed on their faces was gradually replaced by confusion and thought. Chen Mo seized the opportunity and turned the box in his hand upside down. Crash! 2 million in cash poured down on the ground like a red rainstorm, forming a small hill. Ah! The villagers cried out in surprise and stepped back, their eyes filled with shock and fanaticism. Chen Mo's voice suddenly rose. "However much money Hongfa Real Estate gives you, I will give you double. This is just a deposit. I am here today not just to build a primary school." He turned around, pointed at the Mercedes-Benz, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "I will also set up a Xinguang Education Fund. I will cover all the tuition fees for all the children in Xinguang Village, from elementary school to university. Every year, those who are admitted to key universities will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan. Those who are admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University will be rewarded with 1 million yuan. After the school is built, local villagers will be given priority to be responsible for logistics work, and the salary will be higher than that in the city. I only have one request, so that our children can go to school and have a future. I'm putting this out there. I'll double the money that Hongfa Real Estate promised you. Anyone who is willing to give us the land to build a school can come and claim the money now." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the driver and another security guard got out of the car with expressionless faces, took down the remaining 4 boxes, lined them up in a row, and opened them in public. A full 10 million in cash, 5 red mountains of money, were laid out naked in front of everyone. That scene, filled with the aesthetics of violence, was enough to drive anyone with a weak mind completely crazy. Ding! The host decided to spend 10 million yuan to solve the land problem of the Xinguang Primary School project and set up an education fund. This behavior is a devastating blow to the love rivals conspiracy, and clears the way for Lingqing's charity work, greatly enhancing the positive image of the individual and the Ling Group. The system determines it as a top-level investment behavior, triggering 10 times rebate. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 million yuan in rebate, already deposited into the system wallet. The scene was deathly silent. A few seconds later, an old voice trembled and sounded. I am willing. I will use my family's land to build a school for you." A gray-haired old man, leaning on a cane, was the first to come out. His move seemed to have knocked over the first domino. "I do too. Damn resort. I want my kid to go to college. Boss Chen is right. Money is not as important as the child's future. I agree too. Count me in." The villagers' emotions were completely ignited. They rushed towards Chen Mo like a tide, and the hesitation and greed in their eyes had turned into excitement and hope. The fragile alliance that Su Mingzhi built with money collapsed in an instant in the face of Chen Mo's larger and more sincere cash power plus future promises.
It's a rebellion. It's all a fucking rebellion.
Seeing this, Li Biao's face instantly turned purple. He pointed at the villagers and shouted angrily, "If you dare to take his money, you are going against Hongfa real estate.
Don't you want to live anymore?"
As he spoke, he pulled out a shiny steel pipe from his waist and rushed towards Chen Mo with a ferocious look on his face. "Boy, you dare to ruin Mr. Su's good deeds, I will destroy you today." The thugs behind him also drew their weapons and surrounded him ferociously.
Lin Wan and the Foundation staff turned pale with fear.
However, there was no trace of fear on Chen Mo's face. At the moment when Li Biao's steel pipe was about to fall, his body moved. With a simple and neat move to the side, he easily avoided the attack. Then, he turned his wrist, accurately grabbed Li Biao's wrist holding the weapon, and twisted it in the opposite direction. Crack! There was a crisp sound of bones dislocating. Ah! Li Biao let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and the steel pipe fell to the ground with a clang. His entire arm was twisted at a strange angle. Chen Mo's eyes were cold, he didn't even look at him, and kicked him in the abdomen. Bang! The sturdy man weighing more than 200 pounds flew backwards like a broken sack, fell heavily to the ground, curled up into a ball, and twitched in pain. The whole process is as fast as lightning. The other thugs who were about to rush up were all frightened and stopped in their tracks, looking at Chen Mo in horror, who looked like a devil descended to the earth. The powerful strength and skills brought by combat mastery have brought about a qualitative change in Chen Mo's combat effectiveness. Chen Mo slowly raised his head, his cold eyes swept over the gang, his voice was not loud, but it was chilling. "Who else?" The thugs' scalps tingled and their legs went weak when they were looked at by him, and they subconsciously took a step back. At this moment, the door of the Mercedes-Benz behind Chen Mo opened again, and two tall, black-clad bodyguards with stern auras walked down. They said nothing, but just looked coldly at the group of thugs. The iron-blooded aura emanating from their bodies made these street thugs instantly realize that they and the other party were not creatures from the same world at all. "Roll!" Chen Mo uttered a word lightly. The gang of thugs acted as if they had been pardoned. They crawled and carried the still howling Li Biao away, and fled the scene in a panic. A crisis that could have triggered a bloody conflict was easily and neatly resolved by Chen Mo using a combination of money and violence. Looking at the mess on the ground and the 5 boxes of dazzling cash, and then looking at the young man standing in front of the pile of money with an indifferent expression, as if he had just casually slapped a fly to death. All the villagers, including Lin Wan, looked at him with awe and awe. Su Mingzhi's plan of cutting off the source of the problem became a complete joke in the face of Chen Mo's overwhelming counterattack. Chen Mo took out his cell phone and called Lingqing. "The problem is solved." His voice was as calm as before. Chapter 16, Aftermath and New Storm. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo calmly put the phone back into his pocket. However, the atmosphere at the entrance of Xingguan village in front of him was far from calming down. Those 5 red mountains of money still exude a heart-pounding magic in the sun. The villagers' excited, awed, and grateful eyes were all focused on Chen Mo. The ferocious skills that had just destroyed the local tyrant Li Biao in a flash had added a layer of mysterious and powerful aura to him. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen." Lin Wan stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. The way she looked at Chen Mo had changed from initial scrutiny, to helplessness, and finally to admiration and awe at this moment. She thought it would be a tough tug of war and was even prepared for the project to fail. But who could have thought that this Mr. Chen who came out of nowhere would solve all the problems in less than half an hour using the simplest, roughest, and most effective way? He spent money more ruthlessly than Su Mingzhi. He is more difficult to deal with than the local tyrants. This is no longer a problem solving, this is a dimensionality reduction attack. "Boss Lin," Chen Mo turned his head, the coldness on his face instantly dissipated, and he regained his gentleness. "The next thing is up to you. Sign a formal contract with the village committee and the villagers who are willing to transfer the land as soon as possible, and distribute the compensation to them as soon as possible. In addition, the charter of the education fund must be drawn up as soon as possible, and it must be open and transparent so that every penny is put into practice. The construction team can enter the site tomorrow." His arrangements were methodical and his thinking was clear, which was nothing like that of a young man who acted impulsively. "Yes. I understand. I'll do it right away." Lin Wan nodded vigorously, full of energy. "Mr. Chen, we in Xingguan village will never forget your kindness. The old man, who was the first to stand up, leaning on a cane, walked in front of Chen Mo with the help of his son, his cloudy old eyes filled with tears. "Don't worry, if anyone dares to make trouble again, you don't have to do anything, our whole village will fight him to the death. Yes. Fight with all your strength. Defend our school." The villagers were very excited, and their simple words showed their support from the bottom of their hearts. They looked at Chen Mo as if he were a savior. Chen Mo smiled and supported the old man. "Uncle, you are too kind. I just did what I should do. The future of the children is the most important." He did not stay here for long. Under the grateful gaze of the villagers, he got into the Mercedes-Benz and drove away, leaving behind only a bag full of fame and fortune, and tens of millions in cash that was enough to change the fate of the entire village. Su Group, top floor president's office. Su Mingzhi was holding a cup of top-quality Blue Mountain coffee, happily admiring the city skyline outside the window. In his opinion, Chen Mo at this moment should be in the poor mountains and bad waters of Xinguang mountain area, being tortured by Li Biao and the group of unruly people he hired, and he was in a miserable state. He has even thought about the subsequent public opinion offensive. As long as he could get the embarrassing photos of Chen Mo and the people from the foundation being driven away by the villagers, he could immediately mobilize the media to publicize news such as Ling's charity show failed and the pretty boy's wild idea brought disgrace upon himself, making Lingqing and Chen Mo the laughingstock of the entire Jiangchang. Trash should look like trash. He took a sip of coffee, a cruel smile on his face. Just then, the office door was slammed open. "Su. President Su." The assistant rushed in, his face pale and sweaty. Su Mingzhi frowned and shouted unhappily, "Why are you panicking? Is the sky falling?" "It's worse than the sky falling down." The assistant panted and pointed at the door. Li Biao and the others are back." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Biao, with a bruised face and nose, moved in like a stray dog, supported by his two younger brothers. His arm, which was crippled by Chen Mo, was hung roughly on his chest with a rag. He looked pale and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. "Waste." Su Mingzhi saw his miserable state, and the ominous premonition in his heart instantly reached its peak. He smashed the coffee cup on the ground and roared, "I asked you to get the job done, but you came back with injuries? Where are the people? Where are the people from Ling's group? Did you chase them away?" Boss Su, as soon as Li Biao met Su Mingzhi's murderous gaze, his legs softened and he knelt down, crying, We lost. Completely lost. Defeated? There are dozens of you, and you are paid. How could you be defeated by a student and a few clerks?" Su Mingzhi couldn't believe his ears. He is not a human. He is a devil. Li Biao recalled the scene at that time, and his body trembled involuntarily. He directly brought in 10 million in cash. He piled it on the ground on the spot, saying that he would double the compensation for the villagers and build an education fund for the village, covering everything from elementary school to university. What? 10 million in cash? Su Mingzhi's pupils suddenly shrank. Yes. The villagers turned against us right on the spot. Li Biao cried, pointing at his disabled arm. I wanted to stop him, but he just disabled my hand with one move. Mr. Su, he is not a student at all, he is a martial artist, a monster. There are dozens of us brothers, but we didn't even touch a hair of his. Li Biao exaggerated the description of how Chen Mo used money to knock out the villagers and how he used violence to shock the whole crowd. Su Mingzhi listened quietly, the expression on his face changed from anger, to shock, to disbelief, and finally to dead silence and gloom. The atmosphere in the office was terribly low. 10 million in cash. I can destroy you with just one move. He muttered to himself, his eyes bloodshot. His carefully planned plan to cut off the source of the problem, which he thought was foolproof, seemed like a childish joke in front of Chen Mo. The other party did not play any tricks on him, but used the most direct method, using several times more money than he did and violence countless times stronger than his, to crush all his arrangements to pieces. This was no longer just a slap in the face, this was pressing Su Mingzhi's face to the ground and rubbing it repeatedly with money and fists. Ah! Su Mingzhi finally couldn't suppress the rage in his heart and let out a wild beast-like roar. He suddenly overturned the mahogany desk in front of him that was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and documents, computers, and ornaments were scattered all over the floor. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. He gnashed his teeth and repeated the name, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Who are you? Where did you get the money from? He could not accept that he, the heir of the Su group, would be defeated one after another by a man he considered a giant. For the first time at school, he could say that Chen Mo relied on Lingqing.
But what about this time?
The mobilization of tens of millions of cash, the thunderous means, and the terrifying skills, this is definitely not something that an ordinary kept gigolo can do. An unprecedented sense of crisis and humiliation gnawed at his heart like a poisonous snake.
Investigate for me. At all costs, investigate Chen Mo's background. I want to know everything about him from childhood to adulthood. Every transaction in his bank account. Everyone around him.
Su Mingzhi's eyes were red as he screamed at the trembling assistant. Also, notify the group's trader to attack Ling Group's stocks at all costs. I want Lingqing to pay the price. He has gone crazy.
Reason was completely devoured by jealousy and anger.
He decided to mobilize the core strength of the Su Group to launch a frontal attack on the Ling Group from a business perspective. Night falls on Hentang Highlands again. When Chen Mo returned to Villa No. 1, Lingqing was sitting on the sofa in the living room. She didn't look at the documents or watch TV, but just sat there quietly, seemingly waiting for a long time. She had already heard a complete and almost magical version from Lin Wan. When she heard about the tens of millions of cash being thrown at her, she only raised her eyebrows slightly. When she heard Chen Mo's promise to establish an education fund, a glimmer of approval flashed in her eyes. But when she heard Chen Mo defeat the local tyrant with one move, her heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. This man brought her too many surprises.
I'm back.
She looked at Chen Mo who walked in, and her voice was much softer than usual.
Well, have you been waiting for me for a long time?
Chen Mo changed his shoes and walked naturally to the sofa next to her and sat down.
You're not hurt? Lingqing's eyes swept over him subconsciously. Chen Mo stretched and said with a smile, Madam, are you concerned about me?
Don't worry, they are just a few hooligans, not enough for me to warm up.
His relaxed tone made Lingqing's tense heart relax.
She was silent for a moment and looked at him seriously with her glass-like eyes. Thank you. These two words, spoken from the mouth of the cold female president, carry extra weight. The Starlight Elementary School project means a lot to me. Not only did you save it, you did it better than I expected. Lingqing said sincerely. She originally just wanted to build a school, but Chen Mo drew a more ambitious blueprint for the future of the village.
Ding!
The host's heroic act has won Lingqing's heartfelt gratitude and appreciation.
Lingqing's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 45. When your favorability exceeds 40, you will unlock new permissions. You can actively query Lingqing's real-time emotional status.
Chen Mo's idea moved him and he immediately tried the new function.
Target, Lingqing.
Real-time emotions, appreciation, curiosity, peace of mind, a subtle throbbing.
Thrilling?
Chen Mo looked at the flawless iceberg profile in front of him, and the smile on his lips deepened. It is my duty to share my wife's worries. He repeated his professional cultivation argument. Besides, I can't stand people bullying me.
Your people?
Lingqing's heart skipped a beat, and her ears blushed slightly, but her words remained cold. Watch your words.
Isn't it?
Chen Mo deliberately moved closer, and the distance between them was instantly shortened. He could even smell her cool fragrance. It is written in black and white on the marriage contract that I am your fiancée, and you are naturally mine.
Is there a problem?
The warm breath sprayed against her ears, and Lingqing felt a strange tingling sensation rising from the bottom of her heart, making her a little at a loss. She subconsciously wanted to push him away, but her body was a little stiff. Just then, Lin Wan called, breaking this charming yet tense atmosphere. Lingqing answered the phone immediately as if she had been pardoned, and resumed her female CEO attitude. Go ahead. However, Lin Wan's anxious voice on the other end of the phone made her brows, which had just relaxed, frown again.
Boss Ling, this is bad.
Just now, our stock price has been hit by a large-scale malicious short selling. The other party is aggressive, and in just half an hour, the stock price has fallen by 5 points. According to the market analysis, it is the Su Group that is doing it. After hanging up the phone, Lingqing's face had become extremely solemn. Su Mingzhi is starting to go crazy, she said coldly. The disastrous failure in the charity project made him completely tear off his disguise and launch the most direct business war.
Chen Mo's eyes were stern. He wants to play a financial war? This is just the beginning.
Lingqing stood up and prepared to rush back to the company.
Tonight will be a tough battle. Etc. Chen Mo held her back. He looked at Lingqing and suddenly laughed. Madam, do you think I only know how to hit people with money and beat them with my fists?
Lingqing was stunned. Chen Mo took out his mobile phone and looked at the 100 million yuan in rebate that had just been credited to his system wallet, as well as the balance he had accumulated before. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Su Mingzhi wants to use money to play, so I will play with him.
Ma'am, you don't have to do anything tonight.
Just watch me, how to make him bankrupt.
Chapter 17, The Wolf of Wall Street?
No, it's the dragon that devours everything.
Look at me, how to make him lose everything.
Chen Mo's voice was not loud, but it carried an absolute confidence that seemed to be able to freeze the air. Lingqing's steps, which were about to leave, stopped abruptly. She turned around slowly, and for the first time, her beautiful, see-through eyes revealed obvious, undisguised surprise and suspicion.
What did you say?
She thought she had heard wrongly. Chen Mo, this is not a problem in Xinguang village that can be solved with fists and tens of millions of cash.
This is a modern commercial war, a stranglehold of capital.
Su Mingzhi is mobilizing the power of the entire financial department of the Su Group, with billions or even tens of billions of funds behind it.
You.
She didn't finish her words, but her meaning was clear. How can you, alone, compete with a huge business empire? This was beyond her understanding of Chen Mo's abilities. If subduing a local tyrant with one move is a sign of strong force, and spending tens of millions is a sign of amazing courage, then what he said now sounded almost arrogant to Lingqing, the female president of a trillion-dollar group.
Chen Mo did not explain too much.
He just smiled calmly at her questioning eyes and said, "Madam, the business world is like a battlefield.
Sometimes you don't need a lot of people to fight.
Give me a quiet room, the best computer, and help me open an unrestricted international securities account.
Leave the rest to me."
His eyes were still as calm and deep as ever, as if they contained a starry sky that no one could understand.
Lingqing's heart trembled for no reason.
Reason told her that this was ridiculous.
She knows better than anyone the complexity and cruelty of financial warfare.
That requires a top-level trading team, accurate data analysis, huge financial support and a precise grasp of market psychology, none of which can be missing. But emotionally, the miracles that this man had created before made her feel a sense of anticipation that even she found incredible.
Good. Finally, she made a decision.
Rather than saying that she believed Chen Mo, it would be better to say that she wanted to see with her own eyes how many secrets this man was hiding and where his limits were. She immediately dialed the internal line and issued a series of instructions in an unquestionable tone. The security and technical personnel of Hentaying Highlands acted with maximum efficiency. 10 minutes later, the study room on the third floor of the villa had been transformed into a temporary top-level trading room. 8 huge monitors formed a curved screen wall, on which various complex data such as Ling Group's stock price K-line chart, buy and sell orders, capital flows, etc. were displayed in real time. A supercomputer customized for financial calculations has been connected to the world's fastest trading line. At the same time, the Su Group building at the other end of Jiangcheng was brightly lit.
The atmosphere in the trading hall was tense and excited.
Su Mingzhi's eyes were bloodshot and he stood in front of the screen with a ferocious face, like a bloodthirsty beast. Behind him is the Su Group's most elite team of traders.
Increase the intensity. Smash it hard. Su Mingzhi roared, "I will drive Ling's stock price down to the point of delisting tonight."
Don't worry, Mr. Su. We've almost exhausted the other party's market protection funds. You see, their stock price has fallen below 8%.
Just one more fuel will trigger a panic sell-off in the market. By then, it will be an avalanche.
The chief trader had a cruel smile on his face, his fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard. On the screen, the green line representing the share price of Ling S Group was falling downward at an extremely steep angle. The huge sell orders below were like mountains, making it hard to breathe. In the market, all the institutions and retail investors who have been paying attention to this business war believe that the Ling Group is doomed. Some fence-sitters have begun to follow the trend and short sell, attempting to get a piece of the pie in this capital feast. In their view, the defeat of the Ling Group was inevitable.
Hentaying Highlands, in the study.
Chen Mo sat alone in front of the screen wall, staring intently at the K-line that was falling sharply. Lingqing was standing not far behind him, with her arms folded across her chest, observing quietly. She saw that every 1-cent drop in the stock price meant that tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars of Ling Group's market value was evaporating.
Her heart couldn't help but tighten. But Chen Mo was unusually calm.
He even had the leisure to pick up the glass of water beside him and take a sip.
He is waiting.
Just like a most experienced hunter, waiting for the moment when his prey is most relaxed and most complacent.
Right now.
When the stock price fell by 9.5%, just one step away from the limit down, the confidence of all bulls in the market was almost completely destroyed. When the selling pressure from Su Mingzhi reached its peak, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Chen Mo's black eyes. He did not make a small-scale tentative purchase like an ordinary trader, but directly opened the capital input interface of the trading software. Then, under Lingqing's shocked gaze, he entered a number.
100 million.
He wanted to use the 100 million yuan of funds in his system wallet, which was still warm and had just been rebated from the Xingguan village incident, as the first shell of counterattack.
Are you crazy?
Lingqing screamed, if you invest so much money at once in this one-sided falling market, it will be swallowed up in an instant.
However, Chen Mo ignored her.
His finger decisively tapped the buy button.
Ding!
It is detected that the host is defending his fiancée from commercial attacks and investing huge sums of money to defend the family's honor and property.
This is a top-level investment behavior to protect his wife.
The system determines that this investment will trigger the Guardian special rebate mechanism. Guardian rebate, every penny you invest will become a solid barrier to protect your fiancé. The 100 million yuan invested this time will temporarily generate 10 times the purchasing power in the financial market.
That is, your 100 million yuan purchase will sweep the market at a scale of 1 billion yuan. And, your 100 million yuan principal will be fully returned to your system wallet after the transaction is completed.
The system's prompt sounded in Chen Mo's mind like an oracle. Almost at the same moment, the storm in the financial market was detonated.
In the trading hall of Su Group, the chief trader was proudly saying to Su Mingzhi, "Boss Su, did you see that? The price is about to hit the limit. We win."
Before he could even utter the word, he froze in place as if he had been cast into a spell. All the traders around him also cried out as if they had seen a ghost.
Oh my God! What is this?
At the buying position of the trading quotation, an unprecedented, terrifyingly huge number appeared out of thin air.
1 billion.
A super buy order worth 10 billion, like an ancient dragon awakening from the abyss, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed up all the sell orders on the market, whether from the Su Group or other follow-up institutions, with a thunderous force. The green line representing the stock price seemed to have hit an invisible wall that was harder than steel, and suddenly stopped its downward trend. It only paused for 0.01 seconds. Then, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, the line rose wildly at an incredible, nearly vertical angle. V-shaped reversal. No, this is not a V-shaped reversal, this is a nuclear explosion under the abyss. 9.5%, 8%, 5%, 2%, 0%. The stock price turned red instantly. Plus 2%, plus 5%, plus 8%.
Quick! Run! Close the position quickly. Su's chief trader finally reacted and screamed at the top of his lungs. However, it was too late.
In front of Chen Mo's billion-level financial dragon, the short orders they had placed before were like ants trying to stop a chariot. If they want to close their positions, they have to buy stocks in the opposite direction. But now, the stock price is being pushed up by that huge buy order and is rising wildly. There are simply not enough sell orders in the market for them. This is one of the most terrifying phenomena in the financial market: short squeeze. Also known as short squeeze. All those who shorted were trapped on a high hill, watching their accounts suffer crazy losses in seconds. How could this happen? Su Mingzhi rushed to the screen, grabbed the monitor with both hands, and looked like a madman. Where did this money come from? Where did Lingqing get so much cash flow? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He didn't know that his opponent was not Lingqing at all. In the study room of Hentang Villa, Lingqing was also completely stunned. She covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and confusion. She looked at the unstoppable red K line on the screen, and then at the man sitting in the chair with an indifferent expression, as if he had just done something insignificant. At this moment, her business and financial views were completely overturned. It turns out that money can really be played like this. It turns out that one person can really fight against an empire. The game has just begun. The corner of Chen Mo's mouth curled up into an icy arc. He did not stop there. He looked at the tens of millions of yuan left in the system wallet and made another move. Ding! Invest 50 million to trigger the Guardian rebate, which is converted into 500 million yuan of purchasing power. Another super buy order, injected into the market like fuel. The share price of Lingqing Group directly hit the 10% daily limit. The entire Jiangcheng financial circle was in an uproar. From a plunge of 9.5% to a daily limit of 10%, the amplitude was close to 20% in just a few minutes. This is an unprecedented miracle for a large cap stock like Lingqing Group. Everyone was stunned by this mysterious and fierce financial power. The trading hall of Su Group has turned into a hell on earth. It's liquidated. Our account number 3 has been liquidated. Insufficient margin. The broker is forcing you to close your positions. Boss Su. Our losses have exceeded 1.5 billion. And they are still increasing. The desperate wails pierced into Su Mingzhi's heart like sharp knives. 1.5 billion. This is almost 1/3 of the Su Group's liquid funds. Just like that, in just a few minutes, it was reduced to ashes. No. Su Mingzhi's eyes were blank and his body was shaking. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight back. Boss Su. There was chaos in the trading hall. In the center of the storm, in the study of Hentaying Villa, Chen Mo slowly closed the trading terminal. On the screen, the bright red daily limit numbers shine like medals of victory. Ding! The financial counterattack was a victory. The Su Group was seriously injured. The host's act of protecting his wife greatly deterred the enemy, protected his fiancée's property and dignity, and made Lingqing have a subversive understanding of your abilities, which greatly shocked her heart. Trigger special reward, favorability critical hit. Lingqing favorability plus 15. Current favorability, 60. When the favorability exceeds 60 trust stage, the primary authority of the system mall is unlocked. The host can use the rebate funds to purchase various special items and skills in the mall. Chen Mo slowly stood up, turned around, and met Lingqing's extremely complicated gaze. Shock, confusion, curiosity, awe. There was also a trace of emotion called admiration that she herself had not yet noticed, quietly sprouting in the depths of her frozen heart. Done. Chen Mo spread his hands, as if he had just finished a game. Madam, your company's market value should have increased a lot now. As for Su Mingzhi, he is probably on the way to the hospital. You can have a good sleep tonight. Lingqing was silent for a long time before she found her voice again and asked dryly, that money, that billion in funds, who are you? This is what she cares about most. Being able to mobilize billions of cash flow at will to stir up waves in the stock market, this kind of strength is rare in the world. He can't be an ordinary student. Chen Mo walked up to her, looked at her beautiful face so close to him, and suddenly smiled playfully. Me? Didn't I tell you a long time ago? He leaned down and whispered in Lingqing's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I'm your fiancé, a professional, gigolo. Chapter 18, Aftermath, Mall, and Eye of Insight. A warm breath brushed past her ears, with a hint of playful teasing, pulling Lingqing back to reality from her great shock. She subconsciously took half a step back and put some distance between them, but her heart was beating like a drum and couldn't calm down. Those beautiful eyes that were always as cold as ice were now fluctuating violently, reflecting Chen Mo's smiling face. The king of gigolos? If before, she could still regard this title as a helpless label, a code name as a shield. Now, when this word came out of Chen Mo's mouth, it was full of indescribable irony and mockery. How could a man who could mobilize billions of funds overnight, turn the tide with lightning speed, and bring a business empire to the ground vomiting blood be the king of gigolos? This is simply the funniest joke of the century. Chen Mo. For the first time, Lingqing's voice carried a barely perceptible pleading tone. I need an explanation. A real explanation. Her pride, her composure, and the strong psychological defenses she had built up as the president of a trillion-dollar group were completely shattered tonight by the man in front of her. She realized she knew nothing about him. This feeling of being completely out of control made her feel unprecedentedly strange and panicky. Is he the heir of some hidden wealthy family? Is he a financial genius secretly cultivated by the state? Or is he the spokesperson for a top international consortium? Countless thoughts were churning through her mind, each one of them 1,000 times more reasonable than the answer, a gigolo. Chen Mo looked at the confusion and inquiry that was almost overflowing from her eyes and laughed in his heart. He knew that from tonight on, the relationship between them had undergone a qualitative change. He was no longer the canary who needed her protection, but someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her and even hold up the sky for her. He did not give a direct answer, but pointed to the 8 screens on the wall that had returned to calm, leaving only bright red daily limit numbers. Does the explanation matter? He said leisurely. What matters is that the enemy has been repelled. Su Mingjie will no longer be able to pose any threat to the Ling Group in the short term. And you, madam, your company's market value will soar, and your prestige will reach a new peak in Jiangchang. Are you satisfied with this result? He cleverly shifted the question from who am I to what have I done? Lingqing was speechless for a moment. Yes, the result was perfect, beyond even her wildest imagination. Not only did she not suffer any losses, but she became the biggest winner in this financial war. But the doubts in her heart became even heavier. That money. She continued to ask, where did the billions of dollars come from? A secret account. Chen Mo answered flawlessly, Madam, you only need to know that the money in this account exists only for your benefit. It can be used at any time if you need it. At your service. These 4 words, like a stone thrown into the lake of heart, created ripples in Lingqing's heart. She looked at Chen Mo's sincere and deep eyes, and suddenly found that she couldn't ask any more questions. Perhaps, subconsciously, she was also afraid of hearing a truth that she could not accept. Thank you, for tonight. After a long while, she spoke softly. There was no longer the questioning from before in her tone, only complicated emotions and a hint of dependence that she herself was not even aware of. Ding ling ling. At this moment, the intercom in the study rang urgently again. Lingqing took a deep breath, resumed her posture as a female CEO, and answered the phone. The call came from a senior member of the company's board of directors. His voice was trembling with excitement. Boss Ling. Great news. No, it's a miracle. It's simply a miracle. How did you do it? That mysterious fund. Was it our secret ally who made the move? The whole of Wall Street is in an uproar, and they're all investigating the source of this fund. Then, the calls came in one after another. There were business partners, inquiries from financial regulatory agencies, and even several heads of large families who were on equal footing with the Ling family. They all called, and their tones were full of awe and temptation. Tonight, the Ling Group will become a legend with one battle. And the creator of all this, the mysterious god, just stood quietly by the side, looking at her with a smile. After dealing with all the calls, Lingqing hung up the phone exhausted. She looked at Chen Mo and suddenly felt that the noise and vibration of the whole world could not compare to the impact brought to her by the man in front of her. I need to rest. She felt her brain was overloaded and needed time to digest everything that had happened tonight. Go ahead, and leave the rest to me. Chen Mo said gently. Lingqing nodded, turned, and left the study. But when she reached the door, she couldn't help but look back and looked at Chen Mo deeply. That look contained too many things. When the study door was gently closed, the whole world finally became quiet. Chen Mo let out a long sigh and relaxed onto the soft leather seat. System, open them all. He said silently in his mind. Ding. The system mall primary level has been opened for you. Instantly, a virtual interface full of technology unfolded in Chen Mo's mind. The interface was clearly divided into several sections: skills, items, information, and specials. Chen Mo first clicked on skills. A dazzling list of skills appeared before my eyes. Combat Mastery Master Level, price, 100 million. It can make you a world-class combat master, proficient in all styles of hand-to-hand combat techniques. Gun Mastery Master Level, price, 100 million. It can make you a top-notch marksman, proficient in the use and maintenance of all types of firearms. Driving Mastery Master Level, price, 80 million. Allows you to drive all civilian vehicles on land, sea, and air, and reach the level of a professional racer pilot captain. Language Mastery All-Round, price, 50 million. It allows you to master all the known languages in the world in an instant, and be proficient in listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Hacking Technology God Level, price, 500 million. It can make you a god in the online world, ignoring any firewall and freely entering and exiting any encrypted network in the world. Looking at these dazzling skills and the long string of zeros behind them, Chen Mo couldn't help but smack his lips. Expensive. It's really expensive. But also strong. It's really strong. The combat mastery he possessed now was only the basic version given in the system's novice gift package, but it was enough to easily deal with dozens of thugs. Then, can a master really be worth 100 at one? He clicked on item category again. True word drop, price, 10 million drop. Mixed into a drink, it will make the target answer any question and tell the truth within 10 minutes. Note, the effect is weakened for those with super strong willpower. Master key, price, 30 million. It can simulate and open 99% of physical locks and electronic locks in the world.
Optical camouflage primary, price, 200 million.
A special coat that allows you to blend in with the environment visually, effective for 10 minutes.
Gene repair fluid primary, price, 500 million.
It can repair minor gene defects in the human body, cure some hereditary diseases, and slightly improve physical fitness. These things were beyond Chen Mo's imagination and were completely like products from science fiction movies. Especially the Yi gene repair fluid, it is simply a miracle drug that can change your destiny. Finally, he looked at the information category.
The products under this category are not fixed, but there is a search box. Information purchase, please enter the keywords of the information you want to know, and the system will give you an estimate. Chen Mo's heart moved, and he tried to enter all the hidden financial loopholes of Su Group. Ding! You need to pay 80 million to query this information. Do you want to buy it? Chen Mo took a breath of cold air. This function is simply a nuclear weapon in commercial wars. With it, he can easily find the weak spot of any company.
After browsing all the products, Chen Mo began to think calmly about his first purchase. The Su Group has been severely damaged and is not a threat in the short term, so offensive techniques such as hacking technology and information purchasing are not a high priority for the time being. High-tech items, while tempting, are expensive and there doesn't seem to be a pressing need for them right now. What he needs most now is an auxiliary ability that can help him better understand the environment around him, understand people's hearts, and make the best judgment. Especially when getting along with Lingqing, being able to accurately grasp her thoughts is crucial to improving her favorability and obtaining more rebates. His eyes finally settled on a skill in the Yi skills category that was not too expensive but had very practical functions. Eye of Insight primary, price, 20 million.
Skill description, grants the host observation and analysis abilities beyond ordinary people.
After activation, the target person's basic information panel name, relationship, emotional state, surface thoughts, and basic identification information of items can be seen.
Note, depth of insight is related to skill level. This is good.
The function of checking Lingqing's emotions that was previously rewarded by the system was only a single limited edition. This, Eye of Insight, is the universal version.
And it can also see through objects. That's it. Chen Mo checked the balance of his system wallet.
I spent 10 million in Xinguang village before and got a rebate of 100 million. The 150 million yuan invested in the stock market just now has been fully returned because the guardian mechanism was triggered. Adding his original savings and the pocket money given by Lingqing, the total balance exceeded 150 million.
Paying 20 million is more than enough. System, purchase, Eye of Insight primary. Ding! Payment of 20 million successful. Skill, Eye of Insight elementary, has been issued. Do you want to learn it immediately? Study.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mo felt a cool air flow into his eyes, and the world in front of him seemed to have changed in an instant. All the details became extremely clear, the dust floating in the air, the subtle direction of the wood grain of the desk, the outline of each light in the distant city night scene, everything was within sight. His heart moved and he looked at a blue and white porcelain pen holder on the desk.
This is Lingqing's personal belongings. Eye of Insight activated. A translucent information box instantly appeared next to the pen holder.
Item, blue and white brush holder from a folk kiln during the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. Value, about 150,000 200,000 renminbi. Origin, Lingqing purchased it at Panjiayuan Antique Market 3 years ago. Special information, this item was loved by Lingqing's mother when she was alive, and it has special commemorative significance.
Chen Mo was shocked.
He only thought that the pen holder was antique, but he didn't expect it to have such a meaning.
Even private information like Lingqing's mother's relics can be seen. This skill is more powerful than he imagined.
He was immersed in the surprise of his new ability when the door of the study was suddenly pushed open. Lingqing changed into a silk home robe and walked in with a cup of hot milk. She still seemed unable to calm down and wanted to come over and talk to Chen Mo again. Chen Mo subconsciously turned his Eye of Insight towards her.
The next second, an unprecedented detailed information panel appeared next to Lingqing. Name, Lingqing. Relationship, your legal fiancée. Favorability, 60 trust. Emotional state, confused 40%, curious 30%, relieved 20%, confused 10%. Surface thoughts, how should I face him? Who is he? Why should I be wary of him?
but seeing him here makes me feel so at ease. Seeing the last surface thought, Chen Mo couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. It turns out that the heart of this iceberg is already so confused. Are you still awake? He pretended to know nothing, stood up, and took the milk from her naturally. Is this specially sent to me? Thank you, ma'am. Lingqing looked at his calm expression and had a lot to say, but she didn't know where to start. She had no choice but to nod, her eyes casually sweeping across the huge screens, and she asked softly, Su family, what will happen next? Chen Mo took a sip of warm milk and his eyes became profound. Tonight is just the beginning. He looked at the dark night outside the window and spoke calmly. Su Mingzhi has fallen, but the Su family is still there. A mad dog that has been beaten will only be more dangerous than before. But don't worry. He turned his head, met Lingqing's gaze, and said word by word. I will uproot it. Chapter 19, The Old Fox and the New Battlefield. Chen Mo's words, like a vow, echoed in the empty and luxurious study. Beneath that calm tone was a heart-pounding, unquestionable determination. Lingqing stared at him, the shock in her heart could not be calmed for a long time. For the first time, she realized that the sense of security did not come from a solid fortress or huge wealth, but from a man's firm eyes and a simple promise. That night, Lingqing did not go back to her bedroom for the first time. Instead, she fell asleep on the sofa in the study, watching the dazzling red daily limit on the 8 screens. Perhaps it was because she was exhausted physically and mentally, or perhaps it was because with that man by her side, she felt an unprecedented peace. Jiangqing First People's Hospital, VIP ward. Su Mingzhi suddenly woke up from the hospital bed in the pungent smell of disinfectant, his forehead covered with cold sweat. The one-sided massacre last night and the vertically rising K-line were like a nightmare, replaying in his mind over and over again. Awake? An old and steady voice sounded. Su Mingzhi turned his head and saw his father, Su Jiancheng, the real helmsman of the Su group, sitting on the sofa next to the hospital bed. He was wearing a black Chinese tang suit with buttons and holding 2 shiny walnuts in his hands. Although he was over 60 years old, his hair was still black. His eyes seemed cloudy, but sometimes there was a gleam of light in them, like a dormant beast. Dad. Su Mingzhi's voice was hoarse, and he struggled to sit up. Our money. The company. Bang. Su Jiancheng slapped Su Mingzhi hard in the face with a loud slap. Waste. Su Jiancheng's voice was not loud, but it was cold. I told you long ago that a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. You were so smart that you used the company's confidential account and launched an attack without knowing the opponent's details. Now, the entire group has to pay for your stupid impulse. Dad, I didn't expect. You didn't expect that? Su Jiancheng sneered and threw a document in his face. Look for yourself. Our loss is not 1.5 billion, but 2.3 billion. The short squeeze triggered a chain reaction. Several of our partner institutions were forced to close their positions, and now they are asking us to pay for their losses. The old guys on the board of directors are almost blowing up my phone. You have disgraced the Su family. Su Mingzhi looked at the shocking numbers on the document, his face ashen. Su Jiancheng stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the bustling city downstairs. His eyes became extremely sinister. I checked it out. He said slowly, the source of the earth-shattering funds last night was handled cleanly, as if it appeared out of thin air. To be able to do this and dare to use such a fierce method shows that behind Lingqing stands an extremely terrifying force that we don't know anything about. Then, what should we do? Su Mingzhi's voice trembled, and he had completely lost his backbone. What should we do? Su Jiancheng's mouth curled up with a cruel arc. If we can't win in the business world, we can change the battlefield. Since they have mysterious funds, we can hit them where they are weak. He turned around, stared at his son, and said word by word, I don't care who that so-called mysterious force is, but Lingqing's weak spot is always the people around her. Isn't that pretty boy named Chen Mo just an orphan who was born as a delivery man? Check. Find out all his ancestors. I don't believe that a peasant with no roots and no evidence can have no handles and weaknesses. In the eyes of an old fox like Su Jiancheng, the failure of the financial war is only temporary. The real victory often comes from dirtier and more primitive means. A storm coming from the dark and targeting Chen Mo was quietly brewing. The next morning, Chen Mo woke up on the king-size bed in the guest room of Hentaying Villa. The sunlight poured into the room through the French windows, making it warm and comfortable. Lingqing had already gone to the company, but she had left a delicious breakfast for him on the table. There was also a note next to it, with her beautiful handwriting on it: "After dinner, let the driver take you there.
Call me if you need anything."
There were no extra words, but there was a subtle concern as the relationship warmed up.
Chen Mo smiled.
After enjoying his breakfast, he did not rush out. Instead, he began to familiarize himself with his new ability, Eye of Insight. He turned his eyes to a landscape painting hanging on the wall of the living room.
Item: modern antique landscape painting.
Value: mounting fee is about 5,000 renminbi.
Source: this is a graduation work of a poor student from the Academy of Fine Arts sponsored by Lingqing a year ago.
Special information: Lingqing thought that this student was talented, and to encourage him, he hung this painting in the most conspicuous place in the living room.
Chen Mo nodded slightly. So that's how it is.
This icy CEO has a kind and gentle side that is unknown to others. He looked at Aunt Wang, who was cleaning.
Name: Wang Li.
Relationship: senior servant of the Ling family. Emotional state: respect 70%, worry 30%.
Surface thoughts: Mr. Chen is really amazing.
He was able to help the young lady through this difficult time.
However, the people in the Su family are cruel and ruthless.
I hope they won't use despicable means to retaliate against the young lady. Even Aunt Wang was worried about the Su family's revenge. It seemed that the Su family's bad reputation had long been deeply rooted in Zhengqing's hearts. It seems that I can't just sit there and wait for death.
Chen Mo thought that he must take the initiative.
And taking the initiative requires more information and stronger strength. All of this is inseparable from the support of the system mall, that is, money.
How can we most efficiently fleece Lingqing?
He remembered the information about the blue and white porcelain brush holder that he had seen with the Eye of Insight last night. A great idea formed in his mind. He took out his cell phone and called Lingqing.
It's me.
The voice on the other end of the phone was Lingqing's cold but no longer distant voice.
Madam, do you have time at noon? I want to give you a gift. Chen Mo's tone was relaxed and sincere.
There was silence on the other end of the phone for a full 5 seconds. Lingqing was obviously very surprised.
A gift?
Last night, he had just given her a gift that had skyrocketed her market value by 10 billion yuan.
What else was he going to give her now?
Okay. Eventually, curiosity overcame reason. You decide the location and send it to my phone. Chen Mo hung up the phone and immediately opened a world-class antique auction website. He used his basic internet knowledge and the auxiliary identification ability of Eye of Insight to browse quickly. Half an hour later, he locked on a target and decisively spent 3 million system funds to buy it through an encrypted channel.
At noon, we went to Jingxinzai, the best private restaurant in Jiangcheng.
Lingqing arrived early in the quaint courtyard. She changed out of her usual business suit and put on a light blue Chanel dress, which made her look less sharp and more gentle. She was filled with curiosity.
After last night, she could no longer see through Chen Mo.
She wanted to know what kind of surprise this man would bring her today.
Soon, Chen Mo appeared at the door, holding an ancient wooden box in his hand. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Chen Mo gently placed the wooden box on the table. I just arrived too. Lingqing's eyes were completely attracted by the wooden box. Chen Mo opened the box with a smile and pushed it in front of her.
Inside the box, a small and exquisite blue and white dish was quietly placed on a soft bright yellow silk. The glaze of the dish was as soft as jade, and the blue and white color was elegant. There were a few freehand orchids painted on it, creating a far-reaching artistic conception.
Lingqing's pupils suddenly shrank.
She was not an expert on antiques, but she could tell at a glance that the style, quality, and painting of this small dish were exactly the same as the blue and white porcelain pen holder left by her mother in her study, as if they were a set.
You?
She raised her head and looked at Chen Mo in shock. How could you? I thought the pen holder in your study was very interesting, so I thought of giving you a set.
Chen Mo's explanation was understated but hit the heart.
He did not mention her mother, because that longing was the most private part of her heart, and it would be inferior if it was revealed. He only said, get a condom, which showed his attentiveness and gave Lingqing enough space.
Lingqing stretched out her slightly trembling hand and gently stroked the cool glazed surface of the small dish.
At this moment, what she felt was no longer the shock of Chen Mo's money, but a warmth of being understood and cared for. This gift was not expensive, but it touched her heart with great precision.
It was 10,000 times more precious than any brand name bags or jewelry. Ding!
It was detected that the host sent a gift full of humanistic care that touched the depths of the fiancé's soul.
The system determines that this investment is a soul resonance level gift, triggering a 20x critical rebate. Consumption amount, 3 million. Rebate amount, 60 million. Deposited into your system wallet. Ding!
Your meticulous care has made your fiancée feel unprecedented warmth and cherishment, and her frozen heart has been further melted.
Lingqing favorability plus 5. Current favorability, 65 deep trust. A series of system prompt sounds made Chen Mo feel very happy.
At this moment, Chen Mo's phone suddenly vibrated.
It was a text message from an unfamiliar number.
When he opened it, his pupils suddenly contracted and a cold murderous intent flashed across him. The content of the text message was very simple, with only a photo and a sentence. The photo shows the alley in the urban village where he once rented a house. His former landlady, who was a bit mean but had a good heart, was being invited into a van by two ruffian-looking yellow-haired young men. Below the photo was a line of words, "Mr. Chen, some games are not played in the stock market. If you want your old friend to be safe, come alone at 8 p.m. at the abandoned steel plant in the west of the city.
Su Jiancheng. The old fox takes action. Moreover, once he made a move, he was so vicious and cruel that he directly attacked ordinary people."
Lingqing keenly noticed his change in mood, frowned and asked, "What's wrong?
What happened?"
Chen Mo put away his phone, and the murderous intent on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a playful sneer. He raised his head, looked at Lingqing, and said calmly, "Nothing. It's just that the second half of the game has begun." He looked out the window, his eyes becoming unfathomable. "Madam, please go back to the company first.
I may have to go back late tonight."
He stood up and said in an unquestionable tone, "Remember, no matter what happens or who calls you, don't leave Henteing Villa." Lingqing wanted to ask more, but seeing Chen Mo's unquestionable look, she nodded for some reason.
Chen Mo turned and left. "Old fox, you want to play in a real offline battlefield, right?
Very good. Let me show you how players who have spent real money can crush NPCs like you who only know how to use dirty tricks. System, open the mall, purchase, combat mastery master level."
Chapter 20, Solo Dance in the Slaughterhouse. The moment Chen Mo left Jingxin's, he gave the order in his heart without hesitation. Ding!
The system wallet balance is detected to be 112 million. You need to pay 100 million to purchase, combat mastery master level.
Do you confirm? Confirm. Ding! Payment successful.
Skill, combat mastery master level, has been issued. There was no lightning flash as imagined, nor was there any sudden sense of enlightenment.
Change happens in the silent moment.
The moment Chen Mo stepped out of the door of the private restaurant, the whole world in his perception completely changed. If elementary fighting proficiency allows an ordinary person to acquire the experience and muscle memory of a professional fighter, then master-level fighting proficiency elevates him directly from the category of human to the level of apex predator. His retina could easily pick up a little mud mark on the wheel of a car speeding across the street. His ears could clearly distinguish the slight difference in breathing rate between two people talking 30 meters away. He could even feel the slightest touch of air flowing over his skin, caused by changes in wind speed and temperature. What is more important is the changes inside his body. Every muscle, every tendon, and every nerve seemed to have been retuned, connected, and oiled by a top master. He could clearly feel the power of every beat of his heart and control the speed of blood flow to his limbs. The coordinated force of more than 600 muscles in his body formed a perfect dynamic three-dimensional picture in his brain. This is an incredible and absolute 100% control over one's own body. A vast amount of knowledge poured into his brain like a torrent of data. There are 360 vital acupuncture points in the human body, and what effects will be produced when each point is hit with different strengths.
The elbows and knees of Muay Thai, the strangulation of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, the one-hit kill of Israeli Krav Maga, the CQC close combat of modern military and police.
All known and unknown fighting skills are no longer simple moves, but have become his instincts. He no longer needs to think about how to punch, because his body has already calculated the optimal attack route the moment he sees his opponent. At this moment, standing on the busy street, Chen Mo lowered his eyelids slightly. His standing posture seems casual, but the distance between his feet is the perfect golden ratio. His center of gravity is as solid as a rock, and he can burst out the strongest force in any direction within 0.1 seconds. He was like a peerless weapon that had all its sharpness retracted and was hidden in its sheath. He hailed a taxi and calmly reported a place name, west of the city, Blackwater River. The abandoned steel plant in the west of the city is right on the banks of the Blackwater River. Night falls. In the western suburbs of Jiangcheng, the once glorious heavy industrial zone is now only a huge steel graveyard. The abandoned steel mills are like a steel beast crawling in the darkness, rusty and lifeless. Half an hour before the agreed time, a taxi stopped at an intersection a few kilometers away. Chen Mo paid and got off the car, blending into the thick night. He did not take the main road, but like a ghost, he walked silently along the overgrown river bank towards the steel plant. Along the way, he picked up a piece of discarded threaded steel bar about half a meter long and as thick as a finger from the roadside. He weighed it in his hand and found it was just the right weight. Soon, he arrived at the outskirts of the steel plant. Instead of rushing in, he walked around the tall wall and began pre-battle reconnaissance. Eye of Insight is turned on. His vision penetrated darkness and physical barriers easily. Low-level threat targets found X2. Emotion, boredom, vigilance. Surface thoughts, damn, what a big shot, he still wants us to be feeding mosquitoes here. When that guy comes, I will break both of his legs. It's a secret sentry. Hiding behind an abandoned truck near the main gate. The corner of Chen Mo's mouth curled up in an icy arc. He continued to move, his vision sweeping across the entire factory like a tireless radar. Low-level threat targets X18 found, gathered in steelmaking workshop number 3. Emotions, excitement, cruelty, greed. Weapons, steel pipe, machete, baseball bat. Surface thoughts, I heard that the target this time is a pretty boy. Boss Su is really generous. I can get tens of thousands of dollars after completing this job. Found hostage target X1, located on the second floor platform of the workshop. Name, Li Xiulan, your former landlady. Emotion, extreme fear, despair. Surface thoughts, what a sin I have committed. Please don't let Xiao Chen come. 18 rabble-rousers, plus 2 secret sentries. This was the battlefield that Su Jiancheng had prepared for him. Childish. Chen Mo's eyes wandered around the huge factory building and soon locked onto a target, a ventilation duct opening high up on the sidewall, with broken glass due to years of disrepair. It is about 7 meters above the ground. For ordinary people, it is an insurmountable obstacle. To him, it was just a step. He took a few steps back, took a short run up, and stomped his toes on the rusty wall, like a gecko climbing a wall in a martial arts movie. Without even using all his strength, he lifted his body lightly, grabbed the edge of the ventilation duct with one hand, and flipped in silently. The whole process takes no more than 3 seconds. Not a single unnecessary sound was made. At the same time, on a hillside 1 kilometer away from the abandoned steel plant, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan was brightly lit. Su Jiancheng leaned back in the comfortable leather chair, still holding the 2 walnuts in his hands, looking calm. On the tablet in front of him, a surveillance picture was displayed. It was a real-time image from a hidden camera in the number 3 workshop of the steel plant. In the picture, the 20 thugs he hired at a high price were gathered together smoking and playing cards out of boredom. In the corner, the landlady tied to a pillar was shivering. Dad, do you think that kid will really come? At the side, Su Mingzhi, with a slap mark still on his face, asked nervously. He will definitely come. Su Jiancheng said firmly, his eyes full of experienced calculations. I checked his background. He is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Later he came out to work and has been living in the house of that landlady. This kind of person values so-called friendship the most. That landlady was his only family in the past. There is no way he won't come. But the power behind Lingqing. What a bullshit force. Su Jiancheng snorted disdainfully, the tricks in the financial field are just bluffing. In the real world, it all comes down to who has the harder fist and the crueler heart. I just want to let the mouse hiding behind see whose territory Jiancheng is. I'll destroy this pretty boy today as a warning to them. He looked at his watch and said, it's almost time. Let his men get ready. Remember, don't kill him. Leave him a breath. I want him to kneel in front of me and bark like a dog. However, neither he nor his group of confident thugs realized that the real hunter had already entered their slaughterhouse. The ventilation duct was filled with the smell of rust and dust. Chen Mo was like a black cat, crawling silently in the narrow pipe. Soon, he came to a fork in the road, and below was the number 3 steelmaking workshop. Through the gaps in the grill, he could clearly see everything below. The noise of the thugs, the desperate sobbing of the landlady, the glaring searchlights, everything was in sight. He didn't choose to go down from here. That would instantly make him a sitting duck. He continued forward and came to the back of the workshop, a warehouse where discarded parts were stored. He jumped down from the pipe and landed silently. Two thugs who were in charge of guarding the rear were leaning against the wall, smoking, and bragging about their past achievements. Last time, there was a debtor and I hit him with a stick. His leg. Before he finished speaking, a dark shadow flashed past them. One of them felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if being pinched hard by a red-hot iron clamp. His eyes went dark and he lost all consciousness. The other man just reacted and was about to shout, but an iron-like hand grabbed his throat and suppressed all his sounds. Crack! A crisp sound of bones dislocated. Chen Mo loosened his hand and let the second limp body slide to the ground. Without even looking at them, he picked up the two steel pipes they had dropped on the ground and walked towards the brightly lit steelmaking workshop. The real solo dance begins now. He walked out from the shadows, his steps neither hurried nor slow. Who? A sharp-eyed yellow-haired man spotted him and yelled. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on this lonely young man. They were stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Here comes someone who is not afraid of death. Brothers, grab your weapons. The food the boss wants is now delivered to your door. The bald man in the lead had a hideous scar on his face. He spit out the cigarette in his mouth, holding a baseball bat, and walked towards Chen Mo with a grin. Boy, you are quite courageous. Do you want to kneel down by yourself, or let the brothers help you? Chen Mo didn't say anything. He just gently crossed the two steel pipes in his hands across his chest. The next second, he moved. His figure turned into a blurry afterimage and he rushed towards the dozen or so thugs armed with weapons. Scarface saw nothing but a flash before his eyes, and the man was already very close. He subconsciously swung the baseball bat in his hand, and with a whistling sound, it hit Chen Mo's head hard. However, in his eyes, this powerful blow seemed as slow as a snail to Chen Mo. Bite. A crisp sound. The steel pipe in Chen Mo's hand blocked the baseball bat with incredible precision. At the same time, his other hand, at an incredible angle, tapped Scarface's wrist like lightning. Ah! Scarface screamed in pain and the baseball bat flew out of his hand. He felt as if all the strength in his arm had been drained away in an instant, and a feeling of numbness rushed straight to his brain. This is not the end yet. Chen Mo's body came close like a ghost, and he used a standard Bajiquan Tai Shan Kao to hit the scarred man's chest hard. Bang! With a dull thud, Scarface's huge body was like being hit head-on by a galloping bull. His feet left the ground and flew backwards 7 or 8 meters, knocking over 3 or 4 of his companions who had not yet reacted. Finally, he fell heavily on a pile of scrap metal and fainted on the spot. The whole place was dead silent. The rest of the people were stunned. One move. With just one move, their most capable boss was killed instantly? Kill him. Together. Finally, someone recovered from the shock and roared to give himself courage. The remaining dozen or so people roared, waving machetes and steel pipes in their hands, and rushed towards the lonely figure standing in the center of the venue from all directions like a tide. On the second floor platform, the landlady Li Xiulan, whose mouth was blocked, was so frightened that she closed her eyes, unable to bear to watch anymore. However, what happened next was not a bloody beating, but a cold, efficient, one-sided massacre. Chen Mo's figure left a trail of afterimages in the crowd. The two steel pipes in his hands turned into 2 deadly poisonous snakes. Every swing was accompanied by teeth-grinding sounds of bones cracking and suppressed screams. A gangster swung a knife at him, but Chen Mo dodged sideways and the steel pipe in his hand hit the side of his knee. The man immediately fell to his knees with a scream, losing the ability to move. The other man attacked from behind, but Chen Mo didn't even turn his head and elbowed him accurately in the stomach. The man instantly arched his body like a cooked shrimp and even vomited bile. His movements were flawless and full of violent beauty. Every dodge was just right. Each attack accurately lands on the weak joints and nerve nodes of the human body. He wasn't fighting. He was performing a precise surgical operation. However, his scalpel was a steel pipe, and what he cut off was the fighting power of these people. 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. When Chen Mo stopped, the entire steelmaking workshop was filled with groaning and twitching bodies. The 18 thugs who were so arrogant just a moment ago were now scattered on the ground like ragdolls, and not one of them could stand up. And Chen Mo, standing among them, didn't even have a single disordered breathing. The clean casual clothes on his body were not even stained with a speck of dust. He threw away the slightly deformed steel pipe in his hand with a crisp clang sound. The sound was particularly harsh in the silent workshop, and it completely shattered the psychological defenses of someone in the Mercedes-Benz on the hillside. Su Jiancheng stared blankly at the figure on the tablet computer that looked like a devil descending. The 2 walnuts in his hand fell to the carpet with a click. His lips were trembling, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and the shrewd light in his eyes was now completely replaced by an emotion called fear. Is this a human? This is a fucking monster. In the workshop, Shen Mo slowly raised his head and scanned the entire factory. Finally, his eyes accurately stopped on an inconspicuous pinhole camera hidden in the joint of the steel beam. He walked step by step to the bottom of the camera, raised his face, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth that made Su Jiancheng scared to death. He didn't say anything, just made a simple gesture. He raised his hand, facing the camera, and gently wiped his neck. Then he picked up a screw at his feet and snapped it with his fingers. Call out. The picture on the tablet instantly turned into a field of snowflakes. Go! Go! Su Jiancheng let out a shrill scream and growled madly at the driver like a cat whose tail was stepped on. This young man is not Lingqing Xuan's shield. He is the most terrifying prehistoric beast. The game, from the beginning, is not on the same dimension. Chapter 21: The Prey and the Hunter. The picture on the tablet finally froze on a dazzling snowflake. That snowflake, like a tombstone announcing death, hit Su Jiancheng's heart heavily. He witnessed those incredible 3 minutes with his own eyes. It wasn't a brawl, it was an elegant and brutal dismemberment. He didn't even see Chen Mo's movements clearly. He only saw the so-called tough guys he hired falling one after another like dominoes. The final gesture of wiping his neck and that bone-chilling smile transformed into an invisible ice cone through the radio waves, piercing through his self-righteous and scheming disguise and making him shudder from the depths of his soul. Go! Go! Su Jiancheng's shrill scream broke the deathly silence in the Mercedes-Benz. His voice became sharp and distorted due to extreme fear, and he no longer had the calmness that he usually had as the chairman of the group. Dad, what happened? Su Mingzhi didn't know what had happened yet. He only saw that his father, who usually remained calm even in the face of a crisis, now had a pale face and was trembling all over. Shut up! Drive! Fast! Su Jiancheng had no time to explain. He only had one thought in mind: escape. The farther away from that monster, the better. The driver was frightened by his hysterical roar, and he shuddered, suddenly shifted gears and stepped on the accelerator. The expensive Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan let out a scream as its tires rubbed against the ground, turned around roughly on the narrow mountain road, and fled frantically towards the city. Inside an abandoned steel plant. Bang! As the last deformed steel pipe was casually thrown away by Chen Mo, this temporary Shura field finally returned to peace. All that was left was the painful groans on the ground, like a clumsy, discordant symphony. Chen Mo didn't even look at the scum lying on the ground. In his eyes, these people were not even enemies, but just some obstacles that were easily cleared away. He raised his head and looked toward the platform on the second floor of the workshop. There, Li Xiulan, Chen Mo's former landlady, who was tied to an iron pillar, had fainted from excessive fright. Chen Mo's figure flashed, and after a few running steps, he lightly tapped the rusty mechanical arm with his toes, and his body leaped onto the second floor platform 7 or 8 meters high as lightly as willow catkins. He walked up to Li Xiulan, tore off the tape on her mouth, and then used the knife he found on the thugs to cut the rope neatly. Li Xiulan's limp body fell down and was held steadily by Chen Mo. He placed his fingers on Li Xiulan's carotid artery, and only felt relieved when he felt a steady but weak pulse. It was just a shock, nothing serious. When he was at his lowest point, this middle-aged woman would curse him and urge him to pay the rent, while secretly placing a bowl of dumplings she had made at his door. Her harshness and kindness constitute the few moments of warmth with a touch of down-to-earth flavor in Chen Mo's memory. It was precisely because of this that Su Jiancheng's behavior truly touched his reverse scale. Chen Mo can treat dealing with him as a game. But if you hurt the innocent people around him, you will have to pay the most painful price. He took out his cell phone and did 2 things without hesitation. First, he called the emergency number and briefly explained that there were hostages here who needed rescue. Then, he used a mobile phone stolen from the thug to call the police. Hello, police comrade? I want to report. There are dozens of people fighting in the abandoned steel plant in the west of the city. Yes, many of them are carrying controlled knives. It seems that there are several Class B wanted criminals among them. The bald-scarred leader, I think I have seen him on the wanted poster. Come quickly, the fight is so bloody, it's so scary. He called the police quickly in the tone of a panicked citizen, then broke the phone and threw it, along with the SIM card, into a bottomless cooling pool nearby. Frame someone and shift the blame to someone else. In this way, the police will treat this as a gang fight, and the scum lying on the ground will be treated as criminals, while Li Xiulan, as the victim, will be properly resettled. As for himself, it was as if he had never appeared from beginning to end. After doing all this, he held the unconscious Li Xiulan and quietly left from the other side of the platform, and waited quietly for the arrival of the ambulance in a hidden corner outside the steel plant. More than 10 minutes later, the sounds of sirens and ambulances were heard in the distance. Chen Mo confirmed that the ambulance had stopped in front of the steel plant before he gently placed Li Xiulan on a clean patch of grass. He used her mobile phone to send a text message to her daughter saying, "I'm fine, I'm in the hospital," then turned around and disappeared into the thick night. Next, it's hunting time. Chen Mo stood on the side of the road and closed his eyes slightly. Eye of insight, start. His mind quickly recalled all the details of what had just happened, the angle, model, and radio frequency of the pinhole camera. The super brain brought by master-level combat mastery gives him analytical capabilities almost as good as a computer. Soon, he locked onto a vague direction and distance. The hillside, about 1 kilometer away, a luxury car with independent power supply and signal transfer capabilities. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the winding mountain road in the distance. A beam of dazzling car lights was fleeing hastily on the road. Found it. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. The next moment, he moved. He chose not to chase on the highway, that was too slow. His figure, like an agile cheetah, rushed directly into the wasteland and buildings nearby. This abandoned industrial area has a complex terrain, with broken walls, uneven factories, and pipelines everywhere. For ordinary people, it is a dead end. But for him, it is the best runway. He stomped on the vertical wall with his toes, his body flew into the air, and he accurately grabbed a beam 5 meters high. He exerted force with his arms and swung out like a swing, crossing a trench that was more than 10 meters wide. Landing, rolling, unloading the force, and then standing up again, the whole movement is smooth and full of the beauty of strength and coordination. The Mercedes was speeding on the road, reaching a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Su Jianqing's heart was pounding in the car. He held onto the handrail tightly and kept urging, "Faster! Faster! Get rid of him!" The he mentioned was a feeling, an ancient fear of being targeted. He didn't see anyone at all, but the chill followed him like a shadow. "Dad, who is it?" Su Mingzhi was so scared that he was about to cry. Just then, he inadvertently turned his head and looked out the window. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. He saw it. On the roof of an abandoned factory building parallel to the road, a black shadow was driving side by side with their car at a speed that defied common sense. The shadow was running and jumping on the roof, leaping across the dozens of meters wide gap between buildings, as if gravity had no effect on him. In the moonlight, his figure was elongated, like the god of death running out of hell. "Ah!" Su Mingzhi screamed even more shrilly than his father had just screamed, and pointed out the window with trembling fingers, "Ghost! Ghost!" Su Jianqing and the driver heard the sound and looked over, and also saw the unforgettable scene. The driver's steering wheel shook and the car almost hit the guardrail. Su Jianqing seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He collapsed in his seat, with only endless despair and fear in his eyes. Run? Where to run? You are driving a car at 120 miles per hour on the ground, and someone is chasing you on the roof with his legs, and he actually catches up with you. This was beyond his comprehension. This is not human power, this is gods and demons. Ahead is the entrance to an overpass. The black shadow ran to the top of a huge billboard, and then he jumped. Under the horrified gaze of the Su father and son and the driver, Chen Mo's figure fell from the sky like a black meteorite. Boom! A loud bang. A huge human-shaped dent was smashed into the heavy hood of the Mercedes-Benz. The sturdy bulletproof glass was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The car lost control, spun 720 degrees on the spot, and finally crashed hard into the pier of the overpass, with all the airbags popping out. The driver and Su Mingzhi were knocked unconscious on the spot. Only Su Jianqing, who was sitting in the back row, remained a little sober. The car door was torn open by someone from the outside with bare hands, like tearing a piece of paper. The face with a smile that frightened him to death appeared in front of him. "Mr. Su, we meet again. Chen Mo's voice was very calm, as if he was greeting an old friend. Your car is not of very good quality.
You, don't come over here, who are you?
Su Jiancheng used his hands and feet to shrink back, his voice shaking.
Chen Mo didn't answer him.
He leaned close to Su Jiancheng's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear.
You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that you made two mistakes. First, you shouldn't bring commercial competition into reality.
Second, and most fatally, you shouldn't touch my friends. Chen Mo's tone remained calm throughout, but every word he spoke was like a heavy hammer hitting Su Jiancheng's heart. He activated the eye of insight and looked at the completely collapsed old man in front of him.
Name, Su Jiancheng.
Physical condition, severe palpitations, soaring blood pressure, and myocardial infarction may occur at any time. Deep secret, by forging customs declarations, colluding with overseas blood diamond organizations, and smuggling contraband for a long time. Next Wednesday, a batch of rough diamonds worth 300 million will arrive at Lingqing port from South Africa via a third country.
I see. The Real Lifegate is here. Chen Mo's smile became more meaningful.
He stood up, looked down at Su Jiancheng, and spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but every word was heart-piercing.
Boss Su, I don't like killing people. I like destroying their hearts.
Starting tomorrow, I want to see the Su Group's stock hit the limit down and continue to fall until it is delisted. All your assets, including your secret overseas accounts, must be donated to charity within 1 week.
I will let you know which charity it is. After you do this, you and your precious son will disappear from Jiancheng forever. If you can't do this. Chen Mo paused and gave a devilish smile.
Do you think that the customs officials will suddenly have an impulse to open the boxes of the South African rough diamonds that will arrive at Lingqing port next Wednesday and inspect the goods?
Boom!
This last sentence, like thunder from the sky, exploded in Su Jiancheng's mind. His biggest and deepest secret, the secret that was enough to land him in jail for life or even get him shot, was just casually revealed by the other party. He looked at Chen Mo, and his eyes changed from fear to complete deathly silence.
He understood. I myself was defeated miserably.
From the financial market to real-life violence to human calculations, everything he was proud of seemed as fragile as a piece of paper in front of this young man. He was not fighting against a pretty boy at all, he was fighting against an unknown, omniscient and omnipotent God.
I understand.
Su Jiancheng used all his strength to squeeze these words out of his throat, and he instantly looked 20 years older.
Very good.
Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. He turned around, no longer looking at the father and son in the car who were like zombies, and walked into the night in a leisurely manner. He took out his cell phone and finally dialed the number that worried him. The call was answered almost instantly.
Chen Mo?
From the other end came Ling Qingxuan's voice, which was cold but carried a hint of anxiety and worry that could not be concealed. Hearing this voice, the cold murderous aura on Chen Mo's body instantly disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a kind of gentleness that came from the heart. He smiled and said in a relaxed tone,
"Ma'am, I'm fine. The night wind in Jiancheng is a bit noisy. But now, it's quiet. I'll come back and bring you a midnight snack." Chapter 22, Midnight Snack After the Calm. Jingxinsai, Inner Courtyard.
The quaint wooden door remained closed, blocking out all the noise from the outside world. Lingqing was still sitting in her original position, and the expensive tea set in front of her had already gone cold.
From the moment Chen Mo left, she didn't move at all.
She didn't pace around anxiously like other women, nor did she make unanswered calls over and over again. She just sat there quietly, her back straight, her eyes fixed on the turned-off mobile phone on the table, her eyes as deep as a cold pond. As the head of Lingtian Group and a woman at the top of the global pyramid, she is used to controlling everything. Information, resources, human nature. In her eyes, everything in the world can be deconstructed into data for analysis and prediction. However, the appearance of Chen Mo broke all her data models. Through her own channels, she roughly learned about the trap set by Su Jiancheng less than 10 minutes after Chen Mo left an abandoned steel plant in the west of the city, 20 thugs with dirty backgrounds, and an innocent woman used as bait. It was a brutal, dirty, but effective enough trap. According to her cold logic, Chen Mo's best option was to call the police or ask her for help. By using her power, she can resolve this crisis silently.
But Chen Mo didn't. He chose to go to the meeting alone.
In Ling Qingxuan's business thinking, this choice is stupid, irrational, and a typical wrong example of individual heroism. However, when her mind made a stupid judgment, her heart, which had always been calm, was uncontrollably moved by an unfamiliar emotion. That's worry. A pure, heartfelt worry that she hadn't experienced in nearly a decade. On the surface, she still looked as cold as a mountain, but only she knew that the fingertips of her hands on her knees were already ice cold. She even deduced dozens of worst-case scenarios and corresponding plans for thunderous revenge in her mind. If anything happened to Chen Mo, she would make sure that the Su family, no, all the people in Jiangcheng who were related to this matter, were wiped out from this world completely. Just at this moment, the cell phone on the table lit up without warning and rang cheerfully. Caller ID asshole. Lingqing picked up the phone almost the first second the ringing sounded, but her proud self-esteem made her pause for 2 seconds before she slowly pressed the answer button. Chen Mo? Her voice was still cold and clear, but if you listened carefully, you would find that there was a barely perceptible tremor beneath the ice. Ma'am, I'm fine. From the other end of the phone came Chen Mo's smiling and relaxed voice. The night wind in Jiangcheng is a bit noisy. But now, it's quiet. I'll come back and bring you a midnight snack. Hearing these incoherent words, Lingqing was stunned. All the overwhelming plans and scenarios involving bloodshed in her mind were instantly washed away by the casual words, "I'll bring you some midnight snacks." She even forgot to ask the question and just subconsciously said After hanging up the phone, she looked at the wallpaper restored on the phone screen. It was the system's default starry sky map. She looked at it for a few seconds, and for some unknown reason, she opened the address book, deleted the note bastard, and then re-entered 2 words Chen Mo. After doing all this, she realized that the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Even she herself did not realize that the snow-capped mountain that had been frozen for many years was quietly melting to reveal a corner of warm spring scenery. About 20 minutes later, the wooden door was gently pushed open. Chen Mo's figure appeared at the door. He was still wearing the same clean casual clothes, holding a steaming plastic bag in his hand, and grinning at her, as if he had just gone out to buy something downstairs. There was no smell of blood on his body, no signs of a fight, and even his hair was not messy at all. The Shura aura that made Su Jianqing scared to death in the abandoned steel plant had long been suppressed by him. Now, he looked like a sunny and cheerful boy next door. Only the profound changes brought about by master-level combat mastery have added an indescribable calmness and sharpness to his entire temperament, which is perfectly integrated with his gentle appearance. Are you hungry? Chen Mo walked in and put the plastic bag on the table naturally. He took out a bowl of steaming wontons and a few skewers of freshly grilled lamb. I guess you didn't have a good dinner. This old-fashioned wonton shop has good wontons. I used to go there often. Lingqing's eyes had been lingering on him since the moment he walked in. She saw the clean corner of his clothes, his relaxed smile, and finally, her eyes fell on the back of his right hand. There was an extremely tiny, almost negligible scratch there, as if it had been accidentally scratched by something, and a thin layer of blood scab had formed. This is the only trace he left tonight. A complex and incomprehensible light flashed in the depths of Lingqing's eyes. She could imagine how meticulous and calm this man was on his way back in order to clean all traces on her body to such an extent. He knew that she would be worried, so he chose to return in the calmest way, blocking all the storms outside the door by himself. Have you dealt with the people from the Su family? She didn't touch the bowl of wontons, but asked, her voice returning to its usual cold tone. Well, it's dealt with. Chen Mo broke open a pair of disposable chopsticks, handed them to her, and said lightly, I had a cordial and friendly conversation with Chairman Su. He deeply realized his mistakes and said that he would donate all his property to charity, and then take his son abroad to live out his life and never return to Jiangcheng. Lingqing held the chopsticks and looked at him quietly. A friendly conversation? Although she didn't know the specific process, she couldn't help but feel a pang of fear just imagining how an old fox who could set a kidnapping trap would make such a decision to lose everything and leave his homeland under such a friendly conversation. This man hides too deeply. What he showed might not even be the tip of the iceberg of his true strength. They didn't resist? Lingqing changed the way of asking the question. Yes. Chen Mo picked up a skewer of lamb, took a bite, and said vaguely, their attitude was not very good at first, but later I helped them fix the car, and their attitude became much better. He was referring to the repair that left a big hole in the roof of the Mercedes. Lingqing was silent. She understood. Chen Mo didn't want to say more, not to hide something, but as a kind of protection. He didn't want her, his nominal wife, to be exposed to those dark and bloody aspects. He reserved his sharpest scythe for his enemies, but brought the most gentle midnight snack to her. This feeling is wonderful. All along, she had been unilaterally providing Chen Mo with shelter and resources, just like protecting a rare pet. She thought their relationship was the queen's most expensive collection. But after tonight, she suddenly realized that when the storm came, this man whom she thought needed protection would stand in front of her without hesitation and settle all the storms in his unfathomable way.
This is no longer a simple contractual relationship.
Bite. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in Chen Mo's mind.
Ding.
It is detected that the host has crushed the opponent with absolute strength and completely destroyed the enemy from the spiritual level, perfectly resolving the crisis event.
The comprehensive assessment is S grade.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, system funds of 500 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new skill, asset insight.
Skill description, asset insight, and advanced financial skill of Eye of Insight.
With this skill, the host can see through the entire asset composition, capital flow, hidden liabilities, equity structure, and potential value of any company, individual, or even organization.
Let all wealth be revealed in front of you. Chen Mo was delighted. Another 500 million.
The balance in the system wallet instantly soared to more than 600 million.
What is more important is this new skill, asset insight. It is simply a magic weapon tailor-made for financial warfare.
If Eye of Insight looks at people, then Asset Insight looks at money. With this, let alone sniping listed companies, he can even see through the economic lifeline of a country at a glance. He calmly suppressed his excitement, and when he looked up, he saw Lingqing looking at him with a strange look.
What's wrong? Not to your liking? Chen Mo asked.
Lingqing shook her head. She finally picked up the spoon, scooped up a crystal clear wonton, put it into her mouth, and chewed it slowly. It was an ordinary smell of everyday life, not particularly delicious, but it unexpectedly made her cold stomach feel a little warm.
She ate slowly and gracefully.
After finishing a bowl of wontons, she wiped her mouth with a napkin and looked at Chen Mo again, with a hint of command in her tone.
From today on, you are not allowed to take risks alone without my permission. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Madam, are you concerned about me?
A barely perceptible blush seemed to flash across Lingqing's cold face, but she immediately regained her aura as an icy CEO and said in a cold voice, I am only protecting my legal husband and my investment.
Your safety is related to the stability of our engagement. Okay, I'll listen to you, madam. Chen Mo followed suit and said with a smile.
He knew that even though this iceberg wouldn't admit it, in his heart, he had already begun to worry about him. As the two were talking, an inconspicuous wall-mounted TV in the corner of the room suddenly turned on automatically and played Jiangqing's midnight financial news. This is Lingqing's habit, which allows her to keep abreast of the latest market trends at any time. The latest news from our station is that the Su Group released a major announcement through its official channels 5 minutes ago.
The female anchor's voice came out clearly. The announcement stated that the group's chairman, Mr. Su Jiancheng, will resign from all positions in the group due to personal health reasons, effective immediately.
At the same time, Mr. Su Jiancheng announced that he would donate all of the Su Group's shares held by him and his family, as well as all personal assets at home and abroad, to the Chunlei Charity Foundation for free to use in the education of children in poor areas. As soon as this news came out, the market immediately fluctuated violently. The share price of Su Group suddenly collapsed in after-hours trading. It is expected that when the market opens tomorrow, it will face an unprecedented selling frenzy. Some analysts believe that this move means that Su Group, a business giant that has stood in Jiangqing for 30 years, will exit the stage of history in the most unexpected way.
Chen Mo and Lingqing looked at the TV at the same time.
The news footage was also accompanied by a profile photo of Su Jiancheng. He looks full of energy in the photo. And who could have thought that just an hour ago, this man was still wagging his tail and begging for mercy in front of him like a dead dog?
The efficiency is quite high. Chen Mo thought.
Lingqing looked at the news, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. The way she looked at Chen Mo changed completely.
Financial sniping, violent crushing, psychological attack.
In just one day, he uprooted a well-established business family from 3 completely different dimensions, and handled it so cleanly and efficiently without leaving any trouble. This man is not an ordinary person at all.
He is a dragon lurking in the abyss.
His previous poverty and desolation were just a disguise for him to lie dormant. Now, because of my appearance and this engagement, he seemed to be waking up.
Chen Mo.
Lingqing suddenly spoke and called his name very seriously.
Perhaps our engagement can be considered to become real.
After she said this, she was startled herself, and a touching blush finally appeared on her cheeks that she couldn't control. She quickly turned her head away, not daring to look at him again. Chen Mo was also shocked when he heard this. He looked at the gorgeous CEO in front of him, who looked cold on the outside but whose heart was beginning to melt for him. For the first time, he no longer had the cynical freeloader mentality. He walked forward and gently held her slightly cold hand that was placed on the table. "Okay," he said with a smile. "Anyway, according to the household registration book, you have already been mine." The night is still long. But the wind in Jiangcheng was really quiet. Chapter 23: The dust settles and a new game. That night, with Lingqing's tacit consent, Chen Mo moved into the second floor of the main villa, a luxurious suite second only to the master bedroom. Although they still live in separate rooms, this is undoubtedly a huge leap in status. No matter how excited Lingqing was, it was impossible for her to sleep in the same bed with him on the first night of confirming the relationship. Her pride and reserve would not allow such leaps in progress. But for Chen Mo, from being the nominal fiancé and bodyguard to being truly accepted into her private sphere, he has finally taken a solid step towards the identity of male host. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows onto the $1,000,000 leather sofa, Chen Mo had already walked out of the guest room, looking refreshed. The physical transformation brought about by master-level combat mastery allowed him to maintain peak energy and stamina with only 3 or 4 hours of sleep a day. He thought he had gotten up early enough, but when he walked into the living room, he saw Lingqing had changed into a tight black yoga suit and was doing a set of difficult yoga moves on the wide terrace. The morning light gave her a golden outline, outlining her devilishly perfect curves. Sweat slightly soaked her temples and the back of her neck, making her less cold and distant as usual, and more vivid, real, and charming. Hearing the footsteps, Lingqing slowly finished his training, stood up straight, and wiped the sweat off his face with a towel beside him. "Awake?" Her voice had the lazy hoarseness that was unique to the early morning. "Yeah." Chen Mo looked at her without hesitation and praised her sincerely. "With your figure, it's a pity for madam not to be a model." Loquacious. Lingqing rolled her eyes at him, and her words of reproach unconsciously carried a hint of coquettishness that she herself did not even notice. The atmosphere between the two of them was a step closer than last night. There is no more temptation and sense of distance, but a more natural and casual feeling like that of an ordinary couple. At this time, a well-dressed and capable housekeeper came over with breakfast and said respectfully, "Sir, miss, breakfast is ready." There was a hint of curiosity and respect in her eyes when she looked at Chen Mo. As an old person who has served Lingqing for many years, she knows the temper of this iceberg lady better than anyone else. This was the first time she had seen a lady allow a man to live in this villa where no one except herself could stay overnight. At the dining table, Jiangcheng Morning News was being broadcast. As expected, the front-page headlines were all about the collapse of the Su Group. The former business giant collapsed overnight. Su Jiancheng, chairman of the Su Group, announced that he would donate all his assets, triggering an unprecedented earthquake in Jiangcheng's business community. According to our reporter's in-depth investigation, the Su Group has had serious problems with its capital chain in recent years. Behind its seemingly prosperous appearance, it is actually heavily in debt. Su Jiancheng's sudden retirement this time may be related to the huge debt that is about to explode. Watching the so-called expert analysis on TV, Chen Mo almost laughed out loud. Overnight, the wall fell and everyone pushed it down. Former business partners have now become prophets who had already seen that they had problems. The Su family's downfall was attributed by them to poor management and lack of funds, but no one knew that the real driving force behind this was sitting leisurely at the dining table, drinking a cup of hot milk. Someone will take over this mess. Those parasites and debts that the Su family has covered up under the prosperity will soon be divided up by new capital. Lingqing cut off a small piece of toast with a dinner knife, her tone flat, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. But the look she gave Chen Mo was full of inquiry. "But I'm curious, how did you know his biggest secret?" She was referring to Su Jiancheng's smuggling of South African rough stones. Even with Lingtian Group's intelligence network, they only found a vague clue about this news during the subsequent review. However, Chen Mo was able to speak out the truth and hit the nail on the head in such a situation. Secret? Chen Mo smiled mysteriously and activated his new skill. Asset Insights. His eyes inadvertently swept over Lingqing. In an instant, a picture of wealth so huge that it was suffocating unfolded in his mind. Name, Lingqing. personally held assets, 37% stake in Lingqing Group, market value of approximately 1.8 trillion US dollars, a balance of 7.32 billion US dollars in a Swiss bank black card account, 78 properties in major cities around the world, total estimated value of approximately 5.1 billion US dollars. A collection of artworks including Van Gogh's Sunflowers, estimated value of approximately 2.3 billion US dollars. Indirectly controlling assets through offshore funds and family trusts, equity in 127 multinational companies covering energy, technology, biomedicine, and other fields, with a total value that is inestimable. Potential liabilities, 0. The largest recent capital flow, mobilizing $12 billion for the first phase of the Lingqing Future Technology Core City project. The biggest business dilemma currently faced, the land for the Lingqing Future Technology Core City project has been maliciously blocked by the local wealthy family, the Liu family. The core plot, land number 03, cannot be delivered on time, which may cause the entire project to be suspended. The estimated penalty for breach of contract is more than 3 billion US dollars. Hiss. Even though Chen Mo was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by this series of astronomical figures and gasped. Rich enough to rival a country. These 4 words seem pale and powerless when used to describe the woman in front of me. What is even more frightening is that her asset structure is so healthy and has 0 debt. It is simply the perfect model that all capitalists dream of. Living off others. I'm hugging an interstellar mothership. Chen Mo sighed in his heart. At the same time, he also captured the key information: Lingqing Future Technology Core City, and the stumbling block Liu family. Want to know? He regained his composure, met Lingqing Xuan's inquiring gaze, and decided to give it a try and express what he had just seen in his own way. He did not answer her question, but changed the subject. The Su family's collapse should have cleared a small obstacle for your Technology Core City project, right? But I guess the real trouble is not an open opponent like the Su family. Lingqing Xuan's hand holding the coffee cup paused slightly. A hint of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. Lingqing Future Technology Chip City is Lingqing Group's most significant investment project in China at present, and it is also a top priority that she personally supervises. The Su family had indeed coveted this piece of fat meat before, but their level was not high enough to become a real problem. She didn't expect that Chen Mo even knew this. Do you know the Liu family? Lingqing asked directly. I've heard a little bit about it. Chen Mo began his performance. I heard that this family is deeply rooted in Lingqing, and they are involved in both the black and white worlds, especially in real estate and land transfer. They are known as the local snakes in Lingqing. Is there a piece of land in your project that is stuck in their hands? Lingqing put down her cutlery completely, leaned forward slightly, and for the first time, a truly serious expression appeared on her beautiful face. What else do you know? This cannot be explained by hearing a little about it. The Liu family's obstruction is a core secret within the project. The Liu family acted ruthlessly and covertly. They did not come forward directly, but manipulated several small companies and took advantage of various policy loopholes and legal skirtings to mess up the property rights of the most core piece of land 03, leaving the legal and acquisition teams of Lingqing Group helpless and stuck in a quagmire. Except for a few people at the top of the project, it is impossible for outsiders to know this matter so clearly. This is exactly the effect Chen Mo wants. He didn't continue to keep the suspense, but spoke in a casual tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. I guess the Liu family is acting tough now, and they are taking a stance of don't even think about getting the land if you don't pay a sky-high price, right? Lingqing didn't say anything, but her furrowed brows said it all. The price offered by the Liu family was 10 times higher than the market price. This was not a negotiation at all, but extortion. But I think, Chen Mo picked up a piece of toast, took a bite, and said slowly, they might just be bluffing. A truly strong person would not resort to such means. This is more like a wild dog that is about to be starved to death, desperately protecting the last bone in its mouth. What makes you think so? Lingqing voice sounded a little anxious. Chen Mo's metaphor is so accurate and so subversive. Because according to her team's analysis, the Liu family is extremely wealthy and powerful, and their strength is unfathomable. This time they are determined to tear a piece of meat from Lingqing Group. Intuition. Chen Mo shrugged and threw out the most unreliable and irrefutable reason he had prepared long ago. Women's intuition is very accurate, and men's is sometimes the same. Madam, if you don't believe it, you can ask your people to check whether the Liu family has recently invested a large sum of money in a mining project in South America, and lost all the money. Asset insight: the information we have seen is that the Lu Group, through overseas shell companies, gambled all its liquid funds on a Brazilian iron mine, but ended up falling into a trap set by international financial giants. Now its capital chain is on the verge of breaking, and it is barely supported by the cash flow of several local projects in Zhangchang. Their toughness is to extort a huge sum of life-saving money from Lingqing Group, the super money bag, before the complete collapse. Boom! Chen Mo's words were like thunder from a clear sky, exploding in Ling Qingshuan's mind.
Mineral projects in South America?
She stood up suddenly, not even caring about etiquette, and immediately took out her cell phone, dialed the number of her chief strategic advisor, and issued a series of instructions at an extremely fast speed.
Immediately.
Use your highest authority to find out all the overseas investment records of the Zhangcheng Lu family in the past 3 months.
Focus on South America and mineral resources.
I want to see the most detailed report within half an hour.
After hanging up the phone, the whole living room fell into silence.
Ling Qingshuan's chest rose and fell slightly. She looked at the man in front of her who was still leisurely eating breakfast. Her eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of an unprecedented light.
If last night's Chen Mo made her see the extreme of strength, then today's Chen Mo made her experience the horror of wisdom.
This kind of business acumen and intelligence insight that is almost prophetic can no longer be described as genius.
He is a monster.
Chen Mo, Ling Qingxian sat back in the chair, took a deep breath, and calmed herself down. Who are you? She had asked this question more than once, but each time, she felt she was further away from the answer.
Chen Mo finally finished the last bite of breakfast, wiped his mouth with a napkin, stood up and walked to her side.
He leaned over, resting his arms on the armrests of her chair, and wrapped her whole body in his arms, creating an extremely oppressive and intimate posture. He stared into her glass-like eyes that were slightly widened due to shock. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said word by word, "Ma'am, you just need to know that from today on, your enemies are my toys.
And I am your only and strongest trump card."
Chapter 24, The Hunter and the Prey.
Chen Mo's warm breath brushed against Ling Qingshuan's cheek.
His deep eyes seemed like a black hole that could swallow everything, and her calmness and rationality, which she was proud of, were shattered in an instant. The air was filled with the fresh scent of his shower gel, mixed with a hint of hormones that was unique to men. Such a close distance and such a strong posture made her heart, which had been frozen for thousands of years, beat wildly uncontrollably. Shock, shame, and a hint of peace that she herself was unwilling to admit. This was the first time that a man did not look up at her or submit to her, but stood in front of her with an equal and even condescending attitude, telling her, "I will solve your problems.
Get up, get up."
Ling Qingxian took great effort to squeeze these words out of her throat. She stretched out her jade hand and gently pressed it against Chen Mo's solid chest, trying to push him away, but found that his chest muscles were as hard as granite. Chen Mo chuckled, straightened up, and stopped making things difficult for her. He sat back across the dining table, as if the aggressive man just now was not him, picked up the glass of milk that had long since cooled, and took a sip leisurely.
This ease of movement made Ling Qingxian even more frightened.
This man's control over his emotions, power and charm has reached an incredible level. He can instantly transform into a bloodthirsty Shura, and in the next second he can turn back into a sunny and harmless boy next door. And now, he has another identity, a mysterious traitor who knows everything.
How did you know that?
Ling Qingxian tried hard to calm her frantic heartbeat, regained her sharp eyes as during the business negotiations, and asked the key question again.
I said I was just guessing, do you believe me?
Chen Mo put down the cup and looked at her.
No.
Ling Qingxian answered decisively. This was not a guess, this was accurate intelligence that was outrageous.
Then treat me as a prophet.
Chen Mo spread his hands and gave the most perfunctory and unquestionable answer.
Madam, the process is not important. What is important is that we now know the enemy's trump card.
A paper tiger that is strong on the outside but weak on the inside and about to go bankrupt actually dares to show its teeth in front of you.
Don't you think this is interesting? Ling Qingshuan's brows were furrowed.
She was not a materialist who believed in foresight, but the miracle that happened to Chen Mo was beyond her comprehension. Instead of pursuing the illusory source, it is better to grasp the reality in front of you. She is also a decisive woman.
Since she can't figure it out, she simply gives up thinking about it.
What she cares more about now is what Chen Mo mentioned as interesting. This word made her smell a hint of danger, and also a hint of excitement. At this moment, her special private cell phone used for core communications rang rapidly. The caller was her chief strategic advisor, Zhang Han, a former legendary trader on Wall Street. A man known for his calmness and rigor, whose mood swings are more stable than an electrocardiogram. Lingqing pressed the hands-free button, and Zhang Heng's voice, panting heavily and trembling with disbelief, immediately rang out in the empty living room.
Miss. We found out. We found out everything. What you said, the information provided by Mr. Chen, is true. Absolutely true. No. It's even more serious than what Mr. Chen said. The Lu family didn't just fail in their investment.
They used 5 times the leverage and bet everything on an iron ore project in Brazil through several overseas shadow companies. And that project was a trap set by the international financial giant Blackwood Capital from the very beginning. Our people just intercepted the news that just 3 days ago, the Lu family's capital chain was completely broken. All their assets that can be mortgaged, including the implicit ownership of the pieces of land in Zhangchang, have been mortgaged to the creditors. They are now an empty shell. An empty shell that owes a huge debt of more than 20 billion. The reason they dare to ask us for such a high price is that they want to make a lot of money from the Technology Core City project before going bankrupt, and then run away. These lunatics. Every word in Zhang Heng's voice was like a bullet, shooting into Lingqing's heart, filling her beautiful face with deep shock. The information matches perfectly. No, the information provided by Chen Mo was even more implicit than the result that her top consultant had found out after using the highest authority and spending half an hour to find out. He just said all his money was lost, but the fact is everything was ruined beyond repair. After hanging up the phone, Lingqing's eyes when looking at Chen Mo had completely changed. If there was curiosity and admiration before, now it is complete shock and reliance. For the first time, she found that when faced with a difficult business problem, the first thing she thought of was not her own elite team, but the opinion of the man in front of her. Now, what are you going to do? Lingqing took a deep breath and handed over the initiative. This was an extremely rare gesture, which meant that she was willing to listen to and even adopt Chen Mo's plan. Your team should now be thinking about contacting the Lu family's creditors, such as the Blackwood Capital, and buying the debt and land from them, right? Chen Mo seemed to be able to see through her thoughts. Lingqing nodded. This is the safest and most standard business practice. Remove the firewood from under the cauldron and win with one strike. Too slow. Chen Mo shook his head, a cold arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Besides, it's too kind. Madam, the business world is like a battlefield. For an enemy who dares to bare his fangs at you, it is far from enough to simply defeat him. What you need to do is to tear his bones and skin him alive in front of everyone and make him scream the most shrilly. Only in this way can you deter those wolves hiding in the dark, ready to make a move. Chen Mo's words were like a cold wind from the underworld, causing the temperature of the entire living room to drop by several degrees. Lingqing's heart trembled. For the first time, she felt an imperial aura from this man that was even colder and more domineering than her. So what's your plan? It's very simple. Chen Mo stood up. Didn't you give me 100 million pocket money? Although it's a bit of a spend, it should be enough. Consider this as my first gift to my fiancée. He walked straight to the study, his comeback seemed as if he was not going to solve a crisis of a 10 billion project, but to buy a pack of cigarettes at the convenience store downstairs. Lingqing followed him for some unknown reason. In the study, Chen Mo turned on the computer with the highest level of confidentiality. His slender fingers tapped on the keyboard a few times, and an interface that outsiders could not access popped up. Lingqing only took one look and her pupils shrank. That was not an ordinary bank or securities interface, but a top-level private asset trading platform that existed in the global gray financial network. She had only heard of it, but had no access. Madam, help me. Chen Mo suddenly turned around and smiled at her. The old man of the Lu family is called Lu Tianxiong, right? What is his birth date? Lingqing was stunned. What? Just kidding. Chen Mo laughed and activated Asset Insight again. This time, his target was the huge and complex debt network behind the Lu family. Objective: analysis of Lu Group's debt network. Largest creditor: Blackwood Capital 18.2 billion. Subordinate creditors: Zhangcheng Development Bank 2.5 billion, Cinda Asset Management 1.2 billion. Secret creditor: Underground Bank Golden Toad, headed by Wang Jinbiao, with a debt of 78 million, loan sharking, due at 10 a.m. tomorrow. This debt was a personal loan by Lu Tianxiong to fill his son's gambling debt hole, and was not included in the group's public account. That's it. A gleam of light flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. What breaks the camel's back is never the heaviest bundle of cargo, but the last straw. Although Heimu Capital's debt is huge, it has gone through formal legal procedures and the liquidation will take a long time. And the debt in this kind of underground money house is the most deadly death warrant. He ignored the tens of billions of debts and focused on the insignificant 78 million. Then, he issued an anonymous acquisition offer on that mysterious platform. At the same time, a call was made to an encrypted satellite phone number obtained through Asset Insight. The call was connected, and a rough, alert voice came from the other end. Who? Wang Jinbiao? Chen Mo's voice became low and hoarse, full of unquestionable majesty. Who the hell are you? The other party's tone was very impolite. A person who wants to buy the IOU from Lu Tianxiang in your hand. Chen Mo said calmly, the principal of the IOU is 78 million. I'll pay 100 million in cash. There is only one condition. Wang Jinbiao on the other end of the phone was silent. Using 100 million to buy 78 million worth of bonds, the premium is ridiculously high. He smelled the scent of money, but also the scent of danger. What conditions? Now, immediately, take your people to the Lu family's old house and ask Lu Tianxiang to pay back the money. Chen Mo's voice was icy cold. Remember, make him feel your sincerity in debt collection. Let him know that if he doesn't pay back the money, he will pay the price. Wang Jinbiao took a breath of cold air. He understood that someone wanted to use him to ignite the fuse of the Lu family's powder keg. The other party didn't even bother to bargain with him and just threw money at him. Okay. Deal. As a man who roamed the world, he made the choice in an instant. A net profit of 100 million is enough for him to retire. Offend the Lu family? A dying Lu family is nothing in his eyes. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo completed the online transfer smoothly. The balance in his system account instantly decreased by 100 million. However, the next second. Ding! It was detected that the host spent 100 million yuan to purchase the clearing obstacles service for his fiancée Lingqing. This consumption was judged as a gift to his fiancée. Trigger the tenfold rebate system. Congratulations to the host for receiving a rebate of 1 billion yuan. The system account balance has been updated to 1.55 billion yuan. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. He turned off the computer, turned around, spread his hands to Lingqing, who was already stunned, and said calmly, "Nailed it. Now, we can wait for news with peace of mind. I guess, within an hour at most, the old man of the Lu family will call you personally and beg you to buy his land on his knees. And he will do it at the price you offer." At the same time, in the southern suburbs of Jiangcheng, in a vast Chinese-style manner, the head of the Lu family, Lu Tianxiang, hung up the phone with a red face. "Dad, how is it?" On the side, his only son Lu Wenbin asked anxiously. "It's done." Lu Tianxiang slapped his thigh proudly. "That girl from Lingtian Group is really too young. I've spread the word that Blackwood Capital is also eyeing our land. If she doesn't want the project to be suspended, she will have to accept our offer that is 10 times higher. Ha ha ha, as soon as we get the money, we will fly to Switzerland and no one will be able to find us." Just when he was getting carried away, his personal cell phone suddenly started ringing like crazy. When Lu Tianxiang saw the words Wang Jinbiao on the screen, his face turned pale instantly. He answered the phone tremblingly. "Brother Lu, come out and watch the show." Wang Jinbiao's voice was full of joking. "I'm at your door. I've sold your IOU to a big shot. The new creditor has a bad temper. He said that if he doesn't see the money within an hour, he will cut off one of your son's legs." Boom! Lu Tianxiang felt dizzy and slumped down on the armchair. He knew that everything was over. Before his biggest creditor could make any move, this most vicious mad dog was unchained and pounced on him first. Chapter 25: Collapse of Dominoes. The Lu family's old house was once the residence of the rich and powerful that was envied and admired by countless people in Jiangcheng. At this moment, he became a joke that attracted the whole city's attention. Outside the manor's rosewood gate worth millions, there are more than a dozen modified vans with hideous graffiti sprayed on them. Hundreds of shirtless men with tattoos on their bodies, led by Wang Jinbiao, surrounded the place. The loudspeakers played harsh electronic dance music on a loop, interspersed with Wang Jinbiao's vulgar curses. "Lu Tianxiang. You old bastard. It's only natural to pay back your debts. Don't hide in there like a coward. You have half an hour to get out of here. Otherwise, I will cut off one of your precious son Lu Wenbin's arms first. Keep your word." Even more outrageous was that a few of the henchmen were holding red spray paint cans and spraying a few crooked but shocking words on the white marble screen wall of the Liu family: "If you don't pay your debts, you will have no descendants." This scene had already been captured on mobile phones by those who had heard the news and was spreading like a virus in social groups of Jiangqing's major upper-class circles. An hour ago, the Liu family was still the local tyrant that dared to challenge the Lingqing group and was the unrivaled overlord of Jiangqing's business community. An hour later, they became poor people whose door was visited by underground moneylenders for debt collection. This dramatic change sent a chill down the spine of everyone who saw the video and photos. Inside the manor, in the study, Liu Tianxiong collapsed on the armchair, his face ashen and his whole body shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. The calmness and dominance that he was proud of had long been washed away by the shouting and cursing outside the door and the constant vibration of his mobile phone with greetings from all sides. He's finished. Not only was he finished financially, but more importantly, his face, dignity and prestige as a local tyrant in Jiangcheng were trampled to the ground and crushed to pieces by that mysterious new creditor in the most brutal and humiliating way. Dad. Dad. What should I do? That lunatic Wang Jinbiao will really do it. I don't want to die. The only son, Liu Wenbin, hugged his thighs, tears streaming down his face, looking extremely ugly. He didn't even have the dignity of a rich young man, he was just a frightened dog. It was he who gambled heavily in Macau a few months ago and lost nearly 100 million in one night, forcing Liu Tianxiong to embezzle company funds and, with no other options, borrow this deadly loan shark from Wang Jinbiao. Why are you crying? You're useless. Liu Tianxiong kicked him away, with a final hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He knew that the only person who could save him now was one person. The woman he had just been plotting against and mocking Lingqing. He struggled to grab the phone on the table, and with trembling fingers, he dialed the number that he thought the other party would call. Number 1 Hentaying Villa. Different from the chaotic Liu family's old house, the atmosphere here is peaceful and calm. Chen Mo crossed his legs and leisurely sipped a cup of top-quality Blue Mountain coffee just brought by the housekeeper, looking with a playful look at the ice beauty beside him who had remained silent since a while ago. Lingqing did not sit down. She stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the scenery of most of Jiangcheng. Her heart, however, was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. The shock took a long time to subside. Chen Mo's methods were beyond her imagination. If Lingtian Group's business method is to use aircraft carrier fleets to carry out precise saturation strikes with overwhelming force, then Chen Mo's method is to launch a micro-suicide drone that is poisoned and sneaks silently into the heart of the enemy. There is no earth-shaking capital showdown and no time-consuming and laborious legal game. He just spent 100 million to buy the most inconspicuous but most deadly fuse, and then lightly pressed it. Then, the entire building exploded from the inside. Violent, precise, efficient, and with a chilling, almost artistic cruelty. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? After a long while, Lingqing spoke, her voice dry and she herself didn't even notice it. Wang Jinbiao is a complete desperado. What if he doesn't know how to act? Madam, what are you worried about? Chen Mo put down his coffee cup, walked behind her, and said softly, "Are you worried that someone from the Liu family will really get hurt, or are you worried that I'm too cruel?" Lingqing's delicate body stiffened. She turned around and met Chen Mo's eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. "I just think that business competition should not use such gangster tactics." She frowned. The elite education and values she had received since childhood were colliding with Chen Mo's style of doing things. Oh? Chen Mo smiled, with a hint of mockery in his smile. When the Liu family tried to use their status as a local tyrant to maliciously obstruct your project, extort 10 times the price from you, and put you at risk of billions of liquidated damages, what methods did they use? Was it a gentle and polite business negotiation? No. Chen Mo's tone became colder. That's robbery in the guise of business. Don't you think it's ridiculous to talk about law and morality with a robber who wants to rob you? To deal with a gentleman, use gentleman's methods. To deal with a rogue, use methods that are more rogue than his. To deal with a hungry wolf that is about to swallow you, the only thing you need to do is to break its teeth before it opens its mouth. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked Lingqing's smooth cheek. His movements were gentle, but his words were extremely domineering. Madam, you must remember. Your kindness and nobility should only be reserved for people like me. As for your enemies, you only need to consider one thing: how to make them die so that those who come after you will feel the deepest fear. These words were like a heavy hammer that struck Lingqing's heart hard, creating a huge crack in her inherent business and value concepts. She stared blankly at the man in front of her, the iceberg in her heart was melting and collapsing at an unprecedented speed. Instead, she felt an unprecedented and strange sense of security that was strongly protected. She found that not only did she not think Chen Mo was cruel, but she vaguely agreed with him and even enjoyed the feeling. It turns out that this is what it feels like to have someone protect you from the wind and rain and clear all obstacles for you. At this moment, her personal cell phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Lu Tianxiong. Lingqing Xuan's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Chen Mo with a questioning look in her eyes. Chen Mo smiled and nodded to her, made a pleased gesture, and then mouthed 2 words to her, hands-free. Lingqing Xian took a deep breath, slid her slender fingers across the screen, and pressed the answer and hands-free buttons. Mr. Ling. From the other end of the line came Lu Tianxiang's old, hoarse voice, filled with endless fear and pleading, without any trace of his previous arrogance and complacency. Help, help. This first sentence made Lingqing Xian, a female CEO who had seen a lot of ups and downs, feel a little surprised. The dignified head of the Lu family is actually asking for help from her, his enemy? Mr. Lu, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Lingqing Xuan's voice returned to the coldness and indifference of the queen of the business world. Boss Ling. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have been so obsessed and shouldn't have gone against you. Lu Tianxiong's voice was already filled with tears. Please, have mercy. Buy our land. Don't pay 10 times the market price. No, no, no. 80% of the market price. 70%. Just say the word and I'll ask the lawyer to handle the formalities right away. As long as you can stop those lunatics at the door. I'll kneel down for you. There was even a faint dong sound coming from the phone, as if Lu Tianxiong really knelt down across the phone. This scene is so impactful. The business giant who wanted to eat you alive an hour ago will kneel down in front of you and beg for mercy an hour later. Lingqing Xian didn't know how to respond for a moment. Agree? Or refuse? She subconsciously looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo made a hushed gesture to her, then took the phone from her hand and said in a lazy and teasing tone. Director Lu, why are you so angry so early in the morning? You, who are you? Lu Tianxiong's voice was full of horror. Me? Chen Mo chuckled. I'm Mr. Ling's man. I've heard about your situation. Do you want us to help you? Yes. Yes. Please. Please, sir. Lu Tianxiong seemed to have grasped the last straw and lowered his posture even lower. Sure. Chen Mo's answer was clear and concise. Lu Tianxiong and Lingqing Xian on the other end of the phone were both stunned at the same time. I didn't expect him to agree so easily. However, Chen Mo changed the subject, his tone suddenly becoming cold. I have one condition. You tell me. You tell me. Don't just tell me one, I'll promise you 100. I want you to climb out of your study window right now, immediately, and kowtow 3 times in the direction of Lingtian Group in front of everyone outside, and loudly say 3 times, I, Lu Tianxiong, have offended President Ling and have failed to recognize a great man. I deserve to die. Chen Mo's voice was not loud, but it was full of devilish temptation and pressure. If you can do it, the things outside will be written off. We will buy the land at 50% off the market price. If you can't do it. He didn't say anything else, but just sneered meaningfully. There was deathly silence on the other end of the phone. Lingqing Xian looked at Chen Mo in shock. She never expected that Chen Mo would propose such an extremely humiliating condition. This is no longer a business negotiation. This is heartbreaking. It is to completely crush the last bit of pitiful dignity that Lu Tianxiong has as a human being and a hero. What? You don't want to? Chen Mo's tone became impatient. My patience is limited. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. 10, 9. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it right away. As Chen Mo counted down, Lu Tianxiong's last psychological defense completely collapsed. He crawled to the window and pushed it open desperately. Under the hundreds of astonished eyes outside and the live broadcasts of countless mobile phone cameras, this man who once could make the ground tremble when he stomped his feet in Jiangcheng, turned out in a miserable state. Then, he knelt down heavily in the direction of the Lingtian Group building in the city center. Boom! 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 He kowtowed 3 times, causing the earth to shake and blood to appear on his forehead.
I, Lu Tianxiong, have been blinded by ignorance. I have offended President Ling. I deserve to die. I, Lu Tianxiong, have been blinded by ignorance. I have offended President Ling. I deserve to die. I, Lu Tianxiong, have been blinded by ignorance. I have offended President Ling. I deserve to die. The roar of grief, humiliation, and despair was clearly transmitted to the villa through the mobile phone receiver. At this moment, the entire upper class of Zhengcheng was completely speechless. They knew that from today on, the sky in Zhengcheng had changed. The Lu family, the hardest bone, was broken alive by someone in the most cruel way. The instigator of all this was the mysterious man standing next to Lingqing with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 26: The Devil's Whisper, the Queen's Sublimation. On the other end of the phone, Lu Tianxiong's humiliating and desperate roar was like a sharp ice spike, piercing through the receiver and into the quiet air of Hentaying Villa Number 1. There was no change in the expression on Chen Mo's face, as if he was not the one who had just directed such a shocking drama, but just an indifferent bystander. It was not until Lu Tianxiong's roar turned into intermittent sobs due to exhaustion that he slowly said to the phone, "Director Lu, your attitude is very sincere, I see it." He paused, the corner of his mouth curved with a hint of devilish playfulness. "I hope you remember how I felt today. Go away." After saying that, he hung up the phone without even giving Lu Tianxiong any chance to respond. The beat-busy tone was like heavenly music to Lu Tianxiong. He seemed to have all his bones pulled out of him. He collapsed on the cold ground, gasping for breath. It was impossible to tell whether what was flowing down his face was blood, sweat, or tears. Chen Mo casually placed Lingqing's cell phone on the table beside him, and then dialed another number. "It belongs to Wang Jinbiao. Withdraw." Chen Mo only said one word. Wang Jinbiao on the other end of the phone nodded and said yes as if he had been pardoned. Then he shouted at his men, "Put away! Retreat!" More than a dozen vans and hundreds of strong men came in a menacing manner and left in an orderly manner. In less than 3 minutes, they disappeared without a trace from the gate of the Lu family's old house. Only the red paint on the wall and the mess on the ground were left, silently telling what had just happened. After doing all this, Chen Mo felt as if he had finally completed a trivial task at hand. He turned around and looked at Lingqing with a smile, as if waiting for her praise. "Now, let's talk about the price of the land. Madam, how about 50% off the market price?" However, what he was met with was Lingqing's pair of extremely complex, beautiful eyes. In those eyes, there was shock, confusion, and palpitations, but more than that, there was an unprecedented fear, as if staring into the abyss. She just stood there quietly, not saying a word. The entire living room fell into a deathly silence. This silence was even more depressing than Lu Tianxiong's roar and Wang Jinbiao's scolding just now. The air seemed to be filled with the unique dangerous smell of ozone and earth after a thunderstorm. "A long time." Lingqing then asked softly in a voice that sounded almost like a dream. "Chen Mo. Are you a human or a devil?" She wasn't questioning, she was seeking an answer. An answer that would allow her to find a reasonable explanation for the man in front of her and the drastic changes taking place in her heart. Everything that happened today completely overturned the business ethics and worldview she had built over more than 2 decades. She had seen too many business intrigues and too many bloodless capital massacres, but she had never seen anyone like Chen Mo, who used such a primitive, brutal, yet extremely precise method to completely destroy a former hero on the spiritual level. "This is not business. This is a trial." Chen Mo did not answer immediately. He slowly walked in front of her, the distance between them was less than a foot. He could clearly see her long eyelashes trembling slightly because of her inner restlessness, and could smell her unique fragrance that was cool and like pine after snow. He raised his hand and gently and tenderly wiped away a crystal tear from the corner of her eye, which she herself had not even noticed. That tear was not shed for Lu Tianxiong, but for the old world order that was collapsing in her heart. "I am not the devil." Chen Mo stared into her eyes, his voice was low and magnetic, as if carrying a strange bewitching power. "Or rather, I am only your devil. Xingxian, this world is never black and white. The politeness and gentleness you see at your height are just appearances. Under this appearance is the naked law of the jungle, which is essentially no different from what I did today." He stretched out his arms and took her into his embrace without any rejection. Lingqing's body stiffened instantly and she instinctively wanted to struggle, but when her cheek pressed against Chen Mo's solid and warm chest and she heard his steady and powerful heartbeat, the strength to struggle disappeared for some reason.
The Lu family is just the stupidest and the first one to jump out among the countless jackals lurking in the darkness, coveting your wealth, status, and even you as a person. Chen Mo's voice rang in her ears, and every word was like a warm current, soothing her cold and panicked heart. Will it be useful to defeat them with business means? Yes, it is useful. But this can only make them respect the strength of Lingqing Group, but it cannot make them fear you as a person. They will only think that it is your team that is powerful, not you. Today, I will show them that the end of offending you is not bankruptcy, but ruin and loss of reputation. I will not even be qualified to be an ordinary person. I want to use Lu Tianxiong's miserable situation to build a firewall called fear around you. I want all those who want to attack you to think about whether they have the courage to bear such consequences before taking action. My method may make you feel uncomfortable because it tears off the disguise of civilization. But, Qing Xian. He tightened his arms, bringing them closer, close enough that they could feel each other's breath. I did all this not for myself. I did it so that you would never have to face such dirty things again. I will do all these shady methods and bloody things. You just need to stand in the sun and be the pure and innocent queen that everyone is watching. And I will be the most loyal and deadly guardian under the shadow of your throne. These words were like a wake-up call, awakening the deaf and dumb. The delicate body in his arms went from stiff to soft, and then to a slight tremor. Lingqing slowly raised her head, and the fear and confusion in her beautiful eyes had completely faded away. Instead, there was an unprecedented, dazzling light. It was an epiphany, a relief, and also a kind of sublimation. She finally understood. Chen Mo is not a devil, he is her sword and shield. He used the most extreme way to teach her the most profound lesson about power and survival. Her worldview did not collapse, but was forcibly broken and then reshaped in a higher dimensional form. I see. She spoke softly, her voice carrying a hint of the clarity and determination of the first snow melting. She broke free from Chen Mo's arms, but this time, she did not run away. Instead, she stood in front of him as an equal. She picked up her cell phone and called Chief Consultant Zhang Hong directly. Zhang Hong. Her voice was cold and calm, yet it contained a heart-pounding, unprecedented majesty. Yes, Mississippi. Zhang Hong on the other end of the phone was obviously shocked beyond words by the news about the Lu family. Immediately assemble the best legal and asset evaluation team. The target is all the plots of land related to the Technology Core City project under the Lu Group. The purchase price is calculated at 50% of the current market appraisal price. What? Zhang Hong was shocked. Miss, 50% off? Even if the Lu family is penniless, they will never agree to this. He will agree. Lingqing interrupted him coldly, just do it. In addition, activate the highest level of the group's public relations plan and immediately suppress all videos and comments on the internet about the Lu Tianxiong kneeling incident involving me and Lingqing Group. However, don't worry about the negative news about the Lu family and him. Let it ferment, or even add fuel to the fire. This series of instructions was decisive, ruthless, and accurately grasped the core of the incident. He not only wanted to gain the benefits with thunderous means, but also to perfectly remove himself and Lingqing Group from this dirty whirlpool of public opinion, and only nail the Lu family to the pillar of shame. This is the true mentality of an emperor. Zhang Hong on the other end of the phone, after a brief silence, replied respectfully in a tone that was almost like a pilgrimage, yes. Miss. I'll do it right away. He knew that his boss, after going through some unknown things, had transformed into a real queen. After hanging up the phone, Lingqing looked at Chen Mo. A smile that came from the heart and was enough to make all the flowers pale in comparison bloomed on her beautiful face. You taught me. Right, my guardian? Chen Mo looked at the queen in front of him, whose aura was fully open and who had undergone an amazing transformation in an instant. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then he burst into laughter. The disciple is better than the master. He exclaimed sincerely. He knew that from this moment on, Lingqing had truly become the woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him and look down on the world. Ding! It was detected that the host successfully helped his fiancée Lingqing achieve a major breakthrough in her business mentality and pattern. The added value of the host's consumption behavior purchasing the obstacle clearing service has been sublimated, and the system has determined it to be a perfect gift. Triggering special rewards. Unlocking a new passive ability for the host. Crisis warning. Crisis warning: when the host or the locked core associate currently, Lingqing is about to face a potential, fatal threat from a higher dimension, the system will issue a warning in advance. A gleam of light flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. This ability is more useful than giving him 10 billion. However, before he could study this new ability carefully, the system prompt in his mind, without any warning, issued a shrill, rapid alarm. Warning! Crisis warning has been triggered. Target detected, Blackwood Capital. Threat level, fatal. Brief description of the incident. The host's actions in defeating the Lu Group have attracted the attention of the head of the Asian region of Blackwood Capital. The other party has listed the host and Lingqing as high-priority observation targets and launched a preliminary malicious short-selling plan against the Lingtian Group. Threat prediction: a financial storm far exceeding the Lu family incident is brewing. Chen Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at Lingqing, who had just completed his transformation and was full of energy and ready to show his skills. His eyes became extremely deep. I swatted away an annoying fly, but unexpectedly, I alarmed the real prehistoric crocodile behind me. He pulled Lingqing back into his arms and whispered softly in her ear with a voice full of endless fighting spirit. "Ma'am, congratulations. We have completed the mission in the novice village. The real game has just begun." Chapter 27: The Invisible Battlefield. Lingqing frowned. She could feel the oppressive feeling of impending storm in Chen Mo's tone. "What do you mean? The Lu family's matter, and what's next?" "No." Chen Mo shook his head, his tone becoming unusually serious. "The Lu family was just a small stone that we kicked away and blocked our way. But this stone flew out and hit the eye of a monster sleeping in the abyss, exactly." He carefully considered his words, trying to explain this sudden crisis in a way that Lingqing could understand. "I just got the news that a top international investment bank called Blackwood Capital has set its sights on us." "Blackwood Capital?" Lingqing's expression really changed for the first time. As the head of a Fortune 500 company, her fear of this name is far more profound than that of ordinary people. In a case analysis class at the Wharton School of Business, she had studied Blackwood Capital's battle to fame, how they dismembered a star enterprise in an emerging country through precise short selling and public opinion attacks during the Southeast Asian financial crisis in the 1990s, and ultimately made nearly 10 billion in profits at a cost of less than $1 billion, crushing the economic dream of that country for an era. That was a textbook financial massacre. Why did they target Lingtian? Lingqing's voice was a little dry. Although Lingtian Group is powerful, it has always been deeply engaged in industry and has a steady style of work. In theory, there is no intersection between its hunting range and that of these financial vultures. Because of our Technology Core City project, and also because of the way we dealt with the Lu family this time. Chen Mo pointed out the core of the problem incisively. If the Technology Core City project succeeds, it will directly threaten the market position of some Western semiconductor giants, some of which have deep holdings by Blackwood Capital. This is the first and fundamental contradiction. Secondly, the efficiency and ruthlessness we showed in defeating the Lu family this time aroused their interest. In their view, a sheep that is used to growing up in a greenhouse suddenly shows the fangs of a wolf, which is itself an abnormal signal. They will suspect that there are uncontrollable variables in the Lingtian Group, or that there are other forces behind us. No matter which one it is, for a capital like them who enjoys hunting, it is a good story worth exploring in depth and looking for flaws in it. Chen Mo's analysis was calm and thorough, and instantly presented the whole story to Lingqing. Lingqing's breathing became a little rapid. If dealing with the Lu family was a street fight in Jiangcheng, although dangerous, it was still within her cognition. Then, the confrontation with Kuroki Capital is a three-dimensional, global modern war without any rules. The battlefield will no longer be a piece of land or a city, but the global stock market, futures market, public opinion, and even people's hearts. The opponent will no longer be a simple-minded local tyrant like Lu Tianxiong, but a group of top financiers with the highest IQ, the coldest mind, hundreds of billions of dollars in hand, and the ability to influence global public opinion. Do we have a chance of winning? When she asked this question, Lingqing, the queen who had just completed her transformation, felt overwhelmed for the first time. That is the instinctive feeling of insignificance that arises when facing an opponent that is completely superior to you in size and playing style. However, Chen Mo's answer was full of unquestionable dominance. He reached out and gently pinched Lingqing's cheek, which was cold due to nervousness, and smiled. Odds of winning? Ma'am, what nonsense are you talking about? For me, war has only two outcomes. One is that we win. The other is, they die. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away in Hong Kong Island. On the top floor of the International Financial Center IFC, in an office with minimalist decoration, yet exuding a sense of costliness and taste. A blond, blue-eyed man in his 40s was elegantly holding a glass of Scottish single malt whiskey, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the dazzling night view of Victoria Harbour. His name is Kaiser von Strauss, a descendant of an old German banking family and the feared head of Blackwood Capital in Asia. Behind him, a Chinese assistant wearing an Armani suit was reporting his work respectfully. Boss, the latest briefing came from the mainland. The Jiangchun Lu Group, which we have been following, has actually collapsed in just 3 hours. The head of the family, Lu Tianxiong, knelt down in public and begged for mercy. The company's stock is about to be suspended, and the best land under the name is being forcibly acquired by the Lingqing Group at a price that is 50% off the market price. Caesar swirled the amber liquid in his glass and asked in fluent English with an Oxford accent, "Why, without looking back?" Very classic. It was an underground debt of less than 100 million renminbi. After being bought out, the most primitive and violent debt collection method was used to detonate the fragile capital chain of the Lu Group and completely destroy Lu Tianxiong's personal reputation. Classic and rough. Caesar's mouth curled up into a scornful smile. Such street thugs methods can actually bring down a company with a market value of 10 billion. Lu Tianxiong is really a waste. Yes, boss. But what's interesting is that the person who executed all this doesn't seem to be Lingqing, the president of Lingtian Group. The assistant handed over a tablet computer, which showed a few blurry photos of Chen Mo standing next to Lingqing. According to our informant's analysis, the one who led all this was this mysterious man who suddenly appeared next to Lingqing. His information was blank, as if he appeared out of thin air. But his method is very strange. Caesar took the tablet and looked at the blurry figure in the photo with interest. What's so special about it? He did not use any complex financial tools, nor did he make any sophisticated arrangements. He simply found the most critical detonator that could set off everything Lu Tianxiong's underground debt, and then spent 100 million to buy it and ignited it in the most brutal way. This behavior pattern does not seem like that of a financial player, but more like that of an artist who is proficient in blasting. 100 million to buy a devastating explosion, and by the way, take over a strategic location worth billions of dollars. A glimmer of light finally flashed in Caesar's blue eyes, which was the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. Interesting. This is not barbarism, but a return to the ultimate efficiency of simplicity. He abandoned all the fancy processes and went straight to the ultimate goal of destruction. Caesar took a sip of the whiskey, and the spicy liquid slid down his throat, giving him a surge of pleasure. I originally thought that Lingqing, the canary who was too well protected by her family, would be a stupid and sweet trouble we encountered in the Technology Core City project. I didn't expect that there was such an interesting wild dog hiding beside her. Boss, what's our next step? Since there are new players joining us, we naturally have to give them a welcome gift. Caesar turned around, put the wine glass on the table, and his eyes became as cold as the Siberian cold wave. Notify our media channels and start releasing the first batch of negative news. Start with the governance structure of Lingtian Group and the financial risks of the Technology Core City project. I want to convince investors around the world that Lingtian Group is an uncertain and dangerous investment target. At the same time, contact our trading room in Singapore and start building a short position in Lingtian Group. In the first phase, use $2 billion in leveraged funds. Finally, Caesar's eyes flashed with a playful gleam like a cat playing with a mouse. Please help me send an anonymous email to Miss Lingqing. What's the content? Just right, Caesar smiled, showing his white teeth. Welcome to the jungle. The next day, early morning. The business community in Jiangcheng and even the entire Chinese world is still digesting the shocking news that the Lu family collapsed overnight. Inside Lingtian Group, there was a festive atmosphere. Winning the last and most critical piece of the puzzle of Technology Chip City at a 50% discount means that the biggest obstacle of the project has been removed, and all participants will receive generous bonuses and resumes. Only in the president's office was the atmosphere as heavy as iron. Zhang Hong stood in front of Lingqing, sweating profusely, and the tablet in his hand was almost crushed by him. Miss. Something happened. Starting from early this morning, our group's share price in the US and Hong Kong stock markets began to suffer a massive sell-off without any warning. In just 3 hours, the market value evaporated by nearly 30 billion. At the same time, Reuters, Bloomberg, and the Wall Street Journal, the 3 most influential financial media in the world, published deeply negative reports against our group at the same time. All of them quoted anonymous sources, accusing our project of tight funding chain, questionable technology sources, and even implying that we used evil forces to compete in business. Before he finished speaking, the computer on Lingqing's desk made a soft ding sound.
It's a new email. The sender is unknown.
There was no content in the email, only a picture with a black background. In the center of the picture, 3 English words were written in blood-red font.
Welcome to the jungle.
At this moment, Zhang Hong felt suffocated as if the end of the world was coming.
Lingqing's pretty face also turned pale. This is a declaration of war from Blackwood Capital. This is a long-planned financial stranglehold from the top of the world.
However, in this terrifying atmosphere where the storm was blowing and the building was about to collapse, a lazy voice broke the silence in the office.
Chen Mo yawned and walked out of the lounge.
He glanced at the frighteningly green candlestick chart on the tablet, then glanced at the provocative email on the computer screen. Instead of a trace of panic on his face, he revealed an excited smile. He walked behind the panicked Lingqing, stretched out his arms, gently hugged her from behind, rested his chin on her shoulders, and whispered softly in her ear.
Madam, it seems that we are underestimated.
The other party's gift is only worth 30 billion, not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth.
The game finally became fun.
Chen Mo's casual words, "the game has become fun," were like a stabilizing force that instantly pierced Lingqing's heart, which was already surging with fear and anger. Her body was still trembling slightly due to shock, but when she saw the calmness without a trace of impurities and even with a hint of joy in the depths of Chen Mo's pupils, her reason that was about to be drowned miraculously resurfaced.
Fun?
Zhang Hong was standing aside, his lips turning pale, and he almost thought he was hallucinating.
Mr. Chen, this is not a joke. The other party is Blackwood Capital.
It is a financial behemoth that can swallow up the foreign exchange reserves of a medium-sized country in one gulp.
Our market value is evaporating by hundreds of millions every minute.
The overseas partners of the Technology Core City project have sent us more than a dozen inquiry emails, and domestic banks are also urgently assessing our credit risks.
This is killing us.
There was a hint of tears in Zhang Heng's voice. He is an excellent professional manager who can handle business projects worth tens of billions and cope with all kinds of complex market competition. However, everything he has learned seems so pale and powerless in the face of the unreasonable, dimensionality reduction-style destruction of Blackwood Capital. This was no longer business, but war, a war where he couldn't even see where the enemy was.
Chapter 28 Welcome to my jungle.
Chen Mo released his arms that were around Lingqing, walked up to Zhang Hong, and patted his shoulders that were stiff with nervousness.
Advisor Zhang, you're panicking.
Chen Mo's tone was calm, but it had an unquestionable penetrating power.
When your enemy wants you to panic, you'd better not let him do it.
He turned and walked to the huge French window, overlooking the city still sleeping in the morning light. With his back to the two of them, he slowly said, "Madam, Advisor Zhang, what you are seeing now is a textbook-level Trinity financial blitzkrieg.
The first level is financial warfare."
Chen Mo raised a finger. By shorting us on a large scale in both the US and Hong Kong stock markets at the same time, we can create a fait accompli of a stock price crash. This will directly undermine investor confidence and shake our foundation.
The second level is the war of public opinion.
He raised his second finger. They bribed top media outlets to spread negative news about us around the world, and the news was mixed with truth and falsehood, leaving you with no way to defend yourself. They attacked our corporate governance, questioned our project funding, and even twisted what happened with the Liu family yesterday into evidence of our involvement in organized crime. This move is to cut off the source of the problem, aiming to destroy our business reputation and shake our partners, banks, and even internal employees.
Lingqing took a deep breath and calmed down completely. She followed Chen Mo's thoughts and said, "What about the third floor?" Chen Mo raised the corner of his mouth in a cold arc and pointed at the provocative email on the computer screen.
The third level is psychological warfare.
That email is a declaration of war and a form of mental pressure. It tells us, yes, it was me who did it. I am too powerful to hide it, and you can only watch me slowly kill you.
This will destroy the will of the decision makers from within.
After these words were spoken, the whole office fell into silence.
Zhang Hong stared at Chen Mo's back in amazement. For the first time, he discovered that this young man, who seemed lazy and casual on weekdays, had such terrifying strategic vision and insight into crises.
He analyzed the seemingly dazzling combination of punches of Heimu Capital clearly and got to the core.
The panic in Lingqing's eyes completely disappeared, and was replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and fighting spirit. She understood that this was not only a battle for the company's survival, but also the first time she and Chen Mo had truly joined forces to fight against the malice from the top of the world. Then what should we do? Lingqing stood up, walked to Chen Mo, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him.
Hold a press conference to clarify? Use the group's reserve funds to buy back stocks? This is the most common and textbook approach. No. Chen Mo shook his head and smiled.
If we do this, it will play into their hands. They hold tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of US dollars, and are ready to fight a war of attrition with us. They will dump as much as we buy back until our cash flow is exhausted.
As for holding a press conference? Who would believe the excuse of a sheep being torn apart by a tiger? Their method is an open conspiracy. I'm telling you straight out that I'm going to kill you with money.
At this time, playing by the rules will only lead to a dead end.
The last trace of blood on Zhang Heng's face faded away. Then can we just wait to die?
Who said we should play by the rules? Chen Mo turned around, his eyes flashing with an almost crazy light, the kind of excitement that only top gamblers would have when they saw the gamble of the century. He looked at Lingqing and said word by word, "Madam, if we want to win this war, we must do something that they will never think of and will never understand."
What's up? Lingqing's heartbeat began to accelerate. Aren't they attacking our funding chain? Aren't they trying to make the whole world think we're going bankrupt?
Chen Mo grinned, a smile as bright as a devil. Then we will hold the most luxurious party in the world and give you the most expensive gift in the world. After these words were spoken, not only Zhang Heng, but even Lingqing was completely stunned. Faced with a powerful enemy, the company's stock price has plummeted and all employees have no time to prepare for battle.
Yet Chen Mo actually said that he wanted to hold a party and give gifts? Isn't this crazy? Chen Mo, you. Xingxian, believe me.
Chen Mo held her slightly cold hand, his eyes burning.
As the art of war says, when you are real, you should pretend to be real, and when you are pretending to be real, you should pretend to be real.
All the attacks by Blackwood Capital are based on one thing: they think we are scared and that we are defending. They have prepared all the backups to deal with our clarification, repurchase, and counterattack.
But they never considered that, instead of defending, we were showing off our financial strength to the whole world in an extremely arrogant and extremely inappropriate way. It's like two armies facing each other.
The enemy's artillery fire has covered your position, but you not only don't go into the air raid shelter, but you light a bonfire in the middle of the position, grill steak, and open a bottle of 1982 Lafite.
Do you think the commander of the other side will be stunned? This metaphor is crude, but extremely vivid.
Lingqing instantly understood Chen Mo's intention. This is an extreme psychological counterattack. Use an incredible anti-logical behavior to disrupt the opponent's judgment and make them doubt the core attack logic of Lingtian Group's tight capital chain that they have established.
But we don't have unlimited funds to support this kind of show-off.
Lingqing pointed out the core issue. This tactic is brilliant, but it requires ridiculously strong financial support. Otherwise, it will just be a show of strength and lead to faster death.
Who said no?
Chen Mo smiled mysteriously. I'll take care of the money problem.
There are only two things you need to do now.
He looked at Zhang Heng, his eyes sharpening. Advisor Zhang, first, contact Sotheby's auction house immediately in the name of Lingtian Group's president's office. Tell him that Miss Ling has set her eyes on the legendary pink diamond known as the Flame of the East that will be on sale at their jewelry auction tomorrow night in Hong Kong Island.
No matter the cost, you must get it. And inadvertently leak this news to all financial media.
Zhang Heng opened his mouth wide.
Flame of the East?
It was a rare pink diamond weighing 59.6 carats, with an estimated value of $70 million US.
At this time, spending hundreds of millions to buy a diamond?
Secondly, Chen Mo's gaze returned to Lingqing, full of tenderness and trust. Madam, you don't have to do anything, just take a good rest and conserve your energy. Tomorrow night, put on your most beautiful dress, be the most dazzling queen in the world, and wait to receive gifts. After saying this, he didn't give the two any chance to question him anymore. He turned and walked into the lounge, leaving behind only a back view that made the two feel extremely relieved and extremely crazy.
Hong Kong Island, International Financial Center. Kaiser von Strauss was enjoying his morning of victory.
On the screen in front of him, the K-line chart of Lingtian Group's stock price was like a green waterfall, rushing down, pleasing to the eye. His assistant held a cup of hand-brewed Blue Mountain coffee and reported respectfully, "Boss, the first phase of the attack went very smoothly. Lingtian's stock price has fallen below the 6-month line, and market panic is spreading. The floating profit of the $2 billion short position we established has exceeded 15%.
Caesar responded lazily, not surprised at all. How did the prey react? For now, there has been no response. The assistant had a strange expression on his face.
No clarification announcement has been issued, and no large-scale funds have entered the market to support the market. Their public relations department's phone has been bombarded with calls, but the only response to the public is no comment.
Oh? Are you scared?
Caesar smiled contemptuously. I thought that interesting wild dog could give me some surprises. It seems that he is just a country bumpkin who knows how to be clever. In the face of the absolute power of capital, any skills are meaningless. Just then, the assistant's cell phone rang urgently. After he answered a few words, his expression became more and more interesting, from confusion, to shock, and finally to disbelief. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Caesar, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself.
Speak.
Caesar frowned somewhat unhappily.
Boss, news just came from Bloomberg and Sotheby's.
Lingqing Group's president Lingqing seems to have completely ignored the stock price plunge.
The assistant's voice was trembling.
She sent someone to contact Sotheby's, declaring that she would spare no expense to buy the $70 million flame of the East pink diamond that will be auctioned tomorrow night.
And she will attend the auction dinner with the man named Chen Mo.
What? For the first time, Caesar's elegance disappeared. He stood up suddenly from his chair, his blue eyes filled with absurdity and confusion.
The company was about to go bankrupt, but she still had the mood to buy a diamond worth hundreds of millions of RMB? Is it to express love to that man? Or
an emotion that Caesar had never experienced before, called uncertainty, rose in his heart for the first time.
Could it be that their intelligence was wrong? Lingqing Group's financial situation is much healthier than they thought? So much that they can ignore the evaporation of tens of billions of market value and even have spare money to squander? No. Impossible.
No company can withstand this level of attack and remain indifferent.
This must be a bluff. It's a stupid, last-ditch madness before bankruptcy. Ha 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 ha.
Caesar suddenly laughed, with a hint of nervous excitement in his laughter.
Interesting. Very interesting. She wants to confuse us in this way? Very good.
His eyes became extremely cruel. Notify the trading room to increase the leverage.
Add another $3 billion in short positions.
I want to see if she will still be in the mood to wear the stone that she bought with her company's life when the auction ends tomorrow night and her company's stock price is cut in half. Caesar thought he saw through Chen Mo's bluff. But he would never understand that the madness in his eyes was, in Chen Mo's plan, the most deadly move aimed at his heart.
Chen Mo was in the lounge and didn't rest.
He was facing a laptop computer, which displayed a world-class crypto trading platform that he had temporarily built using the god-level hacking skills rewarded by the system. He looked at the startup capital in his account, which was given by the system and was unimaginable for ordinary people, and a hunter-like smile appeared on his face.
Dear Mr. Caesar, welcome to my jungle. Here, I am the law. Ding.
It is detected that the host is preparing a priceless gift for his fiancée to fight against external malicious forces. The system determines that this consumption behavior has the heroic quality of turning the tide, and the added value is extremely high.
Trigger special mission, Queen's Coronation.
Task requirements: at the Sotheby's auction, buy the flame of the East pink diamond for Lingqing at a record price, making her the well-deserved focus of the whole event.
Task reward: this consumption amount will trigger an unprecedented 100-fold rebate.
Chen Mo's breathing stopped for a moment.
100 times rebate? If he spends $100 million to buy the diamond, the system will return him $10 billion?
He looked out the window, as if he had already seen Caesar and the entire Blackwood capital being shattered under the huge golden waves. This war, in fact, was over the moment it started.
Chapter 29: The Queen's Coronation.
Under the thundering offensive of Haimu Capital, the entire financial world is waiting for Lingqing Group's response. People have imagined many possibilities: emergency suspension of trading, holding a press conference to complain, or using billions of funds to fight the bears to the bitter end. But no analyst or financial tycoon could have predicted that Lingqing Group's response would be so shocking, absurd, and almost provocative, which would explode on the global financial headlines the next day. Business Insider: is he crazy or is there something else going on? Lingtian Group CEO Lingqing ignores the crisis of a halving of his share price and spends a fortune on Sotheby's sky-high pink diamond flame of the East. The Wall Street Journal column, an incomprehensible gamble, under the noose of capital, Lingqing chose to respond with diamonds and dinners. Is this a carnival before bankruptcy, or is there a shocking trump card hidden by the unknown? Financial Times, a mysterious man from the East. Sources say it was not Lingqing who led this surprising decision, but her mysterious fiancé who suddenly appeared beside her. Who is he? At the center of the vortex of public opinion, a Gulfstream G650 private jet was smoothly flying through the clouds towards the other end of the storm, Hong Kong Island. There was no tension or anxiety in the cabin. Lingqing wore a tailor-made Dior starry black velvet evening gown, which perfectly outlined her already perfect figure. The diamonds dotted on the dress sparkled brightly under the lights, as if the Milky Way was worn on the body. Italy's national treasure-level stylist is doing the final touches on her makeup. She looks as beautiful as a queen who is about to be crowned, cool, noble, and with a hint of inviolable sacredness. She is no longer the CEO who gets flustered by stock price fluctuations. After the initial shock, she was deeply moved by Chen Mo's calmness in treating hundreds of billions of capital as nothing. She chose the most thorough trust that she had never thought of. Put your own fate, and the fate of the entire group, into the hands of this man without reservation. The man, at this moment, was wearing a well-tailored Tom Ford suit, sitting casually on the leather sofa opposite her, sipping a glass of Romane Conti. He was not wearing a tie and his collar was slightly open, which made him look less rigorous than a businessman and more uninhibited and lazy like an artist. Does it look good? Lingqing looked at herself in the mirror and asked softly. There was a hint of womanly expectation in her voice that she herself hadn't even noticed. Chen Mo put down his wineglass and swept his eyes over her body, from her exquisite bun, to her slender swan neck, to the pair of straight long legs faintly visible under her skirt, and finally stopped at her bright eyes that reflected his own shadow. He thought about it seriously, and then answered sincerely, after tonight, the most expensive jewel in the world will not be that diamond, but you. This one sentence gave the team of stylists serving her goosebumps. Lingqing's pretty face was flushed with a touching blush under her exquisite makeup. She rolled her eyes at him in reproach, but the smile in her eyes spread like stars. Loquacious. She said this, but an unprecedented sense of security and sweetness surged in her heart. Ma'am, you will be the center of attention tonight. Everyone will be staring at you, speculating about you, and talking about you. Chen Mo walked behind her, stared into her eyes through the mirror, and his tone became serious. Remember, no matter what you hear or see, you don't need to do anything. You just need to enjoy it all, enjoy the glory of being a winner. Because tonight's stage is built for you. That diamond is just a small medal at your coronation ceremony. Leave the rest to me. Lingqing looked at him in the mirror and nodded heavily. Sotheby's star-studded night at the Hong Kong Convention and Exhibition Center. This is where global wealth and power intersect. Oil princes from the Middle East, ancient European aristocrats, new rich people from Silicon Valley, and top collectors from all over the world gathered together. The air is filled with the scent of top-quality perfumes mixed with vintage champagne, and every whispered conversation may involve a transaction worth tens of millions of dollars. When a black Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the end of the red carpet, the spotlights on the scene instantly focused on it. The car door opened and Chen Mo got out first. He ignored the flashing camera, and walked gracefully around to the other side, personally opened the car door for Lingqing, and extended his hand to her. The moment Lingqing took Chen Mo's arm and stepped onto the red carpet, the noise in the venue seemed to be paused. So beautiful. This kind of beauty goes beyond simple appearance and figure. It is an aura, an absolute confidence and nobility that emanates from the inside out. She is like a queen inspecting her own territory, with a calm and indifferent look in her eyes, as if all the noise around her has nothing to do with her. Oh my God, she is Lingqing? She doesn't look like a CEO of a company that is about to go bankrupt at all. A European jeweler exclaimed in a low voice. Look at the man next to her. It's him. The mysterious fiancé. He looks so young and so calm that it's scary. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Lingtian Group's stock plummeted another 15% during the pre-market trading period of the US stock market today. They actually came. The whispers of the crowd came from all directions like an invisible tide, mixed with disdain, ridicule, confusion, and inquiry. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded in front of them. Ms. Ling, I never thought that you would still be in the mood to attend the party during such a difficult time. You really have an admirable mental quality. The speaker was a young man wearing a Versace printed shirt, and behind him were several second-generation rich people from Hong Kong Island, with undisguised mockery on their faces. This person is called Li Zhe, a direct descendant of the Li family, one of the 4 major families in Hong Kong Island, and a well-known playboy. The Li family's overseas fund happens to be one of the long-term partners of Blackwood Capital. It was obvious that he was here to cause trouble. Lingqing frowned slightly and was about to speak. Chen Mo squeezed her hand gently, signaling her not to pay attention, then looked at Li Zhe with a smile, and said in a tone that was so bland that it was almost contemptuous. "Will a few buzzing flies affect the lion's mood for a walk?" With just one sentence, Li Zhe's face instantly turned purple. "What did you say? Who do you think you are? A gigolo who lives off women, and you dare to act wildly here?" Li Zhe was furious. Chen Mo was too lazy to even look at him again. He just turned his head and whispered softly in Lingqing's ear, "Madam, let's go in. The lighting tonight is very good, very suitable for you to wear the crown." After saying that, he took Lingqing's arm and walked past Li Zhe without even looking at him, as if he was just an annoying piece of air. This kind of disregard is more insulting than any vicious words. Li Zhe was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Chen Mo's back and yelled to his followers, "Just wait. When the auction starts later, I will let them know who is the master in Hong Kong Island." The atmosphere at the auction venue was solemn and dignified. After several rounds of auctions of antique calligraphy and paintings, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed. The spotlight gathered in the center of the stage, and Sotheby's chief auctioneer, an elegant British gentleman, unveiled the highlight of the night with his infectious voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, next, we will present to you a drop of rosy tears that God accidentally dropped on the earth when he created the world. It is the perfect combination of fire and stars. It is our grand finale treasure tonight, a legendary pink diamond weighing 59.6 carats, internally flawless, and vivid color flame of the East." As he spoke, the velvet-covered booth slowly rose. A diamond the size of a pigeon egg, of an incredibly rich cherry blossom pink color, lay there quietly. Under the spotlight, it seemed as if billions of rays of light were flowing and burning inside it, casting a dreamy pink halo on the entire hall. There was a sound of gasps from the whole audience. Even the billionaires present were shocked by the unparalleled beauty of this diamond. "It's so beautiful, it's a miracle." The estimate of $70 million now seems a bit conservative. At the same time, on the top floor of IFC, in Kaiser von Strauss's office, a huge screen was broadcasting the auction live. Caesar held the wine glass in his hand, a cruel smile on his face, and said to his assistant, "The show is about to begin. Inform our traders that as long as he dares to raise his hand, the third round of short selling plan will be immediately implemented. I want every bid he makes to be accompanied by a sharp drop in the market value of his company. I want every facet of that diamond to reflect his desperate expression." The auctioneer's voice sounded again, "Flame of the East. Starting price, $50 million. Each bid increase must not be less than $1 million. Now, the bidding begins." The whole audience was silent. This starting price has scared away 90% of the people. 51 million. A prince from the Middle East was the first to raise a sign. 52 million. Another European billionaire followed closely behind. Prices are climbing steadily, but in a somewhat dull way. Just when the price was called out to $65 million, Li Zhe, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly looked back at Chen Mo, then raised his number plate contemptuously. $70 million. He raised the price directly to the estimated price line, and the provocation was self-evident. There was a commotion in the audience. Everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to Chen Mo and Lingqing, who were sitting in the center of the venue. The whole world knows that they are here for this, and now it's their turn to play their cards. Under the gazes of countless people, Chen Mo did not hesitate at all. He didn't even raise the sign, but just slightly turned sideways and asked Lingqing beside him in a voice that was not loud but clear enough for the whole audience to hear. "Ma'am, do you like the number 1? Lingqing was stunned and nodded subconsciously. Chen Mo smiled. He then slowly raised the number 88 in his hand, pointed it in the direction of the auctioneer, and uttered a number that made the whole world stop. $100 million. Chapter 30: The Bloody Slaughterhouse of Capital. Boom! The entire venue was like being dropped with a depth charge, and it exploded in an instant. Crazy. Completely crazy. From 70 million, directly jumped to 100 million? This is no longer an auction, this is a declaration of war. It is the most direct and brutal declaration to all potential competitors. The smug smile on Li Zhe's face froze instantly, and his face turned red as if he had been slapped hard. He wanted to follow suit, but the price was far beyond the funds he could mobilize. In Caesar's office, the assistant's hand shook and the coffee spilled directly on the expensive carpet. Caesar's pupils also suddenly contracted. "Execute the plan!" he almost shouted. However, the auctioneer was so excited that his face turned red, and he shouted loudly, $100 million. Mr. 88 bids $100 million. Is there any higher bid? $100 million at a time. The whole place was dead silent. $100 million twice. Caesar's eyes almost popped out of his head. He didn't believe it. This was definitely the final madness. Just as the auctioneer's hammer was about to fall, an old and steady voice sounded from the VIP seats in the back row. $101 million. When everyone looked back, they found that it was the current head of the Rockefeller family, a truly top global billionaire. Caesar was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Great. Let him bleed. Let him bleed to the last drop of blood. However, Chen Mo's face still had that calm expression. Without even looking at Mr. Rockefeller, he raised the sign again. This time, he spit out an even more breathtaking number. $200 million. Silence. Deathly silence. If the 100 million just now was a depth charge, then the 200 million now is like detonating a tactical nuclear bomb. Everyone's brains were shut down. $200 million? 1,400 million RMB? To buy a diamond? This is no longer showing off wealth, this is burning money. This is the work of gods. Old Mr. Rockefeller was stunned at first, then he smiled freely, raised his glass in the direction of Chen Mo, made a you-win gesture, and gracefully withdrew from the competition. In Caesar's office, the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a clang and shattered into pieces. The blood drained from his face, leaving only endless fear and dullness. He was wrong. Totally wrong. This is not bravado, this is not the final madness. This is a force that he cannot understand or resist. An absolute power that regards money as dirt. The $3 billion of short positions he added seemed to have turned into 3 billion sharp knives stabbing into his own heart at this moment. $200 million, once. $200 million, twice. $200 million, 3 times. Clang. The gavel falls, and the final word is given. Deal. Congratulations, Mr. 88. You have created the highest record in the history of jewelry auctions. Amidst thunderous applause and countless incredulous gazes from the audience, Chen Mo slowly stood up. Instead of walking towards the stage, he walked in front of Lingqing and knelt on one knee. He took her hand, which was slightly cold due to shock, and gazed at her affectionately, like a knight presenting a trophy to his queen. "Ma'am," he said in a gentle but firm voice, "welcome to my jungle. Here, you are the only king." Lingqing's eyes instantly became moist. She looked at the man in front of her, and all the shock, emotion, and love in her heart gathered into a torrent, leaving her unable to utter a word. At this moment, the long-awaited, heavenly voice also rang in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! The epic mission, the Queen's coronation, is completed. Congratulations to the host. Triggering a 100-fold rebate. Reward amount, $20 billion. Deposited into the system's absolutely encrypted account. Chen Mo raised his head, looked into Lingqing's tearful eyes, and smiled. It's time to hunt. The sound of the hammer falling had not yet faded in the exhibition center, but it had already caused a magnitude 12 earthquake in the global financial market. $200 million. This number spreads at the speed of light to every corner of the world through countless mobile phone cameras hidden in corners. It is no longer just a transaction price, but a symbol, a declaration, a mysterious totem from the East that is enough to subvert all capital logic. Inside the venue, time seemed to have stood still. All eyes were focused on Chen Mo, who was kneeling on one knee, and the incredibly beautiful queen, Lingqing, whose eyes were filled with tears. The thunderous applause lasted for a long time, but the couple seemed to be in a barrier isolated from the world. In their world, there was only each other. Lingqing reached out and gently stroked Chen Mo's cheek, feeling his warm skin with her cold fingertips. In her heart, the high wall built of reason and strength completely collapsed at this moment and turned into the softest spring water. She originally thought that he brought her here to break the psychological offensive of Heimu capital with a shocking display of wealth. It was not until this moment that she truly understood. This is not just to fight back against war. This is a coronation ceremony that belongs only to her, one of a kind. He crowned her as king in this cruel world of capital with $200 million as the crown, the shock of the whole world as the gift, and surrender on one knee. This man integrated the ultimate romance into the bloodiest battlefield. Fool. Lingqing Xuan's voice was choked with sobs as she slowly pulled Chen Mo up. Chen Mo stood up, held her hand, and whispered, "The medal has been obtained, it's time to leave. The next fireworks are not suitable to watch here." His voice was still calm, but Lingqing Xian could hear a chilling murderous intent that was about to burst out from it. Yes, the coronation is over. Next, it's time for the execution. Under the respectful escort of Sotheby's staff, the two ignored the countless top wealthy people around them who tried to come up and talk to them, as well as the reporters who pounced on them like hungry wolves, and walked straight to the exit. When they passed by Li Zhe, who already looked as pale as death, Chen Mo didn't even look at him. But the followers around Li Zhe had already become weak in the knees. They finally understood what kind of monster they had just tried to provoke. Li Zhe collapsed in the chair. He knew that from tonight on, he would become the biggest laughingstock in the entire upper-class circle of Hong Kong Island. At the same time, Kaiser von Strauss's office on the top floor of IFC Hong Kong Island has turned into a living hell. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Who is he? Who on earth is he? Where does his money come from? Caesar looked like a madman, no longer having any of the elegance of a descendant of nobility. His eyes were bloodshot, and he swept all the documents, cigar boxes, and crystal glasses on the table to the ground, making a sharp sound of breaking. $200 million. This is not 20 million, not 200 million, this is 200 million US dollars. Cash. When the company was facing a short-selling crunch of tens of billions of dollars, a man could, without batting an eyelid, throw out $200 million in cash just to make his female companion smile. The financial worldview that Caesar was proud of, which was based on data, models and logic, was completely shattered at this moment. This goes beyond the scope of finance, it is almost a miracle. Boss. Boss. The chief trading officer's voice came through the speakerphone, with tears in his eyes and uncontrollable trembling. The market is crazy. What? Caesar asked, roaring like a wounded beast. Just now, at the moment when the auction was completed. A terrifying amount of money that we cannot estimate suddenly poured into the pre-market trading market of the US stock market. It's the shares of Lingqing Group. They are buying. They are buying like crazy. All the sell orders, no matter how big, are swallowed up in one gulp. They are buying like crazy in a way we have never seen before. The stock price, our short position. Caesar rushed to the trading screen, and when he saw the green K line clearly, all the blood in his body seemed to be drained away in an instant. The K line representing the stock price of Lingqing Group, after 2 consecutive days of plummeting, now soared into the sky at a vertical angle of nearly 90 degrees. That's not a rebound. That's the launch. Like a rocket loaded with nuclear fuel, it soars into the sky. Plus 20%, plus 35%, plus 50%, oh my god. The first fuse has been triggered. The trader's voice was filled with despair. Caesar's body swayed, and he fell down on the cold floor, muttering to himself, short. Short squeeze. Of course he knew what it was. This is the worst nightmare of all short traders. When a short seller borrows stock and sells it in the hope that the price will fall and they can buy it back at a lower price, they will lose money if the stock price rises instead of falling. And when the stock price soars in an unreasonable way, their losses will be unlimited. In order to stop the loss, they have to buy back the stocks in the market at any cost to close their short positions. And their buying behavior will further push up the stock price. Buy. 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 The short sellers trampled on each other, snatching the scarce circulating shares in the market, forming a death spiral. The higher the stock prices, the more they want to buy, and the faster the stock price rises. At this moment, the mysterious Oriental man is using his bottomless funds to ignite the first fire of this death spiral. Close the position. Immediately. At any cost. Close the position for me. Caesar issued hysterical orders. He knew that if he was a second late, the losses would have expanded to a point where the entire Blackwood capital would be doomed. However, the trader on the other end of the phone replied in a nearly dead voice, too late. Boss. Too late. There are no more sell orders in the market.
That buyer has bought up all the outstanding shares. We can't buy stocks to close our positions. Boom. Caesar's mind went blank. He understood. The $200 million at the auction is not a show-off, it's just a signal flare. That was telling the world. I'm about to start the massacre, are you ready? This is a carefully designed, interconnected and decisive game. First, use a sky-high auction to completely destroy his psychological defenses and logical judgment, and then when he is most fearful and confused, invest tens of billions of funds and launch a fatal short-term squeeze. And he, like a foolish hunter, sent himself to the slaughterhouse with his own hands, and triumphantly added 5 times the leverage to himself. Chapter 31: The Price of Victory and a New Game. Hong Kong Island, Peninsula Hotel, Presidential Suite. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the night view of Victoria Harbour is dazzling, and thousands of lights merge into a colorful Milky Way, which is reflected in the wineglasses in Chen Mo and Lingqing's hands, shaking gently with the bright red liquid. The smell of gunpowder still lingers in the air, but that is not the smoke of war, but the ashes left after the burning of capital. Just a few hours ago, as the decisive gavel fell at the Sotheby's auction house, the sky-high price of $200 million not only bought Lingqing, the peerless pink diamond flame of the East, but was more like a slap in the face that resounded around the world, slapping Hemu Capital and all the short sellers behind it hard. The news spread through the global financial markets at the speed of light. The Lingqing Group's stock, which had been shaky in pre-market trading, stopped falling in an instant and then rose wildly in an unreasonable manner. Those short positions worth billions of dollars were instantly reduced to ashes like a powder keg that had exploded when Chen Mo said $200 million nonchalantly. Countless leveraged traders were liquidated at this moment and lost all their money. The head of Blackwood Capital, Kaiser von Strauss, was rushed to the hospital due to a sudden myocardial infarction the moment he saw the final transaction price. This hedge fund, known for its ferocity on Wall Street, was on the verge of bankruptcy and liquidation almost overnight. This seemingly hopeless financial stranglehold ended dramatically in a way that no one expected. Lingqing's phone has never been silent since the moment the auction ended. Congratulations, tentative messages, apologies, messages came flooding in from all over the world. But she didn't look at any of them. She just snuggled up to Chen Mo quietly, looking at the night view outside the window. She was playing with the velvet box containing Flame of the East in her hands, but she didn't open it. Because she knew that the most dazzling thing tonight was not this priceless diamond, but the man beside her. In an almost miraculous way, he built the most magnificent stage in the world for her, and then personally placed the queen's crown on her head. After a long while, Lingqing spoke quietly, with a hint of dreamlike trance in her voice. Chen Mo, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Chen Mo put down his wineglass, gently put his arms around her slender waist from behind, rested his chin on her shoulders, and felt the coolness and softness coming from her body. That's not a dream, he whispered. That's reality. A reality where you only need to be beautiful and smile, and I'll take care of the rest. Lingqing's body trembled slightly, and her eyes felt a little hot. She slowly turned around and faced Chen Mo. Her eyes, which used to be as cold as ice, were now sparkling with water and filled with complex and intense emotions. There was shock, emotion, dependence, and even more, a love that was deeply engraved in her bones and she herself was not aware of it. She stretched out her arms, wrapped them around Chen Mo's neck, and buried her face deeply in his chest. For Lingqing, who has always been proud and independent, this action is tantamount to taking off all her armor and revealing her softest heart. Chen Mo. Her voice was choked with a barely perceptible sob. Thank you. Without you, I really don't know what I would do. This sentence was the first time she admitted her vulnerability so bluntly. She is no longer the high and mighty Ice Queen, but just an ordinary woman who was looking for a harbor to rely on after the storm. Chen Mo's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a warm hand, and an unprecedented desire for protection and satisfaction surged in his heart. He tightened his arms and held her deeper into his arms, as if he wanted to knead her into his body. Silly girl, why are you still saying thank you to me? He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on the top of her head. From the moment you agreed to be my fiancée, your business is my business. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. At this tender moment, the system prompt sounded in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! It is detected that the emotional relationship between the host and Lingqing has undergone a qualitative change. Lingqing has completely handed over the inner dominance. Lingqing's favorability +5. Current favorability, 92. Life and death depend on each other. Congratulations to the host. The favorability has exceeded 90, unlocking the special bond life and death.
The host and Lingqing will share some perceptions and can feel each other's strong emotional fluctuations in critical moments. System mall permissions upgraded to intermediate. Unlock more black technology product redemption options. One-time special privilege reward, designated use rights for strategic asset insight. You can conduct an in-depth future strategic scan of the designated target. Chen Mo's heart moved. The reward for having a favorability rating above 90 was indeed extraordinary. Shared perception, this is simply a magical skill between lovers. And that, strategic asset cave order, came at just the right time. After the warmth, the passion faded and the two sat back on the sofa. Although the atmosphere remained intimate, the topic turned to heavy reality. Although we defeated Blackwood Capital, this is just the beginning. Lingqing's expression returned to that of a CEO. She opened her tablet and pulled out a top-secret file. The title of the archive consists of only 2 words, Apex Global. Apex Global. On the screen, a breathtakingly huge business landscape slowly unfolds. Like the tentacles of an octopus, it stretches from energy, military industry, and biotechnology at the top to finance, media, and shipping below. It is present in almost every industry around the world that can generate huge profits. Under each branch, there is a series of familiar names of giant companies. And a fierce character like Heimu Capital does not even have an independent name on this map, and is merely classified as an inconspicuous dot under the Financial Investment Department. According to the information I found using the highest authority of Lingtian Group, Aistair Croft, the founder of Apex Global, is a mysterious figure. He controls the largest and most secretive capital empire on the planet, and his strength is unfathomable. Lingqing's voice was unprecedentedly solemn. This time, we have cut off one of his claws. What we will face next will be the crazy revenge of this giant beast. Chen Mo looked at the intricate map on the screen with calm eyes. He knew that Lingqing was right. Apex Global is like a huge iceberg hidden under the sea, and Blackwood Capital is just the tip of it that emerges above the water. Ordinary business methods are almost useless in the face of such absolute strength. To fight against the behemoth, you must have eyes that can see its weaknesses and weapons that can kill with one strike. Xinxian, what if I could know in advance where this giant beast is going to bite next? Chen Mo suddenly asked. Lingqing was stunned. What do you mean? Chen Mo did not explain, but just closed his eyes slightly and gave the system an instruction in his mind. System, use strategic asset insight, target Apex Global. Command confirmed. Strategic asset insight is starting. Target locked, Apex Global. Beginning future strategic deduction and data scanning. The next second, an extremely huge torrent of information, like a bursting dam of the universe, instantly rushed into Chen Mo's mind. It's not words, nor is it a picture. It is a myriad of intertwined causal lines, a map of global capital flows over the next 3 months, and thousands of upcoming business events. A huge stream of data flashed rapidly through his consciousness, and each piece of information contained the power to change the world. He saw a sudden reduction in production at an oil field in a Middle Eastern country, which triggered a sharp fluctuation in global oil prices. He saw a breakthrough in a gene editing technology in South America, which caused huge ethical controversy in the medical community. He saw the credit crisis of several Wall Street banks caused by a false financial report. Among all these complex and diverse future pictures, he clearly captured the thickest and most dazzling main line belonging to Apex Global. Following this main line, he saw that countless capitals were flowing to one place secretly and at any cost, just like rivers flowing into the sea. Germany. Eventually, all the information converges into one focus, one name. Kraus. Kraus Robotics Inc. Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying light flashed across his eyes. Found it. Lingqing was startled by the sharp aura that suddenly burst out from him, and asked with concern, Chen Mo, what's wrong with you? Chen Mo turned his head and looked at her, a smile that was a little cold but also a little excited appeared on his face. I know where their Achilles heel is. He took Lingqing's tablet computer and moved his fingers quickly on it, calling up a global map and finally freezing the image on the industrial area of Germany. Apex Global, their next strategic target is here. Chen Mo's finger pointed at an inconspicuous company logo. Lingqing leaned over to take a look, her eyebrows slightly frowned. Kraus? A medium-sized robotics company? I've seen their financial reports. Their technology is cutting edge, but their business philosophy is very conservative, and they have been making little profit for many years. Why would Apex Global target it? Because it represents the future. Chen Mo's tone was firm,
A future that Apex Global absolutely does not want others to control.
He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the brightly lit city outside. However, the picture in his eyes had already flown beyond the seaport and headed for the European continent thousands of miles away. They wanted to play the game of capital, so we played with them. Now, they want to play the game of technology layout, so we will overturn their table and cut off their roots. Chen Mo turned around and gave Lingqing, who was still a little confused, a familiar, somewhat ruffian smile.
Ma'am, are you interested in accompanying me to Germany? Buy a company for fun? Chapter 32 Operation Prometheus.
The flight from Hong Kong Island to Berlin takes more than 10 hours. The private jet Chen Mo was riding was the Lingqing Group's top-of-the-line Gulfstream G700 private jet. This aerial vehicle, which is worth more than 500 million renminbi, has an interior space designed as a mobile fortress that combines a luxurious living room with a high-tech combat command room. However, the atmosphere in the cabin at this moment was completely opposite to the smoothly flying fuselage, and was filled with a kind of tense and efficient tension. Outside the huge porthole is the cloudless stratosphere, and the deep blue sky seems to be within reach. Inside the cabin, the elite team of Lingqing Group, led by legendary Wall Street trader Zhang Heng, was having a heated discussion around a holographic conference table. In front of them, there was a detailed German document floating, with the title Kraus Robotic GmbH. Boss, Mr. Ling, Zhang Heng pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. As the leader of this elite team, he was the first to speak with a hint of confusion in his tone. Based on the information we have been integrating overnight, Kraus, frankly speaking, from a purely financial investment perspective, it is not an ideal target. He stretched out his finger and drew out some key data on the holographic screen. Kraus has the world's top industrial robot motion control algorithms and bionic structure technologies, there is no doubt about that. Their technology patent library is even deeper than some industry giants. However, Zhang Heng emphasized, their business philosophy is too conservative, even rigid. The company's revenue growth rate in the past 5 years has been less than 3%, and its net profit margin has been hovering below 5% for many years. Almost all of the profits have been invested in the research and development of new technologies, and the dividends to shareholders are pitifully small. Most importantly, their founder and chief engineer, Mr. Albert Kraus, refuses any form of leverage in financial derivatives, which has prevented the company from expanding.
Another female executive in charge of market analysis also added, "Yes, boss.
Such a small and beautiful technology company is not popular in the capital market. If we acquire it at a high premium, not only will we not see returns in the short term, but it may also drag down the overall financial report of our group due to its poor financial model." The team members nodded one after another, their eyes filled with awe and confusion. They were in awe because the young man sitting opposite them had just directed a classic battle in Hong Kong Island with miraculous means that would go down in the history of finance. I don't understand why such a genius would make a decision that goes against business logic. It doesn't make sense to acquire a company that has almost no money prospects.
Lingqing didn't say anything.
She just sat quietly beside Chen Mo and made him a cup of Dahompo from Wui Mountain using the finest bone china tea set.
The look she gave Chen Mo was full of undisguised trust and tenderness.
It seemed that no matter how unorthodox a decision Chen Mo made, she would support him unconditionally. Her attitude made the entire team more convinced that the highest decision-maker for this operation was the seemingly easygoing Chen Mo in front of them.
Chen Mo took the teacup, blew away the hot steam gently, then raised his head and glanced at every elite present.
His eyes were calm and deep, as if he could see through time and see a future that was beyond the reach of others.
"Your analysis is very professional and correct." Chen Mo spoke.
His voice was not loud, but it made the entire cabin quiet instantly.
"But you made a mistake."
He put down his teacup, stood up, and walked to the holographic screen. "You are looking at the present of Kraus, while our rival, Apex Global, is looking at what Kraus represents in the next 10 or even 20 years. Chen Mo stretched out his hand, but did not touch the financial data. Instead, he directly clicked on the list of technical patents of Kraus Company.
"How much do you think this adaptive motion compensation algorithm based on neural network is worth?" he asked.
Zhang Heng was stunned for a moment and replied, "The technology is priceless, but in the market, it may not be sold for 1 million euros because there is currently no commercial application scenario."
"Well," Chen Mo smiled, "what if I tell you that by using it, combined with this high-strength bionic tendon fiber material, we can create an unmanned exploration robot that can operate as flexibly as an octopus in the complex terrain of the 10,000-meter deep sea?" The whole team was in an uproar. Chen Mo did not stop, he continued to click on another patent. "What about this dynamic environment modeling technology under multi-sensor fusion?" No one dared to answer easily this time. Using it, we can create a true dark factory.
From the storage of raw materials to the delivery of finished products, no one needs to operate the entire process. The production efficiency is 10 times that of the most advanced factories currently available, and the cost is 1/10 of that. And this, the micronuclear magnetic gyroscope, is thousands of times more accurate than existing products.
What would happen if we installed it on a drone? What if we used it in outer space to mine asteroids? What if we used it to make an intelligent prosthesis that could allow patients with lower limb paralysis to stand up again and run and jump? Every word Chen Mo said was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of these business elites hard. Those boring technical terms in their eyes, under Chen Mo's description, turned into magnificent future pictures that could change the world. What they see is the income statement and the growth rate. What Chen Mo let them see was the deep sea, space, and the future of mankind. Zhang Heng's breathing became rapid. He held up his glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses flashed with an unprecedented light. He finally understood that the gap between himself and the boss was not wealth or means, but dimension. Apex Global wants Kraus just for these. Zhang Heng muttered to himself, his tone filled with horror. That's right. Chen Mo's eyes became sharp. In the hands of Apex Global, these technologies will only become more efficient killing weapons and more greedy capital harvesters. But in our hands, it will become an engine that drives the progress of the times. He turned around, looked at the team that had been completely shocked, and said word by word, so, this time, we are not just acquiring a company. We are going to steal the fire of the future that those guys who call themselves God are trying to monopolize. I named this operation Operation Prometheus. As soon as the words fell, the cabin was first dead silent, and then erupted with uncontrollable excitement and fighting spirit. Okay, now, let's talk about our opponents. Chen Mo sat back in his seat, and the atmosphere shifted from the grand narrative back to the real game. Lingqing duly called up another document, which showed a German old man with a stern face and meticulously combed hair. Albert Kraus, 68 years old, is one of the top mechanical engineers in Germany and the founder and soul of Kraus. Lingqing introduced, our intelligence shows that he is an extremely proud and stubborn idealist who despises all financial capital that is purely for profit. He regards his company and technology as his own children. The most troublesome thing is, she added, the person in charge of Apex Global Europe, a man named Clemens, has met with him 3 times in the past month in the name of technical exchanges. Obviously, the other party also knows that strong attacks are ineffective and is playing the emotional card. So, we can give up the plan of throwing money at him. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. The best way to deal with a proud artist is not to be richer than him, but to understand art better than him. 10 hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Berlin-Brandenburg Airport. The group did not delay and went directly to the Avalon Kempinski Hotel where they had booked a reservation. This legendary hotel, which carries a century of German history, faces the magnificent Brandenburg Gate and is the first choice for countless politicians and celebrities. Just as Chen Mo and Lingqing walked into the magnificent hotel lobby, a group of people came out of the elevator on the other side. The leader was a tall European man, about 40 years old, wearing a perfectly tailored Italian handmade suit. His silver gray hair was meticulously groomed, and his deep blue eyes revealed the arrogance and sharpness of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. He walked with his chin slightly raised, as if everything around him was not pleasing to his eyes. The two groups of people passed each other beside the fountain in the center of the lobby. At that moment, the European man seemed to sense something. He paused slightly, turned his head, and locked his eyes precisely on Chen Mo. It was the look of a hunter examining his prey, full of aggression, amusement, and a hint of imperceptible contempt. Chen Mo also stopped, turned around and met his gaze. Chen Mo's eyes were calm, and there was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Behind that smile was unfathomable self-confidence. The air seemed to freeze for a second. The assistant behind the man seemed to recognize Lingqing and whispered something in his ear. The amusement on the man's face became even stronger. He made a very provocative gesture towards Chen Mo, stroking his neck with his thumb, then turned around and walked away with his men. It's him. Zhang Heng walked quickly to Chen Mo's side, his voice very low, but it could not conceal the solemnity in it. Clemens, president of Apex Global Europe, known as the Wolf of Berlin. Looking at his appearance, it seems that he has succeeded. Lingqing frowned slightly and looked at Chen Mo, with a hint of worry in her eyes. When the two met on a narrow road, the opponent not only made arrangements in advance, but also took the attitude of a winner at this moment. The battle seems to be at a disadvantage before it even starts. Chen Mo just smiled, looked at Clemens's disappearing back, and said lightly, "Wolves usually only show their fangs when they are bluffing."
It seems that our Prometheus has just caught up with the start of the fun.
Chapter 33: Uninvited Guests on the Rhine. Germany, Düsseldorf, on the Rhine.
The headquarters of Krauss Robotics is not located in the bustling city center, but in a quiet industrial park. The building itself is like a microcosm of the German spirit: strong lines, precise structure, no unnecessary decoration, only large glass curtain walls and titanium gray metal panels, reflecting the cold light under the gloomy sky. A black Maybach slowly stopped in front of the main building. Chen Mo, Lingqing, and several core team members led by Zhang Hong got out of the car. They had already made an appointment to meet with Mr. Albert Krauss, the founder of Krauss. However, when they walked into the spotless reception hall that could be used as a mirror, they were greeted with a polite but cold rejection.
"I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, Ms. Ling."
The blonde receptionist, dressed in a well-dressed suit, said in fluent English with a professional smile on her face, "Mr. Claus is meeting a very important guest.
His schedule is full today.
I'm afraid he doesn't have time to receive you." Zhang Hong stepped forward and frowned. "We made the reservation a week in advance and received a confirmation email from your company." The receptionist's smile remained unchanged, and she just kept repeating, "I'm very sorry, but Mr. Krauss's visit cannot be interrupted." Just then, the frosted glass door of a conference room was pushed open.
Clemens, the president of Apex Global Europe, walked out surrounded by a group of people.
On his face, which was as chiseled as a Roman sculpture, there was an undisguised smile of victory. His gaze passed over the crowd and fell precisely on Chen Mo. It was as if he was admiring a prey that had fallen into a trap without knowing it.
"Oh, isn't this Mr. Chen from the East?"
Clemens deliberately slowed down his pace and walked in front of Chen Mo, his voice full of condescending arrogance. "What a coincidence, I just finished a very pleasant meeting with Mr. Krauss.
We have reached some constructive consensus on the future of Krauss." He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the words constructive consensus, and the implication is self-evident.
He looked Chen Mo up and down, as if he were examining a commodity, and shook his head contemptuously. "Young man, I have to remind you. In some areas, like here," he pointed to the hard granite ground under his feet, and then pointed to his temple, "you can't just come in with a little money. What is needed here is background, connections, and real foresight, not nouveau riche impulse." These words were extremely harsh, almost like scolding someone directly. The faces of all the members of the Lingqing group were livid, and their fists were clenched. Even the usually calm Lingqing had a layer of frost on her beautiful face. This is not only a business setback, but also a personal humiliation.
Clemens enjoyed their expressions very much.
He adjusted his expensive suit and tie, gave Chen Mo a provocative look, and walked away with his men in a victorious atmosphere.
"Boss, this Zhang Hong's face looked very ugly. They obviously intercepted us on purpose and humiliated us in this way."
"It seems that old Klaus has been dealt with by them."
A female executive whispered, "How about we go back to the hotel and make a new plan?
We might still have a chance if we start with his assistants or family members."
Everyone looked at Chen Mo, waiting for his decision.
They had expected difficulties, but they did not expect the other party's methods to be so direct and overbearing. To everyone's surprise, there was no trace of anger or frustration on Chen Mo's face. He even smiled, and there was an elusive hint of amusement in his smile. He ignored the team's advice and turned to Zhang Hong and said, "Don't leave so quickly. Help me find out which beer hall Mr. Albert Krauss likes to drink at the most."
"Beer house?"
Zhang Hong was stunned, completely unable to follow Chen Mo's train of thought.
"The situation is urgent. How can you still care about where the other person is going to drink?" Lingqing looked at Chen Mo. Although she didn't understand, she chose to believe him unconditionally.
She said to Zhang Hong, who was still in a daze, "Do as he says."
That night, the old town of Düsseldorf.
In a beer hall called Zum Schiffchen Little Boat, the lights are dim and the air is filled with the rich aroma of malt and the fragrance of fat from roasted pork knuckle. This old shop, founded in 1628, witnessed Napoleon's stay and also carries the life of Düsseldorf for centuries. In an inconspicuous corner, Albert Krauss, with silver hair and a serious face, was drinking alone. In front of him was a glass of mellow dark beer, but his expression was full of engineer-like entanglement and irritability. Apparently, the meeting with Clemens during the day was not as pleasant as the latter had shown. Just then, a young Asian man sat down opposite him with 2 glasses of beer. "If you don't mind, Mr. Claus, I'd like to buy you a drink." The fluent and pure German made Klaus raise his head slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes.
The person who came was Chen Mo. Klaus recognized him and frowned even deeper.
He said stiffly, "If you're here to discuss acquisitions, I'm sorry, but I'm no longer interested. You guys who play with capital are all the same kind of people."
"No, I'm not here to discuss business."
Chen Mo pushed a glass of beer in front of him and said with a smile, "I'm just a junior who has great respect for Germany's precision machinery and classical philosophy." As he spoke, he pointed to an antique mechanical clock hanging on the wall and continued in German, "Like this clock, it was born in the Black Forest 200 years ago.
It is not just a timekeeping tool.
The meshing of each of its gears and the swing of each hairspring contain a kind of reverence for time and order.
This is consistent with Kant's categorical imperative on a philosophical level, isn't it?"
These words made the wariness and impatience in Klaus's eyes melt away a little.
He is a pure engineer and a technical idealist.
What he hates most are those capitalists who are obsessed with money and only know how to talk about price-earnings ratios and profit growth. And the moment the young man in front of him opened his mouth, he touched the softest and proudest part of his heart.
"You also understand philosophy?" Klaus finally spoke and asked. "I know a thing or two." Chen Mo was calm and composed.
On the plane, he had already used the German Mastery Package and Essence of German Industrial History that he exchanged in the System Mall to engrave this knowledge in his mind.
For the next hour, Chen Mo did not mention a single word related to business.
He talked about the watchmaking craftsmanship of Glashütte and the optical beauty of Leica cameras.
From the design concept of Bauhaus to Nietzsche's Superman philosophy.
Klaus was increasingly surprised by the profound knowledge and insights he displayed, and his attitude changed from initial indifference to an equal and appreciative exchange. The two of them got along better and better as they talked, as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years. Old Klaus even smiled, which was rare for him. He took the initiative to clink glasses with Chen Mo and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Chen Mo knew that the time had come. He put down his glass and said casually, "Mr. Klaus, I have always admired your work. Especially your company's latest Ares 7 robot. Its bionic torque control system is simply a work of art. But..." He changed the subject and said, "As a mechanical enthusiast, I dare to put forward an immature opinion. When the third transmission shaft of its wrist performs high-frequency steering under extreme load, it seems that due to the material stress problem of the harmonic reducer, metal fatigue exceeding the safety threshold will occur. This problem should be very troubling to your team, right?" The smile on old Klaus's face froze in an instant. His pupils suddenly contracted and he stared at Chen Mo, his eyes filled with unbelievable horror.
How do you know?" he asked in a lost voice.
Ares 7 is Klaus's top-secret project and has not yet been announced to the public. The defect of the drive shaft was the biggest bottleneck of the entire project. He and his core team stayed up all night for several months, but were still helpless.
There is no way that outsiders can know this secret.
Chen Mo didn't answer, but just smiled, took out his tablet, tapped on it a few times, and pushed it in front of old Klaus. On the screen, there was an extremely sophisticated 3D modeling video. The video clearly demonstrates the collapse process of the Ares 7 drive shaft under extreme working conditions, with every detail accurate. Then, the scene changed and a new design emerged. It cleverly changed the arrangement of the planetary gears and introduced a composite buffer structure, perfectly solving the fatal flaw in a genius and simple way. This is exactly the Grandmaster Mechanical Structure Optimization Plan that Chen Mo just spent 50 million system funds to redeem from the mall. Old Klaus stared at the screen blankly, his hands trembling slightly and his breathing becoming rapid. The technical barriers that had troubled him and Germany's top engineering team for months were easily overcome by a young man in a beer hall using a tablet computer. The shock this caused to him was like a magnitude 10 earthquake. After a long time, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Chen Mo. All the contempt, suspicion, and vigilance in his eyes disappeared without a trace. Instead, he was replaced by extreme shock, as well as a desire and admiration for higher-level technology. He stood up, facing Chen Mo, solemnly straightened his collar, and said in an almost pleading tone,
"Mr. Chen,
please come to my office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. No, come to my most important laboratory.
We need to have a good and in-depth talk."
Chen Mo put away the tablet, stood up elegantly, and smiled at him. "My pleasure, Mr. Klaus." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving old Klaus alone, still immersed in great shock, watching the video over and over again, fascinated. In another dim corner of the beer hall, a man who was pretending to read a newspaper put down the newspaper with a pale face, hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed a number.
Mr. Clemens, something seems to be wrong. Chapter 34 Technology, Vision, and Ambition. The next morning, the sky in Dusseldorf was clear and sunny, sweeping away the gloom of the previous day. The headquarters building of Krauss Robotics looks even colder and more sophisticated in the morning light, like a dormant steel behemoth. Mr. Albert Krauss's office is located on the top floor of the building and occupies the best lighting position. However, the decoration here is far from luxurious, and it is more like a showroom of precision instruments. There are no valuable paintings on the walls, but instead framed yellow design blueprints filled with complex formulas and lines. In every corner of the room, there are robot joint models from the first generation to the latest generation, each of which sparkles with the unique and rational luster of metal. There is even a faint smell of a mixture of engine oil and solder in the air, which is the unique fragrance of engineers. When Chen Mo and Lingqing walked into the office under the guidance of Mr. Klaus' secretary, Clemens of Apex Global was already sitting on the sofa leisurely like a host. He crossed his legs, his straight dark blue suit made him look even taller, and a determined smile hung on his face. When he saw Chen Mo come in, contempt and provocation flashed across his eyes, as if he was looking at a clown who was about to be eliminated. Mr. Chen, Ms. Ling, welcome. Old Klaus stood up from behind his huge solid wood desk. His attitude was much more formal than last night in the pub, but he couldn't completely hide his curiosity and admiration for Chen Mo. He pointed to the two chairs in front of the desk and said, "Please take a seat. Mr. Clemens has applied to sit in on this meeting. I hope you don't mind." "Of course I don't mind," Chen Mo smiled and sat down, as if he didn't see Clemens's aggressive gaze at all. "Only with competition can the value be reflected, right?" Lingqing nodded gracefully and gently placed a prepared document on the table. The role she played today was that of a professional business partner, leaving the center of the stage entirely to Chen Mo. Clemens chuckled and spoke first. He obviously didn't want to give Chen Mo any chance. "Mr. Krauss," he stood up and activated the holographic projection in the office. A dazzling PPT full of growth curves and global maps appeared in the air. Let's make it short. Apex Global will acquire Krauss for €5 billion, with a premium of 300%. This is just the first step. He was like a general commanding the country, making powerful speeches on the holographic image. After the acquisition is completed, we will immediately integrate Krauss's technology into our global industrial manufacturing system. From automobile factories in North America to chip packaging in Asia, to the global logistics network we control, Krauss's robots will have unprecedented application scenarios. I guarantee that within 3 years, the Krauss brand will occupy more than 30% of the global industrial robot market, and your name will go down in history like the founders of Siemens and Fanuc. He paused, glanced at the calm Chen Mo, and changed the subject, full of capitalist arrogance. Of course, the premise of all this is to have a mature, powerful, and global business empire as a backing. It's not like some Eastern Nouveau riche who want to enter this field that requires decades of accumulation with a quick buck. That's not investment, that's childish play, and it's a blasphemy to your hard work. These words not only drew a huge business blueprint, but also mercilessly belittled Chen Mo. It can be said to be a combination of soft and hard tactics. Old Klaus's expression did not change. He just looked at Clemens calmly and asked, "So, what does Apex Global need?" Clemens smiled triumphantly. "We need all of Krauss's technology patents, as well as leadership over the company's future research and development direction. Of course, Mr. Krauss, you will continue to serve as the chief technical advisor and receive a small stake in Apex Global Group. Your wealth will be immeasurable. The real purpose is revealed. Ultimately, what they want is Krauss's soul, and then turn it into an efficient and obedient slave on the assembly line." Everyone's eyes turned to Chen Mo. Faced with such an overbearing and tempting plan, how should this young man respond? Chen Mo did not look at the dazzling holographic projection, nor did he even refute Clemens. He stood up and slowly walked to a glass display case in the corner of the office. In the display case, a slightly rough but extremely sophisticated robotic arm model is quietly displayed. "Mr. Krauss," Chen Mo's voice was very soft, but it echoed clearly in everyone's ears. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be your graduation project at the Technical University of Munich, and also the first work of Krauss, right?" A hint of surprise flashed in Old Klaus' eyes and he nodded. Chen Mo reached out his hand and gently brushed the model through the glass, his eyes full of respect. "This is not just a machine, it's a work of art. I can see from it your belief in precision and your pursuit of order. Every gear on it is as rigorous as a philosopher's speculation." He turned and looked directly at Clemens, smiling with a hint of pity. And you, Mr. Clemens, you and your Apex Universal, don't understand this work of art at all.
In your eyes, it is just an asset that can be valued, integrated, and squeezed for maximum profit. You will take away its soul, put commercial shackles on it, let it screw 100 million identical screws on the assembly line, or install it in a Cold War machine to let it learn how to kill more efficiently. Every word Chen Mo said was like a heavy hammer hitting old Klaus' heart. Under the old man's old-fashioned face, his eyes fluctuated violently.
Chen Mo didn't stop.
He walked back to his desk and looked at old Klaus. His eyes became hot and sincere.
I am not here to acquire your company today.
I am here to invite you to join me in opening a new era with your art. The future Mr. Clemens described is factories and markets.
The future I want to invite you to see is the stars and the deep sea.
Imagine, Chen Mo's voice was full of appeal, your robot is no longer limited to the ground. Its arms can extend to the Mariana Trench 10,000 meters below, where it can repair optical cables, explore mineral deposits that humans have never seen, and even make the first contact with unknown deep-sea creatures.
Imagine again that your motion control algorithm is no longer serving a production line.
It will command a huge robot matrix to build humanity's first extraterrestrial base on the Moon and Mars.
Your wisdom will become the cornerstone of humanity's march into the universe.
Also, Chen Mo's eyes softened, we can make it smaller and more precise.
Let it hold a scalpel and perform micron-level operations in the most complex areas of the human brain, saving countless lives.
Let it become an intelligent prosthesis, so that fathers who have lost their legs in accidents can stand up again, hold their children in their hands, and run on the grass.
There was dead silence in the office.
The smile on Clemens' face had completely disappeared, replaced by shock and a hint of absurdity.
He thought Chen Mo was crazy. How could such unrealistic fantasies impress a pragmatic German engineer? However, he was wrong.
Old Klaus's body was trembling slightly. There was a light called dream flashing in his eyes. Every picture Chen Mo depicts is the ultimate romance that he had sketched in his mind when he was young, but did not dare to think deeply about due to the constraints of reality.
That is not business, that is the poetry and distance of engineers.
Chen Mo looked at him and threw out his final and most fatal condition.
Lingqing Group will also acquire Kraus for 5 billion euros.
But we don't want your patents, and they will always belong to you.
We will set up a completely independent Prometheus laboratory within the company, and you will be in charge of it. There is no upper limit to the budget of this laboratory.
Your team does not need to report to anyone, and does not need to consider any profit indicators. Your only task is to turn what I just said and all the crazy ideas in your mind into reality.
I'm not giving you a job, Mr. Kraus. I'm giving you a blank check for the future.
One last thing, Chen Mo's eyes became extremely serious. I promise you that as long as I am here, any technology of Prometheus will never be used for the development of active offensive weapons.
Its mission is to create, not to destroy.
The words fell. Old Klaus slowly closed his eyes and took a long breath. When he opened his eyes again, all the hesitation and scrutiny in them had disappeared, leaving only a sense of relief and excitement at having found a confidant. He stood up, ignored Clemens whose face was livid, walked around the huge desk and went straight to Chen Mo. He stretched out his calloused yet incredibly steady hand.
Mr. Chen, he said in a solemn tone, Kraus Robotic GmbH welcomes its new owner.
No, welcomes the new navigator.
Clemens was struck by lightning.
He stood up suddenly, unable to maintain his composure any longer, and roared in anger, Klaus!
You old stubborn man! Are you crazy?
You rejected the future, and you will regret it. You don't even know who you have offended. Old Klaus didn't even look back at him. He just pressed a button on the table and said in calm German, Security, please escort Mr. Clemens away. He is too excited and needs to go outside to calm down. Soon, 2 tall security guards came in, grabbed the still roaring Clemens on the left and right, and dragged him out of the office. The moment the door closed, the world became quiet.
Chen Mo and Old Klaus held hands tightly.
Lingqing stood up and a sincere and brilliant smile appeared on her beautiful face. She knew that from this moment on, they had held in their hands the first cornerstone of the future that would shake up the world.
However, no one is naive enough to think that this acquisition will go smoothly.
An enraged hungry wolf from Apex Global was lurking outside the door, ready to swallow them whole with the skin and bones using the most ferocious tricks.
Chapter 35, Outside the Game, Threats from Financial Giants.
The signing ceremony of the acquisition agreement was held in a conference room with a wide view at the headquarters of Kraus. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the quietly flowing Rhine River. The sunlight shines through the clouds, casting sparkling golden light on the water. In the conference room, champagne and exquisite German pastries were prepared, and the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. The faces of the Lingqing group team members were filled with the joy of victory. The process of this cross-border acquisition, from the initial tension to the current settlement, was thrilling, and the result was perfect beyond imagination. The way they looked at Chen Mo had changed from initial scrutiny to awe and admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Mr. Albert Kraus put on a brand new suit and combed his silver hair meticulously. Although he tried hard to maintain the seriousness unique to Germans, he could not conceal the excitement of finding a confidant and the realization of his dream. He was having a pleasant conversation with Chen Mo and Lingqing, discussing the future research direction of Prometheus Lab. Everything indicates that a perfect cooperation is about to begin. However, at this moment, a rapid cell phone ring broke the peaceful atmosphere. It was old Klaus's personal call. He smiled apologetically at Chen Mo, walked aside and answered the phone. "Hey, Mr. Schmidt, good morning, what?" Just a few seconds later, the smile on old Klaus's face completely froze. His voice suddenly rose, filled with incredible anger. "Risk assessment? Freeze credit? Schmidt, are you kidding me? We have been working together for more than 30 years, and you know the company's financial situation better than anyone else. This is simply nonsense." The conversation in the conference room came to an abrupt halt, and everyone turned their eyes to old Klaus, whose face was ashen. "It's Apex Global, right? It was Clemens who put pressure on you." Old Klaus yelled into the phone, "Is this how you treat your most loyal customers? You are betraying us." There seemed to be a cold and official reply from the other end of the phone. Old Klaus was so angry that he trembled all over, and finally hung up the phone weakly. He turned around, his face pale, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He looked at Chen Mo and Lingqing and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, Ms. Ling. Our main cooperative bank, Deutsche Development Bank, has just unilaterally announced that it will conduct a new round of risk assessment on our company and freeze all our credit lines during this period. Our cash flow is about to be cut off. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples." The faces of the Lingqing group team members changed drastically. This is the most vicious way of cutting off the source of fuel. A high-tech manufacturing company is highly dependent on cash flow. Once bank credit is frozen, it is like having its throat strangled. Not to mention development, even normal operations will be paralyzed. This is undoubtedly Apex Global's revenge, a trick used by Clemens after his failure at the negotiating table. They used their status as a major bank client to carry out a precise stranglehold on Kraus. However, that is not all. "Boss Ling. Mr. Chen. Something bad has happened." Zheng Hong rushed in with a pale face. On the tablet in his hand were the front-page headlines of several mainstream financial media in Germany. "Beware. The barbarians from the East are reaching out their black hands to the pearl of German industry. Lingqing Group, whose background is unknown, is a carefully planned capital plunder. How can the soul of German manufacturing be tainted by money? Call on the government to intervene in the investigation." Article after article full of incitement and prejudice portrayed Chen Mo and Lingqing Group as greedy, evil capital plunderers who attempted to destroy Germany's industrial treasure with money. The words between the lines are stirring up the people's national sentiment and even openly calling on government departments to intervene in the acquisition. Financial strangulation and public opinion attacks, two-pronged approach. In an instant, the festive atmosphere in the conference room disappeared, replaced by a suffocating pressure. For the first time, the elites of Lingqing Group felt the terrifying power from a behemoth like Apex Global in a foreign country. This is a double blow from both finance and politics. We are too passive. An executive's voice trembled. "Boss Ling, how about we postpone the acquisition? Let's focus on dealing with the public opinion crisis first. Otherwise, once the German government intervenes, things will be troublesome. Yeah, we have no way to compete with them in their home court." There were some wavering voices in the team. Lingqing's pretty face was also covered with a layer of frost. She pursed her lips tightly, her brain working rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. She knew that this was Apex Global's most common tactic, which was brutal, overbearing, and left no room for maneuver. In the entire conference room, there was only one person whose expression did not change at all. Chen Mo sat there quietly from beginning to end, as if the storm outside had nothing to do with him. He even had the mood to pick up a cup of coffee and take a sip. He raised his eyes, scanned everyone's anxious faces, and finally his gaze fell on Lingqing and gave her a reassuring smile. He put down his coffee cup and slowly stood up, his calm voice carrying a strange soothing power.
What are you panicking about?
He walked to the window, looked at the rushing Rhine River outside, and a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
They want to play with finance? Then let them see what real money is.
After that, he turned around and told Zheng Heng, "Help me get through to the private phone number of Hermann Schmidt, president of the Deutsche Development Bank."
Zheng Heng was stunned. Mr. Chen, you want to talk to him in person?
But they are obviously on the side of Apex Global now, I'm afraid. Chen Mo did not explain, but just looked at him with an unquestionable look.
Zheng Heng didn't dare to ask any more questions.
He immediately used the Ling family's intelligence channels to get the private number of the man who was at the top of the pyramid in the German financial world in just 1 minute. Under the worried and curious gazes of everyone, Chen Mo pressed the hands-free button. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered, and a German voice with obvious elitist arrogance came out.
Who? Mr. Schmidt, I'm Chen Mo.
Chen Mo's tone was so calm, as if he was greeting an old friend.
Chen Mo?
Schmidt on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, and then his tone became cold and formulaic. "Oh, it's Mr. Chen from China. If you are here for Kraus's business, I'm sorry, the bank's risk management has its own process, and I have no right to interfere." What a great phrase, no right to interfere. Chen Mo chuckled and interrupted him directly. "Mr. Schmidt, I'm not calling to discuss banking procedures with you.
I just want to inform you of something. I originally planned to deposit 10 billion euros in cash in your bank under my own name."
The other end of the phone fell into deathly silence in an instant. In the conference room, except for Chen Mo, everyone held their breath and their eyes almost popped out.
10 billion euros? Cash? What is the concept?
This is almost equivalent to the annual GDP of some small countries. After 5 full seconds, Schmidt's dry voice sounded again, full of disbelief. Mr. Chen, what did you just say?"
Chen Mo's tone remained calm, but with a hint of amusement.
"I said, I had this plan. But now it seems that your bank's operations are not stable. Even old customers of 30 years can betray you at will. I am a little worried about the safety of my funds." He paused, then delivered the most fatal blow, with every word hitting Schmidt's heart like a hammer.
10 billion euros is just pocket money for my trip to Germany.
Now, who do you think is more important to your bank, me or Apex Global?" On the other end of the phone, there was the sound of Schmidt suddenly standing up from his chair and his heavy breathing like a bellows. When he spoke again, all his previous arrogance and coldness disappeared without a trace, replaced by an almost flattering, panicked enthusiasm.
"Oh my God! Mr. Chen! Dear Mr. Chen! This is a huge misunderstanding. It's definitely a misunderstanding. Someone down there made a mistake.
I promise you, I will personally handle this matter right now. Kraus is our most distinguished partner. Not only will their credit line not be frozen, we will double it. The interest rate will be reduced to the lowest. This is our compensation for the misunderstanding. Please give us another chance no matter what. Deutsche Development Bank will provide you with the highest standard and most private VVIP service. I will fly over from Frankfurt right away to apologize to you and Mr. Klaus in person." Hearing the two completely different voices on the phone, everyone in the conference room, including old Klaus, was petrified.
This is the power of money?
No, this is not about money anymore. This is absolute strength that is enough to make the rulemakers bow their heads. Chen Mo said him lightly, and hung up the phone without saying another word. He turned around, looked at the stunned crowd, and said with a smile, "Okay, the biggest problem has been solved. As for those newspapers..." Before he could finish his words, old Klaus's cell phone rang frantically again. He answered the call in a panic, and it was none other than Hermann Schmidt. What came over the phone was an apology and promise that was 10,000 times more humble than before.
"The financial stranglehold of Apex Global is like a joke and cannot withstand a single blow in the face of the absolute strength of 10 billion euros.
Chen Mo walked over to Lingqing, gently held her slightly cold hand, and said with a smile, "Now, we can prepare with peace of mind and hold a press conference that will shut up the whole of Germany." Chapter 36. The dust has settled.
Prometheus's fire. The conference hall of Hyatt Hotel in Dusseldorf, Germany is now full. Hundreds of media reporters from all over Germany and even Europe surrounded the place.
The flashlights were like a dense cluster of stars, interweaving into a giant net in the slightly dim venue, and every beam of light was scrutinizing and sharp.
There was a tense and expectant atmosphere in the air.
Just yesterday, a financial storm surrounding the Kraus robotics company suddenly arose and subsided in an instant in a way that no one had expected. The Deutsche Development Bank's 180-degree turn in attitude made those financial journalists with a keen sense of nose vaguely sense an unimaginably terrifying capital force coming from the east. And today, the protagonist of this acquisition case, Lingqing Group, will hold a press conference here to face all doubts. In the audience, reporters were whispering.
Have you heard?
Schmidt, the president of Deutsche Bank, flew over from Frankfurt overnight yesterday to personally apologize to old Klaus.
This is incredible. What kind of power can make Schmidt, who is so arrogant, do this?
No matter how powerful it is, capital is capital. They ruined our best chance to acquire Siemens Robotics division, and now they want to swallow up our Kraus.
These Eastern barbarians are too ambitious.
A reporter from Bild was full of prejudice and hostility in his words, which represented the voice of many German media present. At this moment, the lights in the venue suddenly lit up, and all the noise disappeared in an instant. Lingqing, surrounded by her team members, slowly walked up to the podium. She was wearing a well-tailored white Versace professional suit today, which perfectly outlined her almost perfect figure, while exuding a powerful aura that was inviolable. There was no trace of emotion on her cold and beautiful face, as if yesterday's storm was just an insignificant wave in her voyage.
As soon as she sat down, her innate queen aura instantly controlled the entire place.
Before the host could start the talk, a reporter stood up impatiently and asked a sharp question in heavily accented English. Ms. Ling.
Regarding the widespread concern in the German media that Lingqing Group's acquisition is a predatory acquisition intended to steal Germany's core technology, what is your response? This question brought the atmosphere of the press conference to a freezing point. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lingqing, waiting for her explanation.
However, Lingqing didn't even raise her eyelids. She just calmly glanced at the information in her hand, and then said clearly in pure and fluent German, "I am here today not to respond to unfounded slander, but to announce a brand new beginning." Her words were spoken slowly and steadily, yet with an unmistakable power.
Kraus Robotics is the pride of the German industrial spirit. We know this better than anyone else.
What we acquired was not a factory or a bunch of patents. What we invested in was Mr. Kraus and his team's pursuit of perfection and uncompromising ingenuity.
Lingqing Group will provide Kraus with the two things it needs most. First, access to the world's broadest application market.
From our new energy vehicle production line to the global automated logistics port under construction, Kraus's robots will no longer be limited to Europe, but will reach every corner of the world. Secondly, Lingqing paused, a sharp light flashing in her azure eyes. We will provide it with an absolutely pure R&D environment where it no longer has to worry about survival and profits.
We respect technology and we are in awe of creativity.
Her speech was clear and logical, and she turned a business acquisition into a tribute to the German industrial spirit and a common vision for the future. Her sincere words gradually calmed the contempt on the faces of many reporters who were originally hostile. However, the Bild reporter was still unyielding. It sounds good.
You capitalists, the ultimate goal is profit. Who can guarantee that you will not abandon Kraus after squeezing out its value?
At this moment, Chen Mo, who had been sitting quietly next to him, slowly picked up the microphone. He didn't look at the reporter, but scanned the entire audience with a lazy smile. "I'll make sure of it. You're right, anyone can talk nonsense. So, I decided to do a few small things."
He held up a finger.
First, based on this acquisition, Lingqing Group will make an additional €5 billion of research and development investment in Kraus over the next 5 years.
Boom! €5 billion.
This number was like a depth charge, exploding throughout the entire venue. All the reporters took a deep breath, suspecting that they had heard it wrong.
This is almost equivalent to buying another Kraus company. What a horrible handwriting!
Chen Mo, however, seemed to have said something insignificant and continued to extend his second finger. Second, we will set up 3 non-profit charitable foundations in Germany in the name of Kraus. The first, the Future Engineers Foundation, will be used to fund the science and engineering education of German youth. The second, the Heart of the Rhine Foundation, will be used for the ecological protection and management of the Rhine River Basin. And the third, the Glory of Craftsmen Foundation, will be used to improve the welfare and medical security of retired German industrial workers. If the $5 billion investment is a pure commercial shock, then the establishment of these 3 foundations is a precise and warm battle for hearts and minds. Education, environmental protection, and people's livelihood. He perfectly hit the nail on the head on the points that German society cares about most and is most proud of. This is no longer just a commercial investment, it is deep cultivation, a gesture of goodwill, and the display of the image of a responsible and warm partner. The reporters who had previously clamored about capital plunder were now speechless, their faces turning red and white. In the audience, old Klaus, who had been listening quietly, also had tears of excitement in his eyes. What Chen Mo had done had far exceeded his expectations. As for the third thing, Chen Mo put down the microphone, stood up, and looked solemnly at old Klaus, who was sitting in the guest seat. I will announce it at the official signing ceremony. Half an hour later, at the headquarters of Kraus Robotics Corporation. Witnessed by all employees and the media, Chen Mo, Lingqing and old Klaus solemnly signed their names on the acquisition agreement. When the document was closed, there was thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. This marks the official completion of a cross-border acquisition that shook the German industrial sector. After the applause died down, Chen Mo walked onto the stage. Without lengthy polite remarks, he faced directly the pairs of expectant or anxious eyes in the audience, especially those of the engineers in blue work clothes. I know that many of you are worried about the future of Kraus and your dreams, which will turn into a line of cold numbers on the financial statements. So, I am here today to announce my third decision. Chen Mo's voice became solemn and powerful. From today on, the original core research and development department of Kraus will be fully independent, fully upgraded, and officially renamed as Prometheus Labs. Prometheus is a hero who stole fire for mankind. I hope that this laboratory will also become a holy place to steal technological fire for the future of mankind. Mr. Albert Kraus will serve as the lifelong chief scientist and top person in charge of the laboratory. He has absolute power over personnel, finances, and the right to decide on research directions. There is no upper limit to the laboratory's budget. You have only one mission. Chen Mo's eyes were burning with fire, and his voice was filled with unparalleled appeal. That is to forget about costs, forget about profits, forget about all commercial constraints. Give full play to your talents and imagination. Build a submersible that can dive into the Mariana Trench, build a robot army that can colonize Mars, and realize every crazy and great dream in your heart. I promise you, Chen Mo said at last, the flame ignited by Prometheus will only be used to illuminate the way forward for mankind, and will never become a calamity fire that destroys the world. Dead silence. The whole place was dead silent. The next second, cheers and applause like a landslide and tsunami suddenly erupted from the engineers' square formation, instantly sweeping the entire hall. Countless white-haired old engineers had tears in their eyes, and countless young engineers cheered. Chen Mo's words ignited the fire of ideals of technical people in their hearts that had been suppressed by reality for too long. Old Kraus could no longer suppress his emotions. He walked onto the stage, tightly held Chen Mo's hand, and said in a choked voice, "Mr. Chen. Thank you. What you brought to Kraus was rebirth." Chen Mo smiled and shook his hand back vigorously. At the moment when the two held hands, a voice that only he could hear rang out in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing a key strategic investment, intercepting the core goal of the fate-level villain in his advantageous field, and seriously shaking the villain's future layout. Mission rating, epic. Trigger 1,000 times critical strike rebate. Rebate reward, Titan project a complete set of technical drawings for the global low-orbit satellite communications network. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. He appeared calm on the surface, but his consciousness had already sunk into the system space. There, an incredibly large three-dimensional data stream emitting a faint blue light was quietly floating. It includes everything from satellite design, material formulation, rocket propulsion technology, to networking protocols, quantum encryption communications, global monitoring algorithms, etc. This is not a simple blueprint, it is the cornerstone of a future information empire. With it, you will get rid of all dependence on the existing network and build your own eye in the sky that covers the world and is absolutely safe. Whether it is the acquisition of business intelligence, the secret transfer of funds, or the future information warfare and dimensionality reduction attacks against the enemy, we will have unparalleled advantages. This is the trump card that can really compete with behemoths like Apex Global on the global chessboard. Chen Mo slowly raised his head and looked at Lingqing, who was smiling at him. He knew that acquiring Kraus and igniting the Prometheus fire was just the beginning. The real challenge of turning the blueprint of the Titan project into a sky full of stars has just begun. Chapter 37: Titan's Launch Plan and the Mystery of the Queen's Origin. The night was as dark as ink, and Villa No. 1 of Hentang Highlands in Jiangcheng was brightly lit. After concluding the intense and glorious trip to Germany, Chen Mo and Lingqing finally returned to this private space that belonged to them both. Having shed her sharp edge and aura, Lingqing changed into a comfortable silk nightgown and curled up lazily on the soft sofa, holding a cup of hot milk in her hand. Her cool and beautiful face was as soft as a classical oil painting under the warm light. Her eyes drifted towards the balcony from time to time. Chen Mo stood there with his back to her, a cigarette between his fingers, the scarlet flame flickering in the night wind. He had been standing there for a long time, his deep gaze cast into the distant starry sky, as if he was having a conversation with the universe that no one could understand. Lingqing knew that he was thinking. After returning from Germany, although he appeared calm and composed on the surface, deep in his eyes, there was something grander and deeper than ever before. It is a comprehensive deduction of the future chess game after obtaining the ultimate weapon. What are you thinking about? Lingqing put down the milk, walked silently behind him with her snow-white and delicate feet bare, and gently put her arms around his waist from behind. She rested her cheek against his back, feeling his steady, strong heartbeat, which made her feel extremely at ease. Chen Mo held her slightly cold little hand with his backhand, put out the cigarette on the railing, turned around and hugged her in his arms. I was thinking, how can we have a piece of sky that belongs only to us? His voice is low and magnetic. A sky that belongs to us? Lingqing was a little confused. Chen Mo did not answer directly, but pulled her back to the living room and turned on the holographic projection. He immersed his consciousness into the system and retrieved the data that was huge enough to change the world. The next second, a brilliant and magnificent dynamic star map appeared in the air above the entire living room. Countless blue dots of light, like galaxies, slowly move in the simulated Earth orbit. They are connected to each other by light beams, forming a huge network that covers the entire world with no blind spots. This is? Lingqing's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Titan Project. Chen Mo's voice was filled with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. A global communications network consisting of 3,600 low-orbit satellites. Once completed, it will completely get rid of all existing ground base stations and submarine optical cables, and establish an independent, absolutely encrypted global network with 100 times faster information transmission speed. With it, our business instructions can be transmitted to any corner of the world in milliseconds, and our funds can bypass all supervision and flow in the most secretive way. Our Prometheus lab can have infinite computing power support. Chen Mo's eyes became sharp. More importantly, facing an enemy like Apex Global, we will have our own eye in the sky. Any of their military movements, secret meetings, and asset transfers will be exposed under this network. We will go from being chess pieces to real chess players. Lingqing's heartbeat was accelerating. As the world's richest person, she knows better than anyone what this Titan project means. This is no longer a matter of commercial competition, it is the ultimate hegemony in the information age, and it is the scepter of God that is enough to attract the attention of national powers. After the shock, Lingqing quickly regained her composure. Her brain began to work at a terrifying speed, analyzing the feasibility of this plan. This plan is too crazy. She frowned and pointed out several core issues. First of all, it's about funding. The cost of building and launching more than 3,000 satellites will be an astronomical figure. I'm afraid it will exceed $1 trillion, enough to drain 10 Lingtian groups. Chen Mo smiled and scratched her delicate nose. Money is the least of all problems. Lingqing was stunned for a moment, then she felt relieved. The miracle of wealth created by this man has already overturned her cognition. Okay, even if the funding is not a problem, she continued, the second thing is the technology and industrial base. We have the Prometheus laboratory, which can solve the problem of digesting technical drawings. But manufacturing satellites requires a huge high-end aerospace industrial system, from special alloy smelting to chip lithography to rocket engine manufacturing. This is not something that can be accomplished in a single laboratory. The most critical issue is the third and most fatal one: launching rights and sovereignty. Lingqing's expression became extremely solemn. It is absolutely impossible for a private company to independently launch a satellite network of this scale. No major country will allow an uncontrolled eye in the sky to hang over its head. If we apply, the United States, the European Union, and even China will reject it on the grounds of national security. And if we borrow the launch site of another country, it is equivalent to handing our lifeline to someone else. Apex Global has countless political and diplomatic means to make our plan abort. Every problem is like an insurmountable mountain, lying between ideals and reality. The whole living room fell into silence. After a long time, Lingqing raised her head and looked at Chen Mo deeply. An unprecedented struggle and determination flashed in her ice-blue eyes. It seemed as if she had made an extremely important decision. Chen Mo, she said softly, with a barely perceptible tremor in her voice, if I say that I might be able to solve the second and third problems, what would you think? Chen Mo's heart moved. He knew that the vague mysteries about Lingqing might be revealed. He didn't ask any further questions, but encouraged her with the most gentle eyes. Lingqing took a deep breath and spoke slowly. In fact, I am not a self-made business genius. Everything I have today comes from my family Dongfang Lings. The Ling family is not an ordinary business family. It has been passed down for more than 500 years, from silk and tea in the Ming dynasty, to banknotes and money houses in the late Qing dynasty, to modern industrial enterprises. It is like a giant whale lurking in the long river of history, rarely showing its full appearance on the water, but its power has already penetrated many corners of the world. Chen Mo listened quietly, with a storm in his heart. He guessed that Lingqing had an extraordinary background, but he didn't expect it to be so prominent and ancient. As one of the direct descendants of the Ling family, I must accept a final test according to the family rules. Lingqing's eyes became a little complicated. That is, without relying on any resources and reputation of the family, I have to build a career overseas and deal with a fatal survival crisis. Lingtian Group is my test paper. As for the engagement. Her pretty face blushed slightly, it's actually part of the test. The elders of the family want to see not only my ability, but also my vision. They want to know what kind of man I would choose to be my partner in battle when I'm most isolated and helpless. At this point, she raised her head and looked at Chen Mo infatuatedly, her eyes like water. Chen Mo, you used your ability and responsibility to hand in a perfect answer sheet that no one can find fault with. Now, the test is over. Chen Mo's heart was enveloped by a huge warm current. He finally understood everything. It turns out that she has been carrying such a heavy yoke from the beginning to the end. He reached out and held her tightly in his arms. Silly, why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm afraid that if you knew this, you would think that the relationship between us was mixed with calculation and exploitation. Lingqing's voice carried a hint of grievance. No, Chen Mo kissed her forehead and said firmly, I only know that my woman is the best in the world. Whether you have a family or not, you are my queen. Lingqing's eyes were red, and she buried her head in Chen Mo's arms. All her strength and disguise completely melted away at this moment. After a long time, she raised her head, and her face once again glowed with confidence. Now that the test is over, I can use the hidden resources of the Ling family. She walked to the holographic projection and tapped with her jade fingers to bring up a world map. Her finger finally fell on an inconspicuous island country in Southeast Asia. The Republic of Pala. A small country that gained independence after World War II. It is resource poor and industrially backward, but politically, it is one of China's most steadfast allies. 30 years ago, the Ling family bought a peninsula in the south of this country in the name of mineral development. There, they secretly built a space base codenamed Dragon Nest. It has a complete satellite manufacturing plant, rocket assembly workshop, and an independent deep water port. Most importantly, it has a commercial space launch license approved by the Congress of Pala, which has the highest legal effect, permanent and free from any third-party interference. Boom! Chen Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. A space launch site that is not controlled by any major power and has legitimate sovereignty. This is simply a god-level assist tailor-made for the Titan project. It has been semi-abandoned for nearly a decade due to follow-up investment issues. But all the core frameworks and experts are still there. Lingqing looked at Chen Mo, with an unprecedented light flashing in her eyes, a feeling of being about to conquer the world side by side with her lover. Now, I'll give it to you. Chen Mo's heart was completely shocked. At this moment, his relationship with Lingqing underwent a qualitative sublimation. It was no longer his unilateral protection and giving, but a real alliance of strengths. The two kings opened their empires to each other without reservation and merged into one. He looked at the peerless beauty in front of him. She was no longer just his fiancée, but also the most powerful, most reliable and irreplaceable strategic ally in his future journey. Okay. Chen Mo's eyes lit up with blazing flames. Then our next destination is Pala Island. Let's go there, awaken that dormant base, and light our own first flame that flies into space. Chapter 38, Pala Island, the Sleeping Dragon Base. Over the South Pacific, the Gulfstream G650 private jet cut through the blue sky like a silver scalpel. Outside the porthole, there are emerald green islands and endless blue waves, and the sun dyes the sea surface into a piece of broken gold.
This sea area, far away from the hustle and bustle of mainland civilization, retains the most primitive tranquility and grandeur. The Republic of Pala, a country consisting of hundreds of coral islands and reefs, is the destination of Chen Mo's trip. "Mr. Chen, Ms. Ling, we will be there soon." The local head of the Ling family, a dark-skinned but sharp-eyed middle-aged man named Ling Zhao, respectfully reminded, "The president of Pala is already waiting at the airport." Chen Mo nodded, but his eyes still remained outside the window. He could see that although the country was picturesque, the buildings on the islands were generally low and simple. Most of the boats docked in the harbor were old fishing boats, and there was not even a decent modern highway. This is a corner forgotten by modern civilization, poor and backward. But it is also because of this that it is a perfect blank sheet of paper, allowing him to draw the most ambitious blueprint as he pleases. The plane landed smoothly at the only airport in the Republic of Para, a simple runway that could only accommodate small and medium-sized aircraft. The gangway was lowered, and a heatwave mixed with the salty ocean and the fragrance of grass and trees hit us in the face. President Para, a slightly plump local man wearing a floral shirt, had been waiting at the end of the red carpet with several ministers. When he saw Lingqing, he immediately put on a warm smile, but when his eyes met Chen Mo next to him, there was obviously a hint of awe and curiosity in that smile. Obviously, Ling Zhao had already informed him in advance that this was the real big shot. After a brief and warm welcome ceremony, Chen Mo and his party changed to several off-road vehicles, drove out of the capital and headed towards the rainforest deep in the island. The road became increasingly rugged, and traces of modern civilization were quickly swallowed up by the dense primeval jungle. About an hour later, the convoy stopped in front of a huge rusty iron gate covered with vines. Above the iron gate, a few large rusted metal characters can be vaguely seen: Longchao Space Base. This is the Ling family's former ambition and the cradle of Chen Mo's future Titan project. This place has been abandoned for nearly 15 years. Ling Zhao's tone was somewhat sad. Back then, the family's strategy shifted, and the follow-up funds could not keep up. Only the most basic maintenance personnel were left, and it became like this now. Chen Mo opened the car door and walked in. The scene before my eyes is more shocking than the word deserted. The square was overgrown with weeds that were almost knee-high. There are several huge Soviet-style factories and office buildings with large areas of peeling walls, revealing gray concrete. Not far away, the huge launch pad stood silently in the sea breeze like the skeleton of an ancient giant beast, covered with rust. A few employees in faded work clothes were lazily playing cards under the shade of a tree. When they saw the convoy coming in, they just raised their eyelids, with numbness and dejection written all over their faces. The entire base was filled with a suffocating smell of decay that had been forgotten by time. Lingqing frowned slightly, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Is this the legacy left by the family? Can this ruin really carry the future of Project Titan? Only Chen Mo's eyes did not show any disappointment, but instead were filled with a blazing fire. He saw the solid foundation beneath the rust, the vast space beneath the weeds, and what this silence represented: absolute freedom. Call everyone over for a meeting. Chen Mo's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable command. Soon, the remaining 70-odd employees in the base were gathered in front of the office building. Most of them looked lazy and some were even yawning. In the crowd, there was only an old man with white hair and beard, wearing reading glasses, but his body was still straight, and there was still a trace of stubbornness and unwillingness of a technician in his eyes. He is the only remaining treasure of the Dragon's Nest base chief engineer, Wang Guofeng. Chen Mo stood on the steps and looked around at the numb faces below without any long opening remarks. He held up a finger. First thing, from today on, the salaries of all employees at the Dragon's Nest base will be increased fivefold from the current level. Year-end bonuses will be calculated separately. As soon as the words were spoken, the whole place fell into dead silence. The yawning young men woke up instantly, picked their ears, and suspected that they were hallucinating. Wang Guofeng's cloudy old eyes suddenly lit up. Chen Mo extended his second finger. The second thing is that I will inject $20 billion into the base for upgrading and renovation. All equipment will be replaced with the world's best. All factory buildings will be rebuilt. Boom! If 5 times the salary is a stimulant, then $20 billion is a nuclear bomb dropped into a stagnant pool. The crowd was totally blown away. God! Did I hear you right? 20 billion? Or US dollars? This is crazy. Who is this guy? Is he here to give out money? The expressions called hope and excitement reappeared on those numb faces. Quiet. Chen Mo's voice rang out again,
bringing with it an invisible pressure that instantly calmed the boiling scene. He looked at everyone, especially Chief Engineer Wang Guofeng with burning eyes, and told the third thing. Third, I need you to forget everything in the past and cheer up as soon as possible. Because we are going to build and launch a satellite that can change the world. Our journey is to the stars and the sea. After that, he turned to Lingqing and Ling Zhao and said, arrange for the German expert team and all the technical information of the Titan project to be airlifted here as quickly as possible. 3 days later. When the German team of experts from Prometheus Laboratories, known for their rigor and pride, arrived at the dilapidated base, the expressions on their faces were one of undisguised disgust and suspicion. However, when they walked into the temporary conference room and saw the projected complete technical drawings of the Titan project, all their contempt and doubts disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was extreme shock and fanaticism. Oh my god, this track design is perfect. This multi-layered encrypted quantum communication protocol is simply a work of art. Wang Guofeng and several veteran experts under him were so excited that they were trembling all over, holding the drawings in their hands, like the most devout believers who had seen a holy revelation. All the barriers between the old and new generations, the East and the West, were instantly broken in the face of the common and great goal of Titan. They threw themselves into this crazy technical integration and breakthrough with unprecedented enthusiasm. Outside the base, Chen Mo's actions were also carried out simultaneously. He personally visited President Pala and, instead of offering charity in a condescending manner, presented a cooperation plan called Co-Prosperity as an equal partner. Invested by Titan Energy, a national free education system was built for Pala. Lingqing Group invested in building the first modern comprehensive hospital in Pala. Chen Mo personally donated $1 billion to repair roads and ports across Pala. Faced with this gift of national reconstruction, President Para and his cabinet members, after being extremely shocked, were extremely grateful. The Pala Congress urgently passed a bill to designate the Dragon's Nest base and the surrounding 50-kilometer area as the Pala-China Science and Technology Cooperation Special Zone, which will enjoy the highest level of autonomy, and the Pala Defense Force will be personally responsible for peripheral security. Since then, the Dragon's Nest base has become an independent kingdom where no one can get in. Time, under the powerful catalysis of money and technology, seems to have been fast-forwarded. Just a few months. The rusty Dragon's Nest was miraculously transformed. A brand new alloy factory building has sprung up, and inside is an ultra-clean space with bright windows and countless cutting-edge equipment with flashing indicator lights. The huge launch pad was reinforced and renovated, and it was flashing with a cold metallic light. The once lazy workers are now wearing brand new work clothes, their faces filled with pride and enthusiasm, running around busily in the base. The giant dragon, which had been sleeping for 15 years, finally woke up and opened its gilded eyes. In the core assembly workshop of the base, a satellite covered with black radar-absorbing material and full of sci-fi beauty lies quietly on a bracket. It is the first star of the Titan project, Titan 1. Everything is ready. The launch officially begins the countdown. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away, on the North American continent. Apex Global Headquarters Building, a global strategic monitoring center 200 meters underground. An intelligence analyst pointed at the huge satellite image screen and made an urgent report to his superior, Clemens, the head of the European region. Sir, look here. In the past 3 months, the industrial electricity consumption and material throughput of Pala Island in the South Pacific have increased abnormally by more than 30,000 times. Our artificial intelligence analysis shows that the construction speed of this scale has exceeded the scope of conventional engineering. Clemens looked towards the screen. The specially marked area was the Dragon's Nest base. There was a sinister glint in his eyes. The failure of the German company Krauss resulted in him receiving a severe punishment. He had long hated that Oriental boy named Chen. He knew that the other party was not just building a resort. What on earth does that Chinese guy want to do? Clemens muttered to himself, his professional acumen allowing him to smell danger. No matter what he wants to do, he turned around and gave a cold order to his adjutant. I don't like this kind of unexpected surprise. Activate the Vulture plan and send our best infiltration team over. I want to know the purpose of every screw on that island. If there is any sign of launch activity, Clemens paused, murderous intent flashing in his eyes, turn it into a pile of scrap metal before it takes off. Chapter 39 Eye in the Sky, Titan 1 takes off. On Pala Island, the hot wind from the equator never stops, but in the command center of the Dragon's Nest base, the air seems to have frozen into ice. On the huge holographic screen, a silver-white Long March series carrier rocket stood quietly on the brightly lit launch tower. It is like a giant about to go to war, carrying the ambitions of Chen Mo and Lingqing on its shoulders and pointing its sword to the sky. The command center brings together rigorous experts from Germany's Prometheus laboratory and veteran Chinese aerospace workers, led by Wang Guofeng, who have dedicated their entire lives to the cause. Two completely different groups of people, at this moment, have the same nervousness and anticipation. Their eyes are focused on the constantly jumping red countdown on the screen.
Lingqing stood beside Chen Mo. She was wearing a neat white work suit.
Her cold and beautiful face, illuminated by the light of countless instruments, had a unique heroic air. She could clearly hear her accelerated heartbeat, but when she felt her hand being tightly held by a warm and strong big hand, all her uneasiness instantly turned into firm belief.
She looked at Chen Mo.
He still looked calm and composed, as if what was about to be launched was not a satellite that could change the world, but an ordinary fireworks show. Only Lingqing knew that beneath this calmness was the absolute confidence that came from having seen through everything and making plans.
10 seconds left. 10, 9, 8.
Chief Engineer Wang Guofeng's voice was trembling uncontrollably, his gray hair was particularly conspicuous under the light, and his cloudy old eyes were filled with tears.
3, 2, 1. Ignition. Boom.
The earth is shaking. Orange-red flames powerful enough to melt steel spurted out from the bottom of the rocket, and the huge sound waves seemed to tear apart people's eardrums. Under the tremendous thrust, the giant steel dragon slowly broke free from the constraints of the tower and began to rise majestically towards the boundless starry sky with an indomitable attitude.
The rocket is flying normally. Good posture control. The first stage engine is working fine.
There was a suppressed cheer in the command center. However, just when everyone thought everything was going well, something strange happened.
Alert! Alert! We are under an extremely high-intensity cyber attack from an unknown source. The firewall has been breached by 30%. 50%. God!
The other party's computing power is more than 10 times ours. The command system authority is being lost. A shrill alarm sounded throughout the hall in an instant, and all the data screens turned blood red, representing danger. The German side's chief network expert, a blond man named Hans, had his hands turned into afterimages on the keyboard, veins bulging on his forehead, but he still couldn't stop the flood of data that was pouring in like a tide.
No! We can't defend ourselves.
In 10 seconds at most, our control system will be completely taken over.
Hans cried out in despair.
Once taken over, the other party only needs one command to turn this rocket worth tens of billions of dollars into a gorgeous fireball in the air.
Apex Global's revenge came at the most critical moment and in the most deadly way. Panic spread like a plague.
At this critical moment, Chen Mo's voice rang out. It was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, carrying a strange power that soothed people's hearts.
What are you panicking about?
He didn't even walk towards the operating table, but just uttered two words lightly into the micro-communicator on his collar.
Athena. AI patron Saint Athena, at your service.
A cold, pleasant, electronically synthesized female voice without any emotion seemed to sound directly in everyone's mind. The next second, all the red alerts and garbled codes on the screen of the entire command center were instantly wiped out as if by an invisible hand.
Instead, there is a deep and elegant blue starry sky interface.
Data streams consisting of light beams build up indestructible logical barriers on the screen at a speed beyond the limits of human understanding. The attack data that was originally surging hit this barrier, just like a mosquito hitting the wall of size, and was annihilated instantly.
The intrusion has been blocked. The firewall has been upgraded to the Aegis protocol.
Reverse tracking started, target locked, 127 attack sources in total worldwide. Hans and his team watched in stunned silence what was happening before their eyes. The technology they were so proud of seemed as fragile as a child's toy in front of this AI named Athena.
Is this a miracle?
The crisis was resolved, and before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the soldier at the radar monitoring post let out a heart-wrenching roar.
Warning!
A super-fast flying target has been spotted in the southeast. It's breaking the sound barrier. Its target is our rocket. On the big screen, the picture switched instantly. A pitch-black drone with a strange appearance, like a ghost from hell, swooped down from the clouds at a terrifying speed of more than 3 times the speed of sound. It broke through all air defense warnings outside the base and headed straight for the carrier rocket that was accelerating into the sky.
Physical destruction. This is the real killer move. Quick! Activate the close-in weapon system. Wang Guofeng roared the order. It's too late.
It's too fast and has entered our blind spot for interception.
Despair enveloped everyone again. The Titan's journey to space seemed destined to fall under this double blow.
At this moment, Chen Mo moved. He took Lingqing and walked quickly to the most inconspicuous corner of the command center in front of everyone's astonished gazes. There was only a single, dusty metal control panel, which looked like an abandoned object.
Chen Mo lifted the dust cloth, revealing a complex joystick and an independent aiming screen underneath.
This is...
Wang Guofeng's pupils suddenly shrank. The manual operation console of the Sky Punishment System? Isn't that an experimental product that has not yet been debugged? Chen Mo didn't answer him.
His hands firmly grasped the joystick and his eyes were fixed on the aiming screen. This is the prototype of the electromagnetic railgun secretly developed by the Prometheus Laboratory, and it is also Chen Mo's last trump card that allows him to launch a satellite here. In his vision, the whole world seemed to slow down. Through the battlefield dynamic vision, granted by the system, the flight trajectory of the drone became an extremely clear red prediction line in his eyes.
Hold on tight,
Chen Mo said to Lingqing behind him without turning his head.
The next second, he pressed the red launch button.
There was no earth-shattering noise, only a dull hum that seemed to tear through the air. At the top of the base outside the command center, a thick gun barrel was silently raised, and a dazzling blue-white electric light lit up at the muzzle. Immediately afterwards, a long and thin beam of light that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, with a terrifying initial speed of dozens of times the speed of sound, tore through the sky, arriving first. On the big screen in the command center, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget.
The blue-white beam of light accurately hit the stealth drone that was performing high-maneuver evasive maneuvers.
No explosion, no flames.
That drone, which represents the world's most advanced technology today, was like an ice cube thrown into a furnace.
In an instant, it was vaporized and decomposed by the powerful kinetic energy and high temperature from head to toe, turning into the most insignificant dust in the universe.
One strike kills. Turns into ashes. Dead silence.
In the entire command center, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone, whether German experts or Chinese veterans, looked at the young man standing in the corner and slowly lowering the joystick with eyes as if they were looking at a god. A few seconds later, thunderous cheers mixed with cries of joy almost blew away the ceiling of the command center.
The fairing was jettisoned successfully. Star and Arrow separate. Titan 1's solar panels are deployed normally. The satellite enters the planned orbit. On the screen, a black satellite full of sci-fi beauty slowly separated from the last stage of the rocket and spread out its huge, wing-like solar panels against the background of the deep universe. Like a newborn star, it began to revolve around the blue Earth forever. Success! They succeeded. Wang Guofeng could no longer hold back his tears. He looked at Chen Mo, his lips trembling with excitement, but he could not utter a word. He just bowed heavily to him.
Chen Mo helped him up with a smile, then turned around and hugged Lingqing, who already had tears in her eyes, tightly in his arms.
We won,
he whispered in her ear.
Yeah.
Lingqing buried her face in his chest, feeling the strong heartbeat, and responded to the hug with all her strength. A few hours later, in a lounge with the highest security level in the base, Chen Mo and Lingqing stood side by side in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was the dazzling starry sky of Pala Island. Suddenly, the encrypted phone in Chen Mo's pocket vibrated slightly. He picked it up and opened it. On the screen is the first gift sent back by the Titan 1 satellite and AI Athena. It was a dynamic global map, with hundreds of red spots densely marked on it, covering the 5 continents and 7 oceans, from bustling cities to desolate polar regions. Each spot of light represents an unknown secret base of Apex Global. Some are fund transfer accounts hidden in Wall Street, some are secret submarine bases disguised as marine research stations, and some are the 127 hacker nests that launched cyber attacks that were just tracked back by Athena. This is the power of the eye in the sky. From this moment on, the huge Apex Global no longer has any secrets in front of Chen Mo. Lingqing also came over to see what was on the screen. Even with her temperament, she couldn't help but gasp. This is no longer commercial intelligence. This is a strategic map that is enough to drive any country crazy. Aistair. He probably never dreamed that the hounds he sent to hunt us would have our leads tied around their necks. Chen Mo looked at the map, a cold arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. He enlarged the map and slowly moved his fingers across the light spots, like a king selecting a sacrifice. Finally, his finger stopped over a dense tropical rainforest in South America.
The label of that light spot is 7th Biological Genetic Laboratory.
Chapter 40, a direct conversation from the king.
Pala Island, the Dragon's Nest base, the night is deep.
In the command center, the noise and tension were replaced by the tranquility after victory and the low hum of a supercomputer. The huge holographic screen no longer showed the magnificent sight of a rocket launching, but a dynamic global map covered with hundreds of red spots of light. Every spot of light is a nail of shame that nails the giant apex global. They are the secret bases that the AI Athena tracked down when fighting back against network intrusions. They are the first trophies that Titan 1 presented to its creator after opening its eye in the sky. Chen Mo stood in front of the screen with his hands in his pockets, looking indifferent. Lingqing stood beside him, the stars and circles on the map reflected in her cold eyes, her heart still filled with shock that was difficult to calm down. She came from a secretive family like the Ling family, and she thought she had enough understanding of the deep workings of this world. However, the picture in front of her still made her understand what the true god's perspective was. Apex Global, this behemoth that casts an endless shadow on the global economic map, was a vague but powerful concept to the Lingtian group and even the entire Ling family in the past. They knew it was powerful, but they didn't know where its arms and legs extended. And now, every capillary of its body, every tumor hidden in the darkness, has been ruthlessly exposed to the sun by this picture. These bases cover finance, intelligence, biotechnology, and even illegal human experiments. Lingqing's voice carried a hint of chill as her fingers lightly tapped a spot of light deep in the Amazon rainforest in South America. Athena immediately amplified the information of the base. Target, Apex Global's 13th Biological Genetic Laboratory. Disguise, International Joint Meteorological Observation Station. Core project, applied research on metabolism accelerating factor in living bodies. Note, involving multiple cases of illegal detention and inhumane live experiments. On the screen, several blurry photos captured by Titan 1's ultra-high-resolution camera flashed by. Although the key parts are blurred, the emaciated figures curled up in the cage are still chilling. To strike a chord with the enemy, we need to choose a good place. Chen Mo's eyes also fell on the light spot, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
This is it. What do you want to do? Lingqing asked, send armed forces directly? Our newly recruited security team. No. Chen Mo shook his head, a sly look in his eyes. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? We don't need to do it ourselves to deal with the rats hiding in the gutter. It's too dirty. He turned around and sat in front of the operating table, his slender fingers tapping lightly on the keyboard. Athena, pack and encrypt all the raw data, video materials, cash flow, and identity information of all researchers in the 13th laboratory on live experiments. The instruction has been executed. Very good. Chen Mo smiled. Now, divide this gift into 3 parts and send them out anonymously. The first one will be sent to the Colombian government's counterterrorism intelligence department. Tell them that there is a den of inhumane experiments funded by American capital hidden in their country. This is a good political bargaining chip. The second copy was sent to the United Nations Human Rights Council and several Western mainstream media outlets that love to make a mountain out of a molehill. The title was shocking. A howling in the depths of the Amazon rainforest, revealing the devil's laboratory at Apex Global. Let them create public opinion and make a big fuss. As for the third, and most important one, Chen Mo's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing, send it to the 3 largest competitors of Blackwater in the world. The content of the email is simple, a laboratory worth $3 billion, the coordinates are here, whoever arrives first will be the next Blackwater. Lingqing watched Chen Mo's series of operations, with a gleam in her beautiful eyes. She finally understood that what was terrifying about Chen Mo was not only that he had the financial resources to kill everything with money, but also that he had the terrifying wisdom to play with all the chess pieces in the palm of his hand, to use the opponent's force against him, and to kill people without shedding blood. He was like a most skilled hunter. He could cause a bloody chaos in the forest by just lightly stirring the grass, while he himself could sit leisurely on a tree and watch his prey kill each other. 3 days later. Colombia, Ministry of National Defense. An urgent top-secret intelligence made the Secretary of Defense stand up suddenly from his chair. Immediately afterwards, several battalions of elite government troops secretly marched to the Amazon rainforest under the cover of night. At the same time, several notorious mercenary groups around the world also received the treasure map that made their adrenaline surge. Money, technology, and the opportunity to suppress their mortal enemy are enough to make them abandon all morality. All of a sudden, several well-equipped assault teams, like sharks smelling blood,
swarmed into the rainforest from all over the world. A hunt directed by Chen Mo thousands of miles away officially began. While the Colombian government forces were still struggling with the complex jungle terrain, several teams of mercenaries had already taken the lead in reaching the perimeter of the laboratory disguised as a weather station with more professional equipment and more brutal methods. No temptations, no warnings. After a brief and tacit confrontation, several forces launched an attack almost at the same time. The fire of RPGs cut through the night sky, and the roar of heavy machine guns tore through the tranquility of the rainforest. Although Apex Global security forces are well equipped, their resistance seems pale and powerless in the face of equally ruthless desperados who outnumber them by several times. The entire laboratory instantly turned into a hell on earth of blood and fire. When government troops finally arrived, the battle was almost over. All they saw were bullet shells scattered all over the ground, charred ruins, and several mercenaries frantically snatching data and equipment. A new melee broke out again. Finally, after paying a heavy price, the Colombian government forces took control of the situation. But the entire 13th biological laboratory, along with all the valuable research data and experimental samples inside, was completely burned down in the chaos. North America, New York, Midtown Manhattan. On the top floor of a skyscraper overlooking Central Park, in an office the size of a small football field, there are handmade carpets from Persia and original works of Van Gogh and Monet hanging on the walls. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is a bustling city that symbolizes the pulse of world finance. A silver-haired man wearing an exquisite handmade Zegna suit and with his hair neatly combed was holding a glass of Scotch whiskey and listening quietly to his subordinates' reports. He is Aistair Croft, the head of Apex Global. He has a handsome face that seems to have been carefully carved by an ancient Greek sculptor. The years have given him a more mature charm and unfathomable majesty. His eyes were as blue and calm as the sea, as if nothing in the world could move him. Sir, the 13th laboratory has been confirmed to be completely destroyed. All core researchers are dead, and the original strains and experimental data are all lost. Preliminary estimates show that the direct losses exceed $3 billion, and the subsequent strategic losses are incalculable. The subordinate's voice was trembling and fearful. After listening to the report, there was still no anger on Aistair's face. He just walked slowly to the French window, overlooking the countless people below him. For the first time, a strong interest welled up in his calm eyes, as if he had discovered a new toy. Interesting. Really interesting. He muttered to himself, they were able to destroy my lab right under my nose in this way. It doesn't seem like a government act, but more like a skilled player. He picked up the wine glass, took a sip, then turned to his subordinates and ordered, connect me to an encrypted line. I want to talk to this surprise from the East in person. At the same time, Pala Island. Chen Mo's encrypted satellite phone suddenly rang. Looking at the number from an unknown area on the screen, Chen Mo and Lingqing looked at each other and both understood who the caller was. Chen Mo answered the call and pressed the speakerphone. A magnetic, elegant and steady male voice came from the receiver, carrying with it an icy chill that seemed to cross the ocean. Mr. Chen, nice to meet you. I'm Aistair Croft. Hello, Mr. Croft. Chen Mo's tone was so calm, as if he was greeting an old friend. Aistair on the other end of the phone chuckled, as if praising Chen Mo's calmness. You destroyed my toy worth $3 billion. I admire your method. This game has become more interesting with your participation. He paused, his tone remained elegant, but the content became horrifying. As a return gift, I will make Lingqing Group, which you care about, disappear from the face of the earth next week. This has nothing to do with money or grudges. It's just a welcome gift from a senior to a new player. The game really begins now. After saying that, Aistair simply hung up the phone. Inside the command center, the air seemed to freeze in an instant. This is not a threat, it is an unquestionable judgment issued by a king standing at the top of the world pyramid against another new king who dared to challenge his authority. After a while, Lingqing took a deep breath and looked at Chen Mo. There was no fear in his eyes, but instead an unprecedented high morale. He's coming. Chen Mo smiled. He stretched out his hand, took Lingqing into his arms, looked at the turbulent world map on the screen, and said softly, "No, it's us. We've finally waited for it. The prelude to the global chess game has now been completely opened with blood and war. An energy storm sweeping the world is quietly brewing at the end of the horizon." Chapter 41 Declaration of War on the Eve of the Storm. The busy tone of the encrypted satellite phone echoed in the silent room, like the last aftermath of a huge rock thrown into a deep pool. Aistair Croft. This name seemed to carry a kind of magic that made the air in the command center of the Dragon's Nest base freeze into ice. The tropical sea breeze outside the window was still blowing, but everyone felt a chill from the depths of their souls. For the first time, all the coldness and calmness faded from Lingqing's beautiful face, revealing a solemnity that was difficult to conceal. Her fingertips were cold and trembling slightly. It was not fear, but an instinctive tremor when facing an unshakable force like a natural disaster. Apex Global. For the global business community, this name is like the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all countries. It is not a company, but a complex alliance of interests formed by countless giants in the fields of energy, military industry, biotechnology, finance, etc. Its tentacles reach into every corner of the world and can even influence regime change and the direction of war in small countries. Although Lingqing Group is already China's commercial aircraft carrier, it still seems small in front of Apex Global, the real deep-sea leviathan. Within a week, make Lingqing Group disappear from the face of the earth. Lingqing repeated this sentence softly, with a hint of dryness in her voice. He is not joking. With the size of Apex Global, they can really do it. She looked at Chen Mo, trying to find a hint of panic on his face, but she was disappointed. There was no panic on Chen Mo's face. Instead, he looked a little too calm. He even had the leisure to pour a glass of water for himself and Lingqing, and then put the warm wall of the glass against her cold hands. "Don't worry," he said softly. His voice was not loud, but it had a soothing power. "The chessboard has just been set up, and the chess player wants to overturn the table. This means he is afraid." Lingqing was stunned by his sudden metaphor, and the tension in her heart eased a little. She raised her head, met Chen Mo's deep and confident eyes, and asked, "But we don't even know where he will start." Conventional business means cannot destroy Lingqing within a week. Of course, it's not a conventional method. Chen Mo pulled her to sit in front of the huge holographic screen. When the giant elephant wants to crush an ant to death, it won't use its trunk to wrestle with the ant. It will just raise its foot and step on it from above. His finger slid across the screen, calling up Lingqing Group's vast global business map. The core of Lingqing Group is high-end manufacturing and global logistics. What is its lifeblood? Chen Mo asked. Lingqing blurted out, the stability of the supply chain and energy costs. That's right. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Aistair's war will definitely be a dimensionality reduction attack. He will use forces that we cannot contend with, and directly suck away the air that Lingqing Group relies on for survival from a macro level. In order to verify his guess, Chen Mo closed his eyes and immersed his mind in the system. System, use, strategic asset insight, target, Lingqing Group. Deduction dimension, the most deadly survival crisis in the next 7 days. Command confirmed. Strategic asset insight has been initiated, and full dimensional causal deduction of the target Lingqing Group has begun. In an instant, an unimaginable torrent of data flooded into Chen Mo's mind. He seemed to have become God, overlooking every subtle fluctuation in the global economy in the next 7 days. In his vision, a curve representing global energy prices suddenly rose straight up from a stable state at a terrifying angle of nearly 90 degrees. Immediately afterwards, this curve triggered a tsunami-like chain reaction. The data models of countless supply chain companies, transportation enterprises, and production plants related to Lingqing Group were instantly covered in blood red, representing cost excess, breach of contract, and suspension of production. In the end, all the crisis data converged into a cold system prompt, which was imprinted in Chen Mo's consciousness. Crisis warning: blood, energy strangulation. Trigger condition: within 72 hours, the global crude oil futures price will surge by more than 80% due to sudden geopolitical events. Consequences of the crisis: the transportation and manufacturing costs of all subsidiaries of Lingqing Group will soar by an average of more than 1,200%, causing large-scale order defaults and cash flow interruptions, triggering a chain debt crisis, and causing the group to apply for bankruptcy protection within 7 days. Comprehensive assessment: this is a strategic stranglehold at the force majeure level, which cannot be resolved by conventional means. Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, and the heart-pounding blood-red warning was reflected deep in his pupils. Almost at the same time, a shrill alarm sounded in the command center. It wasn't an enemy attack, but all the terminals connected to international financial information were frantically popping up emergency push notifications. Breaking news! A military coup has taken place in Oman, a major oil-producing country in the Middle East. Members of the royal family have been detained and the country has entered a state of emergency. Reuters News. Due to the situation in Oman, the Strait of Hormuz has been temporarily closed, blocking more than 1/5 of the world's oil transportation. Breaking news. OPEC Plus held an emergency online meeting and announced that in order to stabilize the market, it has reached a historic production cut agreement, with a daily production cut of up to 10 million barrels. Each piece of news is like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. On the holographic screen, the originally stable global crude oil futures price curve, just as Chen Mo had just seen in the system, turned into a ferocious red dragon, rising into the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. $80, $95, $110, $130. In just over 10 minutes, the increase in oil prices has exceeded the total of the past year. The global financial market is in mourning. Chairman. It's bad. In the emergency call from Lingqing Group headquarters, Chief Consultant Zhang Heng's voice was filled with unprecedented panic. The group's stock price crashed the moment it opened, and an astronomical number of sell orders piled up on the limit down board. All the international shipping companies we cooperate with are asking us to pay the war risk surcharge immediately, otherwise they will seize our goods. The factory's raw material suppliers have also torn up all the contracts and demanded a renegotiation based on the new energy prices. Our capital chain can only last for 3 days at most. Aistair's war came in a way that was beyond everyone's imagination and manipulated the world order. He didn't even mobilize a single soldier. He just gently plucked the strings of geopolitics thousands of miles away and played the prelude to the death of Lingqing Group. That's the power of Apex Global. This is the king's declaration of war. The atmosphere in the command center was extremely depressing. Lingqing clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms. She knew that this time, Lingqing Group was really in dire straits. However, in this desperate silence, a light laugh suddenly rang out. Everyone looked in astonishment, only to see Chen Mo staring at the oil price curve on the screen, which was still skyrocketing. Instead of panic on his face, he showed a smile that was full of interest and even a little excited. He slowly turned around, gently took Lingqing into his arms, lowered his head to her ear, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Don't frown, dear. Aistair is indeed a genius. He wants to use all the energy in the world to hang us. But he could never have dreamed that he personally gave us an opportunity to become the master of world energy." Chapter 42 Energy News and African Chess Game. Within a week, make Lingqing Group disappear from the face of the earth. Aistair Croft's words, like a precise curse, were coming true at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only 48 hours had passed since the declaration of war, and the once glorious commercial aircraft carrier, Lingqing Group, was already in turmoil and on the verge of sinking. Zhangchang, Lingqing Group headquarters building. The chairman's office on the top floor was already shrouded in a low pressure of despair. This is where the group's top business elites gather, including Zhang Heng, the legendary consultant invited from Wall Street. However, at this moment, these gifted people who usually plan and turn stones into gold only have fatigue and powerlessness on their faces. Chairman. Zhang Heng's voice was hoarse, and his bloodshot eyes were fixed on the huge electronic screen. Every curve on it was like a sharp blade piercing the heart of the group. 3 minutes after the opening, the stock price fell again. All our forward contracts in the international market were forced to close. The loss is incalculable. Another executive added with a look of despair, 8 of the top 10 shipping companies in the world are strategic allies of Apex Global. They unilaterally tore up the agreement. Tens of thousands of our containers are either detained at the port or floating on the sea. The late payment fees generated every day are astronomical. What's even more fatal is that all our downstream factories and suppliers have issued an ultimatum. Because of the surge in international oil prices, they require that all contracts must be renegotiated based on the new energy costs. The lowest increase is 800%. Our cash flow, at most, can only last until today. Every word was like a nail, driving into the coffin of Lingqing Group. This is a completely unequal war. Aistair did not use any business conspiracy, he just stood in the clouds and gently touched the lifeline of global energy. When the noose tightened, the giant beast of Lingqing Group had no room to struggle and could only watch itself being strangled to death. Zhang Heng closed his eyes in pain. He exhausted all his life's knowledge, tried all financial hedging tools, and even used his personal connections to try to find alternative energy sources, but everything was in vain. In the face of absolute power that can manipulate the world, any skill seems pale and ridiculous. However, just as the headquarters fell into dead silence and despair, the center of the storm, the Dragon's Nest base on Pala Island, was unusually quiet. Inside the huge command center, Chen Mo stood in front of a huge, slowly rotating holographic globe with his back to the terrifying financial data. His expression was focused and calm, as if he was a top predator searching for prey, and the hustle and bustle of the outside world had nothing to do with him. Lingqing stood quietly beside him. Although she was also extremely anxious, Chen Mo's calmness was like a stabilizing force that prevented her from being swallowed by panic.
Athena.
Chen Mo's voice broke the silence, clear and steady.
I am here, sir. Give up all monitoring of the global financial market. Chen Mo ordered, those are just superficial symptoms, the symptoms of the tumor after it spreads.
What we need to do is not to remove the symptoms, but to find the core of the tumor and then, dig it out. Activate the Titan No. 1 geological exploration module and turn it to maximum power. Cross-check all the ancient map data from the pre-colonial era in the Ling family's Tianji Pavilion database that has not been explored by modern commercial exploration with Titan's global geological structure scanning data. Search scope, global. Keywords, geological faults, sedimentary basins, structural closures, and all areas with similar geological characteristics to the Gawar oil field in the Middle East. Instructions executed. Global data screening and modeling started. The holographic globe was instantly covered by countless crisscrossing blue data streams, as if the planet was covered with a gorgeous dress woven of code. Massive amounts of data are calculated frantically under the power of supercomputers, and time passes by every second. Lingqing held her breath.
She knew what Chen Mo was going to do. Since the enemy uses energy as a weapon, the only way to break the deadlock is to find new energy that is not controlled by the enemy. This idea is crazy and like looking for a needle in a haystack. But looking at the man in front of her, Lingqing felt that he might really be able to create a miracle. After an unknown amount of time, a piercing reminder sounded. Comparison completed.
A highly consistent area was found, with a matching rate of 93.4%. Data flows like rivers flowing into the sea, instantly converging in the center of the African continent.
A landlocked country, marked in red, is rapidly zoomed in. Target, Zambia Republic.
On the screen, information about this country was listed one by one of the poorest countries in the world, frequent wars, zero industrial base, and listed as an extremely dangerous investment area by the United Nations.
Lingqing frowned tightly. Zambia. I know this place. There have been constant coups for decades. It is simply a cursed land forgotten by civilization.
No multinational company dares to make large-scale investments there.
That's why it's virgin territory.
There was a gleam of excitement in Chen Mo's eyes, as if Columbus had discovered the New World. He stretched out his finger and lightly touched the map of the Zambia Republic. Athena, focus Titan 1 surveillance authority on this country. I need all the political and military intelligence it can gather over the next 72 hours. Focus on monitoring any associated forces of Apex Global in the region.
Yes, sir. Accessing, analyzing intelligence.
A few minutes later, a complex network of relationships and power distribution appeared in front of the two.
It is true.
A sneer appeared on Chen Mo's lips.
Intelligence shows that the biggest financial backer behind the current corrupt president of Zambia is a shell company under Apex Global.
By supporting puppets, they plundered the country's scarce diamond mines at a low price. The more crucial intelligence was that the Titan satellite captured that on the northern border of Zambia, a patriotic general named Kazan had assembled his troops and was preparing to launch a revolution to overthrow the corrupt government. But he lacked everything: weapons, funds, intelligence, and even the soldiers' next full meal was a problem. Seeing this, Lingqing instantly understood Chen Mo's intention. She took a breath, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. This man, he no longer thinks about how to protect himself, what he wants is to become the kingmaker of a country. Chen Mo slowly turned around, held Lingqing's cold hand, and looked directly at her with deep eyes. Xingxian, we can't passively defend anymore. Aistair wants to strangle us with energy, so we will create an energy torrent with our own hands that is enough to overwhelm him.
I'm going to Africa.
I'm going to invest money, technology, and intelligence in General Kassan. I'm going to use a clean revolution to get back the oil mining rights for the entire Zambia Republic for the next 100 years. His words were calm, but the content was earth-shattering. This is no longer a business, this is a huge gamble where everything is at stake.
Lingqing's heart was beating violently.
She looked at the man in front of her, at the ambition and confidence in his eyes that seemed to be able to swallow up the stars and the sea. All her worries and fears disappeared at this moment, replaced by an unprecedented desire and passion to fight side by side with him. Without any hesitation, she held Chen Mo's hand tightly with her backhand, and her cold voice was filled with unquestionable firmness. "I'll go with you." Without waiting for Chen Mo to answer, she continued, "The Ling family has an intelligence network in Africa that has been hidden for nearly 100 years, codenamed Trade Winds. Although they have not been activated for decades, their influence still exists. They can arrange a top-level meeting with General Kazan for us." When Chen Mo heard this, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, which then turned into a warm smile. He held her in his arms, feeling the heartbeat of the beautiful woman in his arms resonating with his own, and whispered, "Okay, then let's go to Africa together to play a big game of chess." Outside the window is the financial storm sweeping the world. Inside the window, two people who decided to overturn the chessboard themselves have already set their sights on the distant African continent. A crazy melody composed of money and war is about to be played in that barren and wild land. Chapter 43: The King's Investment, Arms, Intelligence, and the Future. Pala Island, the Dragon's Nest Base. The night was as dark as ink, but the command center was as bright as day. The huge holographic globe slowly turned and finally locked onto the African continent, a land that had been repeatedly scorched by war and poverty. An ancient intelligence network code named Trade Winds has silently spread its tentacles like an awakened beast after being dormant for decades. Through the layers of transit and encryption laid by the Ling family in the dark side of the world, an absolutely secure communication line was connected to an inconspicuous temporary military camp on the northern border of the Zambia Republic. Chen Mo stood in front of the holographic screen, while Lingqing stood quietly beside him. Her beautiful eyes reflected the beating data stream and the steady back of the man in front of her. "The line is connected," Lingqing said softly. On the screen, a slightly blurry video signal jumped a few times and finally stabilized. A middle-aged man with dark skin and a resolute face appeared in the picture. He was wearing an old military uniform that had been washed out, and the star on his shoulder looked a little dim under the dim light. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, full of the vigilance and fatigue of a veteran in the battlefield. He is Kazan, a patriotic general who has the ideal of reviving the country but is overwhelmed by the reality. "Are you the one behind Trade Winds?" Kazan's voice was low and hoarse, with a strong local accent, and every word was full of distrust. "My people told me that you have the ability to help me, but I don't make deals with rats hiding in the shadows. Tell me your identity and purpose." Chen Mo looked at Kazan on the screen and did not rush to answer. He could see the states appearing above the other person's head through his eye of insight: extreme alertness, severe scarcity, desperate. This is a lion that has been pushed to the edge of a cliff, ready to jump off at any time. To him, any empty promises were an insult. Chen Mo smiled slightly and said calmly, "General, my identity is not important. My goal is the same as yours: to overthrow the corrupt puppet entrenched in the heart of your country and give Zambia new life." "Anyone can talk big." General Kazan snorted coldly, "Why should I believe you? Just for this?" Chen Mo didn't say any more nonsense, he just snapped his fingers lightly. "AI Athena, send the real-time deployment map of the government forces intercepted by the Titan 1 satellite to General Kazan through an encrypted channel." Command confirmed. Data transmission in progress. Thousands of miles away in the Zambi military camp, an old tactical tablet in front of General Kazan suddenly lit up. The next second, he was struck by lightning. He stood up from his chair and stared at the screen. On the screen, a real-time satellite map with meter-level accuracy is slowly unfolding. On the map, countless red dots clearly mark the location, troop deployment, and firepower configuration of each government army camp. Even the movement routes of their logistics supply vehicles are transformed into dynamic blue lines, which are clearly visible on the map. What made his scalp tingle even more was that the coordinates of the underground command center of the presidential palace in the capital, as well as the rotation schedule of the current president's personal guards, were accurate to the second. This is. Several staff officers behind Kazan exclaimed in disbelief. "Where is the intelligence? This is simply God's perspective." With this thing, all their previously seemingly insurmountable problems were instantly solved. The government forces will no longer have any secrets in front of them. General Kazan's heavy breathing came through the line. When he looked at Chen Mo again, his eyes had changed from vigilance to deep shock and awe. "This is my first gift to you, General." Chen Mo's voice sounded again, calm as always, "a piece of information that will allow you to see the chessboard clearly." Kazan was silent for a moment, trying to calm the turbulent waves in his heart, and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?" "You can't give me what I want now. But I can give you more." Chen Mo raised his second finger. "Intelligence alone is not enough.
You need weapons that can transform intelligence advantages into victory.
My Prometheus lab can provide you with 50 Sentinel series reconnaissance and attack drones, as well as matching ground control systems. My technical team will arrive at your military camp within 48 hours to train your soldiers.
Drone. General Kazan's pupils contracted again.
This kind of dimensionality reduction strike weapon, which has only been seen in the news and belongs to the armies of major powers, is simply a fantasy for his troops who are still using old rifles from World War II. If the previous intelligence gave him a pair of eyes, then this batch of drones gave him a sword hanging over the enemy's head.
You, who are you? Kazan's voice was trembling.
The value of these things had long exceeded his understanding of aid. Chen Mo did not answer his question, but slowly raised his third finger, and the smile on his face became meaningful. I know that your troops have been out of food for 3 days, and the soldiers' allowances have been in arrears for half a year. No matter how sophisticated the weapons are, they still need people to operate them. And war, in the final analysis, is all about burning money. He turned his head and glanced at Lingqing beside him. Lingqing understood what he meant and lightly typed a series of commands on the terminal in front of him. I will inject $5 billion into a secret overseas account controlled by you as your revolutionary startup capital. Chen Mo said it lightly, as if he was talking about an insignificant amount of change.
50, how much?
Kazan thought he had heard it wrong.
$5 billion. Chen Mo repeated it.
Almost at the same time, Chen Mo's mind heard the exciting prompt from the system.
Ding. It is detected that the host is making an epic investment in Lingqing's potential strategic partner General Kazan.
This behavior was judged to be a macro gift to the Queen's future career and the ultimate manifestation of doting on his wife.
Trigger a special 100x rebate critical hit. Congratulations to the host. Rebate funds received, $500 billion. Deposited into the system's offshore account. Chen Mo was calm.
The number of 500 billion was no longer able to cause him much emotional fluctuation. What he cared more about was the reaction of the man on the other side of the screen.
Buzz. Next to General Kazan, an old satellite phone in the hands of the officer in charge of finance vibrated.
He answered the call with trembling hands. After listening for a few seconds, his face turned pale, then turned the color of liver. Finally, he looked at Kazan with an expression as if he had seen a ghost, and stammered, "General, our account received a transfer of $5 billion."
Boom!
This sentence, like a heavy bomb, exploded in the small command center.
General Kazan could no longer remain calm.
He stumbled back and hit the map board behind him.
Intelligence, technology, money. These three gifts are more deadly and crazier than the last.
When they are combined together, it is no longer just help but paving a smooth road made of gold and steel for him to the throne. He finally understood that the young man on the other end of the phone was not a rat in the shadows, but an oriental dragon capable of turning the world upside down and changing the world. With a plop sound. Under the shocked gazes of all his subordinates, General Kazan knelt on one knee, placed his right hand on his chest, and lowered his proud head towards the screen.
I, Kazan Ngoma, swear in the name of my family and ancestors.
He used all his strength to roar, "If the revolution succeeds, I will regard you as the eternal guardian of the Zambia Republic. All the minerals and resources of this country, and their exclusive mining rights, will belong to you and your family forever."
Agreement reached. Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction and cut off the communication.
He turned around, looked at Lingqing, who was in shock, and said softly, "Remote control is still a barrier."
"I'm worried."
Lingqing was very smart and understood what he meant immediately. A trace of worry flashed across her beautiful eyes. "You want to go in person?"
"Yes." Chen Mo's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Aistair's noose is still around Lingqiang's neck. We don't have much time.
I must be there in person to ensure that this revolution ends cleanly within 3 days." He gently stroked Lingqing's cheek. "Also, I want to see with my own eyes what kind of land our future energy empire will rise from." After saying that, he took Lingqing's hand and strode out of the command center. On the tarmac, a specially modified Gulfstream G700 private jet, fully fueled, was waiting quietly in the night. Its route is heading directly to the distant and wild African continent. A lightning war that will shock the world begins as this plane takes off.
Chapter 44, Gunshots in the Desert and the Queen's Awakening.
The Gulfstream G700 private jet landed smoothly on a simple field runway. The moment the cabin door opened, a heat wave mixed with dust and the smell of gunpowder hit us in the face, forming two completely different worlds with the constant temperature air conditioning in the cabin. This is the northern part of the Zambia Republic, the core area controlled by General Kassan. Looking around, the sky was filled with yellow sand, a few low military tents were rustling in the wind, and in the distance were a few old military trucks. The soldiers armed with live ammunition had dark skin, alert eyes, and the solemn and murderous aura of being experienced in the battlefield for a long time. General Kassan did not come in person, both for safety reasons and as a balance of status. The person who came to greet him was his most trusted adjutant, an equally capable black officer.
Welcome to Zambia, distinguished guest.
The adjutant spoke in fairly fluent English, his eyes sweeping over Chen Mo and Lingqing with a barely perceptible scrutiny and curiosity. He couldn't imagine that the mysterious man on the phone who gave them intelligence, technology and money like a god was such a young Oriental man, and the woman beside him who was so beautiful that she didn't look like an ordinary person.
After a brief greeting, Chen Mo and Lingqing got into a modified bulletproof SUV under the protection of several bodyguards.
A convoy consisting of 3 military trucks and 2 jeeps surrounded them and drove towards General Kassan's temporary command post. The convoy rolled up like a rolling yellow dragon, speeding across the bumpy sand. Inside the car, Lingqing looked at the desolate and primitive scene outside the window, frowning slightly. Everything here is incompatible with the civilized world she is familiar with. But when her gaze turned to Chen Mo, who was calm and composed beside her, the trace of uneasiness in her heart quietly dissipated.
This place is more primitive than I thought,
Lingqing said softly.
Primitive means full of opportunities.
Chen Mo held her hand and said with a smile, only a blank piece of paper can draw the most beautiful picture. At this moment, something strange happened.
Boom! A deafening explosion was heard from the front of the convoy.
A leading military truck was hit by a precise rocket and instantly turned into a fireball. The huge shockwave blew away the surrounding soldiers.
Enemy attack! The adjutant let out a shrill roar.
Immediately afterwards, dense gunfire like frying beans rang out from behind the sand dunes on both sides of the road.
Countless tongues of fire intertwined into a web of death, instantly enveloping the entire convoy.
The bullets hit the window of the bulletproof car Chen Mo was riding in, making muffled bang-bang sounds and splashing a string of sparks.
Although General Kassan's soldiers were well trained, the enemy's firepower was clearly a level higher, accurate and deadly.
In just a few tens of seconds, more than half of the guards on the periphery were killed or injured, and were completely suppressed under the wheels and unable to raise their heads.
They are mercenaries. Well-equipped professional mercenaries.
The captain of the bodyguards in the car shouted solemnly. Through the gap in the car window, he saw the vague figures of white people wearing desert camouflage on the sand dunes.
Apex Global's revenge came faster and more directly than expected.
They obviously intercepted the information about Chen Mo's arrival and set up a killing trap here.
Protect Mr. and Mrs.
The bodyguards drew their guns and fought back from the vehicles, but they were soon overwhelmed by the enemy's powerful firepower. Inside the car, Lingqing's heartbeat accelerated instantly, but years of ups and downs in the business world prevented her from losing control and screaming. She subconsciously grabbed Chen Mo's arm, her beautiful eyes full of worry.
Don't be afraid, just stay in the car and don't move. Chen Mo's voice was frighteningly calm.
He patted Lingqing's hand. There was no panic in his eyes, but instead a cold and sharp light flashed across them. The next second, he activated the system capabilities that had not been used for a long time.
Activate Master-Level Combat Mastery. Activate Dynamic Battlefield View.
In an instant, the whole world became different in Chen Mo's eyes.
The enemy's ballistic trajectory, shooting intervals, breathing rate.
Everything turned into a clear data stream, calculating at high speed in his mind.
The position of every enemy behind the sand dunes is as clearly visible as a firefly in the dark night. A bunch of chickens and dogs. Chen Mo whispered to himself.
He pushed open the car door suddenly and rushed out like a cheetah in the shocked eyes of the bodyguards.
Mr. Chen.
His movements were extremely fast. Almost at the moment of landing, he rolled on the spot and avoided the 3 bursts of shots. The pistol in his hand seemed to have become a part of his body. Without even looking at it, he fired 3 shots.
Puff. Puff. Puff.
On the distant sand dunes, 3 mercenaries who were about to move their positions suddenly felt a cloud of blood mist burst out from their brows at almost the same time, and they fell to the ground. The entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone was shocked by the miraculous marksmanship.
The target appears. Kill him. The captain's angry roar was heard over the mercenary communication channel.
In an instant, fire from at least 5 or 6 guns poured towards Chen Mo at the same time. However, Chen Mo's figure was like a ghost, shuttling back and forth in the rain of bullets, taking advantage of every tiny cover and every gap when the enemy reloaded bullets, constantly moving and shooting. Every time he fired, an enemy would fall. He was precise and efficient, like a cold-blooded killing machine. Inside the car, Lingqing stared through the bulletproof glass at the figure strolling leisurely amidst the hail of bullets. She sought his inhuman agility as he dodged bullets and his absolute confidence as he fired. Shocking, incomparable shock. She always thought that Chen Mo's strength lay in his wealth, his wisdom, and his business acumen that seemed to predict the future. She had never thought that in the face of the most primitive and brutal violence, he would be even more powerful. At this moment, all the worries and fears in Lingqing's heart disappeared. What replaced it was an unprecedented awareness. She realized that to truly stand by this man, it was far from enough to just be his good wife in business. She must have the courage and ability to face any danger side by side with him, instead of always hiding behind him and becoming a vase that needs to be protected. Her eyes became extremely firm, changing from initial shock to determination. She didn't pick up the gun because she knew that was not her battlefield. She picked up the communicator in the car and, in the calmest voice, clearly reported the location of the enemy's firing point that she had observed from the other side of the window to the bodyguards and soldiers who were fighting back. At 10 o'clock, in the depression of the sand dune, there is a heavy machine gunner. 2 o'clock, behind the rock, sniper. Her voice became another calm command on the battlefield. At this moment, a clear reminder sound rang in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! It is detected that Lingqing's state of mind has undergone a major transformation. Her dependence on the host has been sublimated into the awareness of fighting side by side. Favorability +3, current favorability 98 soulmate. Congratulations to the host. Unlock the hidden function of favorability, ability sharing. Ability sharing, the host can choose a passive skill that they already have and temporarily share it with Lingqing for 24 hours. During the sharing period, the host's ability effect is weakened by 50%. A smile appeared on Chen Mo's lips, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. His queen is following in his footsteps in her own way. At this time, the mercenaries on the battlefield were already frightened by the killing of him alone. The ghost squad that originally had more than 30 people now has less than 10 people left. They hid behind the sand dunes and dared not show their heads again. Retreat! Retreat! The mercenary captain finally gave the order to retreat. Want to leave? Have you asked me? Chen Mo's eyes turned cold. He threw away his pistol, picked up an assault rifle from a dead soldier, and rushed towards the sand dune like a cannonball. His charge alone carried the momentum of thousands of troops. The remaining mercenaries completely collapsed. It seemed that they were facing not a human being, but a god of war from hell. They turned around and ran, but Chen Mo caught up with them at a faster speed and shot them dead. Finally, only the captain was left. He threw away the gun, raised his hands, and shouted in a terrified voice, "Don't kill me. I surrender. I'll tell you everything." Chen Mo walked slowly up to him, put the muzzle of the gun against his forehead, his face expressionless. At this moment, General Kaizen's reinforcements finally arrived. When they saw the Shura-like scene in front of them, and Chen Mo standing there unharmed with a gun in hand, everyone gasped, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Chen Mo changed from initial curiosity to awe and fear from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Mo ignored them, put away his gun and returned to the car. Lingqing opened the car door and came forward, her beautiful eyes gleaming with heartache and concern, but more of an unprecedented glow called pride. "I'm fine." Chen Mo smiled at her, then he moved his mind and gave orders to the system in his mind. System, share, Eye of Insight Primary, with Lingqing. Command confirmed. Ability sharing begins, lasting for 24 hours. The next second, Lingqing's body trembled slightly. She subconsciously closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the whole world had changed. She saw the words, status, calm, relieved, appear above Chen Mo's head. She saw various emotional labels such as awe, fear, and worship floating above the heads of the soldiers who came. She could even see the blood red, extreme fear, and desire to survive on the captured mercenary captain's head. Countless data streams converged in her field of vision, and for the first time in her eyes, the world was deconstructed into the most essential information. This is. Lingqing's beautiful eyes were filled with incredible shock. "Welcome to my world, my queen."
Chen Mo held her hand and said softly, "From now on, we will look at this world from the same perspective." Lingqing looked at him, then at the mercenary captain who was brought here. A bold and careful plan instantly took shape in her mind, which had a god's perspective. Chapter 45 General. Zambia Republic, General Kassan's temporary headquarters. The air here seemed to be frozen, mixed with smoke, sweat and strong awe. All the officers, including General Kassan himself, looked at Chen Mo with completely changed eyes. If before, they viewed this young man from the east as a mysterious and powerful financial sponsor, then after witnessing the killing show that was like the arrival of the god of war, this perception has been sublimated into a primitive worship and fear of supernatural powers. The captured captain of the Ghost Squad, the white mercenary who was as ferocious as a wolf on the battlefield, now knelt on the ground dejectedly like a toothless tiger, trembling all over. His pride and cruelty were crushed in the face of Chen Mo's inhuman fighting power. "Give him a chance to tell you everything he knows." Chen Mo's tone was flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. He flicked his finger, and a capsule, smaller than a grain of rice and almost invisible, accurately bounced into the captain's mouth and melted in his mouth. "This is the low-level item he just exchanged from the system mall, true word potion one time. It is not valuable, but it is effective against this kind of pure mortal." Sure enough, the mercenary captain's eyes instantly became confused and empty, and he lost all will. Name, code name, mission objective. Chen Mo sat casually on a camp chair while Lingqing stood quietly beside him. She was trying to adapt to the new world brought by the Eye of Insight. Mark Stanley, codename Ghost. Mission. The mission is to eliminate all external destabilizing factors that pose a threat to the current President Zambia. Our intelligence shows that an Eastern force codenamed Tradewinds will intervene. My mission is to assassinate their leader here. Mark Stanley told everything as if in a dream. How does Apex Global control the current President Ogma? Chen Mo asked. All of Ogma's overseas assets are held by a foundation under Apex Global. His family, including his beloved youngest son, are in London, with Apex Global providing the highest level of security. Ogma is just a dog raised by Mr. Aistair. Who are the core figures in the government army's command system and what are its weaknesses? For the next half hour, Mark Stanley became a machine that answered every question. Not only did he explain in detail the government forces' troop deployment, firepower configuration, and command chain, he even described the personal habits of several corps generals and the locations where evidence of corruption was stored. The details and accuracy of the intelligence made General Kazan and his staff sweat profusely and their faces flushed with excitement. When the interrogation was over and the mercenary was dragged away, the atmosphere in the entire command center was instantly ignited. General! Let's formulate a general attack plan now. A staff officer pointed excitedly on the map. With this information, we only need 3 days, no. 2 days. To attack the capital and capture Ogma alive. Right. Catch him off guard before they can react. General Kassan himself could not hide his excitement and clenched his fists. The dawn of victory had never shone so clearly before him. He looked at Chen Mo, wanting to ask for the opinion of this guardian, but found that Chen Mo was not looking at him, but was looking at Lingqing beside him with interest. At this moment, Lingqing was staring at the huge military map on the wall without saying a word. In the eyes of Kazan and others, it was a battle map covered with red arrows and blue defense circles. But in Lingqing's Eye of Insight, the map presented a different picture. Above every stronghold and every commander's name, there are rows of data tags floating on them that are invisible to outsiders. Capital Garrison Commander, General Patton. Loyalty, 25 very low. Current emotions, fear, greed, anxiety. Core demands, preserve family wealth and seek overseas asylum. Captain of the Presidential Guard, Colonel Karen. Loyalty, 85 high. Current emotions, fanaticism, blind loyalty. Core demand, dedicate yourself to President Ogma. Her gaze finally fell on the garrison commander named General Patton. In Lingqing's eyes, the inner world of this man who holds the strongest military power in the capital and is regarded as the right-hand man of President Ogma is like a dam that has long been hollowed out and is crumbling. War does not necessarily require bloodshed. Lingqing finally spoke. Her voice was cold and firm, instantly quieting the noisy command center. Everyone's eyes were focused on this incredibly beautiful yet silent Oriental woman. A head-on attack would inevitably result in heavy casualties, even if we had all the intelligence, and we would easily get bogged down in street fighting.
Lingqing walked to the map and pointed his slender finger precisely at the location of the capital garrison headquarters.
This is the core of President Ogma's defense system. But at the same time, it is also the most vulnerable link. General Kazan frowned. General Patton? Impossible, he is Ogma's most loyal lackey. Loyalty is only because the chips for betrayal are not enough.
Lingqing shook her head, her eyes flashing with a wisdom that sees through people's hearts. A person's heart is easier to break than any fortress, especially when he is afraid and greedy. She turned to Chen Mo, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of inquiry and absolute trust. Chen Mo smiled, his eyes full of admiration and pampering. His queen finally began to show her true potential.
As you say.
Chen Mo nodded to her, then turned to General Kazan, who looked confused, and said, "General, listen to her."
Sometimes, a woman's intuition is more useful than 10,000 cannons. Although General Kazan was puzzled, he chose to obey out of respect for Chen Mo. Lingqing did not explain further, she calmly began to give orders.
Chen Mo, I need a Swiss bank account that cannot be traced, with $50 million in it. In addition, I need a complete set of identity documents and asset allocation plans that will allow their entire family to live an upper-class life in North America.
It's just a small matter.
Chen Mo snapped his fingers and immediately used the system and the funds in the rebate account to quietly complete all of this. General Kazan, Lingqing turned to Kazan again, I need to immediately connect to the encrypted communication with General Patton.
There are only 3 of us here, Chen Mo, and you. Half an hour later, a top-secret communications line was established.
In the video, a fat and majestic black general appeared.
It was Patton. He was alert and shouted, "Who are you? Do you know what you are doing? This is treason."
Lingqing's eye of insight clearly saw that the fear and anxiety labels above the other person's head were flashing violently.
He appears to be fierce but is actually weak.
General, we are not here to persuade you to betray your country.
We are here to give you a way out.
Lingqing's voice was as calm as water, yet it carried a power that struck people's hearts directly.
Nonsense. I am loyal to the president.
Patton growled, but his eyes were already wandering.
Really?
Lingqing raised the corner of her mouth with a barely perceptible arc. Then you must not know that the Paris dessert shop that your wife and daughter love the most has a security consultant from Apex Global living upstairs.
You also don't know that the actual controller of one of the 3 accounts you secretly transferred to the Cayman Islands is President Ogma's nephew. Ding. Detected drastic emotional fluctuations in the target, fear +50, shock +70.
The blood drained away from General Patton's face in an instant, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
These were his deepest secrets, how could the other party know them so clearly? You, what on earth do you want to do?
His voice was already trembling.
We want to give you a choice. Lingqing's voice became softer, but every word was like a precise scalpel, cutting through his last psychological defenses.
A choice that allows you and your family, with the wealth you deserve, to go to a sunny place where there is no more war and fear, and live out the rest of your life in peace.
Ding.
Detected drastic emotional fluctuations in the target, greed +60, desire to survive +80. Lingqing knew that the time had come.
She transferred a file.
Here are the anonymous account credentials for $50 million and your family's new identity in Canada.
As long as you nod, they are now yours. The other end of the video fell into deathly silence. General Patton's heavy breathing could be heard clearly.
After dozens of long seconds, he seemed to have been drained of all his strength in an instant. He collapsed on the chair and uttered a word in an extremely hoarse voice.
Good. Communications cut off. Inside the headquarters, General Kazan and his staff were completely petrified.
They stared at Lingqing in amazement, as if they were looking at a witch. Without a single drop of blood, he turned the enemy commander against his will from thousands of miles away.
What a terrifying method.
The next night, the time for the general attack arrived. As planned, General Kazan's troops arrived at the capital, ready for a bloody battle.
However, the expected bombardment did not occur.
Under the shocked gazes of countless soldiers, the extremely heavy steel gate that symbolized the capital's last line of defense slowly and automatically opened with a loud creaking sound. General Patton personally led his garrison, laid down their weapons, and lined up on both sides of the road to welcome General Kazan's troops into the city.
The revolution succeeded in an almost dramatic way.
When General Kazan's troops rushed into the presidential palace without bloodshed and captured President Ogma, who was still shivering on the bed, alive, the new leader of the country looked back in the direction of the city gate and took a deep breath.
He sighed sincerely to the adjutant beside him.
From now on, when you see Mr. Chen, you must respect him as you would respect God. When you see Ms. Ling, you must respect her even more than you would respect God. When the news came out, world public opinion was in an uproar. Aistair, who was thousands of miles away and was about to open a bottle of champagne to celebrate the countdown to Lingqing Group's bankruptcy, dropped the wineglass in his hand to the ground with a pop and shattered when he saw this urgent news push.
Chapter 46: The Awakening of the Oil Dragon. New York, Manhattan, top floor of the Vertex Global Headquarters building. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is a bustling city that symbolizes the pulse of world finance. Inside, the atmosphere was completely different from the hustle and bustle outside the window. It was filled with the tranquility and elegance of the eve of victory. Aistair Croft, the uncrowned king of global capital, was holding a glass of 1982 Romane Conti with a smile on his face that showed he was in control of the situation. The huge holographic screen in front of him was divided into dozens of small windows, displaying live images from major media around the world in real time. The focus of all the images is on an impending moment: the bankruptcy of the Eastern giant, Lingqing Group. In the center of the screen, a bright red countdown was ticking, 10 minutes and 59 seconds. Sir, Lingqing Group's share price has fallen below the delisting red line of 10 cents, and the bond ratings of all its subsidiaries have been downgraded to junk level. More than 30 mainstream financial media outlets around the world have prepared headlines about their bankruptcy. A blonde assistant reported respectfully, his tone full of admiration. That's the power of Apex Global. An energy stranglehold may seem to be just a manipulation of oil prices, but in fact it affects every nerve of the global supply chain. Transportation costs, production costs, operating costs, the accumulation of countless costs eventually became the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing hundreds of billions of dollars worth of business empire to collapse in just 7 days. This is a dimensionality reduction attack, a method belonging to God. Is there any more news about that young man named Chen Mo?
Aistair gently swirled the wineglass, and the scarlet liquid drew graceful arcs on the wall of the crystal glass.
No, sir.
According to our intelligence, he and Lingqing have not made any moves since they were in Africa.
There is no abnormal data flow in the Titan network either. They seem to have given up. Give up?
Aistair chuckled, with a hint of cat and mouse playfulness in his eyes. Well, let him understand that in the face of absolute rules, any cleverness is meaningless. Prepare the champagne, and let us toast to the end of the old era and the innocence of that young man.
Yes, sir.
However, just as the assistant turned around to get the champagne, something strange happened. On the holographic screen, an originally inconspicuous live broadcast window was suddenly forced to switch, occupying the center of the entire screen. That was the press conference of the Republic of Zambia. The new president, General Kazan, dressed in a neat suit, stood in front of the blue and white national flag with a firm face and sharp eyes. He no longer had any of the wildness of a warlord, but instead had the calmness and confidence of a leader of a country.
Aistair's brows knitted slightly. Why does a press conference of a small African country have such high global live broadcast rights?
Good afternoon, journalists and friends who care about the Republic of Zambia. President Kazan's voice echoed clearly in every corner of the room through simultaneous interpretation. Today, I will announce a piece of news that will change the fate of Zambia and even affect the world situation. He paused, his eyes swept across the countless flashing spotlights below the stage, and spoke in an extremely solemn, even a little excited tone, word by word. With the selfless help of our international friends and the unremitting efforts of our geologists, we have discovered a superoil field in the eastern desert of Zambia with an estimated reserve of more than 500 billion barrels.
Boom! The entire press conference scene exploded in an instant.
At this moment, the brains of all the financial institutions, government heads, and energy giants around the world who were watching the live broadcast went blank for several seconds.
500 billion barrels. What is the concept?
This is equivalent to nearly 1/3 of the world's total proven oil reserves.
This is an oil dragon that is powerful enough to subvert the entire energy landscape.
In Aistair's office, the champagne that his assistant had just picked up fell to the ground with a bang, and the expensive liquid mixed with glass fragments splashed all over the floor. But he was unaware of it and just stared at the screen, the color quickly draining from his face.
The smile on Aistair's face completely froze.
However, this is just the beginning. President Kazan raised his hand, signaling for silence, and then dropped the second, and most deadly, bomb. In order to thank our Eastern friends for their selfless assistance to our country in times of crisis, the new government of the Republic of Zambia has unanimously decided to grant the exclusive exploration, mining, and global sales rights of this superoil field, which we named Eastern Dragon, for the next 100 years to a great new company dedicated to promoting human progress.
Titan Energy.
The 6 words Titan Energy were like a bolt of thunder from the sky, striking Aistair hard on the head.
He understood everything in an instant.
This is not a passive defense at all, but a long-planned, strategic counterattack that cuts off the source of the problem. He manipulated the oil price to surge, and Chen Mo directly created a source that was enough to cause the oil price to collapse.
At the same time, the global crude oil market went crazy. It seems like the end of the world has come.
The crude oil futures index of the New York Mercantile Exchange fell madly at an almost 90-degree vertical angle the moment the news was announced, like a kite with a broken string.
$160, $140, $120.
Every jump in price is accompanied by the wailing of countless capital. Countless funds, investment banks, and energy companies that were long on oil were instantly liquidated in this unprecedented black swan event.
What evaporated was not the profit, but their principal, their lifeline.
However, at Lingqing Group's temporary command center on Hong Kong Island, the atmosphere was completely different from the widespread grief outside.
Short. Regardless of cost, short all energy stocks under Apex Global.
Zhang Heng's eyes were red, veins popped out on his arms, he roared and gave orders, but his face was filled with fanatical excitement. On the huge screen in front of them, short orders worth tens of billions of dollars, like the most precise scalpel, pierced fiercely into the arteries of the Apex Global energy empire. As oil prices collapsed, the share prices of energy companies under Vertex Global naturally also plummeted. A giant company with a market value of hundreds of billions a second ago may lose tens of billions in a second. All these losses turned into wildly jumping profit figures in Lingqing Group's account.
We won. We won.
One trader dropped his keyboard, slumped in his chair and cried with joy. The 7 days and 7 nights of sleepless suffering turned into the ecstasy of victory at this moment.
Not only did they survive, but they also launched the most deadly counterattack against the arrogant enemy in an unprecedented manner.
Lingqing stood quietly in front of the French window, watching the battle situation that had been reversed on the screen, with ripples in her beautiful eyes. Her gaze seemed to penetrate time and space and fell on the figure far away in Africa. This man, once again, in a way that no mortal could imagine, turned the whole world upside down for her.
Apex Global Headquarters. Deathly silence, as dead as a grave. On the holographic screen, the countdown to Lingqing Group's bankruptcy had long disappeared, and instead, what was replaced was the tragic scene of the blood-red stock prices of companies under Apex Global.
Sir, our energy sector lost more than $300 billion in 15 minutes, and it's still going on.
The assistant's voice was trembling. Aistair didn't say anything, he just stood there quietly.
His originally tall and straight figure seemed a little desolate at this moment.
He lost. The defeat was so complete and so unexpected.
The power, layout, and influence that he was proud of became as fragile as paper in the face of the opponent's unreasonable and direct chessboard overturning style of play. He slowly closed his eyes, and Chen Mo's smiling face with a hint of roguery appeared in his mind.
Chen Mo.
He whispered the name, and there was no more contempt in his tone, only cold and chilling murderous intent. Zambi, the temporary residence of General Kazan.
Chen Mo turned off the TV and smiled at Lingqing, who was looking at him with admiration.
Okay, Madam's crisis has been resolved.
Now, it's time for our reward.
As soon as he finished speaking, the familiar, clear and pleasant system prompt sound rang in his mind.
Ding!
The host presented Her Majesty the Queen with a superoil field that could change the world, completing an epic strategic gift unprecedented in history. This gift perfectly illustrates the ultimate meaning of pampering your wife, greatly deterring potential enemies and clearing obstacles for the Queen's future career.
Trigger the ultimate rebate 10,000 times critical hit.
Congratulations to the host. Get the rebate reward, ownership and precise coordinates of an undiscovered supergiant composite rare earth deposit near the Pacific Ocean's Mariana Trench. Note, the deposit contains all 17 rare earth elements including terbium, dysprosium, europium, etc. The reserves are sufficient to meet the needs of global development in the next 200 years.
Its potential value is immeasurable.
At this moment, Chen Mo's breathing also paused for a moment.
Oil is the blood of modern industry. Rare earths are the soul of future technology.
He looked at the coordinate point on the system map that was quietly flashing golden light next to the deep blue Mariana Trench, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Aistair, our game has only just entered the second round. The next battlefield is in the abyss 10,000 meters below. Chapter 47: The King's Family, Formal Meeting. Zhangcheng, Villa Number 1, Hentaying Highlands. The world outside the window is going crazy because of an unprecedented energy earthquake. The name Titan Energy suddenly emerged, along with the superoil field of 500 billion barrels in the Republic of Zambia, and swept the global financial market like a tsunami. The precipitous drop in international oil prices caused countless capital tycoons to lose all their money overnight, and there was widespread grief. But at the center of this storm, there is peace. Chen Mo leaned leisurely on the sofa, watching Lingqing personally make tea for him. The Ice Queen, who was once as frozen as 1,000 miles of ice, now had an expression of tenderness in her eyes. She has skillful techniques and graceful movements, and the complicated tea ceremony process flows smoothly and is pleasing to the eye. Once upon a time, this was just a hobby for her to cultivate her character, but now, it has become her way to please the man she loves. What are you thinking about? Chen Mo held her slender hand that handed over the teacup, pulled her gently, and embraced her in his arms. I was thinking, it seems like we poked a hole in the sky. Lingqing leaned on his chest, feeling the steady and powerful heartbeat, and spoke softly. There was no fear in her voice, but instead a hint of excitement and a sense of pride. If you break it, I'll fix it for you. Chen Mo chuckled. Aistair must be so angry this time. He's probably sitting in his office, thinking about how to grind me to dust. He will. Lingqing's tone became serious. The power of Apex Global is far more than just energy. What is really scary about them is their influence that has penetrated every corner of the Western world and has been intertwined for hundreds of years. This failure will only make them use more extreme and unscrupulous means. When an enemy comes, we will fight him. When water comes, we will block it with earth. A cold light flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He has his century-old foundation, and I have my system rebate. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. Just at this moment, when the two were enjoying the rare warmth and tenderness, the figure of the old butler Fubo appeared at the door of the living room. His expression was completely different from usual. The face that always wore a gentle smile was now filled with solemnity and seriousness, and even a hint of awe that only comes from facing a superior. He was not looking at Lingqing, but Chen Mo. Mr. Chen Mo. Uncle Fu bowed deeply. Uncle Fu, what happened? Lingqing keenly sensed that something was wrong. Uncle Fu raised his head, his eyes fell on Chen Mo, and he said word by word, Mr. Chen Mo, the Ling family's ancestor. Third uncle, wants to see you. Lingqing's delicate body trembled slightly. There is no bustle of commercial flights, no public records of itineraries. An unmarked Gulfstream G650 private jet took off from a military airport in Zhangcheng that was not open to the public and landed smoothly at another secret airport in the western suburbs of Beijing. The passengers were picked up by a row of black red flag sedans, the license plate numbers of which were beyond the reach of ordinary people in their entire lives. Instead of heading towards the bustling city center, the convoy passed through ancient streets and alleys and finally stopped in front of an inconspicuous, vermilion gate. This place is not on any map and there is no sign. Uncle Fu personally opened the car door for Chen Mo and respectfully made a pleased gesture. Chen Mo and Lingqing walked into the gate side by side, and the scene before them suddenly became clear. There are pavilions, towers, bridges, flowing water, and winding paths. This is a vast and well-preserved classical garden. Every blade of grass, every stone, and every scene in the garden exudes a heaviness and majesty that has been accumulated over the years. This is the ancestral home of the Ling family, Jingxing Garden. In an octagonal pavilion deep in the garden, an old man wearing a Chinese-style tang suit, with white hair and beard, and looking energetic, was facing away from them, concentrating on pruning the branches of a pot of podocarpus. He held a pair of golden scissors in his hand, and his movements were slow and precise. Every time his scissors fell, it seemed to contain some unique rhythm, blending with the atmosphere of the entire garden. Third uncle. Lingqing stepped forward and saluted respectfully. The old man slowly put down the scissors and turned around. His face was gaunt, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, as if they could see through people's hearts. It was a kind of power that came from being in a high position for a long time and controlling the world. Different from Aistair's overbearing tyranny, it was a kind of power that was restrained and unfathomable. He did not look at his niece first, but instead looked directly at Chen Mo. He looked him up and down for a moment before he spoke slowly, his voice loud and steady. Are you Chen Mo?
It's me. Chen Mo looked at him neither humbly nor arrogantly. There was no questioning as one might imagine, nor was there any inquiry into family background.
The third uncle pointed at the stone table in front of them, motioned for the two to sit down, and personally picked up the purple clay teapot beside him and poured a cup of tea for Chen Mo. Aistair is a very proud man. I have been fighting openly and secretly with the Croft family behind him for 30 years. You are the first person to make him suffer such a big loss.
Uncle San's opening remarks were beyond everyone's expectations.
Chen Mo picked up the teacup and took a sip. He wants to smash my pot, I can only overturn his table.
Well done.
A hint of approval flashed in third uncle's eyes. You can't use the same logic with sheep to deal with hungry wolves. You are more suitable to be a sword bearer than I thought. He put down the teacup and his eyes became deep and distant. Lingqing should have told you something.
Do you think that your engagement with her is just a ridiculous decision made by her grandfather?
No, third uncle shook his head, that's not an engagement, it's a test paper and also a big gamble. Our Ling family is waiting for someone who can break the rules. Someone who is not bound by our family's century-old rules, someone who is capable, courageous, and ambitious, and can lead us to launch a general offensive against the vampires who are entrenched on the throne of the world economy. We call this man the sword-bearer. Chen Mo's heart was in turmoil, and he finally understood. The Ling family has been a business family since the Ming and Qing dynasties, protecting the economic lifeline of China. For hundreds of years, we have been fighting against various Western capital alliances. From the earliest East India Company, to the later Rothschild, to the more secretive Watcher Alliance represented by Apex Global. They are like a group of parasites, sucking the wealth of the world and trying to use their capital to control the lifelines of all countries. We have fought for hundreds of years, with both sides winning and losing, but we have never been able to eradicate them because we are too bound by our own rules and bottom lines.
The third uncle looked at Chen Mo with burning eyes, until you appeared.
You acted in an unrestrained and unsystematic way, but you always hit the nail on the head. You used money, but you were not afraid of it. You were cruel and crazy enough. You are the sharpest sword that the Ling family has been waiting for 100 years.
After these words were spoken, the pavilion fell into silence. Chen Mo finally connected all the clues together.
His encounter with Lingqing, the activation of the system, and then his step-by-step confrontations with more powerful enemies, all of this seemed to be driven by an invisible hand. And today, the owner of this hand finally revealed his true appearance. He looked at Lingqing beside him. Her eyes were also full of shock. Obviously, even she herself didn't know that there was such a grand plan hidden behind this.
After a long while, Chen Mo asked, "Why me?"
Because you have nothing. The answer of the third uncle was simple but profound. A person who has nothing is not afraid of losing and dares to gamble everything. And you have proved with facts that you won the gamble. From today on, the Ling family will no longer be a test for you, but your strongest support. As he spoke, third uncle took out an antique rosewood box from his arms. After opening it, a warm white jade token lay quietly inside. On the token, there is a lifelike carving of a unicorn standing on auspicious clouds.
This is Ling's Qilin order. Seeing this order is like seeing me.
With this order, you can mobilize all of Ling's resources around the world, both overt and covert. This includes the global intelligence network that the Ling family has spent 300 years to build.
Tianji Pavilion.
Chen Mo took the soft Kirin order and felt it was as heavy as a mountain. It represented not only power, but also a heavy responsibility. From this moment on, the war between him and Lingqing was no longer a battle between two people. He looked up, looked into his third uncle's eyes full of expectation, and nodded solemnly.
I see.
When Chen Mo and Lingqing walked out of the Jingxing garden side by side, the lights in the capital were already on. The world is still the same world, but everything in the eyes of the two people is completely different. Sitting on the plane back to Jiangchang, Lingqing kept looking at Chen Mo quietly, with complex emotions in her beautiful eyes, including shock, relief, and unprecedented dependence and love.
I'm sorry, I didn't even know.
Chen Mo stretched out his finger, gently pressed her lips, and said with a smile, "What nonsense are you talking about?
No matter if you are the female president of Lingtian Group or the heir of some guardian family, you are my woman first. That's enough."
These simple words made Lingqing's eyes red instantly, and she took the initiative to kiss him. After a long time, their lips parted.
Chen Mo played with the Qilin order in his hand, and suddenly asked curiously, "What on earth is that Tianji pavilion? It sounds very powerful." Lingqing leaned on his shoulder, with a hint of mystery and pride in her voice. "Let me put it this way. An hour ago, when you received the Qilin order, the Heavenly Secret Pavilion had already sent all the information about Aistair Croft, the head of Apex Global, from birth to the present, including how many mistresses he had, the phone numbers of each mistress, his favorite brand of cigars, and top secret medical information such as the 3 stents in his heart. All of it was sent to your exclusive encrypted mailbox." Chen Mo's pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 48: Tianji Pavilion and the Secret Under the Deep Sea. In the capital city at night, the ancient and the modern blend together in every breath. An inconspicuous black car drove silently away from the Jingxing Garden and did not return to the bustling city. Instead, it drove deeper into the West Mountain, an area that did not exist on the map. "Where are we going?" Chen Mo played with the warm Qilin order in his hand and asked Lingqing beside him curiously. "Go to a place where you can truly see the chessboard of this world." Lingqing's eyes flickered with a complex light, with both family pride and a sense of relief for finally sharing a secret with her lover. The headquarters of Tianji Pavilion. The vehicle finally stopped in front of a huge mountain wall. This seems to be the end of the road. There is only an ancient stone archway with 2 large seal characters inscribed on it, Guishu. Uncle Fu got out of the car and inserted the Qilin order into the groove on the side of the stone archway. Qilin order, authority confirmed. The bearer of the order, Chen Mo. Access level, highest. The cold electronic synthesizer sounded, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding quaint environment. The mountain wall rippled like water waves, slowly retreating to both sides, revealing a deep alloy passage that flickered with soft blue light. Walking into the passage, it feels like traveling through time and space. At the end of the passage is a breathtakingly magnificent space. This is a huge dome structure with a diameter of more than 500 meters. Above the dome is a dynamic holographic sky that simulates the stars in the universe, with galaxies rolling, deep and vast. Under the dome, it is not as noisy as imagined, but rather extremely quiet and orderly. Hundreds of staff members, wearing the same silver-white uniforms, were busy at their respective workbenches, with countless data streams refreshing on the transparent screens in front of them like waterfalls. The core of the entire space is a huge sphere suspended in the air, composed of countless light paths, like a beating data heart. "Welcome to the Tianji Pavilion, Your Excellency the Swordsman." A middle-aged man in a silver-white uniform and with neatly combed hair came up quickly. His badge read, Tianji Pavilion Chief Officer on Duty Mo Yuan. "This is the information center of Tianji Pavilion, codenamed Kunlun. Mo Yuan pointed to the huge suspended ball of light. "It connects more than 300,000 information nodes we have deployed around the world, from Wall Street's trading data to the migration of butterflies in the Amazon rainforest. In theory, everything that happens in any corner of the earth cannot escape the eyes of Kunlun." Chen Mo took a deep breath. He once thought that his Titan satellite network was a magical device of the information age, but compared with the huge machine that had been operating for hundreds of years, it was just a child's toy. This was the Real Foundation, a global network woven by an ancient family with hundreds of years of time and endless wealth. "I need to know everything about Apex Universal." Chen Mo didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Yes, sir." Mo Yuan tapped a few times on his operating table. The next second, a huge holographic projection platform rose from the ground in the center of the hall. Aistair's portrait appeared in it, and then countless branches spread out like a spider web, forming a terrifying organizational structure chart of Apex Global. Energy, military industry, biotechnology, finance, media, its tentacles extend to almost all key areas of human society. "We sent you Aistair's personal file as soon as you received the Kirin order." Mo Yuan continued, "But our biggest confusion about Apex Global is that according to Kunlun's financial model analysis, it has invested at least more than $3 trillion in a field that has not been explored so far in the past 50 years. This project has only one code name: Leviathan. Leviathan. Chen Mo chewed on this word. In Western mythology, this word represents a giant beast in the deep sea. His heart moved, and he suddenly remembered the assets that the system had just rewarded him. "Kunlun," Chen Mo said, "I'll give you a geographical coordinate, 14212 east longitude, 1121 north latitude, depth 10,984 meters. Cross-check this coordinate with all the relevant intelligence of the Leviathan project and conduct an in-depth analysis." Mo Yuan was stunned for a moment.
This coordinate was exactly the Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench, the deepest point on Earth. Although he was confused, he immediately carried out the order. Instructions received, cross-indexing started. Keywords: Challenger Deep, Leviathan Project, Apex Global Deep Sea Technology Investment. Data matching degree: 17%, 45%, 88%. Warning: High Priority Association found. Generating analysis report. The Kunlun light ball suspended in the air suddenly accelerated and shone brightly. A few seconds later, a report with the highest level of encryption appeared on the central holographic projection. The title of the report sent a chill down the spine of everyone present. The Mystery of Leviathan Apex Global's Ultimate Ambition, God's Relics Under the Abyss. The report content was expanded point by point. First, since 50 years ago, Apex Global has launched the Leviathan Project, secretly acquiring and developing the world's most advanced deep-sea exploration technology, with a total investment of more than $3.7 trillion. Second, he owns more than 17 marine biotechnology companies, and his research directions are not commercial applications, but rather biological adaptation in extreme environments and gene dormancy and activation. Third, the Tianji Pavilion once intercepted a fragment of its internal communication, which repeatedly mentioned a word, the relic, and believed that the relic was sleeping in the deepest part of the Mariana Trench. According to the ancient books of the Ling family, this relic may be related to a holy object lost in the East several centuries ago. Fourth, comprehensive analysis shows that the ultimate goal of Apex Global is not the supergiant rare earth mine you have obtained. That may just be a byproduct of the relic. Aistair's real goal is to find and activate the mysterious relic, thereby gaining the power to change the world's power structure and even change humanity itself. At the end of the report, there is a simulation animation created by Kunlun. In the picture, a hideous-looking deep-sea submersible slowly approaches a seabed that is flashing with strange light. When it tried to mine, some indescribable huge shadow slowly awakened under the seabed. Silence. In the entire hall of Tianji Pavilion, you could hear a pin drop. Chen Mo finally understood. Aistair's energy war and technology war with him were just superficial. The real ambition of this king of capital does not lie in worldly money and power. What he wants to do is to dig deep into the abyss, the secret that will make him a god. And because of the system's reward, I accidentally stepped on the dragon's vein. I see. So this is the real battlefield. Chen Mo muttered to himself, but instead of fear in his eyes, there was an unprecedented burning flame. All his previous victories seemed like childish play compared to this grand secret. He turned to look at Lingqing and found that her face was also filled with shock and a fatalistic solemnity. We must stop him. Lingqing's voice was a little dry. The ancestral motto of the Ling family is to protect the dragon veins of China. We must never let the sacred object fall into the hands of outsiders. Stop him? No. Chen Mo smiled, with a hint of madness and arrogance in his smile. I want to get there before him and dig out that so-called relic to see what it is. He turned around abruptly and gave Mo Yuan an order: immediately connect me to Mr. Claus, the director of Prometheus Laboratory in Germany. Mo Yuan executed it immediately. A few seconds later, the serious German face of Old Klaus appeared on the holographic screen. Mr. Chen? It's so late, is there something urgent? Chen Mo looked at him and said word by word, Mr. Klaus, put down all the projects you are working on. I want you to use all the resources of the laboratory, regardless of cost or price. I want you to build me a super submarine that can dive to a depth of 11,000 meters in the Mariana Trench and have combat capabilities within 1 month. Old Klaus on the other end of the phone's pupils suddenly shrank, and he almost dropped the coffee cup in his hand. He thought he had heard it wrong and dived into the Mariana Trench? And also be able to fight? This is not a task that can be accomplished with existing technology at all. This is science fiction. Mr. Chen, this is impossible. Nothing is impossible. The corners of Chen Mo's mouth curled up in a confident arc, and his eyes turned to the system mall interface that only he could see. There, a series of black technologies that are ahead of their time, such as molecular formula of room temperature superconducting materials, and design drawings of miniature-controlled nuclear fusion reactors, are quietly lying in the exchange list, flashing an attractive light. Money and technology are not the problem. I will use our submarine to smash into the abyss like a heavy hammer, smashing Aistair's Leviathan and his ambitions into pieces. Chapter 49: Deep Sea Titan Project. Pala Island, the Dragon's Nest Base.
The silence and desolation that once represented the end of an era have now been replaced by the deafening roar of engines and soaring enthusiasm for scientific research.
This steel behemoth, which was forcibly awakened by Chen Mo with money and black technology, is running at an unprecedented speed. The atmosphere in the base's core command center was extremely serious. There were more than a dozen figures lined up on the huge holographic screen. On one side is Mr. Krauss and his team of top engineers at the Prometheus lab in Germany. On the other side are the gray-haired, national treasure-level veteran aerospace and deep diving experts in the Dragon Nest base. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young man sitting in the center seat.
Chen Mo looked around.
These people represented the world's highest wisdom in the fields of mechanical engineering, materials science, fluid mechanics, etc. He said straight to the point without any nonsense, "Everyone, I have gathered you all here for only one purpose. Within a month, I will build a super submersible that can carry people to the deepest point on Earth 11,000 meters in the Mariana Trench, and have all-weather combat and scientific research capabilities." As soon as the words were spoken, there was dead silence in the command center. If everyone present had not seen with their own eyes the miracles created by Chen Mo, they would have thought it was a fairy tale, the ravings of a madman.
Mr. Chen.
On the other side of the screen, the usually rigorous old Klaus was the first to stand up. He waved his arms excitedly, as if defending the dignity of science.
"Excuse me, this is an impossible task. Absolutely impossible."
The assistant next to him immediately typed a series of shocking data on the screen. First, there's the pressure. A depth of 11,000 meters means that every square centimeter of the hull has to withstand a terrifying pressure of more than 1.1 tons, which is equivalent to putting 50 heavy jet airliners on a fingernail.
The world's top-grade titanium alloy will be instantly flattened like paper under this kind of pressure. Secondly, its energy.
To support a submarine to operate for a long time in such an extreme environment, drive its weapon system, and maintain its life cycle, the energy required is astronomical. Existing battery technology or nuclear fission reactors either have insufficient energy density or are too large to be installed in a submarine.
Old Claw's words represent the voice of all scientists.
This is not a question of money, it is the law of basic physics, an insurmountable chasm that stands in the way of humanity. Faced with everyone's doubts and the expression impossible written on his face, Chen Mo's expression did not change at all. He listened to all the statements quietly, and then a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You are talking about judgments based on existing technology. He snapped his fingers lightly.
"Athena, show the gentleman the gift I prepared for Prometheus. The order has been received, Your Excellency the Swordbearer."
A cold electronic sound rang out, and the data and charts on the command center's main screen disappeared instantly, replaced by two documents marked as God-level secret. The first document, when unfolded, was an extremely complex molecular structure with a certain perfect rhythm. Molecular formula of room temperature superconducting material.
At the bottom of the screen, lines of comments pop up automatically.
Under normal temperature and pressure conditions, it exhibits perfect superconductor properties, with zero resistance. Its atomic link structure can withstand an extreme pressure of more than 30,000 tons per square centimeter, making it one of the strongest materials in the known universe.
Possessing the properties of memory metal, it can self-repair damage at the microscopic level. The second document is a three-dimensional structural design drawing that is extremely complex and precise, like a masterpiece of art.
Design drawing of micro-controlled nuclear fusion reactor Mark I. The commentary then expands. It uses a hybrid magnetic confinement configuration of tokamak and stellarator, with a volume of only 3 cubic meters. Using deuterium and tritium as fuel, the energy conversion efficiency is as high as 99.7%. A single fuel filling can provide energy equivalent to the total annual power generation of the world. Absolutely safe, with stable energy output and no harmful radiation leakage. In an instant, the entire command center was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Whether it was the engineering genius of Germany or the national treasure experts of China, everyone stared at the screen intently, as if they were under a spell. Their breathing became rapid, and their eyes quickly changed from initial shock to fanaticism, and finally to a kind of piety that was almost like a pilgrimage. As authorities in their respective fields, they know better than anyone the importance of these two documents.
This is no longer just black technology. This is a miracle.
It is the divine fire that is enough to start the fourth and fifth industrial revolutions.
Oh my God.
Old Klaus took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, as if he wanted to touch the perfect molecular formula on the screen, muttering to himself, "It's perfect. This structure is perfect. This is the holy grail of physics. I have solved the problem of materials and energy." Chen Mo's voice woke everyone up from their trance. "Now, I still need the smartest brain and the most dexterous hands in the world to turn them into reality." He looked at Lingqing, who understood what he meant and immediately gave the order. A recruitment order jointly signed by Titan Energy and Ling's Group was accurately sent to the private mailboxes of hundreds of top scientists around the world through the secret channels of Tianji Pavilion. The Deep-Sea Titan project has now been launched. We are looking for the world's top fluid mechanics experts, ship engineers, artificial intelligence experts, deep-sea biologists. We offer a technology platform that is 50 years ahead of its time, unlimited R&D funding, and a chance for you to go down in history. We have only one goal: to touch the end of the world. This letter, like a bombshell, caused an unprecedented earthquake in the world's top scientific research circles. Countless geniuses who were constrained by budgets, politics, and company infighting handed in their resignations without hesitation after seeing the attached, desensitized technical brief, and like rivers flowing into the sea, they flocked to the eastern island that could not be found on the map, Pala Island. Meanwhile, New York, Manhattan. On the top floor of Apex Global Headquarters, Aistair Croft was elegantly sipping a cup of Blue Mountain coffee while listening to reports from his subordinates. Our intelligence shows that Chen Mo's base on Pala Island is acting unusually. He is recruiting experts in the field of deep-sea technology from around the world on an unprecedented scale. Germany's Prometheus laboratory has been completely sealed off and placed under martial law. All personnel are only allowed to enter but not leave. According to the model, he has only one target: the Mariana Trench. Aistair put down his coffee cup and walked over to the huge French window, overlooking the matchbox-like city below. He knew. He actually knew about the existence of the relic. There was no anger in his tone, only the excitement of having met a worthy opponent and a hint of subtle solemnity. This Oriental guy is much faster than I thought. He is like a shark with a keen sense of smell and can always find the most critical smell of blood. He turned around, his eyes becoming cold and sharp. Pass on my order. Project Spear of Poseidon must be accelerated. I don't care what method you use, but within 2 weeks, our Spear of Poseidon must be launched. I want to get that thing before he does. Also, activate the Siren Protocol and let our pets go to that sea area to move around and prepare a welcome gift for our Eastern friends. A technological competition centered on the deepest secrets of the Earth has officially begun. Time flies. In the secret underground dock of the Dragon's Nest base, a miracle is happening. Driven by unlimited funds, top talents, and epoch-making black technology, a submarine beyond human imagination is being assembled at a speed visible to the naked eye. It does not have the bulky appearance of traditional submarines, but instead adopts a bionic streamlined design. The entire body is covered with a black superconducting alloy that glows darkly under the light, full of power and mystery. A few weeks later, when the last section of the outer shell was closed, and when the core of the miniature nuclear fusion reactor emitted a slight hum and released a stable blue light, the sleeping steel behemoth finally opened its eyes. Titan was officially born. Chen Mo and Lingqing stood side by side in front of the huge observation porthole, overlooking this masterpiece that had condensed countless efforts, their hearts filled with pride. It's like a ghost from the future. Lingqing exclaimed sincerely. No, Chen Mo held her hand, his eyes gleaming with confidence. It's not a ghost, it's our trident. A trident that will pierce the heart of the abyss and shake the whole world. He paused, turned to look at Lingqing, and said seriously, I want to drive it down myself. Lingqing met his gaze without any hesitation and answered firmly, I will accompany you. Chapter 50, Invitation from the Abyss. As night falls, the underground dock of the Dragon's Nest base on Pala Island is brightly lit, as bright as day. The air was filled with the faint sound of cooling metal and the low hum of supercomputers, mixed with a faint smell of salty seawater. Everyone's eyes were focused on the giant steel beast lying quietly in the center of the dock. Titan. It has completed final assembly and debugging. The bionics-designed hull, covered with room-temperature superconducting alloy that glows with a dark glow, perfectly combines strength and elegance. It doesn't look like any known submarine, but more like an ancient giant whale from the deep sea, about to return to its kingdom. In front of the observation porthole of the command tower, Chen Mo and Lingqing stood side by side, with Mr. Claus and a group of scientists with red faces due to excitement behind them. All system self-checks completed, energy core output stability rate 100%, neural connection synchronization rate 99.9%. AI Athena's cold and perfect voice echoed in the command center, Titan, ready to set sail at any time. It's so beautiful. It's simply a work of art. Old Klaus adjusted his glasses, his eyes full of parental pride and enthusiasm. Mr. Chen, it will be a new milestone in the history of human exploration. Chen Mo smiled slightly and was about to say something when the base's highest level security alarm suddenly broke the heated atmosphere without warning. Warning! An unknown high-altitude, high-speed target is approaching. It is not a civilian flight track, and it is not a military identification code of any country. The target has broken through the outer air defense circle, the speed is Mach 7, and it is expected to arrive above the base in 30 seconds. The entire command center fell into tension in an instant, and everyone thought that Apex Global's military strike had arrived ahead of schedule. However, Chen Mo's expression remained calm. He raised his head and looked at the dark night sky through the special glass on the base's dome. Athena, clear the battle alert, that was not an attack. Everyone was stunned. As soon as he finished speaking, the high-speed moving target suddenly hovered 10,000 meters above the base in a way that violated the laws of physics. Then, a pitch-black drone shaped like a ghostly bat wing separated from its mother body, descended vertically, and hovered silently in the square outside the command center. The robotic arm stretched out and gently placed a metal box with a side length of about 30 centimeters on the ground. It then soared into the sky again, merged with the mother body in the sky, and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The whole process, from appearance to departure, took no more than a minute. It was clean and neat, full of arrogant demonstration. Security quickly retrieved the box. It was made of a dark golden alloy that had never been seen before. It was cold to the touch, and there were no cracks on the surface, only a vortex pattern emitting a faint blue light. Boss, the material density of this thing is extremely high, and our laser cutter can't cause any damage. The technician's report was full of doubts. Chen Mo walked over, stretched out his finger, and with the help of the faint power of the Qilin order, he gently touched the vortex pattern. Authorization approved. Welcome, new challenger. A low and elegant synth sound rang out, and the box bloomed silently like a lotus. In the center of the box, an invitation made of pure light is quietly suspended. Dear Mr. Chen Mo. Congratulations on your successful entry into the world's chessboard. Your wisdom, courage, and unconventional style have caught our attention. It is too boring to just hide in the shadows and throw stones at each other. The real king should decide who will win the world at the poker table. 3 days later, at the Pacific Ocean Forgotten Sea Coordinates XXX, the Abyss Club annual gathering, you are sincerely invited to attend. At that time, we will use a fair bet to determine the final ownership of the relic under the Mariana Trench. The winner will obtain all the losers' deep-sea exploration technologies, data, personnel, and priority exploration rights. Looking forward to sharing a drink with you on the Leviathan. Signed by Aistair Croft, rotating chairman of the Abyss Club. Every word in the invitation letter seemed to carry an invisible pressure that permeated the entire command center. The Abyss Club. Leviathan. Lingqing expression became more solemn than ever. She pulled up the top-secret files of the Tianji Pavilion and explained softly, this is a secret alliance led by Aistair, which unites more than a dozen oligarchs in the fields of energy, military industry, food, and technology. They gather every year on a super cruise ship called Leviathan. Every gathering will determine the direction of a certain field in the world in the coming year. This is not an invitation at all, it's a declaration of war. Lingtian Group's chief consultant Zhang Heng analyzed with a pale face, this is a complete conspiracy. That's right, another strategic analyst said. The Sea of Oblivion is a well-known no-man's land. The Leviathan itself is a mobile sea fortress, and its security force is comparable to that of a small aircraft carrier battle group. Once we board the ship, it's like stepping into the enemy's home turf, and our life and death will not be decided by ourselves. Moreover, the rules of the game must be set by them. How can this be fair? If we don't go, although we will be weakened in momentum, at least we can keep the existing advantage and the trump card of the Titan. But once we go, the implication is self-evident. If you go there, you will be putting all your chips on a gambling table controlled by the enemy. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Mo, waiting for his decision. In their view, refusal is the only rational choice. Lingqing also held Chen Mo's hand tightly, her eyes full of worry. She could accompany him to the battlefield in Africa and dive into the deep sea with him, but this kind of gamble of leaving her fate to others made her feel instinctively uneasy.
However, Chen Mo's reaction once again surprised everyone.
He looked at the glowing invitation. The expression on his face was not solemn or angry, but a kind of amusement and excitement of meeting a worthy opponent.
Open conspiracy? Trap?
He laughed, and in his laughter there was a hint of arrogance that looked down upon the world.
He thought that by setting up the Hongmen banquet, he could be sure of victory?
Chen Mo turned around, gently embraced Lingqing in his arms, and whispered in her ear, "Dear, what you are worried about is that the rules are made by him.
But you seem to have forgotten that what I am best at is breaking the rules."
He raised his head, and his eyes swept across everyone present, finally landing on the invitation, and he said word by word. He thought this was his home ground, but he didn't know that I was the one who made the rules. After that, he walked to the communication desk and activated the encrypted reply channel bound to the invitation letter. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Chen Mo only typed 2 words and pressed the send button.
Agree.
The moment the message was sent, the light and shadow invitation turned into starlight and dissipated into the air. A storm sweeping the world seems to have subsided temporarily, but in fact it has been gathered in a new eye of the storm, the mysterious high seas and the abyss club that only exists in legends. A stunning gamble that will determine the ownership of technology, energy, and even world hegemony in the coming decades is about to take place. What kind of bet did Aistair set? What kind of monsters are these abyss club composed of the world's top oligarchs? Chen Mo dares to attend the banquet alone. What is his real trump card? Chapter 51: Invitation to the Death Table. When Chen Mo pressed the send button, the 2 Chinese characters written simply, "Agree," instantly traveled thousands of miles through the quantum encryption channel and arrived at an unknown receiving terminal. In the command center, the air seemed to freeze.
Crazy. He must be crazy. Chief Advisor Zhang Heng's lips were trembling.
He looked at Chen Mo as if he was looking at a warrior who had jumped into a meat grinder. The strategic analysts looked at each other, the color drained from their faces. They prepared dozens of response plans, but the only one that did not include agree was agree. In their professional evaluation model, the survival probability of accepting an invitation is infinitely close to 0. This is not courage, this is suicide. Even old Klaus, who had always been full of confidence in Chen Mo, opened his mouth and was unable to speak. That's the Abyss Club, an alliance of a dozen of the greediest, coldest, and most powerful sharks on Earth.
Go to their home turf and play a game with them where they make the rules?
What's the difference between this and a sheep walking into a pack of wolves to discuss what to have for dinner?
Only Lingqing took a deep breath after her initial shock and worry.
She didn't dissuade him, nor did she question him. She waved her hand, her voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable decisiveness.
Everyone, disband.
The technical team maintains level 1 alert, and the final test of the Titan proceeds as planned. After the order was issued, those distraught elites seemed to have found their backbone and immediately took action. The huge command center soon fell silent, leaving only the cold hull of the Titan and the indicator light as deep as the universe outside the porthole.
Lingqing walked to the main control desk and dismissed everyone.
The entire underground dock seemed to have become her and Chen Mo's private territory. She didn't look at Chen Mo again, but turned to face the huge holographic projection. The slender fingers danced gracefully and quickly on the light curtain, calling up the highest level of access rights to the Tianji Pavilion.
Since you have decided, I will accompany you.
Her voice returned to its usual coldness, but upon closer listening, one could sense a hint of steel-like toughness. But we can't be blind and rush into an unknown battlefield rashly. Following her operation, the detailed structural diagram of the Titan disappeared from the holographic projection, and was replaced by a scarlet spiral emblem, the logo of the Abyss Club. There is not much direct information about this club in the database of Tianji Pavilion. They act in a very secretive manner. As Lingqing spoke, she integrated the scattered fragmented information, and names and avatars full of oppressive feeling appeared on the screen. Chairman, Aistair Croft, the head of Apex Global and our most familiar opponent. Ivan Petrov, a Russian oligarch, controls several energy sources in Siberia and is said to be able to kill a polar bear with his bare hands. The portrait of a man with a scar on his face and fierce eyes lit up. Farmer George Martin, don't be fooled by his smile that looks like a KFC grandpa. More than a quarter of the world's grain futures transactions are completed in his shadow network. Every sneeze of his can cause famine in a small country.
A head of a fat man wearing a plaid shirt and looking kind appeared.
There are also Prince Salim from the Middle East, diamond mine owners in Africa, and veteran military and industrial aristocrats in Europe.
Every name that appears represents absolute hegemony in a field. Any one of these people could cause a regional economic earthquake by just stomping their feet. And now, they have formed an alliance.
Lingqing closed the character introduction and looked at Chen Mo seriously. Obviously, this is not a fair gamble.
Aistair has 3 goals.
First, in his home turf, under his absolute control, using the rules he is best at, he will kill you fairly and take away the Titan and all our technology, solving the problem once and for all. Secondly, he needs to re-show his muscle and authority to the other members of the club after the crushing defeat, and stepping on the corpse of you, the upstart from the east, to ascend to the top is the best way to do that. The third and most important point, Lingqing's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He wants to take this opportunity to find out your cards. He wants to know where your endless funds and your intelligence that can always predict the future come from.
The analysis is clear and to the point.
Chen Mo listened quietly with an appreciative smile on his face. He walked forward, put his arms around Lingqing's waist from behind, rested his chin lightly on her shoulders, and looked at the arrogant faces on the screen.
You are right. So, my queen, what do you think is my biggest trump card?
Your system. Lingqing answered without hesitation that this was the biggest secret between them.
No, it's just a tool.
Chen Mo shook his head. His voice rang in Lingqing's ears with a strange magic. Think about it again.
For these top predators who are proud of money and power, what is the most frightening thing for them?
Lingqing frowned slightly and fell into deep thought.
More money? They themselves are a moving gold mountain. Stronger force? They control large private armies. What is it?
Chen Mo guided her. They play with the rules and divide the world, just like wolves divide up their hunting grounds. For a group of wolves standing at the top of the food chain, the biggest fear is not encountering a stronger wolf. Between wolves, there will always be winners and losers, and there will always be negotiations. His voice paused and his eyes became deep and playful. The real fear is that a monster suddenly appears in their hunting grounds, a monster that they cannot understand at all and that never abides by the hunting rules.
Monster.
These 2 words shocked Lingqing's heart, and everything suddenly became clear to her.
Yes, the unknown. And the power to ignore the rules.
This group of people are used to measuring everything with capital and power. In their eyes, everything can be priced and calculated. Chen Mo's existence is like a bug, a variable that cannot be understood by their existing logic. This is what they are really afraid of. Lingqing's beautiful eyes were startlingly bright. I understand. Your strategy is not to beat them within their rules, but to completely overturn their table.
Bingo!
Chen Mo smiled and kissed her on the cheek. However, if you want to overturn the table, you have to sit on the card table first.
And you have to bring some decent gift.
After saying that, he let go of Lingqing, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into the system interface.
Ding!
It is detected that the host is about to face a destiny-level game. To ensure that the host can gracefully crush the opponent, the system mall has now updated the God of Gamblers series of exclusive skills. A list of golden skills unfolds.
Master of Cheating Master Level, price, 10 billion. Note, applicable to traditional physical gambling tools. Game Theory Mastery Master Level, price, 30 billion. Note, provides you with the best solution in any confrontation based on logic, information, and psychology.
Micro-Expression Psychological Analysis Grandmaster Level, price, 50 billion.
Note, your eyes are a lie detector.
You can read the color of your opponent's underwear last night from his expression changes and heart rate fluctuations in 0.01 seconds.
I want them all. Chen Mo muttered to himself. Ding!
The skill was purchased successfully, with a total cost of 90 billion. It will be automatically integrated into your only God-level passive skill, Mind Game. Mind Game God-level passive. In any form of gambling, you will automatically understand the underlying logic of the rules, see through all the bluffing, and perfectly profile the psychological state of all participants. Every decision you make will be a dimensionality reduction attack based on an omniscient perspective. An invisible warm current surged through his body, and when Chen Mo opened his eyes again, the whole world seemed to have become different. Lingqing was looking at him with concern. At that moment, she felt that Chen Mo's temperament had undergone an indescribable change. If Chen Mo before was a sharp sword, then at this moment, he was an ancient well with no bottom. Beneath the calm surface, there was a vortex that could swallow everything.
What's wrong with you? She couldn't help but ask. Chen Mo smiled. In Lingqing's opinion, that smile showed a sense of control over everything. Nothing. I just suddenly figured out something. For example,
What kind of gift should I prepare for Aistair? He walked to the communicator and connected with the person in charge of Lingqing Group's European headquarters. Prepare for me the fastest Gulfstream G700 in the group and clear all route applications.
Boss, what's the destination?
A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Mo glanced at the Pacific coordinates on the holographic screen beside him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
No, not flying across the Pacific for now. Lingqing gave him an inquiring look.
The bet is in 3 days, and flying across half the world is already stressful enough, so why go somewhere else? Chen Mo met her gaze and slowly uttered 2 words.
Let's go to Switzerland first.
Switzerland?
Bank?
Lingqing's mind was so sharp that she thought of countless possibilities in an instant, but she couldn't grasp the most crucial one.
What are you going to Switzerland for? Chen Mo did not answer directly, but kept the question in suspense.
His voice contained a hint of joy that he was about to watch a good show.
Go get a piece of
armor that you must put on before going to the gambling table.
Chapter 52 Leviathan, the playground of giant beasts. Zurich, Switzerland.
A Gulfstream G700 private jet, all silver and with smooth lines, landed silently on a dedicated runway that had been temporarily cleared. There was no gangway car, but a black Maybach bulletproof sedan was waiting on the tarmac, and the door was opened by an old man wearing white gloves and with a solemn expression.
Chen Mo and Lingqing got off the plane and went straight into the car. Is everything done? Chen Mo asked.
Yes, sir. On the other side of the Maybach's back seat, a blonde Swiss lawyer handed over a sealed document bag. According to your instructions, we have acquired all the bad assets of Blackwood Capital after its bankruptcy liquidation from UBS's Special Asset Disposal Department through a shell company registered in the Cayman Islands, with a total price of 3.7 billion euros. All transaction records follow the highest confidentiality agreement and can never be traced back to you and Lingqing Group. A hint of realization flashed across Lingqing's beautiful eyes. It turns out that this is what Chen Mo meant by armor. Blackwood Capital was the white glove of Apex Global, and the mess after its collapse was packaged and handled by UBS. In the eyes of others, it is a pile of worthless garbage. But in Chen Mo's eyes, buried in this pile of garbage is gunpowder that can send Aistair to the trial. The art of war says, attack where the enemy must rescue.
What does Aistair care about most?
It's not the money, but his supreme authority in the Abyss Club. This armor is not used for defense, but for offense. The Maybach drove through the quiet streets of Zurich and finally stopped at another dual-use military and civilian airport. There, a Bell 525 ruthless heavy helicopter was spinning its blades with a loud roar.
The South Central Pacific Ocean is a blue area that appears as unknown on any public nautical chart.
This place is privately called the Forgotten Sea by top navigators because it is shrouded in unpredictable ocean currents and magnetic field anomalies all year round and is a forbidden zone for modern civilization. However, at this moment, in the center of this restricted area, a giant steel beast was quietly lurking. It was a super cruise ship, completely black and over 300 meters long. Its huge silhouette was enough to dwarf any aircraft carrier.
It does not have the entertainment facilities and viewing balconies of ordinary cruise ships.
Instead, it has mirror-smooth, futuristic alloy armor and a close-in defense system that is visible to the naked eye but looming. It is the Leviathan, the moving castle of the Abyss Club, an amusement park open only to the top predators on Earth. On the sea around it, 4 shark-class frigates were spread out in a diamond shape, forming a barrier that no mortal could cross. The roar of the Bell helicopter came from far away and finally hovered steadily above the helipad on the top floor of the Leviathan. The cabin door opened, and Chen Mo was wearing a well-tailored Tom Ford handmade suit and looked relaxed, as if he was just attending an ordinary business cocktail party. And Lingqing beside him instantly took away all the glory between heaven and earth. She was wearing a black off-shoulder evening gown designed by a French national treasure designer. The silky smooth skirt swayed gently in the sea breeze, like a black rose blooming in the dark night. On her neck, the diamond necklace named Heart of Eternity given by Chen Mo reflected an enchanting light in the sun, which contrasted with her cold and peerless face, making her look more like a queen who was about to step into her own kingdom of God rather than a CEO in the mortal world. When the 2 men walked down the gangway hand in hand, a team of black-clad waiters who had been waiting there bowed and saluted. The leading butler smiled professionally. Mr. Chen, Ms. Ling, welcome to the Leviathan. The chairman and all members have been waiting for you in the Pantheon for a long time. Passing through a hatch made of a whole piece of titanium alloy and as thick as a vault door, the scene inside formed a sharp contrast with the solemnity outside.
The ultimate in luxury.
Under your feet is a pure handmade silk carpet from Persia. Original works of Van Gogh and Monet hang on the walls, and the crystal chandelier on the dome is said to be built according to the specifications of the Hall of Mirrors in the Palace of Versailles. The air is filled with the aroma of premium cigars and aged whiskey. The huge hall was named Pantheon, with more than a dozen people sitting in groups of 3 or 4. Each of these people is a giant beast that can shake the world economy with just a stomp of their feet. A Slavic man as big as a brown bear was drinking a glass of amber liquid. It was Macallan's rare vintage series, which cost more than $200,000 a bottle. There was a hideous scar on his face and his eyes were full of aggression. Character, Ivan Petrov. Identity, Russian energy oligarch, controller of the Polar Bear Energy Group. Emotional state, greedy, vigilant. Not far away, an old white man wearing a plaid shirt and looking like a fat grandfather next door was smiling as he cut a piece of bloody top grade A5 Wagyu beef. Character, George R.R. Martin. Identity, chairman behind the scenes of the Harvest Fund, shadow shareholder of the world's 4 largest grain traders. Emotional state, hypocrisy, arrogance. In the shadows farther away, a handsome Middle Eastern man in a white robe was quietly stroking a hunting falcon perched on his arm, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Character, Salim bin Abdullah. Identity, a core prince of a Middle Eastern royal family, manager of the Desert Eagle Sovereign Fund. Emotional state, calm, scrutiny. The moment Chen Mo and Lingqing walked in, almost all eyes were focused on them. Curiosity, contempt, scrutiny, playfulness. All kinds of emotions interweave into an invisible web, which is enough to make anyone with weak psychological quality collapse on the spot. Oh, look who's here. Our new friend from the East, who is said to be a lucky guy. A voice with an English aristocratic accent sounded, and Aistair Croft stood up from the main seat. He was dressed in a neat white suit, looked elegant, his golden hair was neatly combed, and he had an impeccable smile on his face. But that smile did not reach the depths of his icy blue eyes. Welcome, Mr. Chen Mo. And this, dazzling Miss Ling. He took the initiative to extend his hand, but his target was Lingqing. Lingqing didn't even look at him, but leaned slightly towards Chen Mo. This subtle movement made her position clear. Chen Mo took a step forward, gently shook Aistair's hand, and said with a smile, Mr. Croft, your cruise ship is very unique, but the air is not very good. It smells like a loser's sour smell. With just one sentence, the atmosphere in the entire venue froze instantly. Aistair's smile froze for a moment, then he let go of his hand and wiped it with a silk handkerchief, as if there was something dirty on Chen Mo's hand. Young people, it's a good thing to be aggressive. But sometimes, aggressiveness can turn into self-destructive recklessness. He smiled meaningfully and clapped his hands. Well, now that all the guests are here, I think everyone can't wait any longer. Let's start tonight's game. He led everyone to the center of the hall. Following his command, the lights in the entire Pantheon dimmed, and a huge holographic projection descended from the ceiling, showing a complex model of the Earth and countless jumping data streams. Everyone, I think you are tired of traditional poker and roulette. Aistair's voice was full of magnetism, with a sense of control over everything. We are the masters of the world, and our game must naturally be played on the world's chessboard. I named it World Line Deduction. This AI model is a future simulator created by Apex Global at a cost of $100 billion, bringing together the world's top mathematicians, sociologists, and meteorologists. It can deduce the most likely black swan events in the global economy, politics, and even nature in the next week based on existing data. Aistair looked around at everyone and said, the rules are simple. Everyone here, including me, has a virtual initial capital of $100 billion. The AI will launch the first black swan scenario. You can freely invest, short sell, or acquire in this simulation within the next 24 hours. After 24 hours, the one with the highest asset appreciation will be the winner. Ivan, the Russian oligarch, gave a rough laugh. That sounds interesting. But, Aistair, who will provide the first script? This question hits the nail on the head. Aistair's smile deepened. Of course it's me. To welcome our new friend, this first script is my greeting gift to Mr. Chen Mo. The implication is self-evident. This gambling game, from the very beginning of the formulation of the rules, was a hangman banquet tailor-made for Chen Mo. He, Aistair, is both a referee and a contestant. The other oligarchs showed an expression of watching a good show on their faces. They don't care who wins or loses, they just enjoy watching a high-level massacre. Under Aistair's smug gaze, everyone thought Chen Mo would be furious or panic-stricken.
However, Chen Mo just listened quietly, then nodded and showed a playful smile.
Mr. Croft, you seem to have some misunderstanding about me.
Chen Mo's voice was very calm, but with an unquestionable confidence. Do you think that you are the hunter and I am the prey? He took a step forward and met Aistair's gaze calmly. Since it's a game, of course I'll play along. But I have a habit of only winning when playing games, never losing.
After saying that, he glanced at Lingqing beside him, gave her a reassuring look, then pulled out a chair and sat down gracefully.
Let's get started. I can't wait to receive your welcome gift.
This extraordinary calmness and arrogance made the smile on Aistair's face freeze slightly, and also added a hint of surprise and curiosity to the eyes of the giant crocodiles watching the show around him. They began to feel that tonight's seemingly suspense-free hunt might be more interesting than they had imagined.
Chapter 53, False Black Swan.
The Earth model on the holographic projection began to rotate rapidly, and data streams poured down like a waterfall.
Then the game officially begins.
Aistair's voice suddenly rose, with a hint of hysteria. Everyone here, the initial virtual funds are $100 billion.
Now, launch the first Black Swan event.
As soon as he finished speaking, the holographic projection of the Earth model instantly locked onto the South American continent. A bold red warning text appeared on the virtual operation screen in front of everyone. Breaking news: due to the influence of the Super El Niño phenomenon, torrential rains have continued to fall in southeastern Brazil, causing serious landslides and serial mine collapses in the country's largest iron ore mining area, Carajás. It is initially estimated that the global iron ore supply will drop by 30% in the next 3 months. As the news came out, the dead silence in the hall was instantly ignited.
30% supply gap.
For the capital giants present here who are playing with the world economy in their hands, this is not a black swan at all. It is simply gold bricks falling from the sky. This means that the futures price of iron ore will skyrocket in a short period of time. The share prices of all iron ore related industrial chains, from mining companies to shipping groups, will soar.
That's great news, isn't it? Ivan, the Russian oligarch, let out a rough laugh.
Without hesitation, he invested 80 billion virtual funds into the long contract of iron ore futures on his operating screen.
George, it looks like your shipping company's financial report this quarter will be very impressive. A European military industry tycoon said to farmer George Martin while skillfully buying stocks of several mining giants.
Almost everyone made the same choice go long. This is the most basic, most reliable, and least likely to go wrong financial logic. Aistair watched the scene, the sneer on his face growing thicker. He glanced at Chen Mo, who was sitting comfortably on the sofa, his eyes filled with the satisfaction of having won.
He personally selected this script.
The source of the information came from an insider he had planted in the Brazilian meteorological department and was absolutely reliable. To ensure that everything goes smoothly, he even bribed the local media, and related disaster reports would be released everywhere in half an hour.
This is an open conspiracy, a deadly trap set up by taking advantage of information and absolute logical judgment.
He wanted to crush this ignorant Oriental boy to pieces in the most upright way, within the rules recognized by everyone. Add 10 times the leverage, all long. Aistair gave instructions to his virtual assistant. A terrifying amount of funds of $1 trillion, like a prehistoric beast, instantly pounced into the iron ore futures market, pushing the already high prices to a new peak. He just wants to decide the outcome in one game.
Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Mo at the same time.
In their view, this young man would either follow the trend and make a small profit, or he would panic and make wrong judgments under such huge market pressure. However, there was no trace of tension on Chen Mo's face. His fingertips slid lightly across the virtual screen, and in his mind, the passive skill of mind game was running at high speed. The heart rate, micro-expressions, and capital flows of everyone present were all clearly presented in his mind in the form of data. But more importantly, before he came, when he and Lingqing were sorting out the intelligence of Tianji Pavilion, the system used the asset insight skill to scan and mark out an inconspicuous record that was submerged in the massive amount of information. Intelligence number 77B41, a week ago, Vale, a competitor of Lingqing Mining, secretly purchased a set of Poseidon all-weather, high-intensity unmanned intelligent drainage system from the German Krauss Industrial Group through its Luxembourg branch. The total price was €470 million and it was urgently airlifted to the Carajás mining area in Brazil. The purpose, unknown. Black Swan? A playful smile appeared on Chen Mo's lips. What a group of gamblers see as disaster and opportunity, but in his eyes, every feather of this black swan is written with the word trap.
Xing Xian.
He turned his head and looked at his fiancée beside him. Lingqing's beautiful eyes remained as calm as water. From beginning to end, she never even glanced at the jumping data. Her eyes were only on Chen Mo. "I trust you." She didn't ask any questions, but gave the most firm support with the simplest words. "Good." Chen Mo's fingers stopped sliding, and under the gazes of all the big sharks in the audience, either with contempt, pity, or watching the show, he made a move that made everyone's eyes almost pop out. All virtual capital, leveraged 20 times. His voice paused, and then he spoke clearly, word by word. Crazy shorting of iron or futures. Boom. If thoughts have voices, then at this moment, a thunderclap sounded in the brains of everyone in the pantheon. Short selling? In the face of such clear, global good news, he chose to short? And it's a 20-fold leverage? This is crazy. This is not gambling, this is a challenge to the laws of the market in a suicidal way. Ha ha ha. Aistair was the first to burst into laughter uncontrollably, laughing so hard that tears were almost coming out. Stupid. Really hopelessly stupid. I admit that I underestimated you before, but now it seems that you are just an idiot with extremely good luck. Ivan looked at Chen Mo as if he were a fool and shook his head. The other oligarchs also showed disdainful expressions. In their view, the gamble had ended early. Faced with the ridicule and contempt of the audience, Chen Mo turned a deaf ear. He even calmly picked up a glass of champagne and raised it elegantly to Lingqing beside him, as if what he had just done was to buy a stock that was sure to make money. "Well, I don't think we need to wait 24 hours. Aistair stopped laughing and said to the butler with a victorious attitude, "Activate the time acceleration mode of the sandbox simulation. Let's enjoy this one-sided massacre in 3 minutes." "Yes, Mr. Chairman." Following the butler's instructions, the data flow on the holographic projection suddenly accelerated. The numbers representing time jumped rapidly. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. The price curve of iron or futures, as everyone expected, rose wildly at a steep angle of nearly 90 degrees. On the long side, the total assets were rising steadily, while the capital line representing Chen Mo plunged into the abyss. The smile on Aistair's face became more and more cruel. He could already imagine that in the next second, Chen Mo's account would be wiped out due to a margin call. However, just when the time reached 3 hours and 27 minutes, an unexpected pop-up window suddenly jumped in the center of the holographic projection. Breaking news: Brazil's Ministry of Mines and Energy and Vale jointly held a global press conference. The scene switched, and a calm-looking Brazilian official appeared in front of the camera. "Regarding the disaster caused by heavy rain in the Carajas mining area, we are very sorry, but also very fortunate to announce it to the world. Thanks to the revolutionary unmanned intelligent drainage system Poseidon that we imported from Germany a week ago, the actual impact of this mining accident has been kept to a minimum. Our main veins are safe and sound, and the supply is expected to be fully restored to normal within a week." Boom! The moment the official finished speaking, the skyrocketing iron ore price curve seemed to be cut in half by an invisible pair of scissors. Then, it fell vertically at a speed even more terrifying than when it rose. Collapse. A lightning crash. No. Impossible. The smile on Aistair's face froze instantly, and he yelled, his eyes filled with incredible horror. "My position." It exploded. Russian oligarch Ivan stood up suddenly. The hundreds of billions of numbers in his account disappeared in a second, and even turned into a glaring red negative number. Screams and curses came one after another. Those capital tycoons who had just been full of complacency were now in dire straits under the ruthless stranglehold of the market. Aistair's 1 trillion funds with 10 times leverage were the first to be wiped out in this avalanche, with less than half of the principal left in the account. And in this green ruin, there is only one capital curve, like a peerless divine weapon stabbing back, drawing a brilliant red track rising into the sky. In Chen Mo's account, the initial capital of 100 billion, with the help of 20 times leverage, has become a number that makes everyone suffocate. 2 trillion. One game, just one game. Chen Mo's assets have exceeded the total assets of all the remaining people in the market. He slowly put down the wine glass, and the bottom of the glass hit the table, making a crisp sound. The sound was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. He stood up and walked to Aistair, whose face was as pale as paper. He smiled and said in a tone that was so calm that it was almost cruel, "Mr. Croft, it seems that the wings of the black swan you found are not very strong." Chapter 54: Who is the prey? Chen Mo's calm and light words were like an invisible sharp blade, cutting through the last bit of hypocrisy and decency in the pantheon. The muscles on Aistair Croft's face twitched violently, a distortion of horror, rage, and extreme humiliation. His carefully designed greeting gift, the conspiracy he thought was perfect, was actually just a black swan with weak wings in the eyes of the other party. This was not just a loss in a bet, it was a public execution of his intelligence and his authority in the club. Russian oligarch Ivan Petrov touched the scar on his face, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Mo had completely changed. If before I was looking at a lucky guy, now I am examining a predator of the same level or even more dangerous.
Interesting. Aistair, it seems your game is much more exciting than we thought. Ivan chuckled and slammed his empty glass on the table.
This laugh was undoubtedly like rubbing salt into Aistair's wounds. The expressions of the other oligarchs were also interesting, some were playful, some were solemn, some were vigilant. But without exception, they all put away the last bit of contempt in their eyes when they looked at Chen Mo. In this playground where the strong prey on the weak, a fight to the death is the norm, but being made a fool of is a humiliation that no one can tolerate.
Don't be impatient, the game has just begun.
Aistair forced himself to suppress the turbulent blood. He slowly sat back in the main seat and resumed his British aristocratic demeanor, but his voice was filled with an irrepressible coldness.
Luck won't always favor a person. Let's move on to the second round.
He didn't say any more words and just waved his hand. The data on the holographic projection was refreshed again, and the second Black Swan event script was projected. Breaking news, the US FDA Food and Drug Administration is about to announce the final approval of the revolutionary anti-cancer targeted drug Lingqing No. 1 developed by Pfizer Genetics. The drug has a cure rate of up to 92% for more than 9 common cancers.
This time, the entire pantheon fell into an eerie silence.
If the previous events still had a hint of uncertainty, then this news is a definite and huge positive, a volcano spewing gold. Pfizer Genetics, a biotechnology giant with a high reputation around the world, has unquestionable R&D capabilities. The legend of Lingqing No. 1 has been circulating on Wall Street for half a year.
Now, the shoe is finally about to drop. What does that mean?
This means that the stock price of Pfizer Gene will increase several times or even 10 times overnight.
All concept stocks related to it will go crazy. This is a more direct, more violent, and more unreasonable money-making opportunity than iron ore. He.
This time, Aistair's face showed a cold, cruel smile. He no longer concealed his intentions and picked up an encrypted satellite phone in front of everyone. Let the front page of the Global Financial Times preheat the news that the Lingqing No. 1 is about to change the world. Remember, use the most affirmative tone.
The phone was hung up. This is no longer a simple gamble, it is an open conspiracy.
He mobilized his media mouthpiece in the real world and personally endorsed this virtual black swan, creating a frenzy atmosphere of the news as a foregone conclusion, get on board quickly. He wanted to use this irrefutable, crushing force to tell Chen Mo that in the face of absolute power and information barriers, your little cleverness is not worth mentioning.
Follow.
The Russian oligarch Ivan learned his lesson this time, but faced with such a huge temptation, he still chose to believe in Aistair's strength, but he invested less money. Several other oligarchs followed suit and poured the virtual funds from the previous round of losses into the stock pool of Pfizer Gene.
In their opinion, this is almost an easy question.
Aistair watched all this with satisfaction. He invested all the remaining virtual funds with 10 times leverage, and then looked at Chen Mo with a look as if he was looking at a dead person.
He wants to see what Chen Mo chooses. Follow the trend? Then you will always be behind me. Retrograde again?
Then you are challenging the scientific and business logic recognized by the whole world, and this time, you will be shattered to pieces. However, Chen Mo's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. He did not look at the wildly jumping data, nor did he analyze the prospects of Lingqing No. 1. Instead, he held a glass of champagne, walked leisurely to Lingqing's side, and whispered something in her ear.
Ma'am, I think his smile is a bit nervous, don't you think?
From the perspective of the eye of insight, Aistair's emotions were clearly labeled confidence and greed, but at the deepest level, there was an almost imperceptible, fleeting trace of tension.
Why are you nervous?
A person who is sure of success does not need to be nervous. The corners of Chen Mo's mouth rose slightly. His consciousness sank into the system mall.
Among the dazzling array of goods, he accurately locked onto a target.
Product, undisclosed Phase 3 clinical trial data encryption report of Lingqing No. 1.
Price, 10 billion system funds.
Note, contains all the original experimental data of the drug, including those that have been optimized by the PR team.
Buy. The next second, a huge stream of information poured into Chen Mo's mind like an epiphany. I see.
Xinqi number 1 is indeed a miracle drug, but every miracle drug has its own divine punishment. At the deepest part of the report, a line of data marked as low risk revealed the fatal flaw when Xinqi number 1 was conducted in clinical trials on East Asians. It would trigger a cytokine storm with a probability of 1 in 1,000.
This is an extremely terrifying side effect. Once it occurs, the immune system will frantically attack its own organs, and the mortality rate is extremely high. A probability of 1 in 1,000 is cleverly diluted and hidden in the huge clinical sample, but for an investment market, this 1 point is enough to detonate the entire powder keg. And Aistair's nervousness comes from this. What he was betting on was that this news would not be discovered by anyone before it was approved. Chen Mo glanced at Lingqing, who was as cool as the moonlight beside him.
There was not a trace of panic in her eyes, only complete trust. This kind of trust makes Chen Mo feel more at ease than any data. He whispered again and told Lingqing the information he had just obtained word for word.
Lingqing's eyes suddenly focused. She didn't even ask Chen Mo where the information came from.
As the queen of Lingtian Group, she instantly understood how powerful this stinger was. She took out her personal mobile phone from her exquisite evening bag and tapped the screen a few times with her slender white fingertips. An encrypted email was sent through the secret channel of Tianji Pavilion to the mailbox of the editor-in-chief of an independent news website famous for its in-depth investigative reports on the other side of the ocean. The content of the email was simple, with only a summary and an anonymous cloud disk link to the complete data. After doing all this, she put away her phone and nodded slightly to Chen Mo. The whole process was so smooth and fast that no one even noticed her movements. When a husband and wife are of one mind, they can accomplish anything. This silent tacit understanding is their most powerful weapon. Chen Mo walked back to the gambling table and glanced at Aistair. Okay, Mr. Croft, I've placed my bets.
Everyone looked at Chen Mo's operating screen. The operations displayed on it made everyone feel incredible once again.
He did not buy long or short, but instead invested the astronomical figure of $2 trillion in dozens of unknown small biopharmaceutical companies that were even struggling on the brink of bankruptcy. These companies all have intricate litigation relationships with Pfizer genes, and have long accused Pfizer of plagiarizing their patents.
What kind of operation is this? Trying anything desperately? Just being smart. Aistair laughed out loud.
He thought that Chen Mo must have noticed something, but he couldn't find the real weakness, so he could only use this method to diversify the risk.
It's ridiculously stupid. Speed up, I can't wait to see the results.
Aistair waved his hand triumphantly. The AI sandbox simulation started again and time passed quickly. The share price of Pfizer gene, driven by media hype and huge amounts of capital, is like a rocket soaring into the sky, unstoppable.
Aistair's total assets were also expanding at a terrifying rate.
Chen Mo's investment, however, was like a stagnant pool of water, without any ripples.
Everyone thought that the outcome was decided.
However, at 4 a.m. the next day, just before the US FDA was about to hold a press conference, a red, bold pop-up window once again savagely occupied the center of the holographic projection.
Breaking news!
The in-depth news website Voice of Truth broke the news. The shadow under the divine revelation, Pfizer's divine revelation 1, is suspected of concealing the fatal side effects for Asian people. In the report, the unpublished clinical data purchased by Chen Mo was made public in the most shocking way. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The world line in the virtual disk suddenly deflected violently. The FDA urgently announced that it would suspend the approval of the marketing of Xinqi number 1 and set up a special team to conduct a dual investigation into Pfizer's antitrust and data fraud.
Boom!
At this moment, the bright red, soaring stock price curve of Pfizer gene seemed to be broken by the hand of God.
Then, in a free-falling posture, it plummeted madly towards the abyss of hell. Crash.
Circuit breaker.
Collapse. No, this is impossible. How could the news leak out? The smile on Aistair's face froze completely.
Like a bull with a pierced heart, he stood up from his seat and roared like a wild beast. His terrifying position with 10 times leverage didn't even have a chance to struggle in the face of the avalanche-like decline. It was liquidated in an instant and all his money was lost.
The entire pantheon was dead silent.
Ivan and other oligarchs watched in amazement as the funds in their accounts, which had just begun to improve, were once again wiped out or even turned negative. The look they gave Chen Mo was no longer solemn, but fearful.
Who is this Oriental man?
It's as if he can predict the future. At this moment, a scene that made their scalps tingle appeared. With the collapse of Pfizer and the launch of an antitrust investigation, the patent lawsuits in the hands of small pharmaceutical companies that were previously invested by Chen Mo and suppressed by Pfizer for many years suddenly became worth a fortune. Their stock prices, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, began to soar tenfold, 20-fold, or even 100-fold in a crazy manner amid the ruins. Chen Mo's total assets doubled again in this round of shocking reversal, reaching an astronomical peak that no one could imagine. He still sat there, without even a trace of victory on his face, as if he had just done something insignificant. He picked up the champagne and shook it gently in the air at Aistair, who looked ashen and trembling all over. Then he drained the contents of the cup. In the entire pantheon, only his voice was echoing quietly. Now, who do you think is the prey? Chapter 55 The Dignity of the King. Now, who do you think is the prey? Chen Mo's voice was silent, but like an invisible tuning fork, it aroused the deepest resonance in everyone's heart in the pantheon: fear, greed, and absolute awe of power. Aistair Croft's body froze in place, like an ice sculpture about to collapse. His ice-blue pupils shrank into two dangerous needle points due to extreme shock and anger. 2 trillion to 0. No, it's a negative number. The result of the virtual gambling game nailed him, the rotating chairman of the Abyss Club, firmly to the pillar of shame in the most extreme and humiliating way. On the holographic projection, the capital curves representing other oligarchs were equally horrific. In the entire hall, only Chen Mo's total assets stood proudly like a solitary peak piercing the clouds. All the ridicule, in the face of reality, turned into a slap in the face. The scarred face of Russian oligarch Ivan Petrov no longer had any interest in watching the show. The way he looked at Chen Mo was as if he had encountered a prehistoric beast in human skin on the Siberian snowfield. Farmer George Martin, the man who controls half of the world's grain trade, put down his knife and fork, crossed his fingers in front of him, and looked more solemn than ever before. The rest of the giant crocodiles also restrained all their contempt. They finally understood that the person who stepped into this amusement park today was not a lamb to be slaughtered, but a fierce dragon crossing the river. Aistair's carefully arranged hunting ground turned into his own graveyard. He could feel that the gazes from his companions in the club were no longer the scrutiny of collaborators, but rather the gazes of hyenas observing a lion king who had lost his power, ready to pounce on it and share its flesh and blood at any time. No! We can't just give up like that. How could he, Aistair Croft, the head of Apex Global, be defeated so miserably in front of an Oriental boy? That's enough. Aistair waved his hand suddenly, and the holographic projection was turned off. The light in the entire pantheon dimmed instantly, leaving only a few dim wall lamps, which made everyone's face look uncertain. He stared at Chen Mo intently. His elegant aristocratic demeanor was gone, replaced by the madness of a gambler who had lost all his money. Virtual digital games are just appetizers before dinner. They are boring and bland. He slowly stood up from his seat and paced to the center of the hall. His voice was like poison tempered with ice, echoing in the quiet hall. Mr. Chen, do you dare to play a real game with me? Oh? Chen Mo raised his eyebrows with interest and motioned for him to continue. Aistair's mouth curled up into a sick and cruel smile. Since it's a gambling game, there should be real stakes. Virtual numbers are too fake and far less exciting than us each taking out the things we treasure most. He paused and looked around the room, as if announcing a new rule of the game. Let's proceed to the final round. The rules are simple. We each propose a condition as a bet. The loser must unconditionally carry out the winner's request. Everyone present is a witness. These words made everyone present tense. They knew this was no longer a game. This is an off-the-board tactic, a primal duel that completely tears apart the opponents. Ivan Petrov subconsciously touched his waist, where his most trusted weapon seemed to be hidden. The other oligarchs also sat up straight, and the atmosphere became solemn. Lingqing's pretty face turned cold as ice in an instant. She was about to speak but was stopped by Chen Mo's soothing look. Chen Mo looked at Aistair, who looked like a madman, with a calm smile still on his face. That sounds like it's much more interesting than the previous game. So, Mr. Croft, please tell me your bet. Very good. This is what Aistair was waiting for. The madness in his eyes almost overflowed. He wanted to use the most vicious and direct way to trample on the dignity of this young man and save his face as a king. His gaze slowly and aggressively fell on Lingqing beside Chen Mo. My bet is simple. Aistair licked his cracked lips and said in a disgusting tone. If I win, I want this beautiful Miss Ling in your arms to take off her obtrusive haute couture dress, put on the uniform of a waitress on our Leviathan, and personally serve me a glass of celebratory champagne. Of course, after that, you have to have a romantic candlelight dinner with me alone. Boom! As soon as this condition was uttered, the air seemed to be ignited. This is a naked humiliation. It was the most vicious offense against a being more powerful than him, the queen of the world's richest company, Lingqing Group. A layer of frost that was cold enough to freeze everything instantly covered Lingqing's beautiful face. A terrifying aura emanated from her. It was the undisguised murderous intent of someone who had long been in a superior position and whose reverse scale had been violated. If looks could kill, Aistair would have been cut into pieces by now. You are looking for death. A cold voice burst out from Lingqing's lips, and every word seemed to come from the underworld. Calm down, my queen. Just when Lingqing was about to explode, a warm palm gently covered the back of her cold hand. Chen Mo stood up and gently pulled Lingqing behind him to block Aistair's disgusting gaze. There was still a smile on his face, but there was no warmth in that smile anymore. Ding! The host's emotions are drastically fluctuating. The killing intention is determined. System passive skill Heart of the Tyrant is triggered. In the state of absolute anger, the host's logical deduction ability and aura suppression power will be temporarily increased by 200%. Your bet is very interesting. Chen Mo's voice was very calm, so calm that it made people feel uneasy. I took it. Ha ha ha, good. You have guts. Aistair seemed to have seen Chen Mo kneeling down and begging for mercy, and his laughter was full of pleasure. Well, now it's my turn. Chen Mo took a step forward. His eyes did not stay on Aistair, but slowly scanned everyone present one by one. Ivan Petrov, George Martin, Prince Salim. Everyone whose eyes passed by him felt as if they were stripped naked, and all their secrets were revealed in his bottomless eyes. The atmosphere in the hall became increasingly depressing amid Chen Mo's silence. Finally, he stopped looking and looked back at Aistair, and said clearly, word by word. My bet is simple. If I win. The corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc, which, in Aistair's eyes, was more terrifying than the devil's smile. I don't want your money, nor do I want your life. I just want you to return the asset holding agreements and interest transfer contracts that you signed privately with each of the gentlemen present through the white glove of Blackwood Capital, as well as those internal accounts that record how you used your authority as chairman to cut an extra 30% of profits from everyone's common interests every year. Chen Mo paused, the smile on his face became brighter, and he bowed politely to the room full of giant crocodiles. Put all these things out in the open and put them on this gambling table. Let everyone judge how fair and great Mr. Croft has been as chairman over the years. The moment the words fell, the entire pantheon fell into deathly silence. If Aistair's bet was throwing a grenade, then Chen Mo's bet was to directly detonate a nuclear bomb hidden under everyone's feet. Hiss. Ivan Petrov took a deep breath, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Aistair suddenly became murderous. The muscles on Farmer George Martin's face twitched slightly, and his crossed fingers were so tense that the knuckles turned white. Prince Salim's falcon screamed in anxiety, and he pinned it under his hands. Those accounts. Those shady agreements. That was the unspoken understanding between them and Aistair, and it was also the chain that restrained each other. It is also irrefutable evidence that Aistair embezzles their profits every year. How did this Oriental man know this secret? Everyone's gaze was like a knife, stabbing at Aistair. Doubt, anger, betrayal. All kinds of emotions intertwined together to form an invisible storm, which firmly imprisoned Aistair Croft in the center of the storm. The hunting alliance against Chen Mo, which he had led, collapsed in an instant. Instead, there was a trial alliance against him. You are talking nonsense. You are slandering me. Aistair was struck by lightning, his face turned pale, and he pointed at Chen Mo's hand, shaking badly. The cunning and calmness that he was proud of were shattered by Chen Mo's heartbreaking blow. He couldn't understand. The confidentiality agreement of Swiss banks is the best in the world, and the accounts of Blackwood Capital are even more core secrets. How could Chen Mo have grasped his biggest weakness in such a short time? Chen Mo ignored his roar, just smiled and looked at the other oligarchs. Everyone, now, do you still think this is a bet that only concerns me and him? Take this bet. Ivan Petrov was the first to stand up. He slammed his fist on the table with a loud bang and yelled at Aistair, Aistair. I don't care how he knew it. I just want to know if what he said is true. Take him down. Yes, take him. must take it. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it. The former companion instantly turned into the most vicious creditor. Aistair was forced to retreat repeatedly by this momentum, his face was ashen and his body was cold. He knew that he had no way out. Rejection is equivalent to consent. He would be torn to pieces on the spot by these hungry wolves. Except, he will be risking everything he has. Well. Aistair's eyes were red as he stared at Chen Mo, squeezing out 2 words from between his teeth. I take it. Chapter 56, Russian Roulette, but the bet is life. I take it. When Aistair Croft squeezed out these last 2 words of surrender from between his teeth, all the energy and spirit seemed to be drained from him. The gambling game that he was so proud of, the humiliation that he carefully planned, ultimately turned into a public trial against himself. And those allies who were drinking and chatting with him the last second have now turned into cold judges holding the gavel. The atmosphere in the Pantheon dropped to freezing point. Ivan Petrov's deep-set eyes flashed with the ferocity of a polar bear. He stared at Aistair, as if assessing how much carrion he could tear off from the fallen lion. George Martin, the farmer who controls the lifeline of global food, tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and every tap was like tapping on Aistair's heart. The air was filled with the smell of betrayal and greed, so thick that it was suffocating. Since both of you have agreed to the final bet. George Martin spoke slowly, breaking the unbearable silence. In an unquestionable tone, he re-established order for this out-of-control gambling game. Then, the club will provide the final duel venue. His words were unanimously agreed upon by all the oligarchs. They need a result, one that will allow them to get back the benefits that have been taken away from them. Aistair looked as pale as death. He knew that he had completely lost control of the situation. Like a puppet with his soul taken away, he allowed the waiters in black uniforms to remove the gambling table in the middle of the hall and replace it with a small round table covered with black velvet. Then, a waiter wearing white gloves and with a solemn expression walked to the round table, holding a safe made of titanium alloy. He entered a series of complex passwords, and the lid of the box opened silently under the push of the hydraulic rod. Inside the box, 6 identical cube boxes, shining with cold metallic light, were neatly arranged. They are like 6 coffins waiting to be awakened, exuding a mysterious and dangerous aura. This is one of our club's top secret projects, codenamed Deep Sea Relic. Aistair's voice was hoarse and dry. He was like a wild animal that was pushed to the edge of a cliff. With a final flash of madness in his eyes, he began to introduce the rules of this final round, a duel in which he would bet everything on. In the Mariana Trench, the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean, we discovered something that does not belong to this era. In order to explore it, we spent nearly $100 billion to build the world's most advanced deep-sea submersible, the Spear of Poseidon. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and fixed his eyes on the 6 metal boxes. Of the 6 boxes, 5 are empty. There is only one, which contains all the core data of the Deep Sea Relic project, including the specific coordinates of that thing, as well as the complete design drawings and technical patents of the Spear of Poseidon. But this is our final gamble. He paused, and every word seemed to be squeezed out of his throat. Pandora's box. The rules are very simple. Mr. Chen and I will take turns choosing a box to open. If you choose an empty box, you pass the level safely. Whoever chooses the box with the USB drive will lose everything in this bet. Russian roulette. But the bullet loaded in this revolver is not a lead bullet worth a few cents, but a huge asset worth hundreds of billions of dollars, enough to change the future technological landscape. Ivan and the others' breathing became heavy. They are very aware of the value of the Deep Sea Relics project. It's not just money, it's a ticket to the future world. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Mo and Aistair. The outcome of this bet not only determines the fate of the two of them, but also affects the future distribution of benefits for everyone present. A sick, gambler-like grin reappeared on Aistair's face. In the interest of fairness, as the initiator of the gambling game, I have the power to specify the order. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Chen Mo from a distance. Mr. Chen, you are a guest who has come from afar. You should fire the first shot. This is an extremely insidious arrangement. Although the probability of 1 in 6 is not high, it is the most challenging shot in the entire gambling game. The first person to shoot has to bear the tremendous psychological pressure of uncovering all the unknowns and fears. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Mo. They wanted to see whether this young Oriental man who had repeatedly created miracles could still remain calm in the face of pure luck. Fine beads of sweat also seeped out of Lingqing's palms. Her white knuckles were slightly tense because of nervousness, but the look she gave Chen Mo was still full of unwavering trust. Chen Mo faced everyone's gaze, with that faint smile still on his lips. He knew that this was not just a game of luck. There must be something fishy about these 6 boxes. His consciousness sank into the system. Eye of insight activated. However, the next second, his eyebrows raised slightly. In the field of vision, the 6 metal boxes were shrouded in a layer of gray mist. The system's cold prompt sounded in his mind, warning, the target object is detected to be made of unknown superconducting shielding material, and the Eye of Insight cannot penetrate it. Surprisingly, even the system was blocked? For the first time, a trace of real solemnity appeared in Chen Mo's heart. It seems that this Abyss Club does hide something that is beyond the scope of modern scientific and technological understanding. Seeing the fleeting change in expression on Chen Mo's face, Aistair felt even more pleased. He thought he had finally found the opponent's weakness. "What's the matter, Mr. Chen? Don't you dare to choose? Your luck seems to have run out," he provoked in a provocative tone. There was silence inside the Pantheon. All that was left was the heavy breathing of the oligarchs and the ticking sound of the floor clock, as if counting down someone's fate. However, just when everyone thought that Chen Mo would fall into hesitation and entanglement, he made a move that no one in the audience expected. He did not look at the 6 deadly boxes, but turned around and looked at Lingqing beside him with a look that was gentle enough to melt ice and snow. He gently took her cool hand, placed it on his lips and kissed it. Then he said softly, "Ma'am, you always have good taste. Which of these 6 ugly things do you think looks better?" At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The cold gambling game, the solemn atmosphere, the greedy crocodiles, the crazy gamblers. Everything was torn apart by Chen Mo's loving action and gentle question. A ray of warm light shone in. Everyone present, including those hard-hearted oligarchs, had a momentary daze in their eyes. They have seen people solve problems with money, power, and violence, but they have never seen someone use such pure trust and love to decide their own destiny at a poker table where their lives are at stake. Aistair's grim smile froze on his face. He felt like a clown. The terrifying atmosphere he carefully created was completely dissolved by the other party's simple move. This made him feel more humiliated than losing the bet. Lingqing was stunned. She could feel the warmth of his lips still on the back of her hand, and a warm current surged from the bottom of her heart, instantly dispelling all the tension and anxiety. She looked into Chen Mo's eyes that were full of trust and doting, and it seemed as if there were only the 2 of them left in the whole world. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling slightly. She didn't hesitate at all, nor did she engage in any complex logical analysis. She just followed her heart in the trust that Chen Mo gave her, which was heavier than Mount Tai. She raised her slender finger and pointed to the 2nd metal box from the left. "That's it." Her voice was cold, but firm. "Good." Chen Mo didn't even look at the box again. He turned around and walked to the round table. Under everyone's breathless gaze, he put his hand on the box that Lingqing pointed to without hesitation. Click. A soft sound. The lid of the box popped open. In. Empty. Call. In the hall, there was a uniform exhalation of relief. Ivan Petrov subconsciously touched the scar on his face, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Mo and Lingqing had completely changed. He was no longer looking at an opponent, but at a more advanced lifeform that he could not understand. The first shot missed. The 1 in 6 chance of death was easily avoided by this Oriental man by using an almost absurd and affectionate way. Now, it's Aistair's turn. The pressure, like a tide, instantly surged towards him. There are 5 boxes left on the field, and the probability of death has risen to 1 in 5. His face, pale from blood loss, was now covered with a layer of fine, cold beads of sweat. The gambler's intuition that he was proud of failed for the first time in the face of Chen Mo's detached calmness. His hand was trembling slightly as he hovered over the remaining 5 boxes, not daring to put them down. Chapter 57. Your eyes, my God. The air seemed to solidify into a solid jelly-like substance, sticky and heavy, making it hard for everyone in the Pantheon to breathe. 1 in 5 chance of death. This is not just a cold mathematical number, it is more like an invisible beast lurking in your heart, ready to devour your soul at any time. Sweat had formed streams on Aistair Croft's forehead, sliding down his knife-like cheeks and soaking the collar of his handmade shirt. The elegance and composure that he was proud of were now gone, leaving only the most primitive fear and struggle of a gambler when facing the final cards. His hand hovered over the 5 remaining metal boxes, circling like a lost falcon. He could feel that the gazes of his companions behind him had changed from watching the show to scrutinizing it, and even had a hint of greed that was barely perceptible. They don't care about Aistair's life or death. What they care about is who can win the bet and who can get the deep-sea relic that can change the future technological landscape. If he lost, these people would pounce on him without hesitation and swallow him and his apex globe, skin and bones. He can't lose. Absolutely not. Aistair forced himself to calm down. He closed his eyes, his mind racing. What is the nature of gambling? It's probability, but also psychology. The Oriental boy's victory in the first round seemed to be based on a woman's intuition, but Aistair would rather believe that it was a top-notch psychological tactic. He deliberately used this method to disturb his own mind and fall into the quagmire of self-doubt. Yes, that must be it. After figuring this out, Aistair's eyes became sharp again. He suddenly opened his eyes and without hesitation, relying on his decades of experience and intuition in casinos, he slapped his palm heavily on the 4th box from left to right. His movements were as fast as lightning, leaving no room for regret. Click. The crisp unlocking sound is like the whisper of death. Aistair's breathing completely stopped at this moment. The lid of the box slowly popped open. Inside, like the first box, it was empty. Hoo-ha! Aistair seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He collapsed in the chair, his chest heaving violently, gasping for air. He survived. However, this brief moment of relief was soon replaced by deeper fear. Because now it's Chen Mo's turn. There are only 4 boxes left on the field, and the probability of death has risen to a terrifying 1/4. Everyone's attention was once again focused on the young man who always had a faint smile on his face. Good luck. Chen Mo smiled and nodded to the almost exhausted Aistair, as if praising a student who performed well. This condescending attitude caused Aistair's blood pressure, which had just calmed down, to soar again in an instant. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. He wanted to see with his own eyes this bastard choose the wrong deadly box. This time, Chen Mo did not walk towards the round table immediately. Just like he did in the first round, he turned around and faced the stunning beauty standing behind him, who seemed isolated from the hustle and bustle of the world. Lingqing's beauty is cold and independent. But at this moment, beneath that coldness, there was a surge of tension and concern that only Chen Mo could understand. Chen Mo held her hand again, this time, without kissing her, he simply used his palm to wrap around her fingertips, which were slightly cold due to nervousness, delivering a warmth that was enough to calm everything. At the moment when their palms touched, a system prompt sound that only Chen Mo could hear rang out in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the host and the destined heroine Lingqing favorability 98 soulmate have achieved complete spiritual synchronization under extreme pressure. The soulmate bond is catalyzed by extreme environments, unlocking new passive abilities. Skill name, telepathy. Skill effect, your eyes are my gods. When you need to make a major decision involving your fate, your vision will be temporarily synchronized with Lingqing's 6th sense. In the vision she constructs for you, all illusions and dangers will be exposed. She will help you avoid the most deadly crisis. Buzz. As the system prompt sounded, the world in front of Chen Mo suddenly changed drastically. The round table covered with black velvet is still there, and the 4 boxes shining with cold metallic light are still there. But in his field of vision, 3 of the boxes were emitting a soft, white glow as bright as moonlight, representing safety. As for the remaining one, the box on the far right, was shrouded in a strange, blood-red light. The red light seemed to have life, twisting and jumping, emitting a terrifying aura of failure, danger, and end. Is this the world that Lingqing sees through her intuition? An indescribable shock and tenderness surged in Chen Mo's heart. It turns out that his golden finger, the most powerful plug-in, has never been that cold system. But it was the woman in front of him who was willing to bet everything she had on him. He raised his head and looked deeply into Lingqing's eyes. His clear reflection was reflected in those clear eyes, and only he could see the divine light behind that reflection that illuminated him and dispelled all fog. I see. Chen Mo let go of his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up, with a hint of unprecedented confidence and playfulness. He turned around and began his performance under the breathless gaze of the audience. He did not walk directly to the round table, but paced around it slowly and steadily. Sometimes he frowned and thought, as if he was stuck in a century-old problem. Occasionally he would tap the table with his fingers, as if calculating the vague probability. He even picked up one of the boxes emitting white light, shook it next to his ear, and then shook his head in disappointment. Every movement he made was like a small hammer, hitting Aistair's already fragile nerves neither lightly nor heavily.
The corners of Ivan Petrov's mouth twitched unconsciously.
This Oriental boy was really good at torturing people. George Martin watched this scene with great interest. He began to feel that the outcome of this bet might no longer be important. What is important is that he witnessed with his own eyes how a new king played tricks on and undermined an old king in an incredible way. Finally, after everyone's patience had been stretched to its limit, Chen stopped. His fingers moved back and forth between the remaining 3 white boxes and the red box, his gesture full of hesitation and uncertainty. Finally, his finger landed on the box on the far left that emitted a soft white light.
Just this one.
He sighed, and the expression on his face was full of helplessness of leaving everything to fate.
Aistair's eyes suddenly burst into ecstasy. Choose. Open it quickly.
Let everyone see how you look like a lost dog who has lost everything after you put on an act.
Chen put his hand on the lid of the box. Click. The gears of fate turn again. The lid pops open. In. Still empty. Oh my god. This is impossible. Is his luck the devil? Twice in a row, from 1/6 to 1/4, he avoided it.
Inside the Pantheon, there was an uncontrollable cry of surprise. If the first time was a coincidence, then the second time was a miracle. Chen spread his hands and gave an innocent smile to Aistair, who looked as pale as death.
It seems that the goddess of luck is more favorable to me today.
His words, spoken lightly, were like a heavy hammer, completely shattering all of Aistair's psychological defenses.
Now, it's his turn. There are only 3 boxes left on the field. The probability of death is 1 in 3. Aistair's body began to tremble uncontrollably.
He seemed to be able to see the USB flash drive that represented failure, inside one of the boxes, silently laughing at him. He stretched out his hand tremblingly and scanned the 3 identical boxes, but he felt that each one was like a portal to hell.
Plop. He again chose the box in the middle.
This time, he didn't even have the courage to look at the result. The moment he clapped his hands, he closed his eyes.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
There was no sound around. Slowly, with all his strength, Aistair opened his eyes a crack.
Empty. Surprisingly, it's still empty.
Once again, he crawled back from the gates of hell. But this time, there was no longer any relief on his face, only endless despair that penetrated deep into his bones. Because everyone's eyes were focused on the black velvet round table. There, only the last 2 boxes lay quietly. One lives, the other dies. The probability of death is as high as 50%.
This is no longer gambling. This is God rolling the dice.
Aistair's gaze slowly moved away from the 2 boxes and finally fell on Chen. His eyes were extremely complicated. There were pleas, threats, jealousy, hatred. But more than that, it was a feeling of fear after being completely defeated. He knew that his fate, everything he had, was in the hands of the young man in front of him.
All Chen needs is one choice and his throne will collapse.
The moment of decisive battle has arrived.
Chapter 58, Coronation in the Abyss.
Time, inside the Pantheon, was pulled into a slow and viscous river.
50%.
Life and death, heaven and hell, the throne and the abyss, are all condensed in these last 2 identical metal boxes. Aistair Croft felt his heart stop beating.
It was grasped by an invisible giant hand, and every contraction squeezed out cold despair.
His eyes were fixed on the 2 boxes, as if he wanted to pierce through them with his eyes and see which one contained the devil that would devour everything he had. However, he could see nothing through. His gambler's instinct, the calmness he was proud of, and the experience he relied on were all crushed in the face of the Oriental young man's incredible good luck and his calmness that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He is already a gambler who has lost all his chips. And his opponent, Chen has now become the only master at this gambling table.
Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen.
Ivan Petrov, the rugged Russian oligarch, subconsciously clenched the vodka glass in his hand.
George Martin, the farmer who controls the lifeline of global food, stopped tapping his fingers on the table.
The mysterious Middle Eastern prince also put down the rosary in his hand. They were all waiting for the final judgment from this new young man who had stirred up the entire Abyss Club.
Chen did not disappoint their expectations, he moved.
He walked to the round table covered with black velvet, and without any hesitation, he stretched out his hands and took the last two boxes, one on the left and one on the right.
A cold and heavy one.
The other was just as cold and heavy. But only Chen Mo himself knew that in his vision enhanced by the telepathy skill, the two boxes presented completely different scenes. The box in his right hand emitted a bright and soft white light, like a holy angel, representing life. The thing he held in his left hand was enveloped in a twisting, flickering scarlet light that looked like the fire of hell. It emitted an extremely strong aura of defeat, representing death. He could even see that at the core of the red light, a small USB flash drive was lying quietly, like the devil's fangs, waiting to pierce the loser's heart.
The outcome has already been determined. But Chen Mo didn't want it to end so simply.
What he wanted was not just victory. What he wanted was to completely destroy Aistair's will and trample the dignity of this former king under his feet and grind it into the dust. He weighed the box emitting red light in his left hand, then raised his head and looked at the already shaky Aistair, with a smile so bright that it was a little dazzling on his face.
Mr. Aistair.
Chen Mo's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard in every corner of the pantheon, with an unsettling tone of mockery.
Why don't we try a different approach? He raised the box in his left hand as if showing off a rare treasure. This is it. I want to choose this one. It looks more substantial.
He said this with such certainty and without doubt. At that moment, a ray of dying struggle suddenly burst out from Aistair's almost collapsed eyes. He stared at the box in Chen Mo's hand, and his brain, lacking oxygen, began its final, frantic operation.
Bluff. This is definitely a bluff. This Oriental boy's victory in the previous rounds must have been due to some cheating means unknown to him. But this method definitely has its limitations. When it comes to the final moment of choosing between the two, he can only rely on guessing.
His current confident look is exactly the most standard performance that a typical gambler would make when he gets the worst cards. He wanted to use this method to scare himself away and make him admit defeat.
Right. It must be like this. He doesn't dare to open it. He definitely wouldn't dare to open it.
The instinct for survival and the gambler's paranoia completely occupied Aistair's mind at this moment. He seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and the despair on his face was quickly replaced by a morbid, crazy excitement.
Good. Very good.
Aistair let out a roar like a broken bellows from his throat. He struggled to stand up from the chair, pointed at the box in Chen Mo's left hand, his eyes bloodshot.
Open it. Open it now. Let me see if your luck is really that good. Do you dare?
His voice became shrill due to excitement and full of hysteria.
The atmosphere in the entire pantheon was extremely tense.
Everyone thought that the next moment would be when Chen Mo would open the box and make the final decision. However, Chen Mo's next move once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Facing Aistair's roar, the smile on his face not only did not disappear, but became even more intense, with a hint of pity, as if he was looking at a hopeless wretch.
Mr. Aistair, you seem to be more certain than I am that there is something in this box.
Chen Mo gently tossed the box in his left hand, and the scarlet light flickered in his vision. Then, he made the most heartbreaking and deadly move in this gambling game. He walked slowly to Aistair, and in the other's incredulous gaze, he gently placed the box in his left hand, the box that determined the outcome of the entire bet, on the table in front of Aistair.
Since you're so sure, then, I'll give you this choice.
Chen Mo's voice was as gentle as the devil's whisper, but every word turned into the sharpest steel needle, piercing Aistair's heart.
This box is yours.
After saying this, he didn't even look at Aistair again, and turned back to the round table. Then, under the gaze of everyone in the audience, he gently opened his right hand, the box emitting a white glow that had been ignored by everyone.
Click. A soft sound. The lid pops open.
Inside, just like the previous boxes that were opened, it was empty.
Boom. At this moment, Aistair's brain seemed to be hit directly by a nuclear bomb.
The world was falling apart before his eyes. Time, space, sound, color. Everything faded away in an instant, leaving only endless, cold, gray nothingness. His gaze moved stiffly, inch by inch, towards the metal box in front of him. The box that he roared at, certain that he thought was just a bluff. The other person smiled, showed compassion, and handed the box to him.
He's finished. This thought, like a black lightning, tore through his last bit of consciousness.
The whole place was dead silent. Ivan Petrov slowly put down the wineglass in his hand, looked at Aistair, who was standing there like a sculpture, then looked at the calm young man. For the first time, a trace of awe emerged on that scarred face.
Killing someone is not as good as nodding your head.
And this Oriental boy broke Aistair's heart with a gambling game.
Open it, Aistair.
The one who spoke was Farmer George Martin. His voice was calm, but carried unquestionable authority.
A gamble must have a beginning and an end. Rules must be followed. Aistair's body began to tremble violently.
He stretched out his hand, the hand that had once signed contracts worth hundreds of billions of dollars and stirred up the world's financial situation, now trembled like a fallen leaf in the wind. It took him a full minute before he touched the cold lid of the box.
Click.
The unlocking sound was heard. Inside, a black USB flash drive with a faint glow was lying quietly on a red velvet base. Like a mocking eye, it stared at his face that instantly lost all color.
Aistair Croft, the head of Apex Global and the founder of the Abyss Club. Lost.
They lost the deep-sea relics, a cutting-edge technology that could lead the next era. He lost those shady interest transfer agreements that he had used for many years to maintain his rule.
He lost his dignity, his status, everything he had.
His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground like a dead dog with its spine removed. And at this moment, a magnificent system prompt sound with epic echo exploded in Chen Mo's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the epic achievement Abyss Gambling. The host uses extraordinary wisdom and psychological games to defeat the fate-level villain Aistair Croft head-on, disintegrate the foundation of his power, and successfully seize the core strategic asset deep-sea relic.
The system is conducting a comprehensive assessment. Assessment completed.
S+++ grade.
Trigger the ultimate reward. A new system function template is opened.
Future technology tree primary, unlocked. Function introduction. The host can consume the system rebate funds to directly light up the nodes on the technology tree, and obtain complete finished technology drawings and core theories that are beyond the current era and can be put into production immediately. From civilian to military, from energy to life sciences, the future is in your hands. An extremely large virtual interface emitting a faint golden light slowly unfolded in Chen Mo's consciousness. It was a giant tree as brilliant as the Milky Way, covered with countless stars waiting to be lit up.
Each star represented a piece of black technology that could change the world.
Newbie benefits. The initial node of the technology tree space stabilization technology has been automatically lit up for you. The corners of Chen Mo's mouth finally curled up into a true smile of a winner. He glanced at Aistair, who was lying on the ground in a daze, and then looked at the USB flash drive lying quietly in the box.
He knew that from tonight on, the war between him and Apex Global would completely enter the next dimension. A war about the future. Chapter 59. Weather is also a weapon.
The Gulfstream G700 private jet flew smoothly at an altitude of 40,000 feet, stepping on the surging sea of clouds below. Inside the cabin, expensive Persian carpets, hand-stitched leather sofas, and a glass of red wine produced from 1982 Romanée-Conti together create a sense of luxury and comfort that is isolated from the world. Aistair Croft and his so-called companions are probably currently busy dealing with the disastrous consequences of that gambling game. Those interest transfer agreements detonated in public by Chen Mo were enough to cause a bloody purge within the Abyss Club. The old king's crown has fallen to the ground, covered in dust and the mud of betrayal. The new king and his queen were enjoying the fruits of victory at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Lingqing leaned on Chen Mo's shoulder, putting aside her usual coldness and vigilance. In her hand, she held a military-grade encryption tablet, on which was scrolling the core data crack from the USB flash drive. The more she looked, the more her brows furrowed.
Aistair went further than we thought. There was a hint of solemnity in Lingqing's voice. She handed the tablet to Chen Mo and pointed to a complex structural diagram on the screen.
This is the design blueprint of the deep-sea submersible they secretly built, the Spear of Poseidon.
It uses some reverse engineering technology from deep-sea relics that we don't know about yet.
Its maximum diving depth, pressure resistance, and energy system are far superior to the Titan prototype we are building on Pala Island. The tablet also comes with several blurry videos of deep-sea exploration. More than 10,000 meters above the pitch-black seabed, some huge, gleaming, unnatural structure loomed. Although he lost the bet in the core data, he still holds the completed Spear of Poseidon in his hands. If we can't upgrade the Titan as soon as possible, we will still lag behind in the actual development rights of the relic.
Lingqing analyzed. Chen Mo slid across the screen, but his eyes stayed on a record among Aistair's interesting accounts. Project code, Project Thor. Funding source, Apex Global Climate Research Department.
Purpose: high-frequency electromagnetic directional delivery experiment in the Central Pacific Ocean.
A step behind?
Chen Mo's fingertips tapped lightly on the words God of Storms, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up in an unpredictable arc.
No, he can't wait any longer. Before he finished speaking, the originally calm and soft ambient lighting in the cabin suddenly turned into a dazzling red. The shrill alarm instantly tore apart the tranquility in the cabin. Alert! Alert! A rapidly forming superstorm has suddenly been detected on the route ahead. I repeat, it is a rapidly forming superstorm. The weather radar shows that the storm level has soared from tropical depression to over 17 levels in 3 minutes. This does not conform to any meteorological common sense. From the cockpit, there was the captain's roar mixed with shock and panic. Lingqing's face changed and he immediately called up the satellite cloud map. Just in front of their plane's route, they saw a terrifying storm cyclone that was so huge that it was frightening, like the devil's eye, forming and expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its rotation trajectory was extremely strange, like a moving giant wall made of strong winds and thunderstorms, accurately blocking all their routes back to Pala Island. It's Aistair. Lingqing reacted instantly. It's his weather weapon. He wants to bury us, this plane, and this USB drive in the Pacific Ocean. What he lost at the gambling table, he would win back in reality in the most brutal and direct way. This is the logic of the top capital oligarchs. Rules are used to restrict the weak, and when the rules are not in their favor, they will overturn the entire table without hesitation. We must return immediately or make an emergency landing. Lingqing's voice was calm and urgent. It's useless. Chen Mo shook his head. He had just received an encrypted data stream sent back from the Titan 1 prototype satellite. In the core area of the storm, extremely powerful high-frequency electromagnetic fluctuations were beating like a heart. This god of storms is coming for them, and it will follow them no matter where they escape. The fuselage had begun to shake violently, and outside the window, the boundary between the sky and the sea had completely blurred, turning into a chaotic, lead-gray color that seemed like the end of the world. Thunder and lightning danced like silver snakes and the strong wind screamed like a ghost, as if it was going to tear the tiny iron bird into pieces. The screams of the crew members and the collision of objects intertwined into a chaotic doomsday symphony. In the center of this chaos, Chen Mo was unusually calm. He let go of the hand that was holding Lingqing and slowly stood up. In the violent turbulence, his body was as steady as a rock. Xingxian, do you know? Chen Mo turned his head and looked at Lingqing, who had a hint of nervousness in her eyes, but a relaxed smile appeared on her face. Just now, the system told me that the first fruit has grown on my technology tree. Lingqing was slightly stunned. She didn't understand what Chen Mo was talking about. Chen Mo's consciousness had already sunk into the huge and magnificent, future technology tree, interface that was emitting a faint golden light. At the bottom of the giant tree, a star representing space stabilization technology was shining with its initial light. It is detected that the host is facing a fatal space environment threat, which meets the application scenario of space stabilization technology. Should we consume 5 billion system funds to unlock and enable the primary application of this technology space stabilization anchor one time? $5 billion. Just for one-time application. This price is enough to make any listed company in the world go bankrupt instantly. But Chen Mo didn't even blink. Confirm, enable. Ding. 5 billion funds deducted successfully. Space stability anchor has been generated. Parameters are being injected into the Titan 1 satellite and transmitted to the host's Gulfstream G700 autopilot core module through a quantum encryption channel. Injection successful. Host, please give instructions. Chen Mo picked up the intercom in the cabin and pressed the talk button. His voice, calm to the point of being cold, clearly overwhelmed all the alarms and exclamations, and reached the ears of every crew member in the cockpit. Turn off all manual controls and switch to Titan autopilot mode. Target, straight ahead, the eye of the storm. Let's go through it. There was dead silence in the cockpit. The captain and the co-pilot looked at each other and saw incomprehensible madness in each other's eyes. Crossing a Category 17 superstorm? This is suicide. But Chen Mo's order carried an unquestionable majesty. They are the top crew of Lingqing Group, and obedience is their only choice. The co-pilot pressed the switch button with shaking hands. The next second, the Gulfstream G700, like an enraged falcon, raised its nose sharply. Instead of dodging, it plunged headfirst into the violent thundercloud storm that was capable of swallowing everything with a resolute attitude. The world seemed to be completely torn apart at this moment. However, the expected violent impact did not come. At the moment the plane touched the outer wall of the storm, an invisible mysterious force that surpassed all current human knowledge of physics instantly spread out with the plane as the center. It was an absolutely still spherical area with a diameter of about 100 meters. Within this realm, space itself seemed to be solidified into eternal amber. Outside the domain, there are winds that are 100 meters per second, lightning that tears the sky apart, and torrential rain that pours down. There was not even a breeze within the area. The fuselage of the Gulfstream G700 is as stable as a rock, even more stable than on the tarmac. Through the porthole, Lingqing saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. On both sides of the plane are two magnificent deathwind tunnels formed by rapidly rotating cloud walls. Countless thick lightning bolts are frantically shuttling and exploding in them. The destructive energy is close at hand, but is perfectly isolated by an invisible film. The plane is like a sightseeing submarine blessed by gods traveling through the center of the waterfall. The so-called superstorm, the so-called meteorological weapon, at this moment, has become the most spectacular backdrop of this miracle. This is. Lingqing's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She looked at Chen Mo, the man who always had a faint smile on his face, as if she really knew him for the first time. At this moment, on the other side of the earth, the underground command center of the Pentagon, the strategic duty room of the Kremlin, a secret base of a great eastern country. Countless institutions representing the highest power of mankind sounded the highest level alarms at the same time. Report. An abnormal target has been detected in the central Pacific Ocean. A Gulfstream G700. It passed directly through the Thor's hammerstorm we just monitored in an incomprehensible way. The relative spatial parameter of the target is 0. God. The space around it is absolutely still. Our physical model is completely invalid. Whose technology is this? Check it out immediately. At any cost. The fatal blow that Aistair had carefully prepared, which was enough to destroy a small country's fleet, not only failed to hurt Chen Mo at all, but instead pushed Chen Mo to the top attention list of the military intelligence agencies of major countries in the world. It was at this moment that Chen Mo truly understood the horror of the future technology tree. His war with Aistair was no longer about business and finance. This is a generational war of black technology. This is a war of the future. The plane smoothly passed through the storm area. Behind it, the terrifying god of storms was rapidly dissipating due to the loss of continuous energy injection. Chen Mo sat back next to Lingqing and gently held her hand, which was slightly cold due to shock. He shook the black USB flash drive in his hand, facing Lingqing's complicated gaze that was a mixture of admiration, curiosity and love, and said with a smile, "He showed us his weather weapon. Now, it's our turn to use his technology to upgrade our spears in the deep sea." Chapter 60, Under the Deep Sea, The Old Ones. Pala Island, a secret dock base code named Dragon's Nest. This is the heart that Lingqing Group has put all its efforts into building. It is heavily guarded and can withstand a local war. At this moment, the core of this heart is supplying the final energy to an awakening steel behemoth. Titan. But it is no longer the prototype it was 3 days ago. Its body has been reconstructed, with smoother lines and an almost ferocious aggression. The originally silver-white shell is now covered with a deep matte black coating that seems to absorb all light. It is a bionic phototropic material reverse-engineered from Aistair's Spear of Poseidon technology. It can blend with the environment in the deep sea and achieve dual optical and acoustic stealth. More importantly, Chen Mo invested a huge amount of money of up to $30 billion obtained from the system, and through the future technology tree, he magically integrated the design of Spear of Poseidon and the basic theory of space stabilization technology. The power core has been upgraded to a miniature cold nuclear fusion reactor. The structure is compression resistant and has been upgraded to high-strength curvature space reinforcement. The sensing system has been upgraded to a long-range array sonar based on quantum entanglement. This is no longer a simple upgrade, it is an evolution of dimensionality reduction. The chief engineer stood in front of the huge observation window, looking at this deep-sea submersible that embodies the crystallization of two top technologies, his eyes as fanatical as if he was looking up at a miracle. "Mr. Chen, this is a miracle of industrial design. No, this is art. We gathered the entire team and worked non-stop for 3 days to verify the results. Each of the fusion solutions you provided is like a standard answer copied directly from the future. It's incredible.
Inside the dock, the eyes of Lingqing Group's top technical experts looking at Chen Mo had completely changed from initial obedience to fanatical admiration. They didn't care how much money the man had or whether he was the queen's fiancé. All they knew was that this man, in just 3 days, solved countless technical barriers that their entire team had spent 3 years trying to overcome. In the face of absolute, time-defying technological strength, all doubts seemed pale and powerless. Lingqing stood beside Chen Mo, wearing a tight black combat uniform that outlined her breathtaking curves. The former IC CEO now looked like a Valkyrie about to embark on a journey. Her gaze also fell on the brand new Titan, but she was more focused on Chen Mo beside her. Her cold phoenix eyes were shining with light. All technical personnel have been evacuated, the preset route has been entered, and according to your request, Dragon's Nest will enter the highest level of silent mode. Lingqing's voice was calm, but it couldn't hide the excitement of ATS. Are you sure it's just the two of us going? Chen Mo turned his head and gave her a bright smile. I don't want any light bulbs on this first date in human history. He held out his hand to her. Let's go, my queen. Let's go and see what good things are hidden in the darkness 11,000 meters below. Lingqing placed her hand into Chen Mo's warm palm without any hesitation. The interweaving of cold and warmth seems to be a declaration of fate. The cockpit of the Titan is filled with the simple beauty of future technology. The 360-degree holographic projection porthole presents the outside world without any blind spots. Chen Mo sat in the driving seat skillfully, tapping the console with his hands. Identity confirmed, Chen Mo co-pilot's identity confirmed, Lingqing. The micro-cold nuclear fusion reactor started up normally. Curvature space reinforcement field, activated. Have a nice voyage, Titan. As a cold mechanical synthesized sound fell, the Titan slid silently into the deep-sea passage under the dock like an awakened black dragon, and quickly disappeared into the dark deep sea. Diving, falling continuously towards the depths of the earth. 300 meters, the sunlight completely disappears and the world falls into eternal darkness. 1,000 meters away, this is the battlefield where giant squids and sperm whales fight, but under the terrifying oppression of the Titan, these deep-sea overlords retreat in fear. 3,000 meters away, the world outside the window became bizarre. All kinds of strange creatures that rely on their own light swam around like ghosts, dotting the darkness into a flowing, strange starry sky. Lingqing looked in a trance. She had never thought that one day she would come to the most mysterious corner of the earth in this way. Being by your side with the man you deeply love and enjoying the incredible sight outside the window, this is truly the ultimate romance that is unique and cannot be matched by any candlelight dinner. How do you feel? Chen Mo asked easily while controlling the submarine. It's a bit like visiting our own aquarium. Lingqing rarely joked, but she immediately said seriously, it's just that this aquarium may have something we can't afford to offend. Chen Mo smiled and said, whether I can afford to offend you or not, we have to meet each other first. 7,000 meters, 9,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The pressure here has reached an appalling level, enough to instantly crush an aircraft carrier into a discus. But under the protection of the curvature space force field, the Titan can move as if on flat ground. Beep arrived at target coordinates, Mariana Trench, Challenger Deep, 10,984 meters below sea level. The Titan slowly hovered over the dark and silent seabed. The powerful searchlight was turned on, and 2 beams of light tore through the darkness, illuminating the virgin land before them that had never been set foot on by any living person. This is a barren plain covered with thick sediments. Turn on the long-range array sonar, scanning at full power. Chen Mo gave the order. Buzz. An invisible wave, with the Titan as its center, penetrated deep into the earth in all directions. Soon, a 3-dimensional structure map of the underground began to be constructed on the holographic screen. Report, we have detected a large-scale rare earth vein 300 meters underground. The reserves, my God, according to conservative estimates, the reserves are enough to supply the world for 200 years. Lingqing's breathing even stagnated. This discovery alone is enough to drive the whole world crazy. But Chen Mo's eyes were fixed on the screen, under the huge mining area. Right there, the sonar feedback signal showed an extremely strange state. It was as if all the detection waves were absorbed by an invisible black hole. But at the edge of that signal-free zone, there was an outline of a breathtakingly perfect, regular geometric shape. It was a standard regular icosahedron with a side length of more than 3 kilometers. It is like a buried diamond belonging to a giant, sleeping quietly deep in the Earth's crust. What is this? For the first time, Lingqing's voice trembled uncontrollably. No natural force could have created such a perfect, massive man-made structure.
The answer is self-evident. Found it.
There was a gleam of excitement in Chen Mo's eyes. He controlled the Titan and slowly landed on the seabed just above the geometric shape. Activate the high-energy particle drill arm and prepare for first contact. A thick mechanical arm extended from the front of the Titan, and the drill at the tip began to rotate at high speed, emitting a light blue particle stream. The hard seabed rocks were quickly melted through like tofu in the face of the particle flow. Soon, the front end of the robotic arm touched a cold, hard, non-rock material. It was a dark golden metal with a surface covered with incomprehensible, complex patterns like a circuit board.
Contact successful. Material analysis in progress.
However, the system's cold analysis voice had not yet finished. At the moment when the mechanical arm touched the dark golden shell,
boom!
An indescribable mental storm that transcended all dimensions of human perception traveled along the robotic arm, penetrated the layers of defense of the submersible, and directly blasted into the minds of Chen Mo and Lingqing. At that moment, time and space lost their meaning. What Chen Mo saw before his eyes was no longer the pitch-black deep sea. He saw a burning star being crushed by an invisible hand, saw countless galaxies being born and dying like dust, saw fleets made of pure light energy shuttling between dimensions, and finally, he saw a pair of eyes that could not be described in any words, huge, cold, and seemed to contain the entire universe's knowledge and madness. Those eyes just looked at him quietly. Chen Mo felt that his soul was about to be shattered by that glance.
Puff!
Chen Mo and Lingqing spat out blood at the same time, their faces turning as pale as paper. That huge flow of information and mental shock, even if only 1/1000th of the reverberation remains, is enough to make a mortal's brain boil in an instant. Fortunately, at the critical moment, something on Chen Mo's chest emitted a faint light, blocking most of the impact for them. The two of them were panting heavily, their eyes filled with fear and shock.
What is that?
Lingqing held onto the console, his voice hoarse.
The Great Old Ones.
Chen Mo uttered a few words with difficulty. Those were the only understandable words he could catch in the shock.
However, the crisis is not over.
At the moment when their minds were lost, the piercing alarm representing the highest threat sounded throughout the cockpit.
Alert! Alert!
A high-energy moving target has been detected approaching at a very high speed.
The other party has activated the weapon lock.
In the upper right corner of the holographic screen, a red signal point representing hostility was dragging a long tail, tearing through the darkness from afar and rushing straight towards them.
Below the signal point, its model is marked. Spear of Poseidon. Aistair, he finally caught up. Moreover, right from the start, they used a deadly move to fight to the death.
In the deepest dark cemetery on Earth, 11,000 meters below, two ghost submarines that embody humanity's most advanced technology are about to engage in a silent and deadly fight.
Chapter 61, First Collision in the Deep Sea.
The piercing alarm sounded like a red-hot iron rod, piercing into the brains of Chen Mo and Lingqing, which were already in excruciating pain from the mental shock.
Alert! Alert!
A high-energy moving target has been detected approaching at a very high speed.
The other party has activated the weapon lock. Model analysis Spear of Poseidon. The cold mechanical sound infinitely magnified the red light spot representing the deadly threat on the 360-degree holographic porthole. It's coming! Aistair, this lingering madman, finally tracked him down to the deepest cemetery on Earth. Puff!
Lingqing coughed up a trace of blood again. She held onto the cold console, and for the first time, a look of weakness appeared on her face, which had turned pale due to the mental shock. The torrent of will just now almost tore her consciousness apart. Now her mind is still in chaos, as if it was filled with boiling molten steel.
Chen Mo's situation was slightly better.
Thanks to the passive protection of the system, he was the first to break free from the soul-stripping torture. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eye sockets were bloodshot due to excessive dilation of blood vessels. He stared at the rapidly approaching red dot on the screen. He knew that this was not the time to fight hard. The mental shock just now was too strange, and the two were in extremely bad conditions. If they were entangled by each other, the consequences would be disastrous.
Athena, take over driving authority. Activate maximum power evasion.
Chen Mo's voice was hoarse, but his commands were extremely clear.
Authority transferred. Executing evasive actions.
The upgraded AI Athena responded immediately. The vector thrusters of the Titan instantly erupted with a silent roar, and the huge body drew a strange Z-shaped trajectory in the deep sea, trying to break free from the lock. However, on the holographic screen, the red dot representing Spear of Poseidon was like a thorn in the flesh, biting tightly and refusing to let go. Warning! The other party is not launching conventional weapons. Athena's voice suddenly rose. Special frequency sound waves have been detected, resonating with an unknown energy source. The environmental mental pollution index is soaring exponentially. Before he finished his words, a mental storm even more terrifying and violent than before swept over again without any warning. This time, it was no longer an invisible impact, but turned into a real nightmare. Outside the cockpit, those deep-sea monster fish that were originally just glowing faintly suddenly seemed to be injected with a violent virus. Their bodies twisted and swelled, their eyeballs burst, and then they rushed towards the Titan like crazy. In the darkness of the deep sea, it seemed as if countless pairs of invisible eyes were activated, and countless crazy wills were roaring, converging into a noise that could drive even the gods crazy, pouring directly into the minds of the two people. Ah! No matter how strong Lingqing will was, she couldn't help but let out a cry of pain and held her head with both hands. Chen Mo felt as if his temple was being drilled into by two high-speed rotating drills. Damn it! This isn't a weapon, it's a megaphone. He instantly understood Aistair's intention. This madman doesn't want to destroy the Titan. He wants to use the power of the mysterious relic itself to drive the driver crazy, thereby completely capturing this submarine that embodies future technology. What a vicious trick of killing someone with a borrowed knife. In the cockpit of Poseidon's spear, Aistair leaned comfortably on the leather seat, holding a glass of red wine and admiring the images transmitted back on the screen. His resonance disruptor amplified the spiritual pollution emanating from the ruins 100 times, forming a death zone. Boy from the east, feel the embrace from the abyss. He had a cruel smile on his face. Your technology, your wealth, and the beauty around you will all become my spoils of war. He seemed to have seen the Titan lose control under the impact of countless mutant creatures, and the driver inside had completely turned into an idiot holding his head and screaming. However, just when he was sure of victory, in the cockpit of the Titan, a look of determination flashed in Chen Mo's bloodshot eyes. Athena! Hold on for 3 seconds. Transfer all energy to the quantum illusion system. He growled like a wild beast at the system panel in his mind. System. Light up, quantum illusion, for me. Now. Immediately. Ding. The host's strong will is detected, consuming 50 billion system funds, and urgently activating defense technology quantum mirage. As the huge amount of money disappeared like running water, a completely different, cool stream of data poured into the core of the Titan from deep within the system. Boom. The Titan, which had been on passive defense, seemed to have its heart restarted at this moment. Its matte black shell, covered with bionic phototropic material, suddenly began to flicker and ripple like water waves. The hull, as Aistair watched in astonishment, began to become translucent, as if it was about to merge into the endless darkness. The next second, a jaw-dropping scene happened. A phantom that was exactly the same as the Titan, with completely identical energy signals, mass response, and sonar characteristics, slowly separated from its main body, as if peeling off a layer of transparent skin. What the hell is this? The wine glass in Aistair's hand fell to the ground with a thud. After the phantom separated, it immediately rushed left and right frantically within the range of the resonance jammer like a headless fly, perfectly playing the role of a driver who lost control due to a mental breakdown. The real body of the Titan completely disappeared from Aistair's radar the moment it left the illusion. As if it had never existed. Lock on that target. Hit it. Smash it into pieces. Aistair came back to his senses and yelled hysterically. He concluded that this was just some advanced form of interference. The weapon system of the Spear of Poseidon was fully fired, and several supercavitating torpedoes, dragging deadly wakes, accurately bombarded the illusion that was still struggling to death. A deafening explosion took place silently under the sea 10,000 meters deep. The huge energy shock wave plowed deep grooves in the surrounding seabed. Aistair laughed heartily at the dazzling ball of energy on the screen. However, when the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, there was no trace of any submarine wreckage in the center of the light ball, only a pile of distorted energy that was rapidly dissipating. Empty. Report. The target has disappeared. Analysis results. What we attacked was just a highly realistic energy aggregate. Aistair's laughter stopped abruptly, and his face turned from red to blue, then from blue to purple, and finally to iron black. I was deceived. He punched the console and roared like a wild animal, "Find it!
Find it for me. Even if I have to turn this trench upside down, I will find it for me.
Dozens of kilometers away, under the shadow of a huge underwater mountain range, in a cave that seemed to be integrated with the rock. The Titan hovered here quietly, shutting down all energy sources except the life support system.
There was deathly silence in the cockpit.
After a long time, Chen Mo slowly raised his head, gasping violently.
The back of his combat uniform was completely soaked with cold sweat. Ahem, are we safe?
Lingqing held onto the wall and managed to keep her balance, her voice filled with exhaustion from surviving a disaster. Her face was still pale, but the coldness in her eyes had returned.
Temporary.
Chen Mo leaned back in the driver's seat, took a big gulp of nutrient solution, and felt his strength slowly recovering. That lunatic should still be groping in the same place. The two looked at each other and saw the fear and shock in each other's eyes.
Today's experience has completely exceeded all their past understanding.
Whether it was the mysterious ruins buried deep underground or the terrifying mental shock, it was like a myth shining into reality. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound suddenly rang in Chen Mo's mind.
Ding! Warning!
An intrusion of a high-dimensional data stream from an unknown civilization has been detected.
Some data fragments have been successfully intercepted and are being formatted and packaged. Packaging completed.
Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a special item, an information seed encrypted state, which has been stored in the system space.
Analysis conditions unknown. Analysis risk unknown.
Chen Mo's pupils suddenly contracted.
Information seeds? That fatal mental shock just now actually contained a data flow? What the hell is this? Is it a virus? Is it an Easter egg? Or an invitation from hell?
He had a strong premonition that the secret behind this deep-sea relic that he was fighting for and that Aistair wanted to obtain at all costs was 10,000 times more terrifying than he had imagined. The key to unlocking this secret may be hidden in the information seed that has just been implanted into your system.
Chapter 62: Information Seeds and Reverse Osmosis. The Titan was like a silent black whale, gliding silently into the secret dock of the Dragon's Nest base under Pala Island.
As the ally gate slowly closed behind them, completely isolating them from the darkness and coldness of the deep sea, and as bright lights once again filled the entire dock, all the technicians waiting there burst into a long suppressed cheer as if they had survived a disaster. On the big screen, the red light representing the Spear of Poseidon searched frantically for half an hour before finally leaving in disappointment, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Welcome back, Mr. Chen, President Ling.
The chief engineer was the first to rush up, his voice filled with excitement. However, when the cockpit door opened and Chen Mo and Lingqing appeared in front of everyone, the cheers came to an abrupt end. The two people who came out were as pale as paper, and their steps were a little unsteady, especially Lingqing.
The heroic black combat uniform she wore made her look a little weak.
The exhaustion and shock in the two men's eyes after facing cosmic terror could not be described in any words. Block the base and activate the highest level of information shielding. Chen Mo's voice was a little hoarse, but he still held on, his eyes swept across the entire audience. The medical team stays, the rest of you, disband and rest. The order was promptly executed. The rich aroma of coffee permeates the highest command center of the Dragon's Nest base. After a quick medical checkup and energy replenishment, Chen Mo and Lingqing recovered a little. The huge holographic projection wall in the command center is playing the Titan's travel records in a loop, as well as sporadic data streams intercepted at the moment when the mental storm broke out.
There are always some images in my mind.
Lingqing rubbed his temple and broke the silence. She closed her eyes, as if trying to recall the feeling, not a specific image, more like some structure. Perfect, flowing geometric symbols, they are rotating and combining, like some kind of language. As she spoke, she walked to a smart table, stretched out her slender fingers, and began to draw out of thin air on the light screen. A standard regular icosahedron, with its core wrapped around several spheres of varying sizes nested in the golden ratio, and between these geometric bodies flow countless complex, rune-like lines. The entire pattern is full of the rigorous beauty of mathematics, and exudes an indescribable, ancient, and mysterious atmosphere.
Chen Mo stared at the pattern intently.
His mind instantly thought of what the system had just prompted him to obtain the information seed. He had a strong intuition that what Lingqing saw at that moment was the key to unlock the seed. Chen Mo's voice calmed down. Athena, connect to the Prometheus Laboratory, highest authority. I want you and the expert team at the German headquarters to immediately conduct a joint analysis of this information seed in my system space. The command has been confirmed.
System space docking.
The information seed data has been exported. The initial analysis task has been assigned to the Para Island 3 Supercomputing Center and the German Prometheus headquarters supercomputer. A deciphering operation targeting alien technology across the Eurasian continent officially began at Chen Mo's command.
The waiting process is tormenting.
In the command center, the only sound was the low hum of the supercomputer fans. About an hour later, the emotionless synthetic voice of AI Athena and the face of Professor Hans, the chief scientist of Germany, which was full of shock and fanaticism in the video communication, appeared on the screen at the same time.
Gentlemen. Professor Hans' German was a little distorted due to his excitement. What are we seeing? This is not just a simple data stream. It is active. Its structure is more like a fragment of a living digital life with basic logic and learning ability. The analysis results of Athena are even more cold and precise. Report, the preliminary conclusion is consistent with Professor Hans.
The information seed shows low-level biological characteristics and is trying to repair and learn itself. Its encryption method exceeds any existing known system and is suspected to be high-dimensional space encryption. Complete analysis requires 3 prerequisites. 1. Massive computing power sufficient to support the simulation of the Big Bang. This base and the Prometheus headquarters supercomputing cluster can meet this requirement. Second, simulate the specific energy frequency of the ruins as a solvent. The environmental data recorded by the Titan can satisfy this requirement. 3. A unique spiritual coordinate that cannot be cracked by mathematical logic, as the key dot.
Hearing the third condition, Chen Mo and Lingqing looked at each other at the same time. Isn't the key right in front of you?
Lingqing, because of that mental shock, unexpectedly became a person who could resonate with the mysterious relic. Her brain became the only channel for receiving spiritual coordinates.
Chen Mo walked forward and gently held Lingqing's cold hand.
The warmth from his palm calmed her troubled mood a lot. At this moment, the relationship between the two of them subtly sublimated again. They are no longer just contracted couples, but unique comrades in arms who face the unknown universe side by side. She showed him the way and he protected her from the wind and rain. However, just as Chen Mo was about to give the order, gather all the conditions, and officially start the decryption work, the red alarm light in the command center suddenly flashed silently. Ding, receiving the highest priority encrypted intelligence from Ling's Tianji Pavilion.
An encrypted file appeared on the screen in front of Chen Mo.
Lingqing just glanced at the title and her face instantly turned cold.
The title of the document is, Regarding Apex Global's Infiltration and Poaching Plan Against Core Members of Prometheus Labs, Codename, Trojan Horse Plan.
The intelligence was very detailed. After suffering a setback in the deep sea, that madman Aistair immediately changed his strategy. He knew that in the technological competition, he would not be able to catch up with Chen Mo, who had the relic data, in a short period of time. So, he set his sights on Chen Mo's foundation, the scientists in the Prometheus laboratory that he had acquired as a whole from the German company Krauss. Sky-high salaries, luxury homes in Switzerland, guaranteed admission to Ivy League schools for their children, and equity incentives that cannot be refused.
There are even some looming threats against the safety of scientists' families. Aistair's methods are as vicious, direct, and unscrupulous as ever.
He wants to cut off the source of the trouble. There was a hint of chill in Lingqing's voice. She knew very well that once this group of core scientists were poached, Chen Mo's black technology empire would be like having half of its load-bearing wall removed from its foundation, and it could collapse at any time. The atmosphere in the command center instantly switched from the exploration of the mysteries of the universe to the channel of brutal commercial war. However, looking at this information full of crisis, there was no tension or anger on Chen Mo's face. He just watched it quietly, then raised his head and looked at Professor Hans on the screen, who also had a serious face, but the corners of his mouth slowly curled up in a playful arc. He turned to look at Lingqing, his deep eyes flashing with a fox-like cunning light.
He wants to poach my people?
Chen Mo chuckled, his tone full of disdain and a hint of expectation. It just so happens that I have just finished setting up this play, and I am still in need of an audience member who is willing to come and get beaten. He blinked at Lingqing and said slowly, Madam, how about we put on a good show for him?
Chapter 63, A Test of Dreams. Germany, outside Munich. The Prometheus laboratory is more of a temple built for future technology than a research institution. The Bauhaus-style buildings with cool lines are surrounded by dense black forests.
The only thing that proves their existence is the low-key titanium alloy nameplate engraved with a relief of Prometheus stealing fire.
At this moment, the atmosphere inside the temple is no longer as pure and fanatical as before. The office of chief scientist Professor Hans Schmidt was filled with smoke. This German old man, who is usually so strict that he cannot tolerate his tie being crooked by even a millimeter, now allows cigarette ash to fall all over his precious oak desk. On the table was a gorgeously worded employment contract from a top Swiss headhunting company. Chief Scientist of Biotechnology Apex Global. Annual salary, 8 million euros, after tax. Comes with a manor on Lake Zurich, lifelong medical insurance for the whole family, and full sponsorship for children to attend Ivy League preparatory schools. Every word was like a heavy gold brick, hitting Professor Hans' heart, which had been beating for science all his life. What made him feel even more chilled was that there was a photo attached to the email. His little granddaughter, who was studying in the UK, was happily swinging on a swing in the park. In the corner of the photo, a man wearing sunglasses was facing the camera, showing a row of white teeth. This isn't an offer, it's a beautifully packaged ultimatum. The same ultimatum was accurately delivered to more than 15 core scientists in the laboratory within the past 24 hours. Like a giant python with a keen sense of smell, Apex Global has found the heart of Prometheus and is ready to crush it alive in the most brutal and irresistible way. The air is filled with restlessness and anxiety. Klaus, a young genius physicist, paced back and forth in his office in annoyance. His wife was pregnant with their second child, and the headhunter promised to change his family's nationality and provide an absolutely safe and affluent environment. He was torn between his conscience and his desires. Elena, a senior materials expert, fell into a long silence as she looked at the 200,000 euros called good faith deposit that had just arrived in her account. Under the dual weight of money and family, the boundary between loyalty and betrayal has become more blurred than ever before. Aistair's Trojan horse project, like a slowly injected poison, began to corrode the foundation of this temple of science. However, just when the atmosphere inside the laboratory was depressing to the extreme, a Gulfstream G700 private jet landed silently on the private runway of the base. Chen Mo didn't notify anyone and walked down the gangway alone. He was wearing simple casual clothes, and his face even had a hint of tiredness from the long flight. He did not go straight to Professor Han's office, but paced around the campus leisurely, like a tourist who had just arrived. He watched the robots mowing the lawn, the fully automatic logistics vehicles carrying experimental materials, and the robotic arms conducting precision tests in the test field in the distance. His arrival was like a stone thrown into a stagnant pond, and ripples quickly spread out. Those restless scientists all saw the young, mysterious Oriental boss from the windows of their offices. What is he going to do? Are you here to call for punishment? Or pay more to keep them? There is a huge question mark in everyone's heart. Half an hour later, Chen Mo sent meeting invitations to all core scientists through Athena. The location is the core of the base, the Hall of Thinkers with 360-degree immersive holographic projection. When Professor Hans, with a serious and ashamed look on his face, led a dozen top brains with equally complicated expressions into the hall, they saw Chen Mo standing alone in the middle of the hall, with his back to them, looking up at the simulated brilliant starry sky above his head. Chen Mo turned around and said calmly, without any emotion, "Gentlemen, I know that all of you have received an offer from Apex Global. And I know that it is an offer that cannot be refused." He didn't mean to blame at all. Instead, he broke the awkwardness first, like an old friend. To be honest, the price Aistair offered made even me a little tempted. You are the best brains in the world. You are worth that price, or even more. These words stunned all the scientists present. This script was completely different from what they had imagined. Professor Hans opened his mouth and was about to explain something, but Chen Mo raised his hand to stop him. I'm not here today to compete with Aistair to see who is richer. Because in terms of money, this kind of competition is meaningless and tasteless. He snapped his fingers lightly. Athena, play the A3 encrypted video of the Titan. Buzz. The lights in the entire hall dimmed instantly, and the surrounding 360-degree holographic screens lit up, instantly pulling everyone into a deep, dark, and suffocating world. That is a first-person real-life video from 11,000 meters below the Mariana Trench. In the picture, the Titan is slowly approaching a regular geometric body that is so huge that it is beyond imagination and is not naturally formed. When the submarine searchlight swept across the surface of the building, all the scientists gasped. It was not metal, nor rock, but an organic material they had never seen before, which seemed to be able to breathe and flickered with a faint light. This is the thing we found in the deepest part of the earth. Chen Mo's voice seemed to come from the abyss, with a magical power. Let's call it ruins for now. Then, the picture began to shake violently. An invisible stream of energy, invisible to the naked eye, exploded. On the screen, the red value representing the mental pollution index soared exponentially. Although the scientists present were only watching through images, they could still feel a chill from the depths of their souls. They saw that in the cockpit, Chen Mo and Lingqing had blood oozing from their mouths and noses at the same moment, as if they were being whipped by gods. The image ends up being frozen in a photograph. That was the one Lingqing drew with her own hands based on her memory after she recovered from the mental shock, a mysterious pattern composed of regular icosahedrons, nested spheres and mysterious runes, full of mathematical and theological beauty. The entire hall of thinkers was dead silent. Everyone's breathing stopped. Money, luxury houses, family safety. At this moment, in front of this picture that is enough to subvert the cognition of human civilization, it seems so small, so boring.
Gentlemen.
Chen Mo's voice rang out again, and this time, his words were filled with irresistible incitement. What Aistair can give you is money, comfort, and all the splendor and wealth that a top craftsman can enjoy. You can make a stronger cage and sharper weapons for him, and then live in the more comfortable golden birdcage he has prepared for you. He paused, his eyes scanning every face that was shocked beyond words.
And there is only one thing I can give you.
He pointed at the mysterious symbol on the screen and said word by word. An opportunity to touch the truth of the universe with your own hands. The information seed that we have initially deciphered tells us that this symbol is a bunch of keys. A bunch of keys left by a cosmic civilization that has disappeared and is far greater than ours, for the future generations. What can this key open? Is it Pandora's box, or a map to a new world?
I don't know.
All I know is that we, Prometheus Labs, are the only ones on Earth who have touched this key. So, the choice is yours.
Should you return to the ground and become a wealthy craftsman who is supported by others? Or should you follow me and steer the fragile boat of human civilization to explore the dark star sea that we know nothing about, which is full of deadly storms and endless treasures?
After saying that, Chen Mo stopped talking and just stood there quietly, letting the shocking images and the soul-stirring words ferment in everyone's heart.
Chapter 64 Avalon, the founding of the Sea Kingdom.
The scene remained silent.
A full minute passed. Bang!
A crisp sound broke the silence. The young physicist Klaus, the most hesitant man, suddenly took out the crumpled employment contract from his pocket and tore it into pieces. He raised his head, his eyes flashing with an almost fanatical light, and shouted to Chen Mo in a tone like an oath, "Professor, count me in."
Damn it!
It's just a possibility of death. It's better than watching the numbers rot in the bank account.
This action seems like a signal. Crash. The second one, the third one. The contracts that were hidden in pockets or placed in briefcases were taken out one by one, torn into pieces and thrown into the air. Those pieces of paper representing millions of wealth fell like snowflakes. Finally, Professor Hans walked up to Chen Mo.
There was no trace of struggle or shame on his old face.
Instead, there was an unprecedented determination and fanaticism like a pilgrim.
He bowed deeply, his voice trembling. "Boss, please forgive our previous short-sightedness. You are right, compared with becoming the Columbus of the new era, money is nothing. A Trojan horse plan carefully planned by Apex Global that was powerful enough to destroy any business empire was completely shattered by Chen Mo in a way that was almost a dimensionality reduction attack. Instead of using money to fight money, he used a more advanced weapon called Dream to win the loyalty of everyone.
No, that's no longer loyalty.
That is a kind of belief that allows us to travel together to the Sea of Stars."
After the meeting, Professor Hans stayed quietly and followed Chen Mo into the office. "Boss, I have an idea."
Professor Hans lowered his voice, with a sly look in his eyes. "Aistair should still be waiting for my reply."
"You say, if I pretend to be convinced by him."
Chen Mo looked at the old professor who had been so upright just now, but now looked like an old fox ready to play a prank, and he couldn't help but laugh. He walked up to Professor Hans and patted him on the shoulder.
"Hans, my friend. Take out the word pretend.
From now on, you are the most trusted chief scientist of Apex Global. Remember, your asking price must be twice as high as what they offer. I need to know where the weak spot of that venomous snake is." Professor Hans was stunned for a moment, then he understood Chen Mo's intention. On his serious face, a knowing smile appeared. A carefully designed reverse infiltration thus began. On the special plane returning to Pala Island, Chen Mo closed his eyes to rest, but his mind was rapidly reviewing the situation. The trip to Germany seemed to have perfectly resolved the crisis of the Trojan horse plan and even planted the important chess piece, Professor Hans. But in Chen Mo's heart,
the string called vigilance became even tighter. From the Spear of Poseidon in the Mariana Trench to this poaching operation that hits the nail on the head, Aistair's methods are endless and pervasive.
The Prometheus laboratory is in Germany, the Dragon's Nest base is on Pala Island, and the Lingqing Group's headquarters is in the Magic City. His power is dispersed all over the world.
Every response is like playing a dangerous game of whack-a-mole.
If you can defend here, you can't defend there. Chen Mo really disliked this passive feeling. Xing Xian. Chen Mo opened his eyes and looked out the window.
Lingqing Xian was quietly reading a report. The profile of her face was incredibly beautiful under the light and shadow of the clouds.
Lingqing Xian turned around and put down the documents.
From the depths of the sea to the hearts of people, Aistair's attack never stops. Chen Mo's voice was very light, but it revealed an unquestionable determination. We have been on the defensive, and defense means we will always be passive.
It's time to change the way we play.
Lingqing Xian was very smart and immediately understood what he meant. You mean, our base is too scattered and can be easily defeated one by one? We need a base that is absolutely safe, absolutely private, and absolutely belongs to us.
That's right.
Chen Mo's mouth curled up, a kingdom that he can see but can never touch. Back at the command center of the Dragon's Nest base on Pala Island, Chen Mo didn't even have time to listen to the reports from various departments, and he stood directly in front of the huge holographic globe that could display real-time global dynamics.
Athena.
He issued an extremely simple yet ambitious order.
Find a home for me. Command confirmed. Activate the Homeland Protocol, screening criteria.
1. Sovereignty gaps may be legally acquired.
2. The geological structure is absolutely stable and can withstand ultra-large-scale transformation.
3. Possesses the potential for a deep water port. 4. Stay away from all major international shipping lanes and military areas.
5. Suitable weather conditions.
A series of screening conditions lit up, and the holographic globe began to spin rapidly.
Countless points of light lit up and went out on it, representing options that were eliminated one by one.
Eventually, the rotation of the globe slowed down, and a remote corner in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, where no one lived, was infinitely magnified.
It is a new volcanic archipelago consisting of 3 main islands and a dozen affiliated reefs. Black volcanic rocks make up its hideous and rugged landforms.
There is no grass growing on the island, and it is like a dead place at the end of the world.
Athena's synthesized voice sounded, target locked, PA 2077 New Islands.
Formed by an underwater volcanic eruption 3 years ago, it has not yet been claimed by any sovereign state and meets all the screening criteria. Suggested acquisition plan: register an offshore sovereign entity, declare ownership through a loophole in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and simultaneously pay an irresistible development and environmental protection compensation to the nearest coastal island countries to avoid potential diplomatic disputes.
Chen Mo snapped his fingers. Well done. That's it.
Lingqing Xian looked at Chen Mo's nonchalant look, as if he was not buying an island but picking a watermelon at a roadside stall. She felt a little helpless, but more of a sense of pride. This man can always solve the most complicated problems in the simplest and most brutal way. Notify the Lingqing Group's legal department, Morgan Stanley, and Goldman Sachs. I need the best international lawyers and financial teams in the world. Within 24 hours, I want to see the legal ownership documents of this island appear on my desk.
Chen Mo's instructions were transmitted through an encrypted line.
This order caused a small storm at the top of the world's finance and law circles. Countless elites in suits and ties were awakened from their sleep, countless encrypted documents were quickly transferred between the world's top law firms, and sums of money large enough to make a small country jealous were quietly injected into the central bank accounts of several Pacific Island countries. One drowsy afternoon, an official from the relevant United Nations department received an unprecedented sovereignty application from a newly registered organization called the Avalon Guardian Foundation. When he saw the diplomatic notes of no objection issued by more than a dozen countries attached to the application, as well as the legal document of thousands of pages jointly signed by the world's top legal groups, he felt that he had witnessed history.
1 day later, a document with gold-plated font was delivered to Chen Mo by a special plane.
From then on, the PA 2077 Islands had a new name on the world map:
Avalon.
The secluded, eternal utopia in Arthurian legend.
A nice name.
Lingqing Xian looked at the document, her eyes moving. So, Your Majesty, how do you plan to build your kingdom? Chen Mo put his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear, Don't worry, you will see, that will be the beginning of a miracle.
Chapter 65 Deciphered. Warning from the Star Sea. 3 days later. An unprecedentedly large fleet consisting of dozens of giant transport ships and hundreds of super heavy transport aircraft secretly sailed to the silent Pacific Ocean from all over the world. When the first pioneer engineering robot stepped out of the landing ship's cabin and set foot on the black volcanic rockland of Avalon, a truly infrastructure maniac performance that shocked the world began. Tens of thousands of fully automatic engineering robots, like a silent and efficient mechanical army, cover the entire archipelago. In the air, there are thousands of beehive drones, which spew out fast-setting high-strength composite materials and use 3D printing to weave the skeletons of buildings on flat foundations at a speed so fast that it seems like magic. On the ground, there are hundreds of Pango Mountain opening robots that look like giant metal spiders. Their cutting arms, flashing with high-temperature particle beams, flatten the mountains and cut out the channels for deep water ports as accurately as cutting tofu. Wherever their tracks pass, what is left behind are roads and squares as smooth as mirrors. Underground, there are thousands of tunneling robots named Lingqing. Like steel earthworms, they dig out a dense spider web of energy pipelines, data cables and transportation networks underground. In the center of the main island, a huge circular base was quickly built. Then, a giant airship slowly descended and accurately lifted in a microfusion energy core that was like a heart and was shining with faint blue light. Buzz. A low humming sound resounded throughout the island, and the energy core was activated. In an instant, the entire Avalon Island seemed like a steel giant awakening from its slumber. The lights of countless buildings lit up one after another, forming an extremely bright picture of the future. All of this is seen by certain eyes in space. The Pentagon, an underground command center. An admiral with 4 stars on his shoulders stared intently at the images on the screen that were transmitted in real time by the Keyhole satellite. He squeezed the coffee cup with so much force that cracks appeared. 7 days. Oh my god, they built a city on a deserted island in just 7 days that is more sci-fi than Dubai. Use all intelligence resources. I want to know who was behind this Avalon. Are aliens coming? Similar scenes were playing out simultaneously in the Kremlin, in London, and in the highest headquarters of every country in the world with space reconnaissance capabilities. Avalon, this newly born name, became the first on the red alert list of major intelligence agencies around the world overnight. At this moment, in the center of the storm, Chen Mo and Lingqing were standing side by side on the top of the World Tree Tower, the tallest building in this future city. Below your feet is a steel city full of glittering lights and cyberpunk beauty. Robot guards patrol the streets and unmanned aerial vehicles shuttle in an orderly manner along preset routes. In the distance is the deep blue, endless Pacific Ocean. This is their own kingdom. A private country with completely independent laws, military, technology, and finance. Now, we have our own chessboard. Lingqing leaned on Chen Mo's shoulder, with a hint of dreaminess in her voice. Chen Mo hugged her tightly, feeling the tranquility and magnificence of the moment. He knew this was just the beginning. With Avalon as his foundation, he has the confidence to overthrow Aistair, and even, to face the vaster sea of stars in the future. At this moment, the private communicator on Chen Mo's wrist suddenly vibrated. He picked up the phone and it was the chief scientist of the Dragon's Nest base on Pala Island, the old professor who was responsible for deciphering the information seed. On the other end of the phone, the old professor's voice was shaking violently because of extreme excitement and a hint of incredible fear. Mr. Chen. We succeeded. With the help of the spiritual coordinates provided by President Ling, we successfully opened the first layer of encryption of the data packet. Chen Mo's heart was lifted. What is the result? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, with only the old professor's heavy breathing. After a long while, he finally uttered a word in a tone that was almost a groan and full of panic. Mr. Chen, that's not a treasure map. That is a warning. A death warning, coming from the depths of the Sea of Stars. Avalon, World Tree Tower, top. The night wind picked up the salty smell of the sea tide, blowing the corners of Chen Mo and Lingqing's clothes. Below your feet is the city of the future that has just been lit up, with lights as bright as the Milky Way falling to the earth. And in the distance is a truly deep and tranquil sea of stars. The communicator in Chen Mo's hand was still buzzing. Mr. Chen. On the other end of the phone, the old professor's voice was no longer as steady as when he was reporting on work. Instead, it was like a drowning man grabbing the last piece of driftwood, with uncontrollable trembling and fear in his voice. What is the result? Chen Mo's voice was calm, but his knuckles, which were tightly gripping the railing, had turned slightly white.
Lingqing sensed this unusual atmosphere, took a step closer, and looked at the communicator in Chen Mo's hand.
That's not a treasure map.
The old professor's voice was hoarse, as if it had been polished by sandpaper, that is, an obituary.
A death warning sent to all those who come after me. 10 minutes later, Avalon Command Center. This is the nerve center of the entire maritime kingdom.
In the circular room, data streams from countless light screens pour down like waterfalls. Chen Mo and Lingqing had just sat down when a huge holographic projection spanning the entire wall slowly unfolded in front of them. The person in charge of the Dragon's Nest base on Pala Island, the white-haired old professor, appeared in the projection in a 1-to-1 ratio. Behind him was the entire information seed decryption team. Everyone had a solemn expression, with a mixture of excitement and deep fear in their eyes.
Boss, Mr. Ling.
The old professor adjusted his glasses and forced himself to calm down. As you can see, we used the spiritual coordinates provided by Mr. Ling to successfully open the first layer of encryption protocol of the information seed.
He waved his hand in the air, and the huge database behind him began to operate.
The first thing that appeared in the holographic projection was a three-dimensional dynamic star map that was so magnificent that it was beyond description. Countless points of light rotate slowly against the deep dark background. It is not the solar system, nor the Milky Way, but a local map of the universe that is so large that it is beyond imagination and contains hundreds of galaxy clusters.
At first, Chen Mo and Lingqing thought it was an interstellar navigation chart.
But the next second, the color of the star map began to change. One after another, the galaxies that originally emitted soft white light suddenly turned into blood red, representing death, in front of Chen Mo's eyes. In just a few seconds, more than 99% of the light spots on the star map were extinguished, turning it into a shocking, huge cosmic graveyard. Even though Lingqing was used to many storms, there was a barely perceptible tremor in her voice at this moment.
This is the obituary.
The old professor's voice was bitter. We have extracted from the information stream a fragmentary message from an ancient civilization that calls itself the Star Talkers.
He waved again.
The star map faded and an incomprehensible stream of symbols made of pure energy began to play.
At the same time, the emotionless electronic synthesized voice of AI Athena began to translate synchronously.
To those who come later. If you can understand this message, it proves that your civilization is already standing at the threshold, and also at the edge of a cliff. We are the Star Whisperers. We do not create, we do not interfere, we only record. We have witnessed the birth and extinction of stars, and the rise and prosperity of 1,300 civilizations. And now, we record our own death.
Chapter 66 Aistair's Madness.
This opening statement sent a chill down the spines of everyone in the command center.
Athena's translation continues.
The universe is not a kind garden, it is more like a dark hunting ground that follows absolute rules. In the hunting ground, there exists a silent hunter that we cannot understand, resist, or even observe. The moment this word appeared, Chen Mo's heart suddenly shrank.
The hunter has no entity. It is more like a manifestation of the laws of the universe. It will periodically harvest.
All civilizations that have developed to the point where they can pry the foundational strings of the universe will become its targets. The harvested civilization will be completely wiped out from the physical level along with its home star and the entire star system it is in, leaving no dust behind. It's like a page torn out of a book, it never existed. This star map records the coordinates of all civilizations that were erased by the hunter in the last 10,000 years before our demise. Now, it will usher in the last marked point, our home.
Athena's translation stopped abruptly at this moment. There was deathly silence in the command center.
The air seemed to freeze, and everyone could hear their own heartbeats like drums. It turns out that the prehistoric ruins that they fought for at all costs, spending hundreds of billions of dollars, and even nearly dying in the deep sea, was not a treasure at all, nor was it a gift from alien technology.
It is a tombstone.
A warning buoy shot by a now extinct cosmic civilization that was far greater than humans before it died, using up its last bit of strength to reach countless corners of the universe. Its only function is to tell all those who come after it in the cruelest way.
Run. Don't look back. There's a ghost here. Etc.
Chen Mo stood up suddenly. He found a blind spot that made his scalp tingle. What is the standard for the silent hunter to harvest?
What is? Prying the basic string of the universe?
The old professor's face turned even paler.
We conducted a reverse deduction based on some of the energy data left by the astropath.
His voice was as low as a mosquito. There are currently two behaviors that best fit this description. First, we must master controlled nuclear fusion and achieve large-scale, super light-year interstellar travel.
Second.
He paused, as if he didn't dare to continue.
Explain, Chen Mo said in a low voice.
The old professor shuddered, closed his eyes, and uttered those words as if he was sentencing him to death. Secondly, proactively and with high intensity, touch or attempt to hack another warning buoy.
Boom.
This sentence, like a mental bomb, exploded in the minds of Chen Mo and Lingqing.
What did they do?
Not only did they find the tombstone, they also had a fight with Aistair in front of it. Using the high-tech level of quantum illusion. Even a piece of tombstone fragment containing information was picked out from it.
Isn't this just a naughty kid dancing on someone else's ancestral grave and stealing a piece of the inscription to take home?
This is like lighting a sky-high firework in the dark forest of the universe, and then shouting at the top of one's lungs, "Hey!
Sun Tse! I'm here!"
In an instant, a huge sense of absurdity and extreme fear gripped Chen Mo's heart at the same time.
He had always thought that he and Aistair were playing chess.
The chessboard is the earth, and the chess pieces are money and technology. Only now did he understand that the two of them were just goldfish lying in a glass tank, fighting over a stone. And outside the glass tank, there is a certain being that may just be feeling annoyed because the flapping noises are too loud.
Aistair. Chen Mo sat down slowly, rubbing his brows. What would he do if he knew the truth? Would he stop out of fear, or? It's going to get even crazier.
Lingqing took over his words, his voice cold. With his personality, he will think this is an opportunity. An ultimate opportunity to seize supreme power by taking advantage of the fear of all mankind. He will package himself as the only savior, and the premise is that the whole world must kneel at his feet. Yes, for madmen, doomsday is not a disaster but a stage for carnival.
The nature of the entire chess game was completely overturned at this moment. This is no longer a business war.
This is a battle for the survival of civilization. Just when the atmosphere in the command center was becoming extremely depressing. Drip, drip. A red alarm marked as the highest priority suddenly popped up on the light screen in front of Chen Mo. The sender was Professor Hans Schmidt, the chief scientist at the Prometheus laboratory in Germany who had been successfully turned by Aistair. This was the first and most urgent piece of intelligence he sent out after becoming a double agent.
Chen Mo opened the email.
There was only a short sentence in it, but it made his pupils suddenly shrink into the most dangerous needle-like shapes.
Aistair's Spear of Poseidon Unit 2 has been secretly completed.
Intelligence shows that it is equipped with an experimental device called Dimensional Deep Drill. He believes that under the hard shell of the ruins, there is a source of energy that can make him a god.
Target, Mariana Trench. He wants to forcefully drill open that tombstone.
Professor Han's words were like a silent hammer, hitting the nerves of everyone in the room. The air seemed to be sucked out. The shock and fear brought by deciphering the Starsea warning were replaced at this moment by a more imminent and absurd sense of crisis. A madman, holding a torch, was running excitedly towards a huge powder keg with the sign "Danger. Do not touch" on it, but he thought it was the ultimate treasure that could make him a god. This is no longer just playing with fire, this is inviting the entire solar system to ascend with him. Locate the location of Unit 2 of the Poseidon Spear. Chen Mo's voice broke the dead silence. All the expressions on his face had disappeared, leaving only a calmness like a cold pond.
This kind of calmness was more frightening than any anger. Athena. Command confirmed.
Athena's synthesized voice sounded, and on the holographic globe, a red track started from a secret base somewhere in the South Pacific, like a sharp knife, piercing straight into the deepest part of the Mariana Trench. Based on its speed and route, it is expected to reach the target sea area in 4 hours and 27 minutes.
It's too late. Lingqing's fingers slid across the cold metal tabletop.
Even if our Titan sets out immediately, we can only arrive after he starts drilling. We can't stop him from activating the Dimensional Deep Drill.
Yes, it's too late. The window for physical interception has been lost.
No, we're not competing with him in speed.
Chen Mo slowly stood up and walked to the huge holographic projection.
His eyes did not fall on the red dot representing Aistair, but on the scattered spots of light on the map, representing the forces of other members of the Abyss Club. Luxurious manors outside Moscow, king towers above the clouds in Dubai, century-old buildings in the city of London. In Chen Mo's eyes, these light spots are no longer enemies, but bombs that can explode. He looked at Lingqing, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. Xingxian, what do you think if a group of shareholders found out that their CEO was using all the company's money to invest in a project that would definitely lose money and might even cause the company to go bankrupt and liquidate? What would they do? Lingqing was so smart that she understood Chen Mo's intention instantly. Her beautiful eyes, which had been slightly tense due to fear, rekindled their sharp light. They're going to hold an emergency board meeting and vote out the CEO. That's right. Chen Mo snapped his fingers. It's time for the shareholders of the Abyss Club to take a good look at their outstanding leader. Hasn't he always wanted to hold a meeting? I'll help him hold one, a struggle meeting against himself. This plan is extremely cruel. Aistair's greatest reliance is the Abyss Club behind him, which is composed of the world's top oligarchs. They come together because of common interests, have connections everywhere and can do anything. But now, what Chen Mo has to do is to turn the foundation of their gathering interests into the fuse that makes them suspicious, fearful, and even hostile to each other. What Aistair wants is to become a god, while those oligarchs just want to be their emperors on earth in peace and make the next trillion. They are absolutely unwilling to accompany a madman, to gamble everything they have, and to make trouble for the world. Chapter 67, A Combination Punch That Kills People. Lingqing was so smart that she understood Chen Mo's intention instantly. Her beautiful eyes, which had been slightly tense due to fear, rekindled their sharp light. They're going to hold an emergency board meeting and vote out the CEO. That's right. Chen Mo snapped his fingers. It's time for the shareholders of the Abyss Club to take a good look at their outstanding leader. Hasn't he always wanted to hold a meeting? I'll help him hold one, a struggle meeting against himself. This plan is extremely cruel. Aistair's greatest reliance is the Abyss Club behind him, which is composed of the world's top oligarchs. They come together because of common interests, have connections everywhere and can do anything. But now, what Chen Mo has to do is to turn the foundation of their gathering interests into the fuse that makes them suspicious, fearful, and even hostile to each other. What Aistair wants is to become a god, while those oligarchs just want to be their emperors on earth in peace and make the next trillion. They are absolutely unwilling to accompany a madman, to gamble everything they have, and to make trouble for the world. Chen Mo gave the order, Athena, contact the Tianji Pavilion. I need them to commercialize the warning information from the Star Whisperer within an hour. He paused and added, remember, it's commercial. Don't make it sound like a mysterious doomsday prophecy. Make it sound like a report issued by the world's top venture capital company, Uncontrollable Risk Assessment and Investment Red Alert Report on the Mariana Trench Unknown Target Project. The core ideas of the report are threefold. First, we need to use the most rigorous scientific terms and combine our existing detection data to demonstrate the uncertainty and potential destructive energy reaction of that thing. Second, it emphasizes that any violent mining behavior may trigger unpredictable, global chain geological disasters, the consequences of which will directly threaten the stability of the global economic order. Third, Chen Mo smiled, with a hint of mischievous pleasure in his smile. At the end of the report, attach an unofficial internal message. It says that according to reliable intelligence, Mr. Aistair, the CEO of Apex Global, has bypassed other members of the club and has sent his most advanced Spear of Poseidon Unit 2, carrying an experimental dimensional deep drill, to carry out irreversible physical damage to the target. This behavior is not authorized by the board of directors. This combination of punches can kill people and break their hearts. It perfectly exploits the suspicious, selfish, and extremely risk-averse nature of the oligarchs. It cleverly transformed a cosmic crisis concerning the survival of civilization into an internal conflict of investment failure and CEO autocracy that they could best understand and that was related to their own interests. The command has been confirmed and is being transferred to the Tianji Pavilion Information Processing Center. The report is being generated and is expected to take 47 minutes. An hour later, a perfect PDF file full of business elite tone appeared on Chen Mo's screen. It does not mention aliens or space hunters at all, but the cold doomsday risk based on data models revealed between the lines is far more frightening to the capitalists standing at the top of the pyramid than any horror story. Very good. Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. Athena, send this report through an untraceable quantum encryption channel to everyone on the Abyss Club list, except Aistair. The email title should be. He thought for a moment and said, Emergency notice, I have discovered a small problem with our shared deep-sea treasure. Task established, executing. In the virtual world, countless data streams, like silent assassins, silently penetrated the world's top firewalls and accurately delivered this deadly report to more than a dozen designated target mailboxes. At the same time, all over the world.
Moscow, deep in a snow-covered forest estate.
Russian energy oligarch Ivan Petrov, who had just shot an angry Siberian brown bear, was shirtless and cleaning his wound with vodka. His personal secretary tremblingly handed over an encrypted tablet.
Ivan glanced at the title casually and frowned.
When he clicked on the attachment and saw the terrifyingly detailed data analysis and the last piece of rumor about Aistair, his fleshy face froze instantly.
Sika-bliat. With a roar, the snow in the entire manor fell down.
The military-grade encryption tablet worth millions was smashed to the ground by him. The money he worked so hard to earn was not to be taken by that Englishman to be the gravedigger of the earth.
The presidential suite on the top floor of the Burj Al Arab in Dubai.
A Middle Eastern prince wearing a white robe and gold jewelry on his head is leisurely tasting cat poop coffee. His graceful movements came to a sudden halt when his butler, with a panicked look on his face, showed him the contents of the tablet.
Puff.
He sprayed the priceless coffee onto the precious Persian carpet in front of him.
Activate the highest emergency plan. Send our fleet to Mariana. Tell that idiot Aistair.
If he dares to touch that damn thing, I will bury him in the oil field.
Wall Street, on the top floor of a skyscraper.
An American financial tycoon known as Farmer, who controls half of the world's grain trade, is quietly trimming a potted plant. After reading the email, he said nothing, but silently picked up the scissors and with a click, cut off the beautifully shaped potted carpus that he had carefully cared for decades from the root. Similar scenes are playing out simultaneously in the snow-capped castles of Switzerland, in the drug-lord estates of South America, and in every dark and unknown corner of power. Alice Chengtel's madness, like a virus, instantly infected the entire Abyss Club through Chen Mo's carefully designed report.
Panic spread silently. Betrayal breeds in the shadows. Drop.
In less than 10 minutes, an emergency communication request popped up on the main screen of the Abyss Club Center.
The initiator was Ivan Petrov.
He used the highest-level encrypted channel within the Abyss Club for emergency roundtable meetings. On the screen, video windows lit up one after another. Russian oligarchs, Middle Eastern princes, Wall Street tycoons.
Faces that once appeared on the Leviathan and represented the top power on Earth emerged one after another. Every face was filled with uncontrollable anger and solemnity. The only spot representing Aistair is gray. Can't contact him.
Ivan's voice was like two pieces of ice rubbing against each other. He has shut down all external communications. The spear of Poseidon is moving at full speed.
That lunatic. The Middle Eastern prince's voice was sharp. What does he want to do? Want to drag us to hell with him? The oligarchs fell silent, and an unprecedented sense of powerlessness enveloped them.
They can manipulate the world economy and overthrow the governments of small countries, but at the moment, they are unable to stop a madman who has gotten himself into a dead end from sounding the death knell of his own destruction.
This report. Ivan's eyes suddenly became extremely complicated. He looked into the void, as if he could see through the screen and see Chen Mo behind him. We know who sent it.
He took a deep breath, as if he had made an extremely difficult decision. Now that the mad dog has broken free from its chains. His voice echoed in the dead silence of the channel. Then we need a new hunter. He turned around and gave an order to the secretary behind him that shocked everyone. Immediately, connect me to the owner of Avalon. Tell him that the Abyss Club wants to discuss a business deal with him.
Chapter 68, no longer an enemy, but a player.
Avalon, the main command center. When Ivan Petrov's Russian words, mixed with an accent as cold as the Siberian wind, rang through the encrypted line throughout the command center, the air seemed to freeze for a moment.
Connect me to the owner of Avalon.
Just tell him that the Abyss Club wants to discuss a business deal with him. The secretary who had followed him for many years even trembled a little, thinking he had heard it wrong.
Ask the enemy for help? Or in the name of the entire club? This is an unprecedented humiliation in the history of the Abyss Club since its establishment.
But in Ivan's bear-like ferocious eyes, there was no hesitation at this moment. There was only the decision of a wild beast to choose the most practical solution at the critical moment of life and death.
A hint of unexpected ripples flashed across Lingqing's beautiful eyes.
She looked at Chen Mo, only to see him leaning back in the commander's chair. Instead of the joy of victory, the corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. Athena, Chen Mo tapped the armrest gently. Look, after all this time, it turns out it's not the end of the world, it's business coming to you.
Receiving access request from the highest level conference channel of the Abyss Club. Athena's synthesized voice reported without any emotion.
Requester, Ivan Petrovich.
Affiliated participants, 11. Confirm access? Access. Chen Mo waved his hand and said, Xing Xian, make 2 cups of tea.
Oh no, make 12 cups, and prepare some for these distinguished guests who have come from afar.
Even though they can't drink it, it's still a courtesy. His relaxed attitude made Lingqing, who was standing beside him, couldn't help laughing.
The previous tension and depression were swept away. She understood that when the enemy laid down their arms and chose to sit down at the negotiating table, no matter what conditions they put forward, the initiative had already changed hands. Following Chen Mo's instructions, the light and shadow changed on the main screen of the command center. A virtual, high-tech roundtable meeting scene emerged. On more than a dozen seats, figures representing the top powers on the Earth took their seats one by one through holographic projection. Leading the group was Ivan, the Russian energy oligarch, whose iconic, rugged face was now shrouded in gloom. Next to him was the Middle Eastern prince in a white robe with a solemn expression, and the Wall Street financial tycoon known as the farmer who always had a poker face. Each face represents a terrifying energy that is enough to shake the world economy. Every pair of eyes, at this moment, focused on the head of the round table with complex scrutiny and vigilance, the young man whom they once disdained but now had to ask for help. There was only one gray spot with a name on it, Aistair Croft. He was kicked off the game in a socially destructive way. Mr. Chen. Ivan spoke first. His voice was hoarse, like 2 huge rocks rubbing against each other. Every word seemed extremely heavy.
I think you already know. There is a madman among us.
He did not beat around the bush, but chose the most direct and character-based approach to get to the point. A lunatic with a match trying to set the entire gas station on fire. Chen Mo picked up the hot tea handed to him by Lingqing, blew on it gently, and did not answer immediately. This silence made the atmosphere in the virtual conference room even more depressing. The oligarchs are all shrewd people, they know that the other side is waiting. Wait for these high and mighty gods to lower their heads. Finally, Ivan took a deep breath, as if he had made the final compromise. Aistair has lost control. He has cut off all connections. His spear of Poseidon will begin an irreversible physical drilling of that tombstone in 3 hours. He uttered the word with difficulty. We need you to stop him. Chen Mo raised his eyelids and finally spoke. Oh? Mr. Ivan, I am confused. He smiled, with a bit of harmless confusion in his smile. Don't you, the Abyss Club, claim to be omnipotent? Your dog has gone crazy, why do you need help from an outsider like me? That's very impolite. But unfortunately, no one can refute it. Ivan's face twitched, but he held it in. We set the conditions, he said in a deep voice, officially entering the negotiation stage. First, as long as you can stop Aistair, from today on, you and the Lingqing group behind you are no longer the enemy of the Abyss Club. We recognize your status, and you will become a player on an equal footing with us. This is a huge concession, which means that the world's top power circle has officially opened a door for Chen Mo. Second, Titan Energy will be qualified to enter the global energy distribution system. We are willing to share some markets and channels with you. The Middle Eastern prince followed up with his hawk-like eyes full of realistic considerations. Third, the farmer on Wall Street pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting the cold sheen of data. After the deal is done, all members of the club will join forces to launch a comprehensive attack on Apex Global from all aspects, including finance, public opinion, and supply chain. We will help you dismember this once behemoth with our own hands. Conditions were put forward one after another, each one was enough to move the head of any country. They were using Aistair's body in exchange for the forgiveness of the new player Chen Mo. It sounds tempting. Chen Mo put down the teacup, leaned forward slightly, and glanced at everyone present. But I have a question. This mad dog is raised by you. Now it wants to bite someone, and you let me, a passerby, stop it, and then you just stand by and watch. Wait until I kill the dog, and then you come over to share the dog meat? He spread his hands and his smile turned a little cold. This business sounds like I'm losing money. This one sentence choked all the oligarchs. Ivan's eyes flickered, and he understood that the young man in front of him was not here to listen to their conditions. He is here to make the rules. Mr. Chen, what do you want? Ivan asked bluntly. It's very simple. Chen Mo stretched out a finger. I basically accept all your conditions. I am also happy to participate in the strangulation of Apex Global. But how the spoils are divided is up to me. He looked at everyone, and spoke each word clearly. His voice was not loud, but it stirred up a huge wave in everyone's heart.
After dismembering Apex Global, I won its two most core businesses first. It's Noah's Ark Global Biotechnology Department, including all laboratories, patents, and scientists.
Second, I won its Hermes ultra-high-speed logistics network covering more than 120 countries around the world.
There was dead silence in the conference room.
If the oligarchs had previously wanted to cut the big cake of Apex Global into pieces and share them, then Chen Mo's request at this moment was equivalent to cutting the cake with one knife and directly taking away the sweetest and most core piece of cream.
Biotechnology represents the future, and logistics networks represent the lifeblood of the world.
After taking away these two things, the remaining real estate and financial derivatives are nothing but scraps that can still be squeezed for oil.
This is impossible.
A South American tycoon slammed the table. You are robbing.
No, friend.
Chen Mo shook his finger and looked at him with a smile. I am cleaning up the mess for you and collecting a small amount of labor fee. After all, I am going to deal with your former closest partner and the high-tech submarine worth hundreds of billions of dollars under his control.
The risk is huge.
Besides, Chen Mo changed the subject, his eyes becoming sharp. Do you really think you are still qualified to bargain?
3 hours.
Tick-tock. Tick-tock. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and each tap seemed to be stepping on the beat of everyone's heart.
Time is on his side. Chapter 69 Dimensional Deep Drill.
Ivan stared at Chen Mo, as if trying to see the slightest sign of hesitation or greed on his young face.
But he failed.
Chen Mo's eyes were as calm as a deep pool, with an unpredictable whirlpool underneath. Finally, the Russian giant bear slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he looked dejected.
Good.
He squeezed out the word from between his teeth.
We agree.
As soon as this word came out, it was like the first domino fell.
Although the other oligarchs were unwilling, they could only nod helplessly. They can't afford the gamble.
Compared with the safety of the entire Earth, losing some future profits does not seem so unacceptable.
Agreement reached.
A temporary alliance has been established.
Athena's synthesized voice brought this unprecedented negotiation to an end.
Chen Mo stood up, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a swift and decisive aura.
Very good.
So everyone, from now on, please take good care of your own fleets and satellites. Do not appear in places where you should not be, so as to avoid causing any unnecessary misunderstandings.
Next, it's my hunting time.
Before he could finish his words, he unilaterally cut off the communication. The virtual roundtable suddenly dissipated, and the command center returned to its original state. Lingqing walked up to him, her beautiful eyes shining.
Do you trust them so much?
I don't trust their character, but I do trust their greed and fear. Chen Mo took her hand and walked towards the dock of the Titan. For this group of people, if the sky falls, they must first ensure that they will not be crushed to death. And now, I am the pillar that can help them hold up the sky. The two walked side by side, and behind them was the tense and orderly busy sound of the entire command team.
Athena. Chen Mo's voice echoed in the corridor. I am here, sir. Call up all the Titan's weapon systems and max out the energy.
Calculate the shortest jump path to the Mariana Trench.
Weapon system self-check completed. Path planning completed. Target. Lock on the enemy ship Spear of Poseidon Unit 2.
When the two stepped into the cockpit of the Titan, outside the huge porthole was the deep blue sea. The engine started and a strong push on my back came. This deep-sea behemoth, which combines the Earth's top technology with the future's black technology, is like a cannonball fired from a gun, silently launching a pursuit towards the deepest part of the Earth. Chen Mo sat in the driver's seat, looking at the approaching red dot on the screen with an icy smile on his face.
Aistair, I wonder if you've ever heard a word. You will pay for what you have done sooner or later.
He tapped his finger lightly on the secondary operating screen and called up a weapon module that had never been activated. Athena, bring me the theoretical model of the causality interference anchor.
He has the spear, and I have the anchor.
I want to see whether his spear is sharper or my anchor is harder.
Mariana Trench, Challenger Deep.
This is the ultimate abyss on Earth, a land of absolute silence that cannot be reached even by light and sound. However, at this moment, this eternal darkness is being stirred by a scene that can be described as crazy. A pitch-black submarine with a ferocious trident-like shape, the Spear of Poseidon No. 2, is hovering above a prehistoric building buried deep under the Earth's crust, whose magnificence cannot be described in words. A huge, slowly rotating drill extended from the front end of the submersible. But the drill did not emit any light, and around it, the space itself was undergoing a terrifying distortion that was visible to the naked eye. It was as if an invisible giant hand was roughly kneading the canvas of reality, trying to tear a hole in this space.
Dimensional deep drilling.
Aistair's final trump card, an experimental weapon that can distort the structure of space in a small range, thereby bypassing physical defenses. He is now using it to mine the miracle he has been pursuing all his life. Inside the cockpit of the Spear of Poseidon, Aistair's face was filled with fanaticism. He looked at the outline of the ruins on the screen, which had become blurred due to spatial disturbances, like a gambler who was about to unveil his bride's veil. "Hurry up faster," he muttered to himself, his eyes bloodshot. "The road to becoming a god is right before our eyes." Just as he was completely immersed in his fantasy, a shrill alarm suddenly rang out in the cockpit. "Warning! High-energy target approaching. Identified as Titan." Aistair turned his head sharply, and in the corner of the screen, a ghostly figure was tearing through the darkness and rushing towards him at an incredible speed. That elegant and agile streamlined body, that silent and overbearing feeling of oppression, was exactly the Titan that he hated so much.
Chen Mo. Aistair's teeth were chattering. "How dare you come and buy?"
A cruel smile flashed across his face. "Very good, I will let you witness with your own eyes the moment when I rule the world." Instead of retreating, he advanced, frantically injecting more energy into the dimensional deep drill. In his opinion, as long as he could drill into the ruins and obtain the power inside, a mere Titan would be nothing more than an ant that could be crushed in the blink of an eye.
Inside the cockpit of the Titan,
Chen Mo's eyes were as cold as ice. He looked at the distorted space in front of him and the prehistoric building below that was under tremendous pressure. There was no trace of emotion in his voice.
"He's even crazier than we thought."
Lingqing stood behind him, her pretty face full of solemnity. The ominous premonition brought by the distortion of space made her heart tighten.
Mad people always think they are saviors before they are destroyed. Chen Mo's fingers moved quickly across the operating table without any hesitation.
Athena, synchronize the theoretical model of the causality interference anchor to the weapon system.
Lock on to the target the dimensional drill of the Spear of Poseidon. Command confirmed.
Loading, causality interference anchor, locking on target. This weapon, which was lit up from the future technology tree, and has a mysterious name, is finally going to show its fangs. It is not a traditional energy cannon or physical ammunition.
Its method of attack is more metaphysical. Interference anchor, launch.
A ripple that was invisible to the naked eye and seemed not to exist in this dimension flashed across the bow of the Titan and instantly enveloped the dimensional deep drill that was running madly. The next second, a strange scene happened. The drill bit, which was originally rotating steadily, suddenly shook violently like a drunkard. Immediately afterwards, the energy flow that drove it began to become extremely unstable, sometimes surging and sometimes decaying.
The originally solid space distortion field also began to flicker violently. "What's going on?" Aistair was stunned when he saw the error code jumping wildly on the dashboard. "What's wrong with my drill?"
"AI, report the situation."
His AI responded with a confused electronic voice, reporting to the master, unable to analyze.
"All physical parameters are within normal thresholds, but the result of energy output is deviating from the cause. The device seems to be forgetting how it should work."
"Forgotten?
What the hell is this report?" "This is the horror of the causality interference anchor. It does not attack matter, it attacks laws. It forcibly tampers with the physical law that energy input must lead to stable output within a small range, making this law random and unreliable. It's like a person who suddenly forgets that he lifts his legs to walk."
The sophisticated system of dimension deep drill fell into complete chaos under this unreasonable attack at the regular level.
"Hold it! Hold it!" Aistair screamed frantically, adjusting the parameters manually. While he was busy, a silent war had already broken out in the cyber world.
Chapter 70, The Gatekeeper.
Athena, infiltrate it, paralyze it.
Chen Mo issued the second order. Command received, firewall breached, fighting for core control.
In the virtual data torrent, Athena was like an elegant assassin, silently bypassing the layers of defense of the Spear of Poseidon and attacking its AI core.
The opponent's AI also reacted instantly, building up a series of data barriers and counterattacking frantically.
Under the deep sea, two of the world's most powerful submarines, one is suffering from a strange regular attack on the physical level, and the other is engaged in a fierce attack and defense on the digital level. The battle situation fell into a strange stalemate.
Chen Mo watched all this calmly. He knew that Aistair was already fighting a desperate battle. However, at this moment, Aistair, who was close to collapse, did a crazy move that no one expected. His eyes were red as he slammed a red button covered by triple insurance. Since it can't be stabilized, then, let's destroy them together. He activated the final mode of the dimensional deep drill self-destructive overload operation. He wanted to squeeze out all the energy of the entire drill and the reactor in an instant, forming an energy torrent that could penetrate everything and forcibly blast open the ruins. Not good. Chen Mo's face changed. Warning. The opponent's energy readings are detected to be increasing exponentially. It is about to exceed the critical value. At that moment, the dimensional deep drill was like an ignited supernova. All the unstable energy was forcibly condensed into a point. A beam of light that was extremely bright and destructive slammed heavily into the prehistoric building below. It's over. These two words flashed through Chen Mo's mind. After all, he underestimated the determination of a madman. However, just as the beam of destructive light was about to touch the outer shell of the ruins, time seemed to have been paused. Buzz. A distant, ancient sound, as if it came from the beginning of the universe, resounded deep in everyone's soul. The prehistoric building, which had been silent for billions of years, responded for the first time. On the outer shell of the building, an intricate and beautiful mysterious geometric symbol, which was the same one Lingqing had drawn after the mental shock, suddenly lit up. It lit up, not with a blinding light, but with a gentle, deep glow that looked like the night sky itself. The next second, a translucent energy shield composed of this halo slowly popped out from the ruins in an unquestionable manner. The destructive beam of light that was powerful enough to vaporize an aircraft carrier fleet in an instant hit the shield as thin as a cicada's wing. It was like a stream flowing into the sea, failing to cause even a ripple before being silently dissolved, absorbed, and annihilated. The whole process is quiet and elegant, yet contains a breathtaking, absolute power difference. Immediately afterwards, the shield did not disappear, but continued to expand outward, covering the Titan and Spear of Poseidon that were in confrontation. The two submarines, representing the highest technological achievement of mankind, lost all power in an instant. All the lights on the dashboard went out and the operating system was dead silent. They were like mosquitoes sealed in amber. In this halo, they were deprived of all possibility of resistance and just hovered quietly in place, unable to move. What is this? Inside the Spear of Poseidon, the madness on Aistair's face froze instantly, and was replaced by an incomprehensible fear from the depths of his soul. In the Titan, Chen Mo and Lingqing also held their breath, their eyes filled with shock. At this moment, in the cockpits of the two ships, light and shadow flowed in the space ahead, and a huge virtual figure, 10 meters tall, that was neither male nor female, composed entirely of pure light and shadow, slowly took shape. It has no facial features, only a blurry face, but it gives people a sense of godlike majesty that looks down on all living beings. Its sound did not pass through the air, but sounded directly in the minds of Chen Mo, Lingqing and Aistair at the same time. The voice was without any emotion, yet it was like the sound of a huge bell, shaking people's souls. The tombstone of a high civilization must not be desecrated. Intruder, accept the ruling. Dead silence. A dead silence that seemed to freeze even the soul. The huge light and shadow that called itself the gatekeeper just floated there quietly without emitting any pressure, but Chen Mo, Lingqing and Aistair felt like butterflies nailed to the dissecting table. From the flesh to the spirit, the secrets of every cell were exposed under an absolute, higher dimensional scrutiny. Inside the Spear of Poseidon, Aistair was the first to break free from the fear that came from his life instinct, and was replaced by a kind of offended rage. Who is he? Aistair Croft. It is the god who stands at the top of the human pyramid and overlooks all living beings. An AI program that just ran out of a relic dares to judge him? Playing tricks. He roared at the light and shadow, no matter what you are, get out of my way immediately. The treasure below belongs to me. His fingers frantically fumbled on the console, trying to restart the submersible. However, all the systems were like a pile of scrap metal and there was no response. The light and shadow did not respond to his hysterical roar. The blurry halo on its face slowly turned towards the direction of the Spear of Poseidon. The next moment, an indescribable torrent of data, seemingly made up of pure information, gushed out from the light and shadow, instantly enveloping Aistair's cockpit. Aistair's body suddenly stiffened and his eyes lost focus instantly. Deep in his consciousness, he saw it. He saw his soul being stripped nakedly from his body by a pair of invisible hands and spread out in the void.
His deepest desires, his darkest thoughts, his most obsessive ambitions were all dissected, labeled, and categorized.
Scanning target, Aistair Croft. Life form, carbon-based humans. Civilization level, 0.73 has not yet mastered the energy of the mother star system. Core motivation analysis. That cold, emotionless voice rang in his mind.
Greedy, weighted at 47%.
Highly predatory, tends to convert all resources into private property. Desire for control, weighted at 31%. Obsessed with establishing absolute order and enslaving one's own kind. Arrogance, weighted at 18%. Firmly believing that one is destined to succeed, ignoring potential risks.
Fear, love, protection, the total weight is less than 4%. The cold data, like a scalpel, dissected Aistair's personality thoroughly.
Judgment result, predator tendency.
If the tombstone information is entrusted to this individual will use the universal truth to create panic, establish personal totalitarianism, accelerate the internal consumption of civilization, and ultimately lead its civilization to disorderly destruction.
Handling plan, ruling as unqualified. No, who are you, what right do you have to? Aistair's mind was screaming, but he couldn't make any sound. Ruling and execution, amnesia.
The cold verdict came down. In Aistair's mind, all the memories about the deep-sea ruins, the mysterious symbols, and the miracle he had been pursuing all his life were torn away frame by frame as if by an invisible hand. Those images, those data, those ideas that made him crazy. It instantly turned into an incomprehensible, chaotic snowflake noise, and then returned to complete blankness.
The fanaticism and ferocity on his face quickly faded away in just a few seconds, turning into confusion, and then into an inexplicable panic.
It's like a person who has had a grand dream. The moment he wakes up, he tries desperately to grab the fragments of the dream, but he only feels empty at his fingertips, leaving only a sense of loss and emptiness.
The ruling is over.
The torrent of data that enveloped the spear of Poseidon quietly dissipated.
Chapter 71, The Ruling Before the Tombstone.
The huge light and shadow slowly turned its face towards the Titan. Chen Mo's heart was in his throat. He subconsciously protected Lingqing behind him.
He knew that it was his turn now. The same torrent of data enveloped the Titan.
Chen Mo felt as if his brain was connected to an unimaginable supercomputer. His life, from the first fight in the orphanage, to the haggling when delivering takeout, to every lavish spending after obtaining the system, every slap in the face, every time he got along with Lingqing. All the images were replayed and analyzed at billions of times the speed. He could feel that the scrutinizing gaze lingered for a moment when he smashed the sports car in anger to protect Lingqing. When he established the Prometheus laboratory and was eager to explore the boundaries of science and technology, he paused for a moment. He paused for a moment as he was determined to stop this madman Aistair at all costs, even if it meant making the whole world his enemy. After a long time, that cold voice sounded again.
Scanning target, Chen Mo. Life form, carbon-based humans. Civilization level, 0.73. Core motivation analysis.
Desire for survival, weighted at 38%.
Possessing a strong instinct for self-continuation and population continuation.
Protective desire, weighted at 29%. Tends to build barriers to protect specific individuals and assets that are included in their domain. Exploration desire, weighted at 15%. Curious about unknown areas, but not with the premise of destruction. Greed, desire for control, the total weight is less than 18%. Its behavioral logic is a highly complex mixture of egoism and protectionism. The gatekeeper SAI seemed to fall into a brief silence, as if analyzing a complex model it had never seen before.
Judgment result, guardian tendency unstable type.
If the tombstone information is entrusted to this individual, although this individual may use the information to make a profit, its core logic will prioritize the survival of itself and its civilization.
When facing external threats to survival, its protective tendency will outweigh its selfish tendency. Handling plan, ruled as qualified. Call.
Chen Mo let out a long sigh, his back already soaked with cold sweat. The gatekeeper continued, and this time, its voice was no longer a pure judgment, but a statement. It provided a deeper supplement to the warning that Chen Mo deciphered through the information seed.
Silent Hunter is not an entity, but a concrete manifestation of a cosmic balance mechanism.
When a civilization's technological development exceeds its spiritual and moral carrying capacity and begins to expand without order and overconsume, it will be judged as a cancer cell of the universe and will be eliminated by this mechanism.
Earth civilization is on the verge of losing control.
Your weapons are enough to destroy you, and your greed is draining your home planet.
You are about to pull the trigger.
As it spoke, a vast picture of the universe unfolded in the minds of Chen Mo and Lingqing. They saw that various wonderful civilizations were born on the shining planets.
Some civilizations eventually destroy themselves in internal friction.
Some civilizations have developed to the extreme, their spaceships cover the sky and the sun, and they crazily devour all the resources in the galaxy.
Then, without any warning, that civilization, along with its entire galaxy, just disappeared so abruptly and silently. It's like being wiped cleanly from the canvas of the universe by an eraser.
The grand, cold and irresistible scene made Chen Mo and Lingqing feel a shudder from the depths of their souls.
The only way to avoid being eliminated is to evolve. Abandon disorderly expansion and turn to orderly restraint. Abandon excessive consumption and turn to harmonious coexistence with the universe.
Let the wisdom of your civilization catch up with the power in your hands. The judgment ends. The inheritance begins. As the voice of Gatekeeper fell, its body of light and shadow gradually became transparent.
2 rays of light flew out from its body. One flew into Chen Mo's mind. Ding!
System prompt, received a super authority key from an unknown source. The second layer of information seed, shackles have been released.
Another ray of light penetrated into the control system of the Titan. Ding! System prompt, received partial control of the Tombstone defense system.
You have obtained the absolute barrier, call permission primary.
My mission has been completed. Next, it is your own path.
The gatekeeper left his last words, and the huge light and shadow completely dissipated, turning into spots of light and merging into the prehistoric buildings below. The eternal tombstone fell into eternal sleep again. The energy shield covering the 2 submarines also disappeared. In the cockpit of the Titan, the lights lit up one by one and the system returned to normal. At the same time, the spear of Poseidon also regained power. In the cockpit, Aistair looked around blankly, then looked at the location displayed on the dashboard. Challenger Deep.
Why am I here?
He pounded his head hard, feeling as if he had lost consciousness. He only remembered that he drove Unit 2 with full confidence to do something earth-shattering.
What happened?
He couldn't remember anything, his mind was blank, and there was only an inexplicable anxiety and uneasiness left.
Return! Return immediately!
As if he was avoiding something, he gave instructions to his AI. Looking at the hastily fleeing back of the spear of Poseidon, Chen Mo remained silent for a long time. He raised his hand and looked at his palm. There was nothing there, but he felt like he was holding up the weight of a planet.
Wei. Lingqing's voice was a little dry. Is what we just saw true?
It's true. Chen Mo turned around, looked at her beautiful face which was still filled with shock, and reached out to gently hold her in his arms.
But don't be afraid.
He lowered his head and kissed her forehead, feeling her warmth. His heart, which had been chilled by the great truth, became warm and firm again. He smiled, and his smile contained a kind of ruffian attitude that didn't care even if the sky fell.
Who cares about cosmic cancer cells or silent hunters?
Whoever dares to touch my Earth or my people, I will eliminate him first.
It's a game. Just change the map and continue playing.
As the Titan slid silently into the secret dock of the Dragon's Nest base shrouded in a blue halo like an elegant black whale, a trial that would determine the world's top power structure was taking place silently in an absolutely private virtual conference room. The background of the conference room is a simulated Swiss snow-capped mountaintop, and a virtual flame that never goes out is burning in the fireplace. However, every figure sitting around the huge round table exudes an energy that can make any country feel terrified. They are the real members of the Abyss Club. Ivan, the Russian energy oligarch, the mysterious spokesperson of the Middle Eastern royal family, the capital eagle of Wall Street, the mining tycoon of South America.
Each name represents a huge empire that is powerful enough to shake the global economy.
At this moment, their holographic projections were staring at the light screen suspended in the center of the conference room. What was playing on the light screen was the real-time images from the Titan that were transmitted back through secret channels. They saw the hastily fleeing Poseidon's No. 2 aircraft, and Aistair's face in the cockpit, which was filled with confusion and panic. That face no longer had the domineering aura of the former hero, and only a gambler who had completely lost his way remained.
Chapter 72 New King, New Game. He failed.
Ivana's voice, as low as the Siberian cold wind, broke the silence in the conference room. He turned off the screen, his deep eye sockets revealing a complex array of emotions. There is relief, fear, and a barely perceptible hint of awe. That was the awe for Chen Mo. This young man from the East actually single-handedly stopped a madman who was about to trigger a global disaster. It seems that every word of the risk assessment report he gave us is true. The capital eagle of Wall Street adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a cold tone, Aistair is not only crazy, but also lost. A madman who has lost all his chips is not qualified to sit at this table anymore. No one refuted. This is the ultimate hunting ground of capital, where sympathy and pity are the most redundant emotions. Ivan nodded and gave the order, connect Aistair. The next second, Aistair's haggard face appeared at the end of the round table. He is still wearing the pilot suit of Poseidon's spear, and the background is the medical bay of his flagship. Everyone. He seemed to be trying to force a smile, but it looked uglier than crying. Something unexpected happened. There was a problem with my Unit 2 system. But don't worry, next time I will definitely be able to. There won't be a next time, Aistair. Ivan interrupted him directly, the game is over. What? Aistair looked stunned. We ask you, where is the experimental data of dimensional deep drill? Capital Eagle asked coldly. I forgot. Where is the report on the mental impact of the deep sea ruins? Asked the South American mining magnate. I don't think I wrote it. So what do you remember? There was a hint of anger in Ivan's voice. Aistair's lips trembled, he held his head tightly, his face full of pain and confusion. He couldn't remember anything about the goal that he had been obsessed with all his life. His brain was like a formatted hard drive, leaving only a blank and unspeakable emptiness. That's enough. Everyone could see it. Aistair Croft, the hero who once integrated the club single-handedly and led them to launch the Deep Sea project, is no longer useful. His soul, along with his ambition, was forgotten in the darkness 10,000 meters below. Ivan waved his hand, and Aistair's projection disappeared instantly. Like a buggy code that was cleaned up. According to the rules, the removal process will be initiated. Agree. Agree. Second. Passed unanimously. The old king was exiled. A huge business empire with a market value of trillions of dollars, Apex Global, has now become a feast on the table, waiting to be divided. The conference room fell into a brief silence again. Everyone knows that the next step is the most important one. Invite the new king to take his seat. Ivan took a deep breath and said in an unprecedented solemn tone, Now, I propose to invite Mr. Chen Mo to join our meeting. Pala Island, the Dragon's Nest base. As soon as Chen Mo walked out of the Titan, Lingqing handed him a cup of warm water and a soft towel. How do you feel? She looked at him with more worry than joy in her eyes. During this trip to the deep sea, she saw too many things that were beyond mortal understanding, and the shock has not subsided yet. It's never been better. Chen Mo wiped his face and smiled easily, showing no trace of fatigue from having just experienced a life and death duel. He looked at Lingqing, pushed a strand of hair behind her ear, and said softly, Don't worry, I'll hold up the sky if it falls. You only need to do one thing. What's up? Lingqing asked subconsciously. Be my queen, and help me make all the money in the world into our pockets. Lingqing was amused by his frivolous yet domineering words and burst out laughing. The previous depression and heaviness suddenly dissipated a lot. At this moment, the smart terminal on Chen Mo's wrist vibrated slightly. It was an encrypted communication request from Ivan. Here it comes. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow at Lingqing and answered the call. The next second, his tall holographic projection appeared in the virtual conference room of the Abyss Club, right at the place where Aistair had just been deposed. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. All eyes were focused on this young Oriental man. Scrutiny, curiosity, vigilance, and deeply hidden greed. Mr. Chen Mo, Ivan spoke first as a representative, with a tone of deliberate respect. First of all, please allow me to thank you on behalf of all members of the club for preventing a crisis that could affect all of us. You're welcome. Chen Mo looked around with a faint smile on his face. After all, I'm also protecting my own investment. I don't want my future home to be set on fire by some lunatic. This statement is flawless, as it not only makes the position clear but also draws a clear line. Ivan's eyes flashed with admiration and he stopped beating around the bush. Aistair has been deposed. We believe that you should be the one to cut the first piece of this pie for Apex Global. I don't have a big appetite. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair, his posture as relaxed as if he were in his own living room.
According to our previous agreement, I want Apex Global's core biotechnology department and its global logistics network. The rest is up to you.
There was a gleam in Capital Eagle's eyes.
What a poisonous look.
Everyone knows that the most valuable thing about Apex Global is not its visible assets, but these two core departments that represent the future and bloodline respectively.
No problem.
Ivan agreed immediately. However, how to dismember this empire requires a perfect plan and a strong executor.
We hope that you can do it. No. Chen Mo waved his hand and interrupted Ivan.
He turned sideways and pointed the camera at Lingqing, who was standing next to him. There was just the right hint of surprise on her beautiful and cold face. Chen Mo's hand naturally rested on her shoulders, and he said to the world's top oligarchs on the other side of the light curtain in a declarative tone.
The commander-in-chief of this business war is her Lingqing, my fiancée, and the president of Lingtian Group. Everyone, if you have any specific matters, please talk to my queen. I believe that her ability will never disappoint you. Everyone in the room was shocked. They thought Chen Mo would take this opportunity to seize power.
Unexpectedly, he would give this opportunity that would make him famous on the global stage to the woman beside him without hesitation.
What kind of trust and courage is this? Lingqing's heart also trembled violently.
She looked at Chen Mo's smiling profile. The certainty in his voice, "You are the only one I trust in the world," made her feel at ease and excited more than any sweet words. She quickly adjusted her mood and nodded slightly towards the light screen.
The powerful aura of the global queen instantly bloomed. "Hello everyone, I am Lingqing.
Regarding the decapitation operation against Apex Global, my team has drawn up a preliminary plan and can report to you at any time." Look at the woman on the screen who instantly gets into the state, starts talking eloquently and clearly planning a business war worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and then look at Chen Mo beside her who has a doting look on his face and seems to be a hands-off boss. The giants in the conference room felt mixed emotions. They suddenly realized that what was terrifying about this young man was not how powerful he was, but the fact is that standing next to him is a queen who was capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with him and ruling the empire for him. This game of chess changed from an individual battle to a mixed doubles match between a husband and wife. The rules of the game have changed completely. Chapter 73: The Twilight of the Old Empire.
After the meeting, Chen Mo turned off the communication.
He felt like he had cleared the first major level of an extremely difficult game, and his entire mind relaxed. Just at this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in his mind, like the sound of nature.
Ding!
It is detected that the host has completed the epic stage achievement Change of Kingship. Achievement description: you have successfully overturned the power structure at the top of the global pyramid and entered the Abyss Club. As a player, you saved the life of the fate-level villain Aistair, although he was crazy, and protected the future possibilities of Earth civilization from him. You also used thunderous means to start a feast of dividing up a business empire. Overall evaluation: perfect.
Triggering the final reward of the stage, being generated. Reward generation completed.
Your personal base Avalon will receive a free, indestructible, and unreplicable rule-level shelter. Shelter effect: from the time of activation, for the next 365 days, any physical, energy, information, causal, and other attacks below the universe law level will be ineffective against Avalon and its affiliated facilities. This shelter is the medal given by the universe to pioneers and the last bulwark of the fire of civilization.
Boom!
It was as if a nuclear bomb was dropped into Chen Mo's brain.
Within 1 year, absolutely invincible.
This means that he will have a whole year of absolutely safe golden development period. Under this shelter, Avalon can build without any worries and its technology can rise unscrupulously. He will possess a true kingdom of God that cannot be broken by the whole world.
How is this a reward?
This was simply the system giving him a version of the answer directly. Chen Mo suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, hugged Lingqing, and came to the giant floor-to-ceiling window of the base. Outside the window is the vast and boundless Pacific Ocean. In front of them, a huge three-dimensional holographic projection was slowly rotating.
That is the Avalon Islands.
At this moment, tens of thousands of engineering robots are working non-stop 24 hours a day, just like hard-working worker ants. Mountains were leveled, ports were opened up, and science fiction-filled building skeletons were rising from the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Once Avalon is built, we will move there.
Chen Mo hugged Lingqing's soft body from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, and spoke softly.
Yeah.
Lingqing leaned in his arms, feeling his strong heartbeat. I'll listen to you.
Wife, Chen Mo suddenly smiled. Do you think the game we're playing now, Earth Online, is a little too simple? Really?
Lingqing turned her head, a smile in her beautiful eyes. What do you want to play after you pass the level?
Chen Mo didn't answer.
He just raised his head, his eyes passed through the dome of the base, through the 10,000 meters deep sea water, and looked at the inky black night sky dotted with stars. Deep in the distant sea of stars, there hides an even more terrifying ultimate boss called Silent Hunter.
Earth Online?
No, this is just a novice village. The real game has just begun. The headquarters of the Titan Group, formerly the Dragon's Nest base. This secret, once hidden deep under Pala Island, had already risen to become the most dazzling center of Chen Mo's global map before the construction of Avalon. At this moment, the atmosphere in the General Command Center was solemn and austere, yet undercurrents were surging. The virtual Swiss snow-capped mountain-top conference room is here again. But this time, the person sitting in the main seat was changed. Chen Mo leaned leisurely on the throne specially made for him. Standing behind him was Lingqing, who had a cool temperament and was dressed in a smart suit, looking like the queen herself. Around the round table, holographic projections of Ivan, the prince of the Middle East, the capital eagle of Wall Street and other world-class oligarchs lit up one after another. Their expressions were complicated, some couldn't hide the greed in their eyes, while others looked scrutinizing and fearful. But without exception, when their eyes swept over the vacant seat that once belonged to Aistair, they subconsciously adjusted their sitting posture, revealing a trace of awe towards the young man in the main seat that they were unwilling to admit. The change of royal power is always accompanied by a reshuffle of blood and interests. And they are all bloodthirsty sharks. The only difference is that the chef today is no longer the old lion from Britain, but a mysterious oriental dragon that has crossed the river. Everyone, Chen Mo said without saying a word.
His eyes did not even linger on anyone.
He just made a gentle gesture and gave the center of the stage to Lingqing behind him.
Today's memorial service for Apex Global will be hosted by my queen, Ms. Lingqing.
When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Especially the capital eagle, his brows slightly frowned. In his opinion, this feast of division was the best opportunity for Chen Mo to flex his muscles and establish his status as the new king. He should have used thundering means to strike down all potential opponents and monopolize the greatest benefits.
But he handed over such important leadership to the woman beside him so lightly? Is this arrogance or absolute confidence?
Before everyone could think about it, Lingqing took a step forward. Her high heels stepped on the virtual floor, but it seemed as if every step was stepping on everyone's heartbeat. No opening remarks, no pleasantries. She just raised her hand, and a huge, complex business model containing hundreds of sub-projects and equity structure diagrams instantly occupied the center of the conference room. It was a surgically precise agreement targeting Apex Global, the Empire Asset Restructuring and Division Agreement.
According to the agreement between Mr. Chen Mo and everyone else, we will dismember Apex Global. Lingqing's voice was cold and magnetic, and every word clearly struck the oligarch's eardrums. My proposal is not a simple division.
Instead, it is to split, inject capital, and reorganize the 7 major divisions and 46 core subsidiaries of Apex Global to form a brand new global strategic investment alliance with cross-holdings by all of you present here. Her words stunned all the old foxes present. This is not dividing the cake, this is using the butter and flour of the old cake to make a new cake. Moreover, the recipe of this new cake is in her hands. This plan aims to avoid the violent turmoil in the global market caused by violent dismemberment, which would cause the joint shrinkage of your existing assets.
At the same time,
Lingqing's eyes swept over everyone. It can maximize your interests. A gleam of light flashed in Ivan's bear-like eyes. He understood that this woman was more terrifying than he had imagined. She was not dividing the spoils, she was formulating a new set of rules, a set of rules that would completely embed the Titan Group and Lingqing Group into the lifeline of the world economy. According to the agreement, Gazprom will acquire all of Apex Global's oil field exploration rights and supporting facilities in the North Sea through a debt swap.
Middle East sovereign wealth funds will receive.
Lingqing read it out calmly. The subtlety of the plan she proposed is that everyone gets the piece they want most, but in order to get it, they must give up some of their interests in other areas and integrate into this new alliance. Everyone is tightly bound together by an invisible web woven of interests. The core of this web is Chen Mo and Lingqing. This is an open conspiracy that cannot be rejected. Chapter 74 Silent Knocking. Finally, Lingqing read the most core part. Finally, as the leader and risk-bearer of this operation, Titan Group will acquire all the shares, technology patents, and personnel of Noah's Ark Global Biological Genetic Laboratory, as well as the ownership of Hermes Global Automated Logistics Network, under Apex Global.
After the agreement was read out, there was silence in the meeting room. Most people understood the pros and cons.
Although Chen Mo took away the two fattest pieces of meat, the bones they got were enough to make their mouths full of oil, and it was even more profitable than simple dismemberment.
However, there are always smart people. I object. A hoarse voice sounded.
The person who spoke was Fernando, a South American mining tycoon who had never had a strong presence in the club. His holographic image seemed a little blurry, and he was skinny, like a cunning coyote.
Mr. Chen, Ms. Ling.
You took away the future and bloodline, but only left us some visible resources.
Isn't this deal too unfair?
He looked at Chen Mo with a fake smile, and there was a hint of provocation in his words. We acknowledge your strength, but we are all players.
If you have too big an appetite, you will die. Fernando's attack instantly made the atmosphere in the meeting room tense.
Everyone looked at Chen Mo, wanting to see how the new king would deal with the first challenge from within.
Are you angry? Is it reasonable? Or compromise? Chen Mo smiled. He didn't even look at Fernando.
He just picked up the teacup in front of him, blew away the hot air, and then said lightly to the air, Athena, pack up and encrypt the banana business contract between Mr. Fernando and Aistair in Colombia last year, as well as the capital flow of the ghost cargo ships in the Panama Canal, and send them to him separately. Just a gentle reminder to him, I was going to hand these documents over to the FBI and the International Drug Enforcement Agency as a greeting gift for our alliance.
As soon as the words fell. Buzz.
A red file package marked Top Secret suddenly popped up on the virtual light screen in front of Fernando.
He clicked it subconsciously and just glanced at it.
At that moment, all the blood color on Fernando's face faded away, and his forehead was instantly covered with beads of cold sweat. That skinny face was now filled with unbelievable fear, as if it had seen a ghost. All those most dirty black deals that he thought were flawless were now laid out before him without missing a word. The evidence was so detailed that even he himself felt terrified when he saw it. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Chen Mo with eyes as if he was looking at a devil.
This Oriental guy, how could he know? How much does he know?
A chill rushed from Fernando's tailbone to the top of his head. He felt as if he had been stripped of his clothes in front of this young man and was standing naked on the execution platform.
I have no objection. Fernando stood up suddenly and bowed deeply to Chen Mo and Lingqing, his voice trembling. Ms. Ling's plan is perfect, I totally agree. This silent blow is more lethal than any intimidation. In the entire conference room, Yarrow could even hear the sound of a pin drop.
Ivan looked at this scene and silently swallowed back into his stomach some of the little thoughts he had prepared.
The look he gave Chen Mo no longer contained any contempt, only deep fear.
This young man not only possesses advanced technology, but also an unfathomable intelligence network that is enough to overthrow anyone present.
It is not wise to make an enemy of him. Very good.
Lingqing watched all this with a blank expression, as if nothing had happened just now. Since no one objects, then the Empire Asset Restructuring and Division Agreement is passed unanimously.
Boom.
As she finished her words, the business empire that once stood at the top of the world and attracted the attention of countless countries, Summit Global, officially announced its death. The twilight of the old empire came so quickly and so silently. After the meeting, the virtual snow mountain dissipated and the command center became bright again. The tense and solemn atmosphere also dissipated. Lingqing's back, which had been straight all this time, relaxed slightly, and a hint of fatigue appeared on her face. The seemingly peaceful meeting just now was as mentally exhausting to her as a real war. A warm hand rested gently on her shoulder, kneading it tenderly.
Thank you for your hard work, my queen.
Chen Mo's voice rang in her ears. Lingqing gently leaned her head on his chest, feeling the familiar heartbeat, and her whole body relaxed. It's not hard at all, she said with a touching smile on her lips. It's quite interesting to watch those old foxes get humiliated.
Then I have to give you a bonus. Chen Mo smiled and an idea came to his mind.
He opened the system mall that he hadn't used for a long time and scanned the dazzling array of goods.
Grandmaster cooking? No, she doesn't cook. God-level driving skills? No need, there is a driver.
Finally, his eyes rested on a small bottle emitting a soft blue light.
Potion that permanently increases energy and mental activity.
Introduction. Originated from a civilization in the Andromeda galaxy that loves health preservation, it can effectively relieve mental fatigue and permanently increase the user's energy and mental clarity by 20%.
Price: 10 billion system funds. That's it. Chen Mo clicked the redemption button without hesitation.
A barely perceptible light shone from his palm and slowly merged into the hand that was massaging Lingqing's shoulders. A warm and comfortable energy flowed through his fingertips and throughout Lingqing's whole body. Lingqing hummed comfortably, feeling that all the fatigue and stress of the past few days were swept away, and her mind became clearer than ever before.
You. She was just about to ask something. In Chen Mo's mind, the system prompt sound exploded like fireworks. Ding! It was detected that the host gave the destined heroine a special item of high value and high compatibility, which greatly pleased the queen's body and mind. Trigger a special critical hit for daily rebate behavior. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Black Technology Asset Rebate, Global Life Arc Project Primary. Asset Introduction. The biological gene laboratory and automated logistics network you have obtained have been automatically 100% deeply integrated. The plan will use genetic technology to secretly establish a species gene bank on a global scale and use the logistics network to activate the ARC plan when a disaster strikes, sowing, continuing, and rebuilding the designated target at the fastest speed. This plan is your first shield against the Great Filter and also the last ship to preserve the fire of civilization. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Life Arc Project. Isn't this the strongest insurance against that silent hunter?
The system's rebate this time directly provides a solution to fight against doomsday. Just when Chen Mo was a little dazed by this huge surprise, he suddenly remembered a key issue in the detailed outline. He looked out the window, and the deep sea seemed to connect to the other side of the world. He murmured to himself in a low voice, although the empire is in decline, where is the exiled old king?
Aistair? Chapter 75: The Ghost and the Gardener. Switzerland, deep in the Alps, on the shores of Lake Leman. An isolated old manor, like amber forgotten by time.
Ivy climbs along the mottled stone walls, and century-old cedars cast quiet shadows in the courtyard.
Here, there are no ever-changing global capital markets and no commercial games worth hundreds of billions of dollars. There was only the sound of the wind blowing across the lake and the crisp click sound when the gardener pruned the branches. The gardener is a taciturn middle-aged man. He had short, meticulously groomed gray hair and wore a plain linen shirt and dirt-stained trousers. At this moment, he was concentrating on tending a bunch of rare black baccarat roses. His movements were slow, with an almost reverent sense of ritual. Every opening and closing of the gardening shears in my hand falls precisely on the note of the dead branch, not a centimeter more or less. His focused expression was as if what he held in his hand was not a plant, but a model of the universe that needed to be precisely calibrated. A colorful swallowtail butterfly flapped its wings and flew leisurely past his eyes. He stopped what he was doing and looked up. The azure eyes that once made Wall Street tremble were now as clear as those of a newborn baby. He just quietly and curiously followed the flight path of the butterfly. He stood there, motionless, until the butterfly disappeared at the end of the garden. A childish, pure smile actually appeared on his face. It was as if this butterfly was his whole world at this moment. Not far away, on the terrace of the main building of the manor, an old butler in a neat tuxedo and with sleek hair was watching all this quietly. His name is Winston. He is the caretaker of this manor and the only guardian of the gardener in the garden. He looked at the former king, who was smiling because of a butterfly. There was no relief in his eyes, only endless sadness. His master, Aistair Croft, the man who had shaken the world with his iron will and endless ambition, was now a ghost. A ghost that lives in this powerful body but has forgotten who he is. He has become like this since that day when he was sent back from the flagship named Spear of Poseidon. Doctors said he suffered an unprecedented mental shock that resulted in selective, deep memory disruption. He remembered how to eat, dress, and walk, and remembered English and French, but he forgot who he was, forgot Apex Global, and forgot the deep-sea ruins that he had been crazy about all his life. Winston followed the last instruction left by his master before going to war. Winston, if I fail, if I forget the way home, protect this body and wait for me to wake up. Winston tried every possible way to wake him up. He once placed the latest front page of the Wall Street Journal next to Alistair's breakfast plate. On it, a shocking headline reported that the Apex Global Empire collapsed and the new King Chen Mo was crowned. Alistair only glanced at it, then picked up the newspaper and began carefully wiping his muddy boots from the garden. He also played recordings of his owner's most impassioned speeches in the manor's audio-visual room.
That voice once made countless followers crazy and made opponents tremble with fear.
The recording ended and there was silence in the studio.
Aistair listened for a while, then said to Winston seriously, "Look, the thrush outside is singing much more beautifully than the noise just now.
Every attempt I made was met with disappointment." Winston knew that ordinary keys could no longer open this dusty door of memory.
What he needs is a stronger stimulation that can touch his soul directly. A fire called hatred or fear.
It's late at night.
Aistair lay on the soft velvet bed and fell into a dream. There are no tranquil lakeside or fragrant roses here, only the endless, cold, dark deep sea. The huge, indescribable geometric building stands quietly in the darkness like the tombstone of an ancient god. Suffocating pressure came from all directions, as if to crush his soul. A giant, neither male nor female, made of light and shadow, pronounced something in his mind with an emotionless voice.
Predator tendencies. Memory clear. Unqualified. Boom.
Aistair sat up suddenly in bed, gasping for breath, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. He held his head and groaned in pain.
The blurry fragments gave him a splitting headache.
He stumbled to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, pushed it open, and the cold moonlight and evening breeze from the garden poured in. He looked at the quiet rose bushes in the moonlight, and the piercing fear was gradually replaced by a huge emptiness. He didn't know why he was afraid.
I don't know what I have forgotten.
Just when this tranquility was about to be swallowed up by emptiness, a piercing roar pierced the night sky of the manor. A red Ferrari with flamboyant lines that was totally out of place here roared like a wild beast onto the gravel road of the manor, braked suddenly, and stopped roughly in front of the main building. The car door opened and a thin man with a gloomy face walked out.
It was the South American mining tycoon, Fernando.
In that feast of division, he became the chicken that Chen Mo killed to scare the monkeys. After his underwear was exposed in public, his status in the Abyss Club plummeted and he became a laughingstock of everyone.
He was unwilling to accept it.
Like a hyena smelling blood, he mobilized all his connections and finally found the legendary secluded place of the old king.
He feels that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Aistair must have a secret weapon that can be used to deal with Chen Mo, or a secret fund that can help him make a comeback.
Winston immediately appeared at the door and stopped him with a standard and cold gesture. "Sorry, sir, this is private property and no visitors are allowed."
"Get out of the way, old man." Fernando pushed him away roughly. "I'm looking for Aistair Croft. Tell him that Fernando is here. We have a common enemy."
There was a barely perceptible gleam in Winston's eyes.
Enemy?
This might be the key he had been waiting for so long. He did not stop her, but slightly turned sideways and made a pleased gesture, his tone still calm.
"The master is walking in the garden. Please follow me." In the moonlit rose garden, Fernando met the person he was looking for.
Aistair was squatting on the ground, observing a snail with interest in the moonlight. That focused and harmless look instantly shattered all of Fernando's expectations.
This is Aistair?" he asked Winston in disbelief. He is crazy? The master is just tired and needs to rest." Winston replied calmly. "A madman and a fool." Fernando felt like a huge idiot.
All his hopes were shattered, replaced by a nameless rage. He felt that it was the incompetence of this waste that led to Chen Mo's rise and his current predicament. He walked up to Aistair, full of resentment and disdain, ready to use the most vicious words to humiliate the man he once had to look up to. He wanted to see to what extent this former king had fallen.
But this uninvited hyena didn't know this.
What he was about to set on fire was not a pile of dead grass that was trampled upon. Rather, it is a powder keg lurking in the ghost's body, powerful enough to drag the entire world into a sea of fire.
Chapter 76 Avalon, City of Miracles.
Chen Mo and Lingqing, who were thousands of miles away from each other, naturally had no idea of the undercurrents in the Swiss manor under the moonlight. Whether the ghost of the old king would awaken in the flames of resentment was, to them, just one of the countless possibilities that they had already foreseen. A gambler whose chips have been taken away can only lose in a different way even if he returns to the table. At this moment, the more important thing for Chen Mo is accept the exclusive kingdom he built for himself and the queen, which is unique in the world. Above the blue waves of the South Pacific, a pitch-black aircraft with no markings and an appearance resembling the Batwing fighter in science fiction movies is silently cutting through the clouds at several times the speed of sound.
No roar, no sonic boom.
The special coating on the surface of the aircraft and the anti-gravity engine make it look like a ghost blending into the sky. Inside the cabin, Chen Mo was bringing 2 glasses of iced juice from the bar and handed one to Lingqing beside him. Soft leather seats, perfect constant temperature system, and outside the window is the rapidly receding blue sky and boundless sea. My queen has made great contributions to this feast of dividing the old empire. Chen Mo crossed his legs and looked leisurely, so I decided to reward you with a private island. How about it? Lingqing took the juice, took a sip, and a rare hint of helplessness was revealed on her cold and beautiful face.
Mr. Chen, if I remember correctly, you also bought this island in my name?
Since the last meeting, her fiancé seemed to have become addicted to the title of queen.
Oh, you can't say that.
Chen Mo shook his fingers seriously. I bought it in your name, so it's called joint property of the couple.
But if I say that this is a gift from me to you, then it's a romance that belongs only to you. Do you understand, straight girl?
Lingqing was too lazy to chat with him and just turned to look out the window. A hint of expectation that was hard to conceal finally emerged in her beautiful eyes.
That's Avalon.
It was this man who promised her an utopia that would never fall. After a moment, the aircraft began to slow down. On the sea level ahead, the outline of an archipelago consisting of several islands appeared. However, when the aircraft passed through a thin layer of clouds, what appeared in front of Lingqing was a miraculous scene that was enough to make any imagination feel barren.
What kind of island is this?
This is clearly a megacity that traveled from the future.
The once barren volcanic rocks have been replaced by lush vegetation and silver-white buildings. Skyscrapers full of streamlined beauty are not crowded together.
Instead, they are dotted between the mountains and the coastline like carefully designed works of art, coexisting harmoniously. Crystal-clear aerial pipes shuttle and weave between the buildings, and unmanned hovercrafts run silently and at high speed through them, forming a dynamic, futuristic urban context. In the center of the largest main island, a huge translucent dome, like an inverted blue crystal, covers an area of several square kilometers.
Under the dome, lush tropical rainforests and sparkling lakes can be vaguely seen.
The aircraft slowly landed on the top floor helipad of the tallest building in the center of the main island.
The cabin door opened, and warm, moist air with the fragrance of flowers and plants blew in.
Several robots that looked like butlers walked forward with graceful steps, took their luggage, and then retreated silently.
The whole process was smooth, without any unnecessary movements or sounds. Welcome home, my queen. Chen Mo took Lingqing's hand and said with a smile.
Lingqing let him lead her, but her steps were a little hesitant. She looked around this impossibly perfect city, and even with her knowledge and temperament, she was a little dazed for a moment.
These only took a few months?
She had seen the original satellite image of Avalon, which was a black reef that seemed like a forbidden zone for life. With money and advanced technology, it's not impossible to build a planet, let alone a city, in a few months.
Chen Mo said it lightly.
He took Lingqing with him, boarded a special sightseeing aircraft, and began his tour of this private kingdom.
The first stop is the heart of the city.
In a huge spherical space deep underground on the main island, a little sun with a diameter of about 10 meters and emitting soft white light is quietly suspended in the air. There is no physical connection around it, but there are countless light blue energy flows that extend out like blood vessels and merge into the walls on all 4 sides. Micro-controlled nuclear fusion reactor, upgraded version. Chen Mo pointed at the little sun and introduced it to Lingqing. Our exclusive power bank is safe and pollution-free. In theory, it is enough to run the entire Avalon at full capacity for 1 million years. Lingqing stood in front of the observation window, feeling the visual impact brought by the pure energy, and remained speechless for a long time. The ultimate energy dream that has plagued mankind for nearly 100 years has become her family's power bank here.
The second stop is the city's brain.
A huge space covering thousands of square meters, but without a single traditional server cabinet. Instead, there is a holographic data stream as bright as the starry sky. Countless codes and information interweave, collide, and reorganize in the air, forming dynamic nebula images. And in the center of the entire space, a geometric body made of pure light, whose shape is constantly changing, is slowly rotating.
This is the core computer room of Athena AI.
From today, the computing power of Athena will be more than 10 times the sum of all the supercomputing centers in the world. There was a hint of pride in Chen Mo's voice. The entire Avalon, the movement of every speck of dust, is under its control.
The third stop is the city's fangs. The sightseeing vehicle arrived at a cliff facing the sea.
Chen Mo smiled and snapped his fingers. Athena, show me the purification mode. Just as he finished his words, a huge target ship made of energy and simulating an aircraft carrier suddenly appeared out of thin air on the sea 1,000 meters ahead of them. Immediately afterwards, Lingqing didn't even see any gun barrels extending out, he only felt a very slight vibration coming from the cliff under his feet. A stream of light that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye shot out from inside the cliff. The next second, the target ship 1,000 meters away, along with the seawater around it, was instantly vaporized in a silent and violent white light, without even a wave. On the sea surface, there was only a huge circular hole, which was being madly flooded with seawater from the surrounding areas.
Electromagnetic gun. Lingqing's heart skipped a beat.
She knew very well what the power of this weapon, which only existed in theory in top military laboratories, meant.
This is just an appetizer. Chen Mo snapped his fingers again. Athena, activate the shield.
Buzz. An almost completely transparent energy ripple, like an inverted bowl, instantly enveloped the entire archipelago. The scenery of Avalon was refracted by the ripples and was slightly distorted, and then returned to normal.
All-round energy shield, capable of resisting any physical and energy attacks currently known on Earth.
After looking at energy, intelligence, and military force, Chen Mo finally brought Lingqing to the huge ecological dome. As soon as you step into it, it's as if you've instantly traveled from a future city to the Garden of Eden billions of years ago. Here you can find a simulated Amazon rainforest, temperate grasslands full of exotic flowers and plants, gurgling streams, and even some harmless small creatures that have long been extinct and resurrected through genetic technology.
Everything is so real and dreamy.
They walked in a sea of blue flowers that was emitting a faint glow, enjoying the absolute tranquility and romance that belonged only to the two of them.
Do you like it? Chen Mo stopped and turned to look at Lingqing.
Lingqing raised his head, and his cold eyes reflected the faint light of the sea of flowers and his smiling face. She didn't answer, but just nodded gently. The touching curve at the corner of her mouth was enough to make the entire sea of flowers pale in comparison.
For her, what really moved her was not the city's high technology or its luxury.
But this man really turned an unrealistic utopia into a realistic home that belongs only to the two of them.
Chapter 77 The Second Secret Language, The Filter of Civilization. Chen Mo looked at the tenderness in her eyes and felt his heart surge with excitement.
He raised his hand and gently stroked her cheek. There is only one step left, he said softly, and it is also the most important step. Lingqing looked at him with some confusion. Chen Mo smiled mysteriously, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind in the system.
Ding! System reward, rule level protection, do you want to activate it now? Activation.
The next second, a mysterious force that could not be described in any words and that transcended the laws of physics, with Chen Mo as the center, instantly swept across the entire Avalon Islands. This force is invisible and intangible, yet it is everywhere.
Lingqing shuddered violently.
She felt that the surrounding space, time, and even cause and effect seemed to be wrapped up by an invisible and absolutely solid film.
It was a feeling of being absolutely safe and isolated from the universe.
At the same time, in the intelligence centers of major countries around the world, the images of all satellites responsible for monitoring the Pacific Ocean suddenly turned into an incomprehensible snowflake. Whether it's optical, radar, or gravitational wave detection.
The Avalon Islands, just so abruptly, completely disappeared from the Earth and from all human observation.
It's still there, but it's no longer in the normal dimension of this world.
All right. Chen Mo opened his eyes, took a long breath, and his smile was filled with unprecedented peace of mind and ease.
From now on, for the next year, this will be our absolutely safe God's kingdom. No force can harm a single blade of grass or tree here, and no force can harm you either. Lingqing felt this unprecedented sense of security that went straight to the depths of her soul, and she could no longer suppress her inner emotions. She took the initiative to step forward, stood on tiptoe, and pressed her soft lips against Chen Mo's lips. After the kiss, she leaned into his arms and whispered, "Now, this is perfect." Holding the queen in his arms, Chen Mo no longer had any worries in his heart. He knew that with this impregnable fortress, it was time to touch upon the truly core secrets. His gaze became deep and sharp.
Avalon, AI Core Computer Room.
Here, there is no roar of servers, only the blue data crystal suspended in the air, pulsating slowly like a sleeping star. The soft light it exudes dyes the entire empty temple-like hall with a layer of quiet and deep blue.
Chen Mo and Lingqing stood side by side under the star.
The information seed that was intercepted from the deep-sea ruins and changed everything was now quietly floating in front of the two of them.
Its complex geometric structure, under the reflection of the blue light, refracted billions of unpredictable glimmers. Are you ready? Chen Mo turned his head and looked at Lingqing beside him.
At this moment, Lingqing had changed into a comfortable white long dress, which made her look less fierce like a queen and more peaceful and holy.
Her eyes were extremely determined and she nodded slightly at Chen Mo. I'm ready for this.
After returning from the deep sea, the mysterious symbols that often flashed in her mind were no longer a nuisance, but a special connection. She could feel that there was a wonderful resonance between herself and this seed. She is one of the keys to open this door. Athena, start the deep dive program.
Chen Mo gave the order. Command confirmed. Neural synergy induction device deployed. Calibrating biofrequency. Calibration completed. The mental coordinate link module has been activated and is synchronizing with Ms. Lingqing's brainwaves. Synchronization successful.
Warning, this deep information decoding has unknown risks and may cause irreversible impact on consciousness.
Do you want to continue? Continue. Chen Mo's voice did not show any hesitation.
As he finished speaking, two crowns made of liquid metal, like works of art, slowly extended from the data crystal and gently covered the heads of Chen Mo and Lingqing. A cold touch came, and the next second, Chen Mo felt as if his consciousness was pulled out of his body and thrown into a vast sea of storm composed of light and data. Billions of data streams, like violent cosmic rays, rushed in from all directions of his consciousness. Each point of light contains a vast amount of information far beyond human imagination, enough to overwhelm the mind of any mortal in an instant. However, in the midst of this devastating storm, Lingqing's spiritual power turned into a stable and tenacious light rope composed of those mysterious geometric symbols, firmly anchoring Chen Mo's consciousness.
She was like a beacon in the storm, guiding him in the right direction.
Chen Mo calmed his mind and, following the guidance of the light rope, thrust his consciousness deeply into the solid second barrier of the information seed.
Boom!
A loud noise that could not be described in words exploded deep in his soul. The storm before my eyes suddenly subsided, and in its place was an absolute, empty nothingness. In the center of that nothingness, a new image, clearer than the previous one, slowly unfolds.
The narrator this time is still the ancient civilization called Startalkers. Their images finally became clear. It is an elegant and noble life form made up of liquid light. It has no fixed form, but it can make people feel an ultimate wisdom and compassion. Latecomers, when you see this message, it proves that the civilization you belong to has stood at the first crossroads of destiny. The voice of the astropath sounded directly in Chen Mo's consciousness. We once told you that there is a silent hunter in the universe. But this name carries our own subjective fear. After countless epochs of observation and bloody lessons, we finally found a more accurate definition for it: the Great Filter.
The scene changed.
Chen Mo saw a vibrant planet with a peculiar silicon-based civilization thriving on it.
They built crystal cities that stretched from sky to earth, and their minds were connected through a lattice network that spanned the planet.
Their technology is developing in an explosive way. Soon, they mastered antimatter energy and created mechanical servants with self-awareness.
However, their intelligence has not kept up with the pace of technology. A civil war broke out among silicon-based civilizations in a struggle for control of energy. Antimatter weapons exploded above the planet, and the mechanical army, which had gained self-awareness, regarded their creator as a virus. After a short and brutal war, all signs of life on the planet disappeared, leaving only cold machines. On the ruins, a soulless, eternal steel cemetery was built. However, their victory did not last long. At a certain ordinary moment, the planet, along with everything around it, was wiped out from the universe so quietly. Clean and pure, as if it had never existed. The Great Filter is not an active hunter. It is more like a self-purification mechanism of the universe. A civilization is like a living organism. When its technology expansion index far exceeds its civilization intelligence level, it will be judged as a cancer cell by the universe itself. Chapter 78: Searching for the Cradle. The screen changes again. Chen Mo saw another completely different civilization. This is a powerful and aggressive carbon-based civilization. They unified their home planet and turned their sights to the sea of stars. Their huge ships blocked out the sky and their armies were invincible. They frantically colonized one galaxy after another, and like locusts, greedily devoured all the resources wherever they went. They destroyed the disobedient indigenous civilizations and transformed beautiful planets into smoking mines and arsenals. They were cheering, celebrating their own strength, and thinking they were about to become the masters of the universe. Until one day, in the center of their vast empire, a small-scale spacetime ripple appeared without warning. The ripples expanded rapidly, swallowing up the fleet, the planet, and everything they were proud of. Again, there is no room for resistance.
The civilizations we observe and filter out usually have two common endings. First, technology gets out of control and self-destructs internally. Second, the unlimited and violent expansion outward eventually touched the bottom line of the universe's balance.
No matter which one, the essence is the same: the growth of wisdom cannot keep up with the expansion of power.
Chen Mo's heart sank to the bottom.
Because he saw the shadow of humanity itself in these two destroyed civilizations. Nuclear weapons, artificial intelligence, environmental pollution, competition for resources.
Earth civilization has already hung countless swords of Damocles over its head.
The image of the Star Talker became somewhat dim, and there was a hint of sadness in the voice. We, the Star Whisperers, once stood at this intersection. We chose another path, trying to understand the universe and coexist with everything.
But we failed.
By the time we understood all this, it was too late. Our expansion had already touched the threshold of the filter dot. At the last moment, we split the fire of civilization into two parts.
Some of them are the warning buoys you see now.
We have scattered countless such tombstones in the universe, hoping to warn those who come after us not to repeat our mistakes. And the other part is the entire hope of our civilization. In front of the image of Star Tongue, a huge spaceship made of light, shaped like a seed of life, appeared.
It's called Cradle.
It contains all the technology, philosophy, art of our civilization, and our ultimate thinking on how to cross the Great Filter. We fired it at the coordinates that we have observed for hundreds of millions of years and finally determined which is the most likely place for the birth of a truly ordered civilization. But an extremely complex three-dimensional star map composed of countless galaxies slowly unfolded in Chen Mo's consciousness. At the far end of the star map, a faint light is flickering continuously.
There is the destination of the cradle.
Later generations, this is our will for you, and it is also our final bet. Find it, or surpass us and find a path of your own.
Otherwise. The Astra Talker didn't say anything else.
But the heaviness implied by the unfinished words made Chen Mo's consciousness feel unprecedented pressure.
The image ends here.
All the light and shadows began to dissipate, leaving only the lonely coordinate flickering at the end of the star map. Just when Chen Mo's consciousness was about to be ejected from this space, the familiar electronic sound of the system that had been silent for a long time exploded in his mind like a thunder.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for uncovering a corner of the truth of the universe. You have gained insight into the secret of the Great Filter.
The main mission is officially launched. Task name: Find the Cradle.
Mission description: before Earth civilization is determined to be eliminated by the Great Filter, reach the designated interstellar coordinates by any means and find the ultimate legacy left by the Star Whisperers civilization, the Cradle.
Obtain its technology and wisdom, and find a new evolutionary path for your civilization. Task reward: unknown. Penalty for mission failure: you and your civilization will be formatted.
Looking at the word formatted, the corner of Chen Mo's mouth twitched involuntarily.
This system is really simple and crude. The next second, his consciousness was sent back by a gentle force.
He suddenly opened his eyes and felt the existence of his body again. The neural sensor covering his head had turned into liquid metal and flowed back into the data crystal.
The entire AI core computer room is still that deep, tranquil blue. How are you?
A cool and soft hand held his hand.
There was a hint of concern in Lingqing's voice.
Her face was also a little pale. Obviously, as the maintainer of the spiritual coordinates, she was also under a huge burden. Chen Mo held her hand with his backhand, pulled her into his arms, and hugged her tightly. He didn't say anything, but just quietly felt the real warmth and soft heartbeat in his arms. Only in this way can he regain a sense of reality from the grand and indifferent truth of the universe.
I see.
After a long while, Lingqing whispered in his arms, "Big Filter."
Cradle. Chen Mo nodded.
Yeah, I saw that, too. He let her go, and they looked at each other, seeing the same solemnity and a hint of uncontrollable excitement in each other's eyes. That is the excitement that only appears when facing an unprecedented ultimate problem that is enough to challenge everything.
It belongs to the strong. Interesting. Chen Mo grinned, revealing his white teeth. This Earth Online is not a stand-alone survival game, but an interstellar clearance mode. But if you don't pass the level, your account will be deleted.
Lingqing was also amused by his analogy and smiled slightly, and the previously depressing atmosphere suddenly became a lot more relaxed.
So what is our first step now? She quickly got into the mood and began to think about solutions. That coordinate, How far is it from us? Chen Mo was silent. He raised his wrist, and Athena had already projected the interstellar coordinates in mid-air. The distance it marks is a number that would make any person on Earth feel despair. 437 light-years. Chen Mo's fingers gently ran across the string of cold astronomical figures, and a chill came from his fingertips. The result of Athena's calculation weighed heavily on his heart like a piece of unmeltable lead. Even his system, which was used to subverting common sense, gave a suffocating result when searching for technologies related to interstellar navigation in the mall. Faster than light engine finished product, funds required for redemption 9,999,999,999,999, nearly 10 trillion. Stargate jump technology blueprint, redemption prerequisite: the host must have a planetary level energy core. Each one represents an insurmountable chasm. There is not enough money, and even less technical reserves. This road leading to the cradle is completely welded by the physical laws of the universe. This is not something that can be solved by the two of us. Lingqing was the first to recover from the shock, and her logical thinking as the queen of business began to work at high speed. Building a spacecraft capable of light-year travel requires more than just engine technology. It requires an entire country's industrial base, the most advanced materials science, energy science, and life support systems. This is beyond the scope of what any company, or even any club, can afford. Her words hit the nail on the head. Chen Mo nodded. He could rely on the system to point out the black technology, but the realization of black technology was inseparable from the hardware of the real world. He could exchange a blueprint, but he couldn't create a dock capable of building interstellar battleships out of thin air. After all, individual power is insignificant in the face of the great cause of civilization. It seems, Chen Mo said with a wry smile, that as a top VIP of Earth Online, I should find the strongest guild and join forces to go to the dungeon. Chapter 79, An Olive Branch from China. Just then, a soft electronic sound broke the silence in the room. Report to the master, a visitor with the highest level of access has arrived at Avalon Airport. Identity confirmed, Ling Clan, third uncle, Ling Genoa. Chen Mo and Lingqing looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Third uncle? That old man who was the pillar of the Ling family and who almost never leaves his ancestral home in the capital except for major events that determine the survival of the family, would actually come to Avalon in person? You know, the coordinates of Avalon are an absolute mystery to the whole world. The fact that he can come here speaks volumes. A moment later, in the living room of the circular villa on top of the city, Chen Mo met this legendary old man. Ling Genoa was wearing a washed-out Zhongshan suit. He had a thin figure and a sharp face. His eyes seemed cloudy, but when they opened and closed, there was a gleam of light that could see through people's hearts. There was no follower behind him. He just quietly looked at this miraculous city of the future created by Chen Mo. There was no shock in his eyes as ordinary people would have, only a deep scrutiny and approval. Good. The old man took a sip of the tea served by the robot and uttered two words. This sentence, not bad, carries great weight. Uncle, why did you come here in person? Lingqing spoke first, with a tone of respect that a junior should have. Ling Genoa put down the teacup and his eyes finally fell on Chen Mo. It was a look from an elder looking at a younger person, with a testing tone. If I don't come, I'm afraid I won't be able to invite you, a busy man who has stirred up the world. The old man spoke, his voice was calm, but with an air of majesty that came from without him being angry. You kid, you've been making quite a lot of noise lately. He slowly stretched out his fingers and counted them one by one. First, in Hong Kong Island, a hedge fund worth tens of billions of dollars was wiped out overnight. In Germany, they used their unreasonable money power to snatch the meat that the old European financial groups had set their sights on, and created something called Prometheus. That's not all. They also supported a new regime in a small African country, thus gaining control of the world's energy lifeline. Now, you have directly pulled down the arrogant top global from its throne and trampled it under your feet. Even the entire Abyss Club has to act according to your wishes. Every time the old man spoke, Chen Mo's eyelids twitched. He knew that his actions could not be hidden from anyone, but he never expected that they would be seen so clearly. This is no longer a question of intelligence capabilities, it means that the country's huge machine has already listed him as the highest level observation target. Ling Genoa paused, and finally pointed to the city beneath his feet. What surprised me the most was this place. A private kingdom that is not bound by any sovereignty, has independent weapons and unlimited energy.
Chen Mo, do you know that just based on this Avalon, you have been upgraded from an unstable factor to an extremely dangerous level in some people's files?
The air suddenly became heavy. There was also a hint of nervousness on Lingqing's face. However, Chen Mo smiled. He refilled the old man's teacup with water and replied in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Old man, what you said is just a means, not an end. In this world, if you want to talk to people while standing, you must first have the strength to make them afraid to let you sit down easily. I just want to make my home a little sturdier."
Well said.
A hint of admiration flashed across Ling Genoa's eyes.
She has strength, a bottom line, and a protective heart.
I didn't make a mistake in choosing Qingxian.
He finally put away his testing attitude, took out a simple and solemn gold embossed invitation letter from the briefcase he was carrying, and gently pushed it in front of Chen Mo. There were no fancy words on the cover of the invitation letter, only a bright red national emblem and a line of heavy official script. Invitation to the Joint Closed-Door Seminar of China's Supreme Scientific Advisory Group and Strategic Security Committee.
There is only one person invited. Mr. Chen Mo, chairman of the Titan Group.
Chen Mo picked up the invitation letter and could feel the astonishing weight contained in the paper with his fingertips. He understood what this invitation letter meant. His identity has changed from an observed super-rich man to an officially recognized key chess player who can influence the country's strategic security. The door leading to China's highest decision-making circle was slowly opening to him. The country needs your wisdom and your strength. Ling Genoa's tone became more serious than ever before. Some things are beyond our understanding.
We need to know what you have seen and what you are going to do.
What the old man was referring to was obviously not just commercial competition. Any event that could alarm these two departments must be a major event concerning the survival of the country.
I accept the invitation. Chen Mo closed the invitation letter without any hesitation.
Working in isolation will never be able to combat a cosmic disaster. Cooperating with the country behind him, which has a 5,000-year-old civilization and the strongest execution and cohesion, is the only feasible way for him to realize his searching for the cradle plan.
Ling Genoa nodded with satisfaction. I knew you were a smart person.
Someone will pick you up at Xishan in Beijing in 3 days. After the discussion, the old man did not stay long and left.
Only Chen Mo and Lingqing were left in the living room. Are you really going?
Lingqing walked up to him, with a trace of worry between her brows. The water in there is much deeper than the business world.
The deeper the water, the bigger the fish.
Chen Mo took her into his arms and said with a smile, "Besides, if I don't go, how can we turn our small goal into a national-level project?" What he was referring to, of course, was the interstellar spaceship that still remained in fantasy. "Before I leave, I have to invest some research and development funds in my wife's company."
Chen Mo smiled evilly and turned on the system.
Looking at the funds in his account that had become extremely full again after dividing up part of the assets of Apex Global, he waved his hand and pointed directly at the virtual account of Lingtian Group.
System, inject 500 billion into Lingtian Group.
Use it to acquire and reserve all technologies and companies related to aerospace, new materials, and new energy around the world, regardless of cost.
Ding.
It was detected that the host made a huge strategic investment in the company of the female protagonist of Destiny. You have contributed to the Queen's business empire and greatly enhanced its future potential. Trigger special strategic rebate. The sound of the system has never been so pleasant. Congratulations to the host.
Obtained the future technology, curvature engine theoretical verification model.
Technical introduction. This model includes complete mathematical verification and basic physical simulation of a series of core theories such as the generation of spacetime bubbles, the maintenance of negative energy density, and the stability of curvature field. It is not a real object, but it is the only key to open the door to interstellar navigation. Chen Mo's breathing stopped instantly. He suddenly opened the terminal on his wrist, and a data model large enough to drive all physicists in the world crazy instantly flooded into his personal database. That complex and beautiful formula, that subversive theory of time and space. Every character shines with light leading to the sea of stars. I was worried that I didn't bring any gifts to the meeting.
When you feel sleepy, the system will send you a pillow.
What is more, it's a golden pillow inlaid with diamonds. Chen Mo looked at the torrent of data in front of him, and the curve of his mouth grew wider and wider. The closed-door meeting 3 days later. I'm afraid this will turn into a press conference about God where he is the only speaker. He wants to close the door and then, let the real God out. Chapter 80. Close the door and release the God. 3 days later.
Beijing, Xishan.
There is no hustle and bustle of the city here, only endless greenery and courtyards hidden deep in the forest that are not open to the public. The sound of pine trees and the gentle singing of birds are in the air, and there seems to be a heavy sense of history in the air. A red flag sedan with a special license plate slid silently into a heavily guarded conference center. The car door opened and Chen Mo, wearing a simple custom-made suit, got out of the car. He did not bring any followers with him, and his face did not show the nervousness of facing a national-level big test. Instead, he looked relaxed and comfortable, as if he was attending an ordinary tea party. He was greeted by Lingqing.
The old man was still wearing the Zhongshan suit.
He patted Chen Mo's shoulder and whispered with complicated eyes, "Boy, the people inside are the real pillars of this country.
Whether you can convince them depends on you."
Chen Mo smiled slightly. "Don't worry, old man, I'm not here to convince them today, I'm here to show them the future." Push open the heavy Nanmu door without any markings. A small but extremely solemn conference room appeared before our eyes. There were already more than a dozen people sitting around the circular conference table. Chen Mo glanced over and felt a slight chill in his heart. None of the faces here were familiar to him from the financial news.
But everyone has an indescribable aura.
There were several men wearing dark military uniforms without any insignia of military rank. They had broad shoulders and straight backs, eyes like eagles, and were intimidating without even getting angry. They were truly veteran generals who had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Some of them are scholars with gray hair and old-fashioned black-framed glasses. They look frail, but the inconspicuous special medals on their chests represent their outstanding contributions to the country's nuclear weapons, aerospace, and other cutting-edge fields. They are the scientific cornerstone of this country. There are also a few unknown giants who have a calm aura and deep eyes, and are in charge of the country's economic lifeline. Dozens of gazes, like a dozen invisible scalpels, fell on Chen Mo the moment he stepped into the room.
Scrutinize, be curious, doubt, explore.
They were all looking at this young man who was personally introduced by Lingqing, who had created a huge wave overseas but was too young. The person chairing the meeting was an old man with a gaunt face and gentle eyes, but one that people dared not look directly at. He is none other than the chief of the Strategic Security Committee, Mr. Long. He gestured for Chen Mo to sit in the only empty seat, and his voice was calm and powerful.
"Comrade Chen Mo, welcome.
We old guys have all heard about your deeds. You established Avalon, integrated Prometheus, and severely damaged Apex Global.
You are a very courageous young man.
We invited you here today not to hold you accountable, but to help you clear up confusion. We want to know, in your eyes, where will the future of this world go?"
No nonsense, straight to the point. Chen Mo faced everyone's gaze calmly and nodded.
"My dear seniors, I will not say polite words." He didn't stand up, but just snapped his fingers lightly. AI Athena, which had long been bound to him, instantly took over the conference room's most advanced holographic projection system through hidden quantum communication equipment. Buzz. In the center of the conference table, a vast, dark cosmic background slowly unfolded.
"Before I answer this question, I would like to ask you to read a report."
Chen Mo's voice echoed clearly in the conference room where you could hear a pin drop. The name of the report is On the Bottleneck and Silent Truth of the Evolution of Cosmic Civilization. Then, he clearly put forward the big filter theory that had been desensitized and scientifically packaged. There was no mention of astronomers, only the introduction of "We conducted in-depth data analysis on billions of samples of extragalactic galaxies." He demonstrated the inexplicable civilization blank zones in the cosmic background radiation and displayed simulation diagrams of abnormal stellar energy consumption.
He linked together one astronomical mystery after another with the terrifying conclusion that civilization is regularly erased.
The conclusion is that when a civilization's technology expansion index deviates seriously from its civilization intelligence level, the universe itself will initiate a process that we temporarily call the balance mechanism, which will completely eliminate this unstable civilization from the physical level. Or technology gets out of control and self-destructs.
Or it will expand disorderly and be cleared out by the universe. Dead silence.
There was a minute of dead silence.
Everyone was shocked by this grand and cold theory.
Absurd. A hawkish general slammed the table and said in a loud voice, "The universe is a battlefield.
The strong prey on the weak, and development is the only way to go.
The balance mechanism is just an excuse you made up to justify your disorderly expansion."
Good. A giant in the economic field also frowned and said, "Comrade Chen Mo, we recognize your business achievements. But this kind of science fiction theory is too hasty to be used as a reference for national strategy. Questions arose one after another. However, an old man with white hair and beard who had been silent all this time raised his hand tremblingly. He is one of the founders of China's aerospace engineering, Mr. Qian. Wait a moment.
Mr. Qian adjusted his glasses and stared at a star map on the holographic projection, his voice dry. The attenuation curve of the energy spectrum of the abnormally silent star region number 73 mentioned in your report is almost identical to the attenuation model of the undecipherable background noise from deep space captured by our sky eye last year. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. This means that at least part of Chen Mo's theory overlaps with the country's top observation results. The air in the conference room froze again, and the atmosphere changed from questioning to surprise and doubt.
This is the moment Chen Mo was waiting for.
He knew that pure theory could not convince these extremely pragmatic people who were at the forefront of the country's affairs. He must perform a real miracle.
Seniors, we can slowly verify whether the crisis is real or not.
Chen Mo's voice sounded again, calmly, yet with an unrivaled confidence. But I have brought the key to the Sea of Stars.
He snapped his fingers again.
The core data of curvature engine theoretical verification model was instantly projected onto the big screen like a torrent of creation. It is no longer a boring report, but an extremely complex mathematical formula with extreme geometric beauty, a topological diagram of spacetime bubble generation that subverts the theory of relativity, and a quantum field theory simulation animation about the maintenance of negative energy density. At this point, the questioners were speechless. Because even though they can't understand it, they can feel the indescribable beauty of truth that belongs to a higher dimensional science. And those scientists who really know the subject are collectively petrified. Mr. Qian stood up suddenly and rushed to the screen in a few steps, like a believer who had seen divine revelation. His fingers trembled as he stroked the flowing formulas on the screen, and the brightest light of his life burst out from his turbid old eyes. He babbled incoherently, mumbling like a child, "The paradox of the Alcubierre engine has been solved. It has actually been solved.
Space-time bubble. My God, negative energy density can actually be maintained in this way. This is not a theory. This is a completed blueprint." The people present may not understand those professional terms, but they all understood Mr. Qian's last words. This is the blueprint.
The whole place was dead silent.
All doubts, scrutiny, and tests vanished at this moment. Instead, there was an almost suffocating feeling of huge shock and ecstasy. Bang!
Old Long was so excited that he slammed his palm on the table, and for the first time, an uncontrollable blush appeared on his calm face. He stood up suddenly, staring at Chen Mo with burning eyes, his voice trembling slightly with excitement.
"Comrade Chen Mo, how long will it take for the country to turn this into reality?"
Chen Mo finally stood up, looked around at the shocked faces, and answered calmly. "As long as you give me enough support, we can build a prototype in 5 years.
In 10 years, we can form the first long-distance fleet in the solar system.
In 20 years, our names will be engraved on the stars 437 light-years away.
20 years. Across 437 light-years. This is a schedule that is enough to drive all of humanity crazy. Good. Good. Good."
Mr. Long said 3 good words in a row, and the appreciation in his eyes had turned into a burning flame. He did not discuss any further, but announced on the spot with a thunderous spirit. "I propose that a top-secret project with the highest national priority be immediately established and directly led by the committee.
The project code name is ARC.
Appoint Comrade Chen Mo as the chief scientific advisor for the ARC project."
Agree. Agree. Second. Passed unanimously. Without even a hint of hesitation. The meeting is over.
When Chen Mo walked out of the Nammu door again, Lingqing, who was waiting outside the door, found that the aura of this young man seemed to be fundamentally different.
If we say that when he came, he was a peerless sword hidden in a sheath.
So now, he is the swordsman who holds the most powerful weapon in the entire country.
After closing the door, he let God out.
And from today on, this God will knock on the door of the stars in the name of China.
Chapter 81: The Return of the King.
When Chen Mo was in Xishan, Beijing, he single-handedly opened the door to the Sea of Stars for the whole of China.
Thousands of miles away, in Switzerland, deep in the Alps, an old manor forgotten by the world is bathed in the warm afternoon sun.
Everything here seems to have been frozen in the last century. The walls of the castle are covered with ivy, the sound of the fountain echoes in the quiet courtyard, and the rose bushes are meticulously trimmed, like a well-organized army. A man in coarse work clothes was holding a pair of bronze pruning shears, concentrating on pruning a rare black rose named Mo Yi. His movements were slow and steady, and each cut was just right, preserving the stretched posture of the branches while removing the excess, with an almost paranoid sense of perfect order. He is Aistair, the king of Apex Global, who once stood at the top of the world and could make things happen with a wave of his hand. But now, he is just a silent gardener, a ghost who has even forgotten his own name. Not far away, a South American man in an expensive suit and with an anxious look on his face was staring at him intently. The man's name was Fernando. He was a member of the Abyss Club. He was also the poor guy who was frightened by Chen Mo's words during the division feast and dared not say a word. He was unwilling to accept it. After spending a huge amount of money to find out the secluded place of this used king, he came there with hope, trying to find a lion who could compete with Chen Mo to help him make a comeback. But what he saw was a demented gardener with empty eyes and no reaction to the outside world. "Mr. Aistair?" Fernando called out tentatively, with suppressed disappointment in his voice. The man pruning the branches didn't even raise his head. Fernando's last bit of patience ran out. He was so angry that he decided to use the most vicious words to tear apart the last bit of dignity of this waste. "You are still here pruning your ridiculous flowers? Do you know that your empire is over?" He walked up to Aistair, spitting. "A Chinese kid named Chen Mo, an unknown peasant. He took away everything from you. Now, he is the new king of the Abyss Club. All of us have to obey him. And his woman, Lingqing. Ha, she is now Chen Mo's sharpest knife. It was she who personally formulated the plan to dismember your top global and distributed your flesh and blood piece by piece to us hungry wolves. You can't even remember your enemies. You are just a piece of trash. A pathetic piece of trash hiding in the garden waiting to die." Fernando vented his resentment to his heart's content. He turned all the humiliation he had suffered from Chen Mo into the sharpest knife and stabbed the silent man in front of him fiercely. However, Aistair remained unmoved. It seemed that in his world, there was only the cold pruning shears in his hand and the perfect black rose in front of him. That extreme indifference made Fernando feel more humiliated than any rebuttal. "What are you looking at? You damn flower." In anger and humiliation, Fernando made a fatal mistake. He lifted up his shiny Italian handmade leather shoes and stepped hard on the MOE. The crisp sound of branches breaking was heard. The delicate and noble petals were instantly crushed into the soil and mixed with the dust. Fernando was still not satisfied, so he crushed the flower with his heel a few more times until the flower turned into an unrecognizable puddle of mud. The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button at this moment. The sound of the fountain disappeared. The sound of the wind also disappeared. Aistair paused in pruning the branches. Slowly he raised his head. Just this one glance. Fernando felt that all the blood in his body was frozen instantly. What kind of eyes are those? A second ago, it was empty and chaotic, like a pool of stagnant water. At this moment, 2 points of faint blue flame suddenly lit up in the deepest part of the stagnant water, as if they came from the abyss of hell. The emptiness faded away, and in its place was an endless, cold depth that seemed to be able to see through the human soul. An invisible, extremely terrifying aura exploded with Aistair as the center. The air in the entire manor became sticky and oppressive. Fernando even had an illusion that the person in front of him was no longer a gardener, but an ancient giant beast that had just awakened from its slumber and was ready to devour anyone it could. He involuntarily took 2 steps back, his heart pounding, and cold sweat instantly soaked his expensive shirt. You. Fernando wanted to say something, but his teeth were chattering wildly and he couldn't utter a word. Aistair ignored him. His brows were furrowed, and in his mind, countless broken, sealed fragments of memory were emerging and piecing together frantically, like broken mirrors. It was the dark, suffocating deep sea. It was that huge geometric object that exuded an ominous aura. It is a sci-fi submarine and a young, calm oriental face with a playful smile. The torrent of memories eventually converged into a name. A name that was so unforgettable that even after his sanity was washed away, he would still curse it in the depths of his soul. Aistair finally spoke. His voice was extremely hoarse and dry because he had not spoken normally for such a long time, but it carried an unquestionable majesty that belonged to a king. "What's his name?" His gaze, like 2 poisoned steel needles, pierced into Fernando's eyes. "Chen Mo?
As the name was uttered, Aistair's eyes regained clarity. It was not madness, nor anger, but an absolute coldness that transcended all emotions. The king is back. Honor. A suppressed shout of great excitement and ecstasy came from not far away. The old butler who had been silently guarding the manor could no longer suppress his emotions. He staggered over, knelt heavily in front of Aistair, tears streaming down his face. "Welcome back, my master." Fernando looked at the dramatic scene in front of him with horror. He finally realized what a stupid mistake he had made. He didn't just awaken a lion, he opened Pandora's box with his own hands and released a devil that was more terrifying and more dangerous than before. Aistair stood up slowly. He did not look at the puddle of mud under his feet, nor did he help the old butler who was kneeling on the ground. His gaze calmly fell on the South American oligarch in front of him, who was already pale with fear. The experience of failure did not destroy him. Instead, it acted like a temper, washing away all his impetuousness and arrogance, leaving only the purest and most deadly wisdom and resentment. There was actually a hint of a smile on his face. That smile was so cold that it made Fernando feel cold all over. "Mr. Fernando, is that it?" Aistair's voice had regained its composure. "No need to panic. Thank you, it's you who woke me up." He straightened his dirt-stained smock with the same grace as if he were adjusting a custom-made Armani suit. He walked around the old butler who was kneeling on the ground, walked up to Fernando and extended a hand. "Come, Mr. Fernando, take a seat." He pointed to a stone bench in the courtyard. "Since we have a common enemy, I think we have a lot to talk about. For example, let's talk about the art of revenge." Chapter 82: The Art of Revenge. Switzerland, an ancient manor deep in the Alps. Fernando's heart almost jumped out of his throat. He looked at the man in front of him who slowly stood up and straightened his coarse clothes. He felt like he was facing a king who had returned from hell. That cold, deep look that seemed to be able to freeze the soul made him feel cold all over. He's finished. He was so foolish as to provoke a sleeping prehistoric beast in the most despicable way. And now, the giant beast has awakened, and the first thing it wants to tear apart is him, the bug that woke it up. However, the expected wrath of thunder did not come. Aistair just calmly walked around the old butler who was kneeling on the ground and crying with joy, walked to the stone bench, and slowly wiped the dust off the bench with a handkerchief. Every movement he made was accompanied by an innate, inimitable elegance and calmness, as if the person he was inviting was not a frightened enemy, but a distinguished guest from afar. "Mr. Fernando, please take a seat." Aistair's voice was steady and gentle, even with a barely perceptible smile in it, but this smile frightened Fernando more than any roar. Fernando's legs felt like they were filled with lead. He didn't dare to sit, nor did he dare not to sit. Mr. Aistair, I." He spoke incoherently, cold sweat soaking his back. "Sit down." Aistair repeated it, his tone still gentle, but the will contained in it was like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily on Fernando's shoulders. Fernando's legs went limp and he fell onto the stone bench. The old butler had understood what he meant and brought out a dusty, priceless bottle of Scottish single malt whiskey in 2 crystal glasses, and poured a glass for each of them. The amber wine reflects a charming halo in the sunlight. Aistair picked up the glass and swirled it slightly, but did not drink. His eyes passed through the wine in the glass and fell on Fernando's frightened face. He said with interest, "Now, you can continue. Keep telling me how I failed. Tell me how that man named Chen took away everything from me step by step. Tell me, how did that woman Lingqing personally hold a funeral for my empire?" His tone was calm, as if he was talking about someone else's story, but Fernando could feel that beneath this calmness was an extreme hatred that was enough to burn the world. Under the gaze of Aistair's piercing eyes, Fernando dared not hide anything, and even exaggerated everything he knew. From how Chen made a decisive move in the Abyss Club to how Lingqing's iron fist in business dismembered Apex Global. He wanted to use this to observe the reaction of this useless king, but he was disappointed. From beginning to end, the expression on Aistair's face did not change at all. He just listened quietly, like a top psychologist listening to his patient's mumblings. It was not until Fernando ran out of words and could no longer say anything that Aistair slowly asked, "Are you done?" "That's all." "So, why did you come to see me?" Aistair asked, "How do you think I, a loser who was kicked out, can help you?" "Help you make a comeback?" He spoke the last 4 words lightly, but they were full of endless sarcasm. Fernando was overwhelmed by this aura. He knew that this was his only chance. He mustered up his courage and gritted his teeth, saying, "I want revenge. Mr. Aistair, I want that Chinese kid to pay the price. I am willing to serve you. As long as you can. Shoo. Aistair held up a finger, silencing him. He slowly stood up, walked to the trampled black rose, squatted down, and gently brushed the dirt off the petals with his fingers. For the first time, a trace of almost gentle regret flashed in his eyes. Revenge is not a charge in rage. He stood up, looked back at Fernando, and the cold smile appeared on his face again. Revenge is an art. The essence of it is not how much force you use to defeat your enemy. It is how you use the most elegant way to turn everything around him into purgatory. Let him watch helplessly as the things he cherishes rot and collapse one by one, while he is powerless to do anything. Make him suffer more than you do. Aistair's words were like the devil's whisper, full of temptation and making Fernando shudder. Chen Mo is the king of the world now, right? Aistair whispered to himself. He has endless money, endless black technology, and the support of China's huge state machinery. Tell me, why would you fight him? Fernando was speechless. Directly attacking an enemy like this is a reckless act. What we need to do now is not war, but deconstruction. Aistair walked back to the table, picked up the glass of whiskey and drank it all. The strength of a king lies not only in himself, but also in his loyal vassals who support him. The first thing we have to do is to make one of his vassals die an ugly death. His eyes, in the air, seemed to have locked onto a prey. That Russian, Ivan, right? The first dog who betrayed me and wagged his tail to beg for mercy from Chen Mo. Since he made his fortune from energy, let's make energy the rope to hang him. An extremely ingenious and vicious plan instantly took shape in Aistair's mind. He gave the old butler his first order after waking up. The hibernation account was launched, and the funds were divided into 372 parts, which were then injected into the most radical and unreasonable environmental protection organizations in Europe through different offshore channels. At the same time, contact our old friends in the Kremlin and tell them that Ivan has become too rich recently. His oil fields in the North Sea are suitable to become national property. Finally, he looked at Fernando, his smile carrying a hint of cat and mouse playfulness. Mr. Fernando, don't you want to serve me? I'll give you a task. Hire the best public relations team and journalists in the world and keep a close eye on Ivan's oil field. Within 3 days, I want the whole world to believe that Ivan's oil field is an ecological bomb that will soon poison the entire Arctic Ocean. Fernando was stunned by this vicious scheme that was linked together. Public opinion campaign, commercial crackdown, political oppression. These 3 methods are used simultaneously to torture Ivan to death. From the beginning to the end, no one would have thought that the real manipulator behind this was the dead gardener. Go ahead and do it. Aistair waved his hand and said, after the task is completed, I will give you sufficient compensation. And you will have the honor of becoming an artist of revenge. Fernando felt as if he had been pardoned, and he crawled away from the manner that suffocated him. He knew that the world was about to change. The former king not only came back, but also became 100 times more terrifying than before. Chapter 83 Request for Help from Allies. A few days later. Avalon, a circular villa on top of the city. Chen Mo was enjoying the tea that Lingqing had personally brewed for him. Outside the window, the sea and sky merged into one, and the years were peaceful and quiet. The ARC project has been officially launched, and the theoretical model of the curvature engine he submitted is being verified and deepened with the whole country's efforts. Everything is moving in a good direction. However, a briefing from AI Athena broke the tranquility. Master, member of the Abyss Club, Mr. Ivanov's energy empire is suffering from a multi-dimensional attack of unknown origin. A huge holographic screen unfolded in front of the 2 people. On the screen are the headlines from major mainstream media around the world. Shocked. The giant North Sea oil field is exposed to have a serious risk of leakage, and European environmental organizations issued a joint warning. Russian Duma urgently proposes to conduct a national security review of all energy industries under Ivanov. The bear of the North Ivan is stuck in a quagmire, and his stock price evaporated by nearly $100 billion in 3 days. Each piece of news was like a tightening net, trapping Ivan tightly in it. Public opinion attacks, political pressure, capital short selling, the moves were fast and fierce, and the timing was perfect. Lingqing looked at the information flow on the screen, and a trace of solemnity flashed in her cold eyes. This is not like an ordinary business competition, this is more like a long-planned assassination. Chen Mo held the teacup and said nothing. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, and his eyes quickly scanned the complex information.
Athena, he suddenly said, get all the information sources of this attack, the flow of funds, and the relationship network between the environmental protection organizations and politicians behind it, and conduct an underlying logical correlation analysis.
Instructions received.
In-depth analysis in progress.
A few seconds later, an extremely large yet clear relationship network diagram appeared on the screen.
Hundreds of seemingly unrelated points, ultimately, through countless intricate and almost untraceable lines, point to a blank coordinate in the Swiss Alps that has disappeared from the public eye. There is the manor where Aistair lives in seclusion.
Chen Mo looked at the blank coordinate, and finally a playful smile appeared on his face.
That's what I said. He turned to look at Lingqing and said with a smile, my queen is right, this is indeed an assassination. It's just that the person who carried out the assassination was not an assassin, but a more interesting old friend who crawled out of the grave. Avalon, the rooftop terrace of the circular villa. The sea breeze blows gently, bringing with it a salty and fresh smell. Chen Mo leaned back in the recliner, slowly and leisurely cutting a piece of starlight honeydew melon for Lingqing in front of him. The piece of starlight honeydew melon he had exchanged from the System Mall was said to be good for beautifying the skin. His movements were focused and graceful, as if what he was holding in his hand was not a fruit knife, but a carving knife for carving a work of art. In sharp contrast to this leisure is the holographic screen floating in front of the two people. On the screen, the once domineering face of Russian energy oligarch Ivan Nikolaevich was now filled with fatigue and anxiety. The office behind him was a mess, his tie was pulled askew, his thick hair looked like he had pulled it out a lot, and the red bloodshot in his eyes was almost bursting out.
Mr. Chen Mo. My friend.
If you don't take action, my damn North Sea oil fields will be swallowed alive by those environmentalist lunatics and our domestic politicians. Ivan's voice came through the encrypted communication, with an uncontrollable roar. My stock price has dropped by 40% in 3 days.
40.
God, that's tens of billions of dollars. He paced around the office restlessly like a bear trapped in a cage.
This attack is so bizarre.
I don't even know where the so-called evidence came from. And the media, as if they had written their stories in advance, are overwhelming. My political enemies, the black materials they got are more complete than the KGB's files.
I feel like a clown who was stripped naked and thrown into the square.
Ivan stopped and looked at Chen Mo almost pleadingly. Friend, I need funds.
A lot of funds.
At least $100 billion. Help me stabilize the stock price and fight a public opinion war with them. As long as we can hold on, I am willing to give you 30%, no, 40% of the profits of the North Sea oil fields in the next 10 years. This is truly a case of cutting one's own flesh and asking for help. An oligarch standing at the top of the world was forced into a desperate situation where he had to trade his future for the present. Chen Mo handed a piece of cut melon to Lingqing's mouth, completely ignoring the ally who was about to collapse on the screen. Lingqing naturally opened her mouth and took it in, and the sweet juice melted between her lips and teeth. She looked at the screen, and a light as accurate as data flashed in her cold phoenix eyes. She said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, a typical Aistair's compound attack, public opinion first, triggering a political crisis, and finally reaping the benefits in the capital market. His goal is not money, but to use your allies as guinea pigs to test your reaction and, by the way, disintegrate the alliance we just established.
Chen Mo nodded approvingly.
As expected of his queen, she hit the nail on the head. He then turned his gaze to Ivan on the screen, slowly wiped his hands, and spoke. The first words he said struck Ivan like lightning.
Ivan, I won't give you a penny.
Well, what?
Ivan couldn't believe his ears.
Mr. Chen Mo, are you kidding me? Do you want to watch that lunatic Aistair tear us to pieces one by one?
No, of course I don't.
Chen Mo changed to a more comfortable posture, his tone calm, but with an unquestionable aura of a superior. But you want to use money to plug the hole in public opinion, just like using paper to cover fire, it is meaningless. You invest 100 billion, and he can use 10 billion to pry up a bigger storm, leaving you with nothing.
Don't you understand yet, Ivan? Chen Mo's eyes became deeper.
This is not a regular business war.
This is an attack on the rules.
He took advantage of the politically correct rule of environmental protection and the rules of political struggle in your country. Therefore, we must use methods outside the rules to break the situation.
Outside the rules?
Ivan was stunned. He couldn't keep up with Chen Mo's train of thought at all. In the eyes of a traditional warlord like him, the problem that cannot be solved is that the money is not enough. Looking at his confused look, Chen Mo smiled.
This is the difference between him and old-time overlords like Aistair.
They are used to crushing others with money and power, but he has a more advanced weapon dimensionality reduction attack.
Listen, Ivan.
Chen Mo raised a finger, his tone as firm as if he was announcing an oracle. From now on, you don't have to do anything. Turn off your phone, don't watch any news, and go on vacation with your family. Stabilize your core team and tell them that the sky will not fall.
Ivan opened his mouth and wanted to say something.
Chen Mo's voice became more serious. This is an order.
I only want you to do one thing, and that is, trust me.
He looked at Ivan's face full of doubt and struggle, and said slowly.
Give me 3 days. In 3 days, I will make all the media in the world forget the name of your oil field.
After saying that, Chen Mo unilaterally cut off the communication without waiting for the other party to respond. The holographic screen turned into spots of light and dissipated. On the terrace, the only sound was the howling of the sea breeze.
Chapter 80 for the Crown of Environmental Protection.
Ivan sat in his office in Moscow, staring blankly at the interrupted signal, his mind in a mess.
No money, no plan, just let him go on vacation? And then you say the problem can be solved in 3 days? Is this a god or a madman?
But for some reason, when he thought of Chen Mo's calm and confident eyes, his pounding heart actually miraculously calmed down a little. He slumped in his chair, sighed deeply, and finally picked up the phone and yelled at his secretary, "Book me a ticket to the Maldives.
Now. Immediately. Take a gamble." He chose to believe this devil from the east once again. And in Avalon.
Lingqing picked up a piece of honeydew melon and fed it to Chen Mo's mouth.
He asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" He was right. Aistair's plan this time was almost impeccable.
It's impeccable because we look at the problem from the same perspective as him. Chen Mo enjoyed the feeding from the queen and said with a smile, "The solution is very simple. When there is a big news on the earth that is 10,000 times more serious than the oil field leak, who will care about the life and death of your seagulls?" He stood up, walked to the edge of the terrace, and looked out at the endless blue sea and sky.
Athena.
Yes, master.
Track down on the funding sources behind all the environmental groups and media outlets that are attacking Ivan. The instruction has been executed. The efficiency of AI is terrifying. Just 10 seconds later, Athena's soft voice sounded again.
Master, all the capital chains have been shuffled through at least 15 layers of offshore shell companies and cryptocurrencies, and finally point to a blank physical terminal, and the source cannot be traced. The opponent's anti-reconnaissance capability has reached the top level of sovereign intelligence agencies.
As expected.
This result made Chen Mo's smile even more intense. The deeper he hides, the more afraid he is. Lingqing walked up to him and stood shoulder to shoulder with him.
It seems that you already have a plan? Certainly.
Chen Mo turned his head and looked at his fiancée, who was so beautiful in the sun, his eyes full of doting and fanaticism. He wants to use the environmental protection card to attack my allies and tarnish my victory? Then I will give my queen an environmental protection gift. A super conspiracy that is enough to drive the whole world crazy and overshadow all other environmental protection topics. He gently lifted Lingqing's chin, his eyes burning.
Dear Queen, I am going to give you a forest, the largest forest in the world. And I am going to give you a crown that is truly environmentally friendly and one of a kind. The next morning,
a top-level online strategic meeting jointly held by Titan Group and Lingqing Group had an atmosphere so heavy that water could almost drip out. All the executives attending the meeting were the top elites in the two business empires, but at this moment, worry was written all over each of their faces. Sitting in the main seat on the screen, their king, Chen Mo, looked lazy as if he had just woken up, and was even leisurely drinking the coffee that Lingqing had made for him.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Chen Mo put down his coffee cup, looked around at the nervous faces in the video window, and finally spoke. I know what everyone is worried about. Ivan of Russia, our new ally, is now being drowned by the saliva of the whole world. And this basin of dirty water will eventually be splashed on us. His tone was very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. A German former head of Prometheus Labs pushed his glasses up in a serious tone. Mr. Chairman, according to our public opinion model, if we help Ivan with funds now, it would be like courting disaster. We would be immediately labeled as the Earth Destroyer Alliance, and all our previous positive images would be destroyed.
That's right. Chen Mo nodded approvingly. So, we won't save him.
Not only will we not save him, but we will also make everyone think that we hate him more tthan anyone else. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked.
Everyone was stunned and had no idea what their boss was up to. Demolish the bridge after crossing it? Kill the donkey after it has done its job? This is not in line with his usual style.
Only Lingqing, who was sitting next to him, had a barely perceptible curve at the corner of her cold mouth. She knew that her man was about to start his unreasonable dimensionality reduction attack performance again. I am announcing the creation of a new, independent, non-profit global foundation. Chen Mo's voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the encrypted line. The name of the foundation is Heart of Gaia. My fiancée, Ms. Lingqing, will serve as the sole global chairman. He didn't give anyone time to ask questions and directly dropped the second bomb. The first and only project of the Heart of Gaia Foundation. Chen Mo paused and glanced across the screen, as if he was announcing an oracle. We will invest 100 billion US dollars to permanently buy out the protection rights of 100,000 square kilometers of tropical rainforest in the Brazilian Amazon and Colombia. I repeat, it is a right of protection, not ownership. This piece of land, which is equivalent to the entire area of South Korea, will forever be prohibited from any form of commercial logging and development. It belongs only to the Earth and to all of us. At the same time, Prometheus Lab will provide 10,000 of the latest ecological robots free of charge to enter the rainforest area to carry out round-the-clock vegetation restoration, species monitoring, and fire warning. All scientific research data in the area will be open to scientists around the world for free. 100 billion US dollars. 10,000 high-tech robots. Buying a piece of land that is larger than many countries, not for making money, but just for protection? The conference room fell into dead silence for half a minute. All the battle-hardened business elite's brains have stopped working at this moment. They have seen people burning money, but they have never seen it burn like this. This is no longer a business activity, this is almost crazy, Don Quixote-like idealism. Before they could recover from the shock, Chen Mo had already silently given instructions to the system in his mind. System, in my name, transfer 10 billion US dollars in startup funds to the Heart of Gaia Foundation. This money is used to buy a title for my queen to wear for fun. Bite. That pleasant voice, as if coming from the depths of the soul, arrived as expected. It is detected that the host is making an epic strategic gift to the female protagonist of Destiny. What you gave was not money, but Earth-level romance that could change the world and crown Her Majesty the Queen with supreme reputation. The significance of this gift has far exceeded the scope of ordinary materials, triggering the highest level of 10,000 times rebate. Congratulations to the host. Received rebate funds, 1 trillion. Congratulations to the host. Received a special reward, Ecological AI Gaia Seed Form. Gaia, non-combat, rule-level AI. Possesses the special ability to simulate, deduce, and predict the global ecosystem with ultra-precision. It can see the trajectory of the wind and hear the sound of flowers blooming. It is the daughter of the earth. In Chen Mo's account, the long string of zeros that almost overflowed the screen was jumping wildly. But his attention at this moment was completely attracted by the newly acquired AI. Daughter of the Earth, kind of interesting.